At Kanaha's fifth training ground, a pretty female ninja was standing in the middle of the field with her arms folded across her chest and her eyes closed in concentration. This person had golden hair tied into a high ponytail, a white waist-bearing short top, a red short skirt, and a ninja-style fishnet lining. It was just ordinary clothing, but it looked incredibly beautiful against her face. But the three little ghosts lying in ambush around were in no mood to look at the beauty. The female ninja had been standing here for a long time. Just when she was about to lose patience and take the initiative to attack, several kunai with explosive tags attached attacked from behind her left. If you look closely, the shadows of these kunai seem to be connected by a black line. After she dodged sideways, the kunai suddenly turned and shot towards her head, chest, stomach, and legs respectively. The Nara family's shadow binding technique, but it can't hurt me to this extent. The female ninja just stomped her feet lightly, and a wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the flying kunai. The kunai hit the wall and exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air all around, obstructing the female ninja's vision. At this moment, a muscular figure fell from the sky. Partial multiplication technique. Akimichi Suonryu, who was still in the air, formed seals with his hands. His right hand and right arm became dozens of times larger and smashed into the smoke. Feeling the threat from above, the female ninja stretched out a finger, pushed it upwards lightly, and blocked the attack of the big fist. But just when she wanted to directly bounce the giant hand away, a shadow quietly approached and was about to connect with her. She used a teleportation technique to jump out of the smoke area and avoid the shadow's attack. Tisk, your perception is really sharp. The caster hiding in the dark felt helpless. Seeing his teammates' attacks miss, Akimichi Genbu formed a seal again after landing, and his body grew several times larger. Human bomb tank. He transformed himself into a high-speed rotating wheel and rushed towards the female ninja. The female ninja stretched out her jade arms forward and collided with the chariot, thus stopping the attack of the meat bomb chariot and revealing the figure of Akimichi Genbu. She really is worthy of being the super strong princess of Konoha. With such strength, it's really difficult to break through head-on, Akimichi Suonryu said in his heart. At this time, Akimichi Genbu crossed his hands and touched the female ninja's palms. The female ninja clasped her index finger and thumb and flicked them slightly, sending Akimichi Genbu flying. The female ninja's strength was just right. Without hurting him, she made Akimichi Genbu fly back the way he had hit her. However, the female ninja did not notice that Akimichi Genbu's shadow was connected to the shadow of another ninja, so he just stepped back a few meters and stopped, and the black shadow connected to him was thrown towards the female ninja like a yo-yo. At the same time, Akimichi Suonryu quickly formed seals with both hands, and the 6 seals of Sai, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, and Yin were completed in 1.3 seconds. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters rushed towards the female ninja's face at an extremely fast speed, but the female ninja did not show any panic, but admiration could be seen in her eyes. This year's Inoshikacho is quite something, and the Akimichi kid's hand seal speed is too fast. Is he really only 15 years old? Then let you guys see my strength a little bit. Facing the flying fireball, the female ninja did not dodge or evade. Instead, she put her 5 fingers together and punched out, directly exploding the fireball. This way of solving the problem can be said to be in line with her personality, but due to the obstruction of the fireball, the female ninja did not see Akimichi Genbu's subsequent actions. He deliberately paused for 2 seconds after spitting out the fireball, and then summoned dozens of kunai from the seal on his left hand and shot them at the female ninja, creating a time difference for the attack. The female ninja, who was still in the punching posture, fell into an awkward stiff state and had to jump sideways to avoid it. However, Akimichi Genbu pulled with both hands, and the kunai turned and shot towards the female ninja again. It turned out that all the shurikens were connected with extremely thin steel wires. The female ninja obviously did not expect that a genin could actually master the Uchiha clan's shuriken wielding technique. It is very difficult to control so many kunai at one time and let them all shoot accurately at the target. This move requires the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan to be performed skillfully. Other ninjas can learn this move through hard training, but the accuracy is definitely not as good as that of the ninjas with the Byakugan and Sharingan, and the number will not be so exaggerated. Didn't you see that the shadow imitating imp who attacked her at the beginning only had a few kunai? The Hyuga clan's fighting style is basically pure physical skills, which is Bagwa Palm, so basically only the Uchiha clan members use this move. Therefore, this move is also called Uchiha Shuriken technique by other ninjas. At this time, the female ninja was still jumping in the air, unable to dodge, and was instantly shot into a hedgehog. However, with a bang, the hedgehog in the air turned into a tree stump, and the female ninja also appeared on the other side of the training ground. Fortunately, she is a jonin, and a very strong one at that. If she were any other special jonin or ordinary jonin, she would have been killed on the spot. She admitted that she had underestimated these little brats, otherwise she would never have punched the fireball and then not retracted her force immediately, but just posed to look cool. But the attack was not over yet. Before the female ninja could even stand firm, Nara Shimizu's ninjutsu had already been activated. Earth escape technique, beheading in the heart. A hand suddenly stretched out from under the female ninja's feet and grabbed her feet, trying to drag her directly into the ground. If this succeeded, the bell around the female ninja's waist would be in danger. But his strength was obviously not on the same level as the female ninja. She easily raised her foot and pulled Nara Kiyomizu out, then punched Nara Kiyomizu in the abdomen. Just when she thought she had dealt with one, Nara Kiyomizu turned into smoke and said, "Nanny, shadow clone technique." At the same time as she dispersed Nara Kiyomizu's clones, a shadow extending from her blind spot was only 1 centimeter away from the two bells. And Akimichi Suonyu had instantly moved to her other side, his hand directly pressing against the bell on her waist, forming a pincer attack with the shadow. This kid's instant body movement technique is too fast. The female ninja was startled by Akimichi Genbu again. At this critical moment, the female ninja stomped on the ground with her super strength, and the ground shattered instantly. She launched her own super strength instant body technique and narrowly avoided it. That's right, the female ninja fighting in the field is Tsunade, the current most beautiful woman in Konoha and the future most lethal weapon in the ninja world. And her opponents are none other than her first-time prospective students as a team leader. The pig, deer, and butterfly trio. The pig, deer, and butterfly combination is not unique to the heads of the three families. People from the other three families will also team up together. It's just that the pig, deer, and butterfly combination of the heads of the families is usually the best. You are very proficient in using ninjutsu and kunao. Then let me test your taijutsu. As Tsunade said that, she rushed towards Akimichi Genbu and punched him. Akimichi Genbu had to engage in close combat with Tsunade, but he was not afraid because he had a cheat. Since the beginning of the war, Akimichi Genbu's brown pupils hidden behind the black goggles had long since turned into scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan. Nara Kiyomizu, who was hiding behind a tree, sighed. Plan A had failed, so he had to use Plan B. He also rushed out to join the battle, but Tsunade was not at all at a disadvantage when fighting two people at once. What a joke, she is the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, and the apprentice of the third Hokage. Who is she afraid of? Then Tsunade discovered something was wrong. The two of them cooperated very skillfully. Akimichi Genbu is strong and fast, and is responsible for the frontal attack. He can always find Tsunade's offensive nodes and defensive weak points, and his attacks go straight to the vital points. This gives her the feeling of fighting with the Uchiha clan. Isn't this kid from the Akimichi clan? Nara Shimizu was responsible for assisting and interfering from the side. This kid was quite insidious. In the intervals between physical attacks, he would take advantage of the opportunities created by Akimichi Genbu to use ninjutsu to launch sneak attacks. It's true, the cooperation between these two people really caused Tsunade some trouble. After all, this is just an exam, not a real fight between ninjas. Tsunade must be letting them off the hook. If she had used all her strength, the two people in front of her would have been in the hospital long ago, and they wouldn't even have needed to go to the hospital. Tsunade was interested in the cooperation between the two. She was not in a hurry to defeat them. She wanted to know what their limits were. But she overlooked something. The pig, deer, and butterfly will never be separated. After fighting for so long, the deer and butterfly have both come out, but where has the pig gone? Obviously, Tsunade inherited not only the terrible gambling skills from her grandfather Senju Hashirama, but also a thick nerve. As long as it is not a fight to the death, she is always carefree. Maybe she also guards against the third party, but she definitely doesn't do it seriously. After the three fought for a while, Suonyu suddenly changed his tactics. He took Tsunade's punch head-on and hugged one of Tsunade's hands. At the same time, he used the multiplication technique to hold Tsunade back, preventing her from moving freely. Nara Shimizu also used the shadow imitation technique to connect with Suonyu to freeze him, making it more difficult for Tsunade to escape. Hee, do you think this can restrain me, you two little brats? You are far from it. Tsunade was obviously a little surprised. This little guy had a strong ability to withstand blows and was not knocked out by her super powerful punch. But just when she was about to use even stronger strength to break free, Zu Ludi's pig finally moved. The art of turning the mind around. Yamanaka activated his secret technique, and his consciousness was instantly exchanged with Tsunade. Currently, he can only control Tsunade for a very short time, but this is enough. When Tsunade broke free from his control, the bell had already been taken by Nara Kiyomizu. Teacher, it's over. Nara Kiyomizu was tossing the bell in his hands and showing off. Akimichi Genbu and Yamanaka also breathed a sigh of relief. Genbu was fine. Although Yamanaka only used the heart transformation technique once, the target of his technique was an elite jonin. His chakra was abundant, but his mental energy was greatly consumed. If they continue fighting, the probability of them winning will be very low, and Akimichi Genbu will be forced to reveal more of his cards. Did I say it's over, you three brats? Tsunade obviously could not accept this humiliating result. As an elite jonin, she was actually defeated by 3 genin. Where could she put her face? She decisively launched another attack. No. The three of them burst into tears. After a moment, Tsunade stood in front of the 3 people, refreshed. I am indeed a good teacher who loves students. That stubborn old man from the 3rd generation actually thinks I have no talent for leading a team. He is really looking down on people. Humph, tell me, the 3 of you, am I a qualified teacher? Tsunade leaned over and gave a mysterious smile. Although it was very beautiful, it always felt more threatening. Yes, Teacher Tsunade is the most gentle. The 3 of them said in unison. Are you happy to be my disciple? Happy, very happy. Ah, that's good that we are now officially master and apprentice. The three of you should remember to go to the mission hall tomorrow. We will gather there and start our joyful mission journey as master and apprentice. If anyone is late. Tsunade gave him a dangerous look again. We will definitely arrive on time, the three said in unison again. You are so good. It's getting late now. I will treat you to barbecue. I will go to the store and wait for you. Tsunade then used the instant body movement technique and disappeared. Hearing about eating barbecue, Akimichi Suumyu immediately started drooling. Barbecue, which Akimichi clan could bear this. Tsunade is leaving, but please untie us before you leave. At this time, the three little ones with bruises on their heads, who were tied to wooden stakes, were in tears. Finally, Akimichi Genbu made a cross seal with his bound hands, shadow clone technique. A person who looked exactly like Suumyu appeared in front of the three people and untied them. After Nara Kiyomizu stood up, he said helplessly, having such a teacher, I always feel that it will be very troublesome in the future, alas. His already decadent look became even more decadent. Shen Zhuanggaya felt the same way, I think so too, but this is not something we can decide. Let's just make the best of it. No matter what, Tsunade-sensei is still very strong. Shen Zhuanggaya is obviously in a better mood. Akimichi Genbu didn't think so much now. Don't think about it, teacher Tsunade invited us to eat barbecue, let's go quickly, we will eat less if we are late. At the Kanaha barbecue restaurant, when Suumyu and the other two arrived, Tsunade was already drinking with her two teammates. She sat in the middle, and the other two sat on her left and right. Suumyu took a look and found that he knew them all. The one on the left is tall, with white hair and a handsome face. The long red tear marks under the corners of his eyes are his distinctive features. Overall, he looks like a handsome guy, but his eyes are always staring at Tsunade with lustful eyes and a lewd look on his face, which makes people want to beat him up. There is no doubt that this man is the pervert Jiraiya. The guy on the right has long straight black hair, which is exactly the opposite of Jiraiya's. His sharp face is extremely handsome. He does have a good looking appearance, but the cold aura he exudes from his body can definitely keep people away. The guy who is posing cool here must be Orochimaru. Tsunade introduced them, these three are my kawaii disciples, Nara Kiyomizu, Yamanakayu, and Akimichi Genbu, ha ha ha. She pointed at the two people sitting and introduced them separately, these two are my teammates. The black-haired one is Orochimaru, and the white-haired one is Jiraiya. Akimichi Genbu and the others bowed to the two men, hello, Lord Orochimaru, hello, Lord Jiraiya. Orochimaru's eyes briefly swept across Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanakayu, then stopped directly on Akimichi Genbu for several seconds before moving away, making him feel creepy. What kind of development is this? He doesn't remember any intersection with Orochimaru, so how come he is targeted by Orochimaru right from the start? Jiraiya was enthusiastic and greeted them, three little brats, I am the most handsome man in Kanaha, your teacher's future man, Jiraiya. If you have any problems in the future, just say my name, it will definitely work. Akimichi Genbu didn't know what to say about this remark. Tsunade doesn't think highly of you at all. If I want to catch up with my teacher, I should start by not going to the bathhouse to spy on women bathing. Tsunade raised her hand to Jiraiya and slammed his face onto the table without giving him any respect. Jiraiya, do you want to die? Orochimaru pointed at Akimichi Genbu and said in a deep and hoarse voice, Tsunade, is that the kid who took your punch head on and was still fine? Orochimaru became interested in Akimichi Genbu's body structure. You know, Tsunade's strength is no joke. Previously, Jiraiya wanted to peek at Tsunade taking a bath, but was discovered by her. The furious Tsunade punched Jiraiya 100 meters away, and as a result, he suffered severe fractures of 6 ribs in both wrists, and several ruptured internal organs, and almost died. Although the opponent was a child and Tsunade would definitely not use her full strength, Orochimaru was still curious about how he could withstand Tsunade's punch with his body and remain unharmed. Yes, I was shocked at the time. A genin could withstand my punch and even use the multiplication technique to hold me back. So, is your stomach made of iron? As she spoke, Tsunade walked over and lifted up Akimichi Genbu's clothes, and touched his belly. Oh, not bad, young man, that you have 8-pack muscles at such a young age. Tsunade had obviously drunk a lot before Akimichi Genbu and the others arrived. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had such close contact with the opposite sex. Jiraiya, who had just dug his face out of the table, couldn't stand this scene. Tsunade had never touched him like this before. Okay, he also has 8-pack abs. He pulled Tsunade to sit down again and said with a sour look, okay, I know he is very powerful, but how can you, as a teacher, take advantage of your students casually? Tsunade punched Jiraiya under the table again. This guy is really an idiot. Nara Kiyomizu was speechless when she saw this scene. How violent was her teacher? How could she let him slack off in the future? She couldn't help but look at Shen Zhuanggaya. Shen Zhuanggaya understood immediately and also shook his head inside. At this time, Orochimaru spoke to Akimichi Genbu, kid, I am interested in you. Do you want to come under my command? Tsunade is only a medical ninja and cannot fully develop your potential, but you can get better development by following me. Moreover, I currently have some research projects that are very suitable for you. After saying this, he unconsciously licked the corner of his mouth with his long tongue. Tsunade was unhappy when she heard Orochimaru say that. She pinched her right hand and it made a crackling sound. Orochimaru, what do you mean? how dare you think about my cute disciple, believe it or not, I will send you to the ICU. Orochimaru ignored Tsunade and just stared at Akimichi Genbu. Staring at by Orochimaru's snake-like pupils, Akimichi Genbu felt like crying but had no tears. Who in the family understands? Uncle Snake has been keeping an eye on him so quickly. He's so panicked. What can he do by following you, being your container? It's so disgusting. Orochimaru is indeed the world's top scientist, but his Akimichi Genbu is not weak either. In his previous life, he was a PhD student in biochemistry at a 985 university. Do you understand the value of this identity? I'm already very good at genetic engineering, which you don't understand now. Suonryu immediately refused. I'm very sorry, Lord Orochimaru, although I am flattered that you appreciate me so much, but I am now Tsunade's disciple. I'm sorry I can't obey your order. After hearing this, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and continued to sip his sake. After all, he was just a genin with outstanding abilities. Although he had some interest, it was not great. As a genius that only appears once in 10 years, Orochimaru was also very proud. Seeing that Orochimaru was no longer paying attention to him, Akimichi Genbu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Humph, Orochimaru, see, my students will not be fooled by your few words. Tsunade patted her already huge chest and laughed loudly. Jiraiya, who stood up again and saw this scene, was so shocked that he wanted to get between Tsunade's breasts. He quietly moved closer to Tsunade to get a clearer look, but was hit by a sudden punch, causing stars to appear in his eyes and blood to spurt from his nose. In such a short while, he had been beaten by Tsunade for the third time. Akimichi Genbu now finally understood why Jiraiya was so tough in his previous life. He was able to survive a fatal blow from Naruto in the Four Tails form, and even sealed the runaway Naruto. It turned out that this was how he was trained. You pervert, you will die in a woman's belly sooner or later, Tsunade said disdainfully. After beating Jiraiya again, Tsunade felt refreshed and said to the three people, you can go to the table next to you and eat and drink as much as you want. Jiraiya will pay for tonight's consumption. Tsunade obviously knew the fighting power of the Akimichi clan, and this was a deliberate revenge on Jiraiya for peeking at her. But Jiraiya seemed to be indifferent. How much could three little brats eat? Alas, he obviously had never seen the fighting power of the Akimichi clan. Hearing this, Akimichi Suonryu became excited, and even the fear of being targeted by Uncle Snake disappeared. For a long time, he had been frugal and saved money to buy experimental reagents, consumables, and equipment. He had never had a good barbecue in his life. Who would believe this if he told others? He sincerely thanked Tsunade. Thank you, teacher, you are the kindest, most beautiful, gentle, and generous woman in the world. Although it was Jiraiya who paid the money. Akimichi Genbu's table had already started eating like crazy, with all kinds of barbecue coming one after another, while Tsunade's table started talking about business. Jiraiya said, Tsunade, didn't the old man tell you that after Rope Tree graduates, Orochimaru will be his guiding jonin? Why are you worried about that? Why do you insist on teaching him yourself? Why do you have to compete with the old man? And why do you want to prove yourself to the old man by becoming a guiding jonin in advance? Don't mislead the students. Tsunade was very angry. Of course I am the one who teaches my brother. Orochimaru has a sister named Noeki, but he still says I am not that kind of person. I will prove it to him, even if it means losing money. It is now the 32nd year of Konoha, and Tsunade's younger brother, Senju Noeki, will graduate from the Ninja Academy in 3 years. Tsunade expressed to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen her desire to become a jonin in the future, but was rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Noeki is the grandson of the first Hokage. Now that the Senju clan is in decline, there are many ninjas both inside and outside the village who want to end Noeki's life before he reaches adulthood. It is enough for the ninja world to have one Hashirama Senju who can pacify the troubled times, and the appearance of another one is absolutely not allowed. Simply put, having the blood of Hashirama Senju is an original sin. Tsunade had encountered danger many times before she grew up. If it weren't for him, the third Hokage, protecting her, she would have gone to see her grandfather long ago. The life safety of Noeki is also under threat at all times, so whether for the sake of Noeki's life safety or for his future growth, the third Hokage will never hand it over to Tsunade, who is so thick-skinned. Who knows if she will suddenly fall ill and cause an accident to Noeki. Besides, what could Tsunade teach him? Gambling techniques that would make him lose every time he gambled. Comparing the two, it would be safest to leave Rope Tree to the more stable, stronger, and most satisfying Orochimaru. Tsunade exploded immediately and almost overturned Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen was helpless with her as his apprentice, so he made a bet with Tsunade and asked her to lead a class now. If after 3 years the class she led had no casualties and all the students were successfully promoted to Chunin, the third Hokage would agree to let her teach Noeki, otherwise he would give up this idea. Tsunade always loses when she gambles anyway. Tsunade agreed immediately, and she naturally replaced the original guiding jonin of the three Suonryu. This team of Ino, Shika and Joe is also weird. Because of Suonryu, the three of them who should have graduated at the age of 12 were delayed until they were 15 years old. They are called the strongest repeaters in the ninja school. In fact, it was the same in the original time and space, but because Tsunade and her three disciples were attacked by ninjas from other countries when they were on a mission, Akimichi Genbu was killed on the spot, Yamanakayu became mentally ill, and Nara Kiyomizu lost an arm. She lost the bet, the Inoshikacho trio lost their future, and in the end Orochimaru became the teacher of Senju Noeke, but Noeke died in an enemy trap at the beginning of the Second Ninja World War. Tsunade's Senju was heartbroken, and the Senju clan lost the opportunity to revive again. As for now, who knows what the outcome will be. Okay, you're right. But if you really run into trouble, be sure to notify me and Orochimaru. Will always support you. Seeing that Tsunade had made up her mind, Jiraiya said no more, and the three of them continued their long-awaited dinner. It has been 12 years since the First Ninja World War ended, and the ninja world has been at peace for 12 years. However, all countries have been restless in recent times, so the borders are very unstable and a storm is brewing. As disciples of the third Hokage, they all have their own important tasks and have not gathered together for a long time. After eating and drinking, Tsunade left with Inoshikajo. The only ones left at the table were Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had done something wrong to provoke Tsunade and was knocked unconscious by the former. Originally, Orochimaru wanted to wait for Jiraiya to wake up and go home together, but when he inadvertently saw the mountain of plates on the table next to him, he decisively left. After a long time, Jiraiya woke up slowly, looked around, and found that he was the only one left. These guys are really disloyal. The waiter walked towards him and handed him the bill with a smile. Sir, this is your bill, please pay. Jiraiya glanced at it nonchalantly, and just this one glance made him wake up instantly. What, 30 taels? A barbecue meal costs me 30 taels, why don't you just go and rob? Jiraiya was unsuccessful in love today, and even more so in his wallet. On the other hand, Jiraiya was at the Heartbroken Barbecue restaurant, and here, Tsunade, who originally wanted to get in touch with a few disciples, was walking and walking, but when she saw a gambling house, she couldn't walk anymore and directly dragged 3 minors into the gambling house. It was speechless. Shen Zhuanggayo expressed his deep disgust for this, but due to Tsunade's power, he had no choice but to follow and obediently because he didn't want to be beaten. Nara Kiyomizu doesn't matter. But Akimichi Gendu was happy that he had been short of funds recently, but there was nothing he could do about it because he had just become a ninja. As an orphan, his only source of funds was his father's martyr's pension and his branch's share of the Akimichi clan's property. Now he was the only one left in his branch. If it was the previous Suomyu, the money he received every year would be more than enough for a normal life, but he is not like that. He also has to conduct genetic engineering research, so this amount of money is not enough. He had squandered all the savings left by his parents and the large compensation his father received when he died in battle. If he did not take on more missions to earn commissions, Akimichi Gendu would have to live on coarse food. But today Tsunade actually wants to take him to the gambling house. This is simply pie in the sky. Who is Tsunade? She is a big fat sheep. Although Suomya doesn't know how to gamble, as long as he bets against Tsunade, he will definitely win. As my disciple, you must learn the art of gambling. Today, I will help you broaden your horizons and teach you the most advanced gambling techniques in the world. This will be your first lesson. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white arms as she stood in front of the gambling table, instructing her disciples. Listen, judging by the sound of the dice, this one is definitely a small one. After Tsunade finished speaking, she directly took out 1,000 ryo and bet on the small bet, while Akimichi Gendu quietly took out his last money, 500 ryo, and bet on the large bet without hesitation. 4, 5, 6. Impossible, this was a mistake. I will definitely win next time. Tsunade forced herself to make up for it. I dare say that this one is definitely smaller. She once again took out 1,000 taels and bet on the smaller one. Akimichi Gendu decisively bet all his money. No way, this is absolutely impossible. Bring some wine. It must be because I didn't drink that I didn't perform well. Tun, I made a mistake again this time. I will definitely win it back next time. Tons. Believe me, this time it's definitely big. Tun, damn it, the boss must be cheating. I'm going to tear down his store. With Tsunade's frustrated voice, she lost 28 games in a row, losing all the 50 ryo that she had saved up from these missions. Correspondingly, the value of Akimichi Suomyu coin soared from 500 taels to 60 taels. When the four came out of the gambling house, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Tsunade was already drunk and fell on Akimichi Gendu's back. Fortunately, Gendu grew fast and was already 165 centimeters tall at the age of 163.1. Otherwise, he would not have been able to carry Tsunade, who was cm tall. Akimichi Gendu carried Tsunade on his back and walked in the middle. Nara Kiyomizu found a piece of grass from somewhere and held it in his mouth. He walked on the right with his hands on the back of his head and hummed a little tune. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Tsunade-sensei is not without merits. At least she can help us achieve financial freedom. We don't have to bother to do missions in the future. The honest man Shen Zhuanggayo obviously disagreed with Nara Qingshui's point of view. Qingshui, you want to be lazy again. That the purpose of doing tasks is not just to make money, but more importantly to improve your abilities, so you can't give up. Also, the money earned through gambling is ill-gotten gains, so don't rely on it too much. Hey, I don't know who is jumping for joy after making money. He is so happy. If Tsunade-sensei hadn't passed out drunk, I don't think you would want the rain to end, right, Suomyu? Shen Zhuanggaya's face turned red and he was speechless. Can he be blamed for this? He won 10 taels, a total of 4 RMB, in one go. He had never seen so much money in his life. Who wouldn't be excited? Akimichi Genbu smiled in a very unkind way, but seeing Shenzuangdaya's monkey-like red face and murderous eyes, he immediately corrected, the mission still needs to be done, but if you have nothing else to do, it's okay to play a few games with teacher Tsunade. After all, it's better to take advantage of free money. At this time, Tsunade on Suomyu's back suddenly came back to life. Bring me some wine, I want more. After saying that, she fell on his back and fell asleep. The three of them were shocked, their faces filled with helplessness. This teacher, well, was a bit tricky. As they walked, they met their parents who came out to look for them, Nara Kiyomizu's father Nara Kiyomizu, Yamanaka Yu's father Yamanaka Tsukishiro, and Akimichi Genbu's cousin, Akimichi Tofu, the current patriarch of the Akimichi clan. Chinshui and Yu were both taken away, and Suomyu had to send Tsunade home, so he let Akimichi Tofu go back first. Anyway, we are in Konoha village, so there is no danger. Akimichi Kyufang gave a few instructions and went back. Soon, Tsunade and Genbu were the only ones left on the road. He weighed the beautiful drunk on his back. She was very light. She was so well developed but weighed less than 100 pounds. She really grew fast. After walking for about an hour, Suomyo arrived at the Senju clan's base in the northeast corner of Konoha village. At this time, the Senju clan no longer had the grandeur of the past, but instead was unusually deserted. When Konoha was first established, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, made an important decision that he wanted to integrate the blood of the Senju clan into the entire Konoha by intermarrying with other members of the Senju clan. After that, a large number of male ninjas of the Senju clan married women outside the clan, which led to the dilution of the Senju bloodline, while female ninjas married civilians, which led to population loss. If things continue to develop in this way, even if the Senju clan will gradually decline, at least the normal continuation of the clan can be guaranteed, and it will not end up in a tragic situation with only a few people left. However, after the death of Hashirama Senju, without the deterrence of this ninja god, various countries began to restless, and eventually the First Ninja World War broke out. The Senju clan followed the second Hokage Senju Tobirama to the battlefield and led the way, resulting in the death of more than 90% of the male ninjas in the clan, including the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and caused a cliff-like decline. Coupled with the continued intermarriage, the Senju clan can be said to be losing its talents, and the only pure-blooded members of the Senju clan are Tsunade Senju and Noeke Senju. Akimichi Genbu passed the inspection of the guard at the base and asked about Tsunade's residence. Then he entered and found that 9 out of 10 rooms in the Senju base were empty. I wonder if the deceased first and second Hokage would regret their decisions after seeing the current situation of their clansmen. In fact, to some extent, Hashirama Senju's decision was successful. After decades of intermarriage, the Senju bloodline flowed into various families and civilian ninjas in Konoha except the Uchiha clan. This greatly enhanced the overall chakra level and physical strength of the Konoha ninjas, far surpassing other ninja villages. Various geniuses often appear among Konoha's civilian ninjas, which is not unrelated to the bloodline of the Senju clan, but the price was the gradual disappearance of the Senju clan. Today, the Uchiha clan can be said to be the strongest family in Konoha, but the Senju clan, which was once known as the two heroes of the Warring States period together with the Uchiha clan, has long lost its former strength. Except for a few members of the Senju clan, it is difficult to find the label of Senju. This can also be considered a kind of sadness. He built up the entire Konoha, but burned himself. After Akimichi Genbu arrived at Tsunade's mansion, he knocked on the door. An old butler opened the door. After learning the situation, he led him through the screen wall and front yard into the inner courtyard. Suomyu discovered that Tsunade's home was somewhat similar to the courtyard house in his previous life. The main house was facing the inner courtyard door, and the east and west wing rooms were on the left and right sides respectively. There are quite a lot of rooms, but Suomyu discovered that it was less than 10 o'clock and only one of the main rooms had the lights on. There was also a boy of 8 or 9 years old doing weight training in the yard. He immediately recognized this person as the Senju Noeki who died in the Second Ninja World War in the future, and immediately greeted him. Hello, 1M Akimichi Genbu, a disciple of Tsunade Sensei. The teacher is drunk, and 1M responsible for sending her back. Seeing his sister lying on Suomyu's back, Shensha was helpless. I'm really sorry to trouble you to send this drunkard back. He then said to the old housekeeper, Uncle Sato, I'll take him to see my sister off. You can go back and rest early. The old butler bowed and left. Under the guidance of Noeki, Akimichi Genbu carried Tsunade on his back and walked towards her boudoir in the west wing. The room is quite big, but the decoration is not luxurious. It can only be considered upper middle class. The room is very tidy and clean, not at all dirty and messy as described in the novels of the previous life. There is also a faint fragrance in the room, exactly the same as the fragrance on Tsunade's body, very nice. Akimichi Genbu put Tsunade on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and then stepped out to leave. The rest of the things could be left to Noeki. Akimichi Genbu was very confused. He didn't remember any encounter with Uzumaki Nido. Don't be so surprised that I am Uzumaki Mito, Suna's grandmother. The third Hokage told me about you, and your mother and I are old acquaintances. It's getting late today, so you should go back first. You can come to me anytime in the future to ask about your mother. Akimichi Genbu nodded in agreement, bowed, and left the yard. After returning home, he lay on the bed and thought about what happened today. It was a busy day. Thinking about what Uzumaki Mito said, Akimichi Genbu fell into deep thought. Alas, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. With my identity, I will cause huge trouble wherever I go. He has been special since birth, and not just because he is a time traveler. His mother Ling was from the Uchiha clan, but in the Uchiha clan where strength was paramount, Ling did not have any talent as a ninja. She was born weak and sickly, and her chakra was not even at the level of a genin. Ling studied the Sharingan, the pride of the Uchiha clan, until her death but never managed to open it even once. Therefore, she was also called the shame of Uchiha. Except for Uchiha Kagami, no one in the clan looked up to her. By chance, she met Akimichi Tutu of the Akimichi clan and quickly fell in love with him. However, their union was strongly opposed by the Uchiha clan, who even threatened to kill Ling and Akimichi Tutu to protect the family's honor. This incident almost provoked a fight between the Sarutobi clan, the Inoshikacho clan and the Uchiha clan, and finally alarmed the then second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama. In order to quell the incident, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, promised to establish a Konoha guard force and put the Uchiha clan in charge of it, giving them the right to monitor the entire village. The Uchiha clan redivided their settlement and built it together with the prison, giving them the right to guard the prisoners. In this way, the Uchiha clan became the police of Konoha village. Senju Tobirama agreed to the Uchiha's request and made Uchiha Kagami the captain of the Umbu, and all his team members were from the Uchiha clan. Finally, the Uchiha clan reluctantly agreed to the marriage of Akimichi Toto and Uchiha Rin. The Uchiha clan also reached the peak of its power in Konoha due to this incident. In fact, they didn't see through Senju Tobirama's intention at all, and thought that the Hokage finally surrendered to them. Senju Tobirama just used this incident as an excuse to put all the Uchiha clan under centralized surveillance. However, the arrogant Uchiha still put forward a harsh condition, that is, if a Sharingan ninja appeared in the Akimichi clan in the future, he must join the Uchiha clan unconditionally. In this way, Akimichi Tutu and Uchiha Ling came together with difficulty. In the 20th year of Konoha, in order to end the war, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama and the second Raikage Yatsuki Ai planned to conclude an alliance, but unexpectedly, Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Rain launched a rebellion, and the second Raikage died on the spot. In order to cover the retreat of Senju Tobirama, Akimichi Toto also died at the hands of Kinkaku. After hearing the news of Akimichi Tutu's death, Uchiha Ling, who was waiting to give birth at home, had a miscarriage and gave birth to Akimichi Genbu prematurely. However, Uchiha Ling, who was already frail and sickly, unfortunately passed away on the third day after giving birth to Akimichi Genbu. On this day, Chen Suonyu, a 21 doctoral student born in the 985 ST century on Blue Star, finished his day's experiment and was walking on the campus at night when he was inexplicably sent into the body of Chu Deo Suonyu by a bolt of lightning. The soul of Akimichi Suonyu merged with the soul of Chen Suonyu, who traveled through time. Since the original Akimichi Suonyu was just born and had basically no consciousness of his own, he was easily swallowed up by Chen Suonyu and became a part of him. In this way, Chen Suonyu replaced the former Akimichi Suonyu and became the new Akimichi Suonyu. It has been 15 years to this day. The reason why he graduated from the Ninja Academy today was also Uchiha's masterpiece. In order to accompany him, the other two good brothers studied for 3 more years. Akimichi Suonyu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly got up, came to the entrance of the basement, unlocked the seal, and went in directly. The basement of his house is more like an underground space than a basement, because the entire underground has been hollowed out by him. The space was filled with various experimental equipment. At this time, several people in white coats were observing an instrument. When Akimichi Genbu came over, several people turned around. They all looked exactly like him. It turned out that these people were all his shadow clones. The reason he came here was because he was notified by a shadow clone to cancel the changes. At this time, Shadow Clone number 1 spoke, "Boss, we finally got the whole genome sequencer. With this, we can monitor gene editing, synthesis, and mutation in the future. We can finally proceed to the next step." Not bad, not bad. It took me 4 years to finally get this thing done. The military power in the Naruto world is indeed advanced, but the technological level is not that good. It is far from the technological explosion during Naruto's reign, when all kinds of equipment were available. In this day and age, let alone sequencing instruments, there isn't even a decent display screen, so this Blue Star biochemistry PhD actually started inventing equipment just to survive. Fortunately, this world has some theoretical foundations for computer programming and instrument manufacturing, coupled with the bug-like learning ability of the Shadow Clone, combined with his professional skills in his previous life. Various genetic engineering-related equipment were finally released ahead of schedule. This whole genome sequencing instrument was the last key instrument, and now it has finally been cracked. Everyone should have a good rest today and take a night off, and then continue working hard tomorrow. Akimichi Suonyu actually began to fool his Shadow Clone. Great! all the shadow clones cancelled their transformation on their own. Akimichi Suonyu received a large amount of information at once and almost fainted. Shadow clones are useful, but they're just too damn time-consuming. Just now, it almost killed me, Akimichi Suonyu complained. But then he activated the multiple shadow clone technique, and more than a dozen people who looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. Next, divide the work. 5 people will continue to synthesize and extract genes, 2 people will change the nature of chakra, 3 people will train in taijutsu and ninjutsu, and the remaining 2 people will do the same as before and fight me. Although Akimichi Suonyu, as a time traveler, does not have the blessing of the system daddy, he also has his own little golden finger. First, he was half a Naruto fan in his previous life, so he knew the general direction of the plot. Unfortunately, due to his heavy academic workload in the later stages of his doctorate, he only saw the resurrection of Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Ninja World War and did not continue his studies. He did not see who the masked Madara was. I had been planning to finish watching the whole series after graduation, but he ended up traveling through time for unknown reasons. If I had known he would travel through time, I would have watched Naruto to the end no matter what. It's such a huge failure in my life. Knowing the plot, he also understood that this was a world where lives could be lost at any time, especially the war closest to him, the Second Ninja World War that broke out in Konoha in the 35th year. As a ninja of the Akimichi clan, he couldn't avoid it no matter what. In order to live well, he was also seizing the time to improve his strength. He didn't seek fame in the ninja world, but at least he had to make sure he could return intact. Second, the Sharingan. The Sharingan is a bloodline limit that belongs to the category of Yindun, and its strength is closely related to the ninja's own mental strength. Akimichi Genbu merged the soul of the original host with his own soul, making his basic mental strength very strong. Although he was just an ordinary adult in his previous life and his soul strength could not be compared with that of an adult ninja in this world, he was still an adult after all, and was definitely much stronger than a newborn baby. His starting mental strength is about 5 times that of a normal baby in this world, and the growth rate is 1 + 1 2, which is 3 times that of an average ninja. As he gets older, his mental strength is also increasing exponentially. Coupled with Uchiha's unique way of training mental strength, found in Uchiha Ling's relics, most of his ninjutsu are also inherited from his mother. His mental strength can be said to be exaggerated. Currently, he is only 15 years old, but his mental power has surpassed that of the top Uchiha ninjas with 3 Megatama Sharinans, and it is still growing rapidly as if there is no end. For him who possessed such a strong mental power, opening the Sharingan was as easy as eating and drinking. When he was 7 years old, he only applied simple mental stimulation to himself, hypnotizing the dog he raised in his previous life who had died, and he directly opened the single Megatama Sharingan. In just 3 years, he had developed the Sharingan to the ultimate level of 3 Megatama, and was only 1 step away from the Mangekyo Sharingan he was familiar with. However, it was this finishing touch that had trapped him for several years. He guessed that stronger mental stimulation would be needed to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, but currently ordinary illusions and hypnosis methods were completely ineffective for him who possessed the 3 Magneto Sharingan. However, it is only the 32nd year of Konoha. Although there are constant frictions on the border, the major powers are not yet ready for an all-out war. The real war will take another 3 years. Therefore, Akimichi Genbu is not in a hurry to open the Mangekyo. After all, Susanoo is good, but it can cause blindness. Third, chakra. Chakra is composed of mental energy and physical energy. The time travel caused his mental power to become extremely powerful, and the Akimichi clan is a clan with naturally strong bodies, otherwise their exclusive secret technique could not have been the multiplication technique based on Yang escape. Akimichi Genbu's body inherited this perfectly, and even with the blessing of Uchiha bloodline, his physical strength exceeded that of the Akimichi clan. His powerful mental strength and strong body make his chakra extremely abundant, and his recovery speed is far beyond that of others. It can be said that he is completely a Naruto without the Bagua seal. Because of this, he does not need to store chakra by accumulating fat. Akimichi Genbu also became the only outlier in the Akimichi clan. While the others were all chubby, he was covered with lumps of flesh and was extremely strong, truly a handsome man. Fourth, it is the result of his practice over the years, domineering power, which is also the golden finger he relies on the most. The concept of domineering comes from another anime One Piece in Akimichi Genbu's previous life. In that world, all humans have potential power. This power is an innate ability, including momentum, murderous intent, and fighting spirit. When these invisible senses are manipulated, willpower can be turned into a weapon. This powerful power is called domineering. When domineering is wrapped around the body and hardened to enhance the physical attack and defense power, it is called armament haki. When domineering is wrapped around the soul to enhance the spirit's defense and perception, it is called observation haki. Since it is a potential power possessed by all people, it doesn't make sense that only the people in One Piece can use it, while people in the Naruto world cannot. So he began to try to cultivate this power. His training method was also very simple, which was to be blindfolded and beaten every day. Ever since he started practicing haki, his daily activities, changes in chakra properties, practice of ninjutsu, etc. all depended on shadow clones. He himself was either being beaten or on the way to being beaten, day after day, year after year. Perhaps because of the differences in physiques in different worlds, it took Luffy 2 years to master the armament haki and observation haki, but it took him 3 years to initially perceive this mysterious power. It is like a colorless, odorless, and invisible gas, invisible and intangible, omnipresent in the body, yet nowhere to be found. When Shudeo Suemiya tried to mobilize this power, it was extremely difficult. It was like a mountain. No matter how hard you hammer and chisel it, it would remain unmoved. In simple terms, it just didn't want to bother with you. This made Shudeo Suemiya very angry. My own power was ignored by everyone and I couldn't use it. It was really against Tengang. Akimichi Genbu could only continue to destroy his body and go further and further on the road of being beaten. So far, he can only use this power to simply attach certain parts, which is far from the level of entanglement and hardening into armed color domineering. As for the more advanced use of armament haki, namely Ryuo and external destruction, it is like a castle in the air, out of reach. However, the effect of just simple attachment is quite impressive. Although it cannot reach the level of invulnerability of armament haki, it can greatly enhance the defense of the attached part. The reason why Akimichi Genbu was able to withstand Tsunade's super powerful punches was that after the haki was attached to the hit parts, his defense was greatly enhanced, giving Tsunade the feeling of punching steel. As for observation haki, it can only be said that there has been no progress at all. I can't even figure out how to entangle the physical body, so how can I entangle the soul? It can only be said that there is still a long way to go. However, it cannot be said that there was no gain. At least being blindfolded and beaten every day has greatly improved his ability to perceive danger in battle, that is, his sixth sense. At present, although he does not have the ability to foresee the future like observation haki, his sixth sense is barely enough. On the second day after becoming a ninja, Akimichi Genbu started his mission journey. When he met Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanakayu, he made a subtle gesture behind Tsunade's back. When the two saw it, they immediately realized that this guy was a shadow clone. They couldn't help but sigh that Akimichi Genbu was really brave. He actually sent a shadow clone on the first day of the mission. If Tsunade knew about this, she would tear him into pieces. But when they saw the task Tsunade took on, they couldn't laugh anymore. What the hell was it about helping an old lady harvest the wheat fields? Who were they? The famous Inoshikacho. As the outstanding graduates of the 24th class, how could they not be outstanding? A 15-year-old was beaten by a 12-year-old, and beating him was not done this way. They were actually asked to harvest wheat. Their uncle could tolerate it, but their aunt couldn't. Even Shinzuangayo, who claimed to be an honest man, couldn't tolerate it. However, when the two men walked up to Tsunade angrily to ask for an explanation, Tsunade persuaded them to retreat with just a look. Do you two have any opinions? No, we will definitely complete the task well and will never bring shame to Lady Tsunade. Feeling the intimidation from Tsunade, the two immediately bowed 90 degrees to make a promise. Oh, then try your best, boys, let's go. Tsunade covered her mouth and laughed. She was very satisfied with the attitude of the three people, especially Akimichi Genbu, who was a truly honest man from beginning to end and had no opinions at all. He was such a handsome and obedient disciple. In fact, it was mainly because the person who came was a shadow clone, and he was afraid of being discovered, so he tried his best to reduce his presence. The three of them did various D-level tasks every day, such as helping the old lady find a cat, sending puppies to mate, and helping the farmer with farming. This went on for 3 days before Nara Shimizu couldn't take it anymore. He followed Akimichi Genbu's example and let his shadow clone do the tasks on his behalf. Although he doesn't have as much chakra as Akimichi Genbu, he is not like Akimichi Genbu who can create dozens of shadow clones to do various things. He only uses half of his chakra to do D-level tasks, which he can still do. Shanzhuangaya, who had persisted until the 5th day, couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that both of them had used shadow clones, based on the principle that pig, deer, and butterfly cannot be separated, in fact, he was also annoyed by various D-level tasks. He also replaced himself with a shadow clone. In this way, there was not a single real person left in Tsunade's 4-man team, and the 4 shadow clones were wandering around Konoha all day long. Some people will ask, what about Tsunade? She is not a human. What a joke! As a 3rd-generation disciple, a princess of the Senju clan, and a Konoha Jonin, she has a lot of things to deal with. How could she have the time to take care of a few children on a D-level mission? So from the first day, Tsunade was also a shadow clone like Akimichi Genbu. As for where Tsunade's real body went, that's a good question. Go to the tavern and casino to find out. This kind of days continued until the 10th day. On this day, Shudeo Suemiya had a sudden inspiration. His sixth sense told him that he had to go out with his real body today, otherwise he would encounter something terrible. So he notified Nara Kiyomizu and Yamajonyu to go on a mission together today, but Nara Kiyomizu had been corrupted by his daily lazy life and had lost his wisdom, and Yamajonyu had also had new ideas because he was concentrating on his secret arts and had been in special training recently, so he didn't care. Good words could not persuade the damned ghost. Based on the idea that it would rather die than let his fellow Taoist die, Shudeo Suemiya did not try to persuade the two of them anymore and went to gather the group on his own. It turns out that his sixth sense, which comes from being beaten every day, won't deceive him. After everyone gathered today, Tsunade did not accept the mission. She did not use shadow clones today, but personally led them to the 5th training ground. This made Nara Kiyomizu and Yamazaki use shadow clones at a loss. They were very panicked. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to be doing a D-level mission today? Why was it changed to training? Is it too late to notify the original body now? The two shadow clones looked at Akimichi Suonryu eagerly, but Akimichi Suonryu shrugged his shoulders to show that he was powerless. He tried his best, but his words were insignificant and neither of the two masters came, so what could he do? Tsunade spoke up, "You little brats have been doing well recently. As a teacher, I am very pleased. I will teach you something today. You are all family ninjas, so you must be very proficient in basic training such as climbing trees and treading water. You all know that although I have strong fighting ability, I am essentially a medical ninja, so the first lesson I will teach you is medical ninjutsu. Gambling skills do not count. Next, I will teach you the palm senjutsu, which is a ninjutsu that converts one's own chakra into yang attribute and attaches it to the palm to recover from injuries. I will demonstrate it below." Tsunade opened a ceiling scroll, and a table appeared in front of the four people, with a wounded fish on the table. "Next, I will talk about the key points of ninjutsu." Tsunade explained the chakra circulation method of the palm senjutsu and the changes in the nature of the yang release chakra, while personally demonstrating the use of the palm senjutsu. As a teacher, Tsunade's explanations were very thorough and her demonstrations were very standard, but she was naturally thick-skinned and forgot one very important thing, which was that Nara Kiyomizu and Yamazaki both practiced yin dun and usually had no contact with yang dun at all. Seeing the chakra changes and operation methods that were completely different from their usual ones, the two were at a loss. Tsunade talked for a long time, but among the three, only Akimichi Genbu, who could use yang escape, understood. After Tsunade finished her explanation, she said to the three people, "Now you can practice and I will guide you." The three of them began their own fish-saving mission. Akimichi Genbu was of course very relaxed. With his Sharingan activated, he had completely copied the technique, and the yang release chakra was even more of a piece of cake. After Tsunade finished explaining it, he used the palm immortal technique and brought the dying fish back to life in a very short time. Tsunade was overjoyed when she saw this. Today she wanted to test the three people's talents in medical ninjutsu through the palm fairy technique. Now it seems that there will be someone to succeed her medical ninjutsu. "Suonryu, the teacher has high hopes for you." In her joy, Tsunade actually touched Suonryu's cheek, and his face immediately turned red. "This beautiful girl is teasing me again, ha. Oh, little Suonryu is actually shy, ha ha ha." Tsunade continued, "According to what Rope Tree said, you were the one who sent me back home after I got drunk that day. You were such a good boy. Thank you, teacher." Suonryu blushed and said, "You're welcome. This is what I should do." The beautiful girl touched Suonryu's smooth hair, turned around and said to the other two, "You two should also work hard." Tsunade's eyes became increasingly dangerous, and it was obvious that if Shimizu and Rain couldn't complete their mission, the ending would not be very good. "Hey, we'll try our best." Under Tsunade's tyranny, the two of them immediately put in 200% effort. Compared to Akimichi Genbu's Sharingan and Nara Kiyomizu's strongest brain, Yamanakayu is far behind. Although he put 300% of his effort into the facial cleanser, he was unable to produce any yang attribute chakra due to his lack of strength. He couldn't produce it in the first place, and now with Tsunade in front of him, he was even less able to produce it. After waiting for a long time, Tsunade couldn't bear it any longer and slapped Shinzo on the head. "You little loser, you don't even know the most basic palm technique." It didn't matter that she hit him, the shadow clone that was attacked exploded. "Nani?" Tsunade was stunned. What was this? A shadow clone? What was this? A deception? Although she also used the shadow clone technique to deceive the old man from the third generation when she was a student, this is not a reason for you guys to use the shadow clone technique to deceive me. Tsunade's cold eyes swept over Akimichi Genbu and Nara Kiyomizu. Murderous. Immersed in the beautiful memories just now, Akimichi Suonryu suddenly woke up with a start. He looked back and saw, wow, the beautiful girl had such a scary look in her eyes. Nara Kiyomizu, who witnessed the whole process, immediately defended himself. "Teacher, I am really..." Before he could finish his words, Tsunade had already arrived in front of him and slapped him violently. Then, she heard the sound of the shadow clone being released. If there was only one well on Tsunade's forehead just now it is full of wells. At this point, Shudeok Suonryu didn't know what happened. "Teacher, I am a real person." Similarly, before he could finish his words, Tsunade appeared instantly and gave him a slap on the face. But he didn't explode, because he was a real person. Kneeling on the ground with his hands covering his head, Shudeok Suonryu said helplessly, "Teacher, I am a real person, why don't you let me finish my words? This teacher is really pretty, but she is also very strong." She almost sent him away. "Humph, I know you're real, but I just want to thrash you." "What? You must have known that they were fake." "You knew it but didn't report it." "Your crime is even more serious." "Okay, the teacher is the best." Akimichi Genbu said, "You are beautiful and you are right. Hurry up and get them both here for me." Hi. Akimichi Suonryu got up and left. "You bunch of brats, you actually dared to deceive me. Wait and see how I'm going to deal with you." By the way, how did the third generation old man punish us when he found out that we were using our shadow clones to fool him? In fact, when the shadow clones of Nara Kiyomizu and Yamazaki-yu exploded, the two people who received the news had already rushed to the 5th training ground dejectedly, so Akimichi Genbu met these two unlucky guys halfway. I told you guys to come here today, but you didn't listen. Now look what happened. Alas, things are hard to predict. Who knew that the teacher would suddenly stop doing the mission and teach us medical ninjutsu? The most annoying thing is that ninjutsu is something that can be learned in one go. I was beaten before I learned it right away. This is really outrageous. Shan Zhuanggaya complained. It's useless to complain about this, let's find a way to solve this problem. Nara Kiyomizu also looked frustrated. You two still have the nerve to say that I have been badly hurt by you two. Haha, pig, deer and butterfly are inseparable. Qingshui, you have the best brain, come up with a good idea. Akimichi Genbu urged Nara Kiyomizu. But I don't have any other options. I've been caught red-handed and I can't argue. Nara Kiyomizu was also helpless. The matter was done and there was no point in making excuses. Akimichi Suamiyu thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll go to Tsunade-sensei's favorite tavern and buy her favorite shaku. Shimizu, you go buy a full set of gambling equipment. You go to your flower shop and get the teacher's favorite peony. Since we can't argue, why not try to save the country in a roundabout way and confess the truth? Maybe the teacher will forgive us if she's happy. Well said. 3 months later, when several people were about to vomit from doing D-rank missions in the village, Tsunade finally showed mercy and accepted a guard mission. The mission is to escort several trucks of supplies and 2 people from the land of fire to the land of rain. Since they may encounter bandits or wandering samurai along the way, this mission is classified as a sea-level mission. In this way, several people sat in the carriage and set off on the road to the rain country. Somewhere in the basement of Konoha, 2 people were talking. They have already set off, right? The man sitting on the chair said. Ever since Akimichi Genbu became a ninja, he has been waiting for Akimichi Genbu to go abroad on missions, and now he has finally waited for it. Yes, we are expected to arrive in the rain country in 7 days. The man kneeling on the ground replied. Very good, you should also take your people with you. Someone will contact you after you arrive at the rain country. You must bring back the Uchiha brat, and you must not reveal your identity. Hi. The ninja kneeling on the ground disappeared. In a dark basement of a certain clan, 4 people were also plotting. The one sitting at the head said, the person who brought shame to the family has left the village. This is a rare opportunity. It's time to wash away the shame of the family. You guys should set off immediately to the rain country and wipe out the roots there. The captain of the 3 people sitting below said, what about the others? Should we get rid of them all at once? The leader thought for a long time, you just need to kill that evildoer, don't worry about the others. After all, Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan and the beloved disciple of the old man Sandade. Don't touch her easily. But when it comes to the last resort, you can deal with it yourself. Hearing these words, it seems like these few rotten potatoes and stinky bird eggs are capable of instantly killing an elite jonin at any time, especially since this elite jonin is a violent nurse. Hi. After several people left, the person sitting in the first seat closed his eyes and murmured, for a mere power, the noble bloodline of the clan has been tarnished. This is really a disgrace to the family. Let me correct this mistake this time. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, and 3 black megatama slowly rotated in his scarlet eyes. Ah, the rain country really lives up to its name. It actually rains all the time. What unpleasant weather. Nara Kiyomizu, who was sitting in the truck, was wearing a raincoat and a hat, and still looked listless. Be patient and cheer up, Qingshui, we are almost at our destination. Shan Zhuanggaya reminded from the side. Rather than being patient, I want to know why the teacher can ride in a carriage with 2 employers while we have to be outside in the rain. Nara Kiyomizu continued to complain. Just as Shan Zhuanggaya was about to speak, Shudeo Suamiyu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said, something is wrong. It's too quiet around here. Why you feel around you? Yamanaka-yu immediately used perception ninjutsu, and Nara Kiyomizu also went on alert. At this time they were in a canyon. There were 2 high mountains on both sides of the road. The mountains were densely covered with trees. Coupled with the rain, it was difficult to see if there was anyone hiding inside. There are weak chakra reactions on both sides. It's a ninja ambush. Judging from the chakra, it is initially estimated that there are no jonin or chinin. As the brain of the team, Nara Shimizu immediately issued an order, Suamiyu, you and I will cooperate to meet the enemy head. On. Why you will go and inform teacher Tsunade. I don't think there's any need to notify them. They've already launched their attack. Several huge boulders rolled down from the mountains on both sides. If they had hit us, the entire convoy would have been scrapped. The art of multiplication, Shudeo Suamiyu's 2 palms quickly grew larger and broke several huge rocks. Shadow imitation technique, using the shadow of Akimichi Genbu's giant hand, Nara Kiyomizu controlled the remaining stones. Seeing that the boulder didn't work, the ninja on the mountain rushed down with his subordinates, wanting to engage in close combat. Formation B. Shimizu issued another order. Suamiyu created a shadow clone, and rushed to the opposite side with the original body on the left and right. Shan Zhuanggaya sat down and formed a seal to connect the brains of the 3 people together. King Shui's shadow imitation technique connected to the immobile Shan Zhuanggaya, and observed the movements around him. Because it is raining, the power of Akimichi Genbu's usual opening ninjutsu fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu, will be greatly reduced. He could only settle for the next best thing. He and his shadow clone formed seals at the same time, and performed the Earth Escape, Earth Flow Spear technique. Rows of earth spears rose from the ground. The wandering warriors who were unable to react were stabbed open and died in an extremely miserable way. However, several genin on the opposite side who were farther away avoided the attack. They also attacked Akimichi Genbu, using water style, water gun technique, water style, water blade technique, and kunao with explosive tags. Akimichi Suinryu formed seals again, Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall, and 2 stone walls rose from the ground to block the attack. He took out a sword from the ceiling scroll, jumped over the earth wall, and fought hand-to-hand with these ninjas. Although they were all genin, he was no match for them. After being attacked, Tsunade, who was sitting in the carriage, was about to leave when a deep and hoarse voice sounded, "Tsunade, the attackers are just a few stray samurai led by genin. Let your cute disciples handle it on their own." "Humph, Orochimaru, you make it sound so easy." After saying this, Tsunade rushed out. "Ha ha ha, you're being scolded, Orochimaru." Another person at the side was patting Orochimaru on the shoulder and gloating. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya, ignored him, and continued to rest with his eyes closed. On the surface, the mission this time was for Tsunade's team to escort a convoy to the hidden rain village, but in reality they were just a cover. Recently, the Rain Kingdom has been in close contact with the Earth Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom, but the ninjas who sneaked into the hidden rain village never returned. In order to gather intelligence, the third Hokage sent Orochimaru and Jiraiya to sneak into the hidden rain village. In order to avoid the detection of the hidden rain village and successfully enter the village, Orochimaru deliberately used drugs to hypnotize 2 employers who were going to return to the hidden rain village from the land of fire. At that time, he and Jiraiya would sneak into their shadows, similar to the Todhira shadow technique, and sneak into the village to gather intelligence. As for where the 2 poor employers are now, of course, one is in the toad's belly and the other is in the snake's belly. When Tsunade rushed to Yamanaka-yu and Nara Kiyomizu, she saw Akimichi Genbu killing people everywhere. This kid, it's obviously his first time killing someone, but he has no fear at all. Should I say he is excellent, or is he as cold-blooded as Orochimaru? After a few minutes, Akimichi Genbu dealt with all the ninjas and returned. "Tsunade-sensei, something is not right. We were attacked not long after entering the land of rain. And at the beginning, it was huge rocks and detonating tags. It was obviously aimed at killing people and not stealing supplies. It feels like we will encounter greater troubles if we go deeper." Nara Kiyomizu analyzed. Tsunade also felt that something was not right. Theoretically speaking, their convoy was flying the flag of the hidden rain village. Ordinary ninjas, even if they were traitors, would not be stupid enough to attack a convoy with a flag and a ninja escort. After much deliberation, Tsunade decided to continue. First, she has no dignity at all by abruptly terminating the mission just because of an attack by a few genin. Second, she had absolute confidence in the strength of herself and her 2 teammates. Even if the leader of the hidden rain village, Hanzo of the Salamander, came in person, as long as the 3 of them gathered together, they could escape with these 3 little brats. Tsunade was obviously too proud and didn't take the hidden rain village seriously at all. Since Tsunade said so, Nara Shimizu didn't say anything more. He looked at Akimichi Genbu, who didn't say a word. What's wrong with this guy? Isn't he used to killing so many people at once? This shouldn't be the case. When Uncle Qfeng took us to execute the prisoners, I didn't see anything unusual about him. In fact, Tsunade guessed wrong. It was not the first time that Akimichi Genbu killed someone. Nara Shimizu and Yamanaka-yu had also executed rebellious ninjas before. No family would let their ninja go to the battlefield without seeing blood. Could it be possible that Akimichi Genbu didn't see the danger of this mission? He saw it, and he also knew that the danger of this mission was most likely directed at him. As the only outsider with Uchiha blood, would the radicals among the Uchiha let him go? The original Uchiha clan leader had to put in a lot of effort to suppress the opposition from those fanatical elements. He had been staying in the village before, so it was difficult to take action. Now that he has gone abroad, it would be strange if the Uchiha right wing did not cause trouble for him. But why did he dare to come out if he knew there was danger? That's because in the village, not only the Uchiha clan couldn't touch him, but he also couldn't do anything to the Uchiha clan. "You want my life, but why don't I also want your bodies? Without your genome for comparison, how can I insert mutations and perform genetic recombination?" In a cave 2 kilometers away from their convoy, a ninja wearing a gas mask was reporting the situation. "Sir, we underestimated the strength of the 3 genin of Konoha, especially the mission target. The 8 genin we sent were almost killed by him instantly, and they didn't even approach the convoy to further investigate. It is estimated that he has the strength of a Kwasai Jounin. Moreover, only Tsunade appeared at the scene, and the figures of Orochimaru and Jiraiya mentioned in the intelligence were not found, and the sensing team did not sense the chakra of anyone other than the 4 Konoha ninjas." The other leader wearing a gas mask was a little surprised after hearing this. "Danzo told us that the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage are here, but now only Tsunade shows up, and the other 2 are missing. Did they disperse after entering the rain country? Little did he know that Orochimaru and Jiraiya had already sealed almost all of their chakra with the 5-element seal, leaving only a tiny amount of chakra between their fingers that was necessary to release the seal. Unless the Uzumaki clan used the Kagura Heart's Eye to investigate, they could not discover it. The few half-baked perception ninjas from the Rain Village could not compare with the Uzumaki clan. Even Yamanaka-yu was much stronger than them. They could not even judge the strength of the chakra. It was so worrying that they could not sense Jiraiya and Orochimaru in the car. Hattori-sama, what should we do next? The reward that Danzo wants in exchange for information from us is the brown-haired brat. He is willing to sell out the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage to get him. Lord Hanzo is also very interested in him. Have you found out his identity? Danzo only asked them to capture Akimichi Genbu, but did not reveal any information about him. According to the news just passed from Konoha, this person is called Akimichi Genbu, and is proficient in the Akimichi clan's inherited Yang-style ninjutsu, the multiplication technique. His chakra attributes are earth and fire, and he has not shown any special bloodline limits. His parents are no longer alive, and his father Akimichi Tuta died in the Kumagakur Kinkaku and Ginkaku rebellion. But his mother's identity is quite special. She was born in the Uchiha clan. However, because her ninja talent was too mediocre, she was called the shame of the Uchiha clan. She died 3 days after giving birth to him. If Akimichi Genbu could hear the report from this rain ninja, he would definitely curse the Konoha high-level officials, especially Danzo. What are you doing with the root? Such important information could actually be found out by the spies from the hidden rain village. You deserve to die. Hearing this, Hattori Heiji, the 3rd most important person in the hidden rain village, realized something. What did you say? This Akimichi Genbu is actually half Uchiha. Then I know what that guy Danzo is going to do. God really helped me. I actually found a lone Uchiha here. I must capture him at all costs. Remember, keep him alive. The Uchiha surname was the nightmare of every family during the Warring States period. After the ninja village system was established, as the Senju clan gradually withdrew from the stage of history, the Uchiha clan became the most powerful family in the ninja world today. If the Uchiha clan says they are second, no one dares to say they are first. The elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan all have the Sharingan, which has the insight to observe the flow of chakra and the powerful dynamic vision, so they can always anticipate the enemy's moves. The ability to cast illusions simply by looking at people without the need for hand seals is even more difficult to guard against. In addition, he can copy other people's physical and ninjutsu at will. In a one-on-one fight, there is no way to defeat him unless he encounters a 1,000-hand ninja, each of whom has a sage body. There is an iron rule in the ninja world today that one must never fight an Uchiha alone. The entire ninja world coveted the Uchiha's bloodline limit Sharingan, but before the ninja village was established, no one could defeat the Uchiha, who were known as the duo of the Warring States. Even a clan as powerful as the Senju clan were only a draw before the appearance of Senju Hashirama. After the establishment of the ninja village, it was in a relatively peaceful state most of the time, and it was extremely difficult to catch a lone Uchiha. During the First Ninja World War, the Uchiha who appeared on the battlefield were all organized. The arrogant Uchiha disdained to team up with ninjas outside the family, thinking that it would affect their performance, and it was even more difficult to capture them alive. In the rare records of capture, the defeated Uchiha members were more extreme than other bloodline limit families. They would directly destroy their own lives in Sharingan, and other members of the clan would also fight to the death to retrieve the bodies of the fallen members. Ninjas from other countries could only shed tears while holding some blood. No country had genetic engineering technology during this period. From this point it is not difficult to see that although this clan is arrogant and looks down on others, every Uchiha is defending the glory of the Uchiha clan with his life. In addition, the Uchiha clan is extremely xenophobic and never intermarries with outsiders. All these factors combined make it impossible for other ninja villages to watch with envy. Now a living Uchiha, half Uchiha is also Uchiha, appears before his eyes. The key is that he is only 15 years old, and intelligence shows that he should not have opened his eyes yet. If he is captured, not only can we study how to open the Uchiha Sharingan, but we can also use him as a stud and obtain one Uchiha after another who has the potential to open his eyes. A quarter of Uchiha is also Uchiha, hehe. So Hattori Heiji, who discovered this, immediately decided to capture the other party alive. He said, "Let's do it tonight to prevent any more trouble." In addition, the leader was informed that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were missing, and requested to strengthen the monitoring of people entering and leaving the village, especially the 2 caravan employers. If any signs of them being controlled by illusions are found, they will be immediately detained and interrogated. Even if you don't find anything suspicious, you must monitor them all the way until they leave the village. If you find anything suspicious, arrest them immediately. Master Hattori, please forgive my rudeness, but since there is a high possibility that there are problems with those 2 people, why don't you just take them down? Hattori Heiji rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I don't want to? If they weren't from the same clan as Lord Hanzo, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. But you can't say these words to your subordinates. We can't let go of someone who harms the village, but we can't wrongly accuse a good person, that's it." "Hi, Hattori-sama, you are always so gentle and kind." He thought his Lord Hattori was so great. "Okay, go gather some people. Put on the clothes of the Hidden Mist Village and launch a surprise attack tonight. Just hold the others back. Don't kill them unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, now is not the time to break off relations with the Fire Nation. Take special care of that Akimichi Genbu. Doesn't he have the strength of a Quasi Jonin? You personally bring a Jonin and Fortunance to deal with him and make sure to take him down. The Hidden Mist Village is tens of thousands of miles away from the Rain Country. It's amazing that he could think of this. But what does it matter? As long as there is no evidence, even if it happened in the Rain Country, who can be sure that it was done by the Hidden Mist Village? Evidence is necessary for everything we do. Yes, Hattori-sama. After receiving the task, the Rain Ninja disappeared using the technique of instant body movement and went back to get help. 1 kilometer away from them, there were also 3 people studying Akimichi Genbu's life. Lan, it seems that we are not the only ones targeting Akimichi Genbu. Ming found that there is another group targeting Tsunade's team. Judging from their attire, they should be from the Rain Village. Late at night, in the hotel where the convoy was staying, Tsunade was reviewing the infiltration and withdrawal plan in a room with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Akimichi Genbu and the other 2 had already gone to bed, leaving Akimichi Genbu's 2 shadow clones to keep watch. Suddenly, Orochimaru looked out the window with a serious expression. "What's wrong, Orochimaru?" Jiraiya asked. "Someone has triggered the mechanism outside." Jiraiya, "Leave this to Tsunade. We will hide first." Orochimaru immediately released his 5-element seal, allowing the snake to spit out the unfortunate employer, and then used the Earth Heritage technique to go deep underground. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and saw her nod. He also lifted the seal, spit out another person, and then activated the Gamahira shadow technique and hid in the shadow of one of them. At the same time, Akimichi Genbu was also awakened, and his shadow clone had sent a warning. He immediately woke up Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanaka-yu, and when Tsunade arrived at the trio's room, they were ready for battle. 6 Rain Ninjas sneaked into Suinyu's room, but found no one there. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Shadow imitation technique and mind confusion technique were used unintentionally and 4 Rain Ninjas were hit. 2 of them were fixed on the spot, and the other 2 drew their swords and slashed at each other. Only the 2 leading Jonins avoided the attacks. Double transformation technique, Akimichi Genbu smashed down with his 2 giant fists, killing the 2 people controlled by the shadow on the spot, while Tsunade also quickly dealt with the 2 Rain Ninjas and rushed towards the remaining 2 Rain Ninjas. Akimichi Genbu and the other 2 followed closely behind, intending to keep them. Bakayaro, after all, they were in their own inn and did not want to cause major damage, so they planned to sneak in directly, subdue Akimichi Genbu and take him away directly, but they were ambushed instead and lost 4 people on the spot. At this point there is no need to worry about civilian casualties. The 2 senior ninjas retreated while forming hand seals, water style, exploding water wave, and 2 large balls of water spurted out from the mouths of the Rain Ninjas. Tsunade made a hand seal, water style, water array wall. The water array wall, which originally required 5 seals, only required 3 seals after Senju Tobirama's improvement. A large amount of water spit out from Tsunade's jade mouth, forming a thick water curtain in front of her to block the attacks of the 2 water balls. No way, there are still people who think that Tsunade's means of attack is only a single strange force. Her chakra attributes include fire, lightning, earth, water, and yang. Sister may not be good at illusion without Jin escape, but she is definitely not bad at other ninjutsu. The 3 of you follow me closely and cooperate with each other too. Protect yourselves, Tsunade said and chased after him. The 3 followed closely behind, but as soon as they went out, the attack from the opposite side arrived. Water style, great waterfall technique, a flood with a height of 5 meters directly submerged the entire open space, and washed away the 4 people. Then 3 senior ninjas entangled Tsunade. They did not fight head-on, but kept dragging her with ninjutsu similar to water array wall or earth array wall, which made it difficult for Tsunade to deal with the opponent for a while. The 2 Jonin rushed straight towards Akimichi Genbu, while the other 4 Chuyunins held back Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanaka-yu. The situation took a turn for the worse. "Little devil, just surrender." One of the Jonin who besieged Akimichi Genbu was very arrogant, and obviously thought he had him in his grasp. "Just because you 2 are rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs, you actually want to arrest me?" Under the black goggles were a pair of scarlet eyes. He saw all the movements of the 2 Jonin clearly. He dodged their attacks and formed a cross seal with his hands. He used ninja technique, multiple shadow clone technique. 10 shadow clones of Akimichi Genbu appeared instantly, holding Kunao and killing their opponents one by one. "I was actually underestimated by a little kid." Water style clone technique, Rain Ninja Ryafu used water clones to fight against the shadow clones, while another Rain Ninja Masamune was more direct. Water style, water fang bullet technique, and the 5 shadow clones were punctured. Water style, water dragon bullet technique, using the water on the ground, Masamune formed hand seals again and launched a water dragon bullet with faster attack speed and stronger power flying towards Akimichi Genbu. Earth escape, earth dragon bomb, and earth dragon rushed out from the ground and crashed into the water dragon. Facts have proved that Earth is heavier than water. After the Earth Dragon smashed the Water Dragon, it continued to move forward and smash towards Masamune. Masamune could only dodge with the body flickering technique. Akimichi Suinya mocked, "You are nothing more than this, you are indeed a rotten sweet potato and a stinky bird egg." But at this moment, another Rain Ninja appeared behind Akimichi Genbu. Water style, water prison technique, he directly trapped Akimichi Genbu in the water. Although he has some strength, he is an inexperienced brat after all. He may be able to deal with a few genin, but he is not good enough in front of us. When Lu Feng used his shadow clone, he also used the water hiding technique to get close to Akimichi Genbu, and suddenly attacked after getting close. Capture successful, prepare to retreat. Just when Zhang Zong wanted to send a signal, something strange happened. Earth escape, the art of beheading in the heart. Lu Feng, who was maintaining the water prison technique, had no time to react at all, and was dragged underground by Chu Dao Suomyu, with only his head exposed on the ground. An exaggeratedly long sword separated his head. You bastard! Seeing his teammates being killed, Zhang Zong became furious and slashed at Suomyu with a knife. However, anger cannot make him stronger. After his sword collided with Akimichi Genbu's sword, a pair of scarlet 3 Magatama Sharinon appeared in front of him. Illusion, hypnosis. With his explosive mental power, Akimichi Genbu could easily deal with a senior ninja. You think you are also a sage body that is naturally resistant to illusions. Who gave you the courage to look into the eyes of the Sharinon, Liang Jingru? There is no such person in this world. The next moment, Masamyun's head fell off. The two Jonin looked down on the 15-year-old Akimichi Genbu from the beginning, thinking that he could easily complete the task, but they eventually paid the price for their arrogance and carelessness. Just as Akimichi Genbu put on his goggles again, the entire ground suddenly collapsed. Earthquake? Of course not. Tsunade on the side was annoyed by the guerrilla warfare of the three Jonin. Speed was not her advantage, and it was difficult for her to catch up with the Rain Ninja, who was not fighting her head-on. Since you don't want to have fun, then don't play at all. She gathered her strength and punched the ground to pieces. With their foothold destroyed, the three Rain Ninjas could only avoid the situation. Looking at the broken ground, they couldn't help but sigh that this woman was really strong. Fortunately, they had learned this from the intelligence, otherwise, if they approached her rashly, they would be beaten so badly that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Water style, water breaking wave, 3 high-pressure water lines shot out from the smoke at a high speed, and the two Rain Ninjas were unable to dodge and were scratched. They thought it was nothing at first, but the next second they fell straight to the ground and fainted. Every medical ninja is a master of poison. Damn it, this woman has no moral principles and poison people. Seeing that the situation was not good, the last Jonin wanted to retreat, and Tsunade was about to chase him. Ninja technique, Shadow Snake Hand. This Rain Ninja was tied up tightly by several snakes that jumped out from the ground. One of the snakes bit his neck and injected venom, killing him on the spot. The last battle site had already been taken care of by Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanakayu when Akimichi Genbu rushed there. The three of them grew up together. Under the stimulation of Akimichi Genbu, they trained very hard. Although they did not reach the level of Jonin, they had the strength of an elite Chuunin. When the three found Tsunade, they discovered that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were also there. Don't ask any more questions. Set off immediately and rush to the Hidden Rain Village as quickly as possible. After completing the mission, we will return to Konoha directly without stopping. Tsunade issued the order. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. On the contrary, the closer we get to the Hidden Rain Village, the safer we will be. The convoy is moving at full speed and we will arrive in less than a day. Do they dare to attack openly? From the fact that these sneak attackers are disguised as ninjas from other countries, we know that the Hidden Rain Village does not want to fall out with us, Tsunade analyzed. Fortunately, those carriages did not stop in the inn yard, otherwise the mission would not have been carried out. How about this, you use your shadow clones to carry out the mission, and the real body goes to the assembly point first. We will meet up in 2 days, and then return to the village at full speed. Jiraiya gave a suggestion. No comment. Agree. Afterwards, Orochimaru and Jiraiya set out on the journey overnight, and Tsunade's team headed straight for a hidden cave in the Land of Rain. During this period, Akimichi Genbu kept thinking about one question: where are his cute brothers-in-law? Not long after they left, people from the Hidden Rain Village came. Seeing the mess on the ground, Hattori Heiji was furious. 5 Jonin and 8 Chuunin were just dealt with by the other side. These were the backbone of the Hidden Rain Village. Where are those guys from Konoha? We are heading towards the village at full speed. These Konoha ninjas really don't know what they are talking about. 2 days later, Orochimaru and Jiraiya arrived at the agreed meeting place on time. How's it going? We found a large number of ninjas from the Sand Village and the Uegakur Village and the Rain Village. Cho from the Sand Village and Aoi from the Uegakur are all there. The three of them are planning to form an alliance, but we haven't overheard the details of the alliance. Jiraiya shared the information they had discovered. This news was already very explosive. The two major powers formed an alliance with the Rain Kingdom, and it was obvious who they were targeting. This news needs to be passed back to Konoha as soon as possible so that the village can prepare early. Retreat as soon as possible. Several people immediately set out to return. When they reached a valley, Shudeaksuanyu suddenly felt the crisis. Teacher, something is wrong, stop. Before he could finish his words, a large number of shurikens with explosive tags came flying at him. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall, Akimichi Genbu, who was the first to sense the crisis, and Jiraiya, who reacted, immediately performed ninjutsu to surround the 6 people. There was a loud explosion outside the earth wall. Fortunately, it was a double earth flow wall, and Akimichi Genbu and Jiraiya continued to supply chakra, otherwise they might not be able to withstand it. Taking advantage of the explosion, Orochimaru touched the ground with 2 fingers. We are surrounded. The number of enemies is at least 40, and 16 of them have reached the chakra reaction level of Jonin. What? Where did so many Jonins come from in the Hidden Rain village? Tsunade was shocked by this. It is highly likely that Sand Village and Iwagakure are also involved. Leaving several of us third-generation disciples here will greatly reduce the strength of the Konoha Hokage department, and we can also obtain the Uchiha bloodline. This risk is worth taking, Orochimaru analyzed. Aren't they afraid of causing a ninja war? Jiraiya was clearly still somewhat naive. The 3 nations have already formed a preliminary alliance. If the Fire Nation takes the opportunity to start a war, it will only make the still hesitant Hanzo, the man known as the demigod of the ninja world, completely turn to the enemy. Do you think Sarutobi-sensei will do that? Konoha is far from ready to go to war with 2 major nations in the Hidden Rain village at the same time, Orochimaru replied. Okay, don't worry about other things for now. Breaking through is the most important thing. I will shatter the entire valley in a moment. Tsunade, you guys must not linger in the fight, rush out of the encirclement at full speed. Tsunade issued the order directly. What about you teachers? Asked Akimichi Tsunade. Let's have some fun with them. It won't be easy to keep the 3 of us, Tsunade said proudly. Although she said it easily, Akimichi Genbu knew that blowing up the entire valley with 1 punch would definitely consume a huge amount of chakra for Tsunade, who currently did not have the yin seal. Even though she is from the Senju clan, it is definitely not easy, because not everyone has chakra comparable to that of Hashirama Senju, the Nine Tails. Thinking of this, he stood up and handed a small box to Tsunade. Teacher, this is my special Bingliang pill, which is more effective than the secret Bingliang pill of the Akimichi family. After taking it, all chakra will be restored in a very short time. However, the price is that you will fall into a deep coma after the effect of the medicine wears off, and your weight will be greatly reduced. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, but still took the box and looked at Akimichi Genbu deeply. At such a dangerous moment, the thing that could save her life was given to her so easily. This kid is really... She didn't say anything else, put 2 ordinary soldier pills in her mouth, and began to charge her chakra. Through his Sharingan, Akimichi Genbu could clearly see that 2/3 of Tsunade's chakra was concentrated in her right hand. Ready, 3, 2, 1, haha. Tsunade roared and slammed her heavy fist into the ground. Under the control of her abnormal chakra, except for the small area where they were, the entire valley and the high embankment collapsed, just like a piece of paper being torn into pieces in an instant, changing the entire terrain. The princess with super strength was so terrifying. The ninjas who had just rushed down and were about to launch the next round of attacks were all stunned at where did this crazy woman come from. Several Chinins who didn't react in time and ninjas who sneaked underground to launch a sneak attack were killed on the spot. Their formation was completely disrupted by this punch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Akimichi Genbu used the double transformation technique and dragged Nara Kiyomizu and Yamazhongyu on his right hand. With domineering aura attached to his muscles, he roared and used all his strength to throw the 2 of them out like cannonballs. Before the enemy could react, the 2 had already flown out of the encirclement and were still flying at a very fast speed. In a blink of an eye, only 2 black dots were left in the air. The ninjas were all dumbfounded. How could they play like this? Damn, how could they chase them? Akimichi Genbu used all his strength. In the 3 months since he became Tsunade's disciple, Tsunade not only taught him medical ninjutsu, but also taught him supernatural powers. Although he can't do whatever he wants like Tsunade, and can't form combat effectiveness during the battle, he is definitely able to charge up and throw. With the multiplication technique plus super strength plus domineering aura, if you can catch me, I will call you master. These things happened within just a few seconds. After doing all this, Akimichi Genbu used his unique instant body shaving technique shaving and ran towards the direction where Nara Kiyomizu and Yamazaki-yu disappeared. Although it is still called shave, it is slightly different from the shave in one piece. The shave in one piece is to step on the ground dozens of times in a row in an instant, using the reaction force to move. However, due to his physical limitations, he is unable to stomp dozens of times at once. However, he has also added chakra burst, so his shaving is also quite fast, far exceeding the ordinary body splitting technique, and there is no stiffness, so it can be used continuously. Just as the enemy ninjas reacted and were about to chase after them, Jiraiya and Orochimaru's attacks arrived. Fire style, large flame bomb, wind style, suppression. The combination of ninjutsu directly wiped out the area, and several weak Chunin's were sent to see the King of Hell. But ninjas are ninjas, and they reacted quickly. They regrouped in a very short time and surrounded Tsunade and the other 2. Hattori, you personally lead 3 Jonin teams to chase that Akimichi Genbu, and leave this here to us. As the 3rd in command of the Hidden Rain village, Hattori Heiji has only a handful of people who can command him, and the person who gives orders to him is none other than the 2nd in command of the Hidden Rain village, Salamander Izo, the son of the demigod Salamander Hanzo. Hi. Hattori Heiji took the order and led 3 teams of 9 people from the Rain Country, Wind Country and Earth Country, plus himself, a total of 10 people to chase after them. A fierce battle broke out between Tsunade's trio and Akimichi Genbu's side, while they were also being chased closely by the enemy. The ninjas behind him are all good at pursuit and are very difficult to deal with. Akimichi Genbu dodged several kunao shot at him again, and now they were already quite close. At this moment, a ninja behind him seized the opportunity and suddenly burst out with chakra. He teleported in front of Akimichi Genbu and used Earth Escape, Rock Fist technique. A big hand made of stone smashed down. Akimichi Genbu raised his kunai to block, but the weight of the fist suddenly increased dozens of times, knocking him back 2 steps. Akimichi Genbu stopped and shook his sore arms. Earth Escape, adding rock technique? 10 ninjas surrounded him, and the leader, Hattori Heiji, said, "Little boy, I'll give you one more chance. Surrender obediently, or else, don't blame us for being violent." "Oh, do you think you can definitely take me down?" Akimichi Genbu didn't feel nervous at all about being surrounded. "Let's see how long you can keep talking. Come on." Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet, Wind Style, Wind Blade. The 3 jonins released ninjutsu to compress Akimichi Genbu's movement space, and the other 6 chinins rushed directly towards him. Sharingan opens. "You actually let 6 chinins rush over like this? I feel underestimated. In that case, I won't be polite." Akimichi Genbu began to form hand seals, using the ninjutsu that took him a year to master. Chidori. A large amount of lightning gathered in his hands, like 1,000 birds singing. Under the stimulation of lightning chakra, Akimichi Genbu's speed more than doubled. He relied on his explosive speed to dodge the ninjutsu attacks from several jonins, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the leading chinin. The chinin was stabbed through the heart before he could react. The chinin behind him immediately stepped back, but just as he jumped up, Akimichi Genbu formed a seal with one hand, and performed the double transformation technique. The hand that pierced his teammate suddenly grew longer at a very fast speed, giving him a chill. Seeing this, the other 2 ninjas were about to attack the longer hand, but Akimichi Genbu released the doubling technique, leaving them with nothing to chop. At the same time, he summoned a large number of kunai from the seal on his left arm and shot them at the remaining 4 chinins. At such a close distance, they had no time to dodge. Seeing that these chinins were about to be shot into hedgehogs, the Uegakure Jonin used Earth Escape, Earth and Land Return to raise an earth wall to block the kunai. However, the chinin closest to the edge was unable to dodge and was seriously injured by several shurikens, losing his combat effectiveness. Another Jonin from the Sand Village who arrived formed seals with his hands, Wind Style, Big Breakthrough, and a gust of wind blew towards Akimichi Genbu, forcing him back. The Sand Village Jonin then rushed forward and attacked him from both sides together with the Jonin from the Rain Village, and the 3 of them fought together. Doesn't the intelligence say that he is an earth and fire attribute ninja? How can he use lightning escape technique, and with the ability to kill a chinin instantly? He must be a jonin. Why do you say he is just a quasi-jonin? Hattori Heiji really wanted to beat someone up, and if Ryafu wasn't already dead, he would definitely punish him severely. Fortunately, for Jonin came just in case, otherwise, this brat might have really gotten away. Since all the ninjas who attacked Suonryu were killed, they still judged Suonryu as a quasi-jonin. This mistake directly caused the deaths of 2 chinins and seriously injured 1 chinin. "Next, the 3 of you stay at the edge and leave the other things to us," the jonin of the Uegakure village said to the 3 chinins behind him. "Hi." Several chinins took orders and withdrew from the center of the encirclement. The strength of a jonin is not on the same level as a Chuyunin. Being besieged by 3 jonin, and the 3 Chuyunins using various ninjutsu to harass and restrain him, that would have been fine, but the jonin who had not participated in the attack put a lot of pressure on Akimichi Genbu. That guy was obviously not on the same level as these 3 jonin. Although he did not participate in the attack, most of Akimichi Genbu's attention was on this jonin who was wandering on the edge, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. If it weren't for the Sharingan that could clearly see the opponent's attack route, he would have been injured long ago. The 3 jonin surrounding him were experienced in combat and protected each other, so it was difficult to kill them instantly like a Chuyunin. If he continued to drag it out, and if he revealed a flaw and was seized by the jonin lingering on the edge and severely injured, he would have to die here. After dodging the earth-splitting palm launched by the Uegakure Jonin and splitting the attack from the Omegakure with a sword, Akimichi Genbu took the opportunity to distance himself from the enemy. He raised his hand from the falling smoke bomb, formed a cross seal, and performed the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of Akimichi Genbu's shadow clones appeared, and then fled in all directions without looking back. "Humph, how stupid, look how much chakra you've wasted." Hattori Heiji formed seals with his hands, and 4 water clones that looked exactly like him appeared. The other 3 jonin followed suit and caught up with the remaining shadow clones. The 3 chinins kept a certain distance from the 4 jonins because they still had to take care of the injured ninja. Soon, only one person was left in front of the Uegakure Jonin. The Akimichi Genbu in front of him was obviously short of chakra due to excessive use of shadow clones, so his breath was disordered. The Uegakure Jonin used the same trick again, light and heavy rock technique, and his body became 10 times lighter. He then used the body flickering technique to suddenly speed up and stand in front of Akimichi Genbu. In the latter's frightened and panicked eyes, he attacked with all his strength. "Kid, prepare to die." The rock fist technique was activated, and at the same time, the light and heavy rocks were transformed into heavy rocks. The huge rock fist hit Akimichi Suonyu's abdomen. Although it could not kill him, it could still break a few of his ribs. However, with a bang, the Chu Deo Suonyu that he hit disappeared on the spot. "Nanny, it's not the real body." At the same time, a hand flashing with lightning behind Yanyan penetrated his heart. Even though his body was strengthened by the hardening technique, he was still pierced by Akimichi Genbu because of the late Tuesday Earth Escape technique, rock hiding technique? Yes, be sad that you don't have the Sheri-nan. In the end, the Uegakure Jonin fell down with an unwilling look on his face. While using his shadow clone, Akimichi Genbu took advantage of the cover of smoke and used the rock-hidden technique to lure his real body underground and wait for the opportunity. At this time, the three Jonin's attention was all on Akimichi Genbu, and they didn't care about the four Chuyunins at all. As soon as they arrived, they were hugged by three Akimichi Genbu shadow clones who were hiding using the rock-hidden technique. Several people reacted quickly and used shurikens to explode these shadow clones, but what they didn't expect was that these were not simple shadow clones, but lightning shadow clones. The electric current generated by the explosion of the lightning shadow clone shocked them. At the same time, the electric current ignited the three detonating tags carried by the shadow clones, and in 3 explosions, Fortunins ascended to heaven. In a flash, only 3 Jonin surrounding him were left out of the 7 ninjas. I am going to kill you. Hattori Heiji was really angry this time, because among the 4 dead ninjas, 2 were rain ninjas, and the other 2 were Uegakure ninjas. Otherwise, why did the Uegakure Jonin use Tsuchigumi return to save these 4 rookies? It was because 2 of them were local ninjas. If the 2 who died at the beginning were his subordinates, do you think the Uegakure Jonin would still save these Fortunins? Water style, water wave, a large water tornado surged directly from around Hattori Heiji's body and flew towards Akimichi Genbu at a rapid speed. There were senior ninjas on both sides waiting for an opportunity to move. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, he spit out a large pool of soil from his mouth. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Unlike the usual earth wall of several meters high, this earth wall was more than 10 meters high and blocked Hattori Heiji's water tornado. Akimichi Genbu looked down at the 3 Jonin and complained, this jutsu, this visual experience, the more I watch it, the more it looks like the duel between the ancient and modern unparalleled Hokage in the previous life of Naruto. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, I have to be more serious. Akimichi Suinryu removed the seal on his left wrist, and a sword appeared in his hand. This sword is not the kind of feminine sword that Urjuzi used. It has a slender blade, with a total length of 2.4 meters, a handle of 80 centimeters, and a blade of 160 centimeters. Rather than being a war sword, it is more like a saber from the Han dynasty in the past. Now, it looks funny no matter how you look at it when Akimichi Genbu, who is less than 1.7 meters tall, carries this sword. Are you trying to perform juggling tricks carrying such a heavy sword, kid? Hattori Heiji mocked, and the other 2 Jonin also laughed. Hee, laugh, we'll see if you can still laugh later. Akimichi was seen making a seal with Suinryu, and Chidori appeared in his right hand again. He then tightly grasped the sword with his right hand, and the lightning of Chidori attached to the entire body of the sword, Nijira's original creation, Chidori Blade. After doing all this, he jumped off the earth flow wall and rushed straight towards the Rain Ninja. The Rain Ninja jumped onto the water of the Mizuki wave and formed seals with both hands. A water dragon rushed up from the bottom towards the Akimichi Genbu, who was still in the air. He did not dodge or evade, and chopped down with his sword, cutting the water dragon into 2 pieces on the spot. This was not the end. Chidori flow, lightning instantly spread along the water flow to the front of the Rain Ninja. I don't know if this guy is stupid or not. He actually hid in the water to avoid lightning. The result can be imagined. He also experienced the electric therapy service of several Chunins just now. But this was Chidori's lightning, which was several levels stronger than the lightning of the Thunder Shadow clone. The Rain Ninja was electrocuted and was burnt on the outside but tender on the inside. This situation shocked Akimichi Genbu. He really didn't expect that he could just defeat a senior ninja so easily. It was too unreal. You are a Jonin, you know the instant body movement technique. Well, he was numbed by the electric shock and didn't use it. Alas, who can I blame? I should study physics well in my next life. Hattori Heiji on the other side was even more speechless. Where did this person who was short of electricity come from? 3 against 1 directly turned into 2 against 1. Then, something even more speechless happened. The remaining Sand Village Jonin actually cowardly fought, using smoke bombs and instant body movements like a yo-yo. Damn it, what a crappy teammate this is. Through perception, Akimichi Genbu discovered that the Sand Ninja was indeed running farther and farther away, and was not ambushing. He became even more confused. Brother, where is your dignity as a Jonin? It seems that I took out this sword in vain. In fact, I only have 3/4 of my chakra left. Why don't you hold on a little longer? Maybe you will exhaust me to death, right? He carried the big sword, scratched his head, and said to Hattori Heiji, well, we can't fight yet. Hattori Heiji was so angry at this time that there were 10 people chasing him, but now some died or ran away, and he was the only one left. He took a deep breath and adjusted himself. Kid, you really surprised me. I never expected this situation. But you don't think I am the same as them, do you? He took out a scroll from his tool bag, and after unsealing it, a huge sickle appeared in his hand. There was a chain hidden in the handle of the sickle. Hattori Heiji pulled one end of the chain and began to dance with the sickle. Little boy, my name is Hattori Heiji, and I am the eldest disciple of the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the salamander. Next, I will let you see the glory of the hidden rain village. In Hattori Heiji's opinion, as long as this sickle was taken out, Akimichi Genbu would definitely be defeated, so he was too lazy to hide it anymore and just introduced himself directly. Looking at the purple-black sickle blade, Akimichi Genbu swallowed his saliva, silently took out a gas mask from the blade bag, and took another antidote pill given by Tsunade. If I'm not mistaken, the poison on your sickle was given by your teacher. Hattori Heiji's operation was similar to Akimichi Genbu's. He also put on a gas mask and took his own detoxification pills. Haha, kid, good eyesight, really excellent. It would be great if you were a rain ninja, not bad, just as you guessed. But it's useless for you to know, this poison will evaporate every time I swing my sickle. It is pervasive and there is currently no antidote. Your gas mask can only reduce the absorption. Without the special detoxification pills made by our ninja village, you can't even last 10 minutes. Don't you know that villains die because they talk too much? Akimichi Genbu stopped talking nonsense and slashed at Hattori Heiji with his sword. People say that they can't hold on for 10 minutes, so why are you still hesitating and waiting for the poisonous fog to seal the map? Hattori Heiji swung his sickle and it collided with the Chidori blade, and the Chidori style was activated, but it was blocked by the chakra attached to the sickle handle. The two began a physical duel. The swords were powerful and indestructible, and the sickle was unpredictable and used softness to overcome hardness. In a short time, the two had already exchanged dozens of physical moves. Akimichi Genbu changed his moves first, spitting out a huge fireball. Hattori Heiji used his water dragon to extinguish the flames. Akimichi Genbu used thunder release to wash the ground. Hattori Heiji used wind release to suppress and cut through the lightning. Akimichi Genbu used ground spike to attack. Hattori Heiji jumped out of the range and activated the detonating talisman array that had been set up at some point, without even Akimika's Sharinan noticing it, and Akimichi Genbu was blown to pieces. If it weren't for his Chidori stimulation and amazing shaving speed, he could have been a close friend of Nagato now. The two separated. Akimichi Genbu was already a little out of breath, but Hattori Heiji still looked calm. An expert, an absolute expert. I have no advantage in either taijutsu or ninjutsu. I can say that this old fellow is the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. Even if he is not as good as an elite jonin, he is almost there. Compared to Akimichi Genbu, the seemingly calm Hattori Heiji was more frightened. What kind of structure is this brat? He has been fighting for so long, but he hasn't been knocked out by the poison yet. Looking at the faint purple mist surrounding him, Hattori Heiji was confused. Could it be that the poison the teacher gave me has expired? Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, he repeated his old tricks, using smoke bombs and shadow clones at the same time. However, this time he was not trying to run away. He used the multiple shadow clone technique, and hundreds of Suamiya rushed out of the smoke bombs, holding knives and killing towards Hattori Heiji. This brat, does he have more chakra than me? We've been fighting for so long, yet he can still create so many shadow clones. Hattori Heiji swung the sickle, and the chain and sickle formed an impenetrable wall. Any shadow clone of his that approached was shattered, and for a while the sound of shadow clones exploding was endless. At this moment, 3 huge fire dragons suddenly descended from the sky. Hattori Heiji formed a seal with one hand, water style, water dragon wall. A huge water dragon rose from Hattori Heiji's body, and the dragon's body completely wrapped and protected him, and the dragon's head crashed into the fire dragon in the sky. The scorching fire dragon collided with the water dragon, and steam immediately filled the surroundings. Taking this opportunity, Akimichi Genbu broke out of the ground, but Hattori Heiji had already expected this. He made hand seals again, and all the detonating talismans he had placed around were stuck on the newly emerged Akimichi Genbu. Hattori Heiji used the technique of instant body movement to move away, and then he detonated the detonating tag, blowing Akimichi Genbu to pieces. However, it was just a shadow clone. At the same time as the explosion, another figure jumped out of the water behind Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji slashed with his sickle without thinking, but the sound of the shadow clone exploding that he expected did not sound. Instead, his sickle was held in the hands of Akimichi Genbu. Nanny, how is that possible? Hattori Heiji was stunned. How could anyone dare to use his body to block his sickle? Shocked, he looked at Akimichi Genbu, but what met his gaze was a pair of 3 Magatama Sharinan. It's bad. Hattori Heiji quickly mobilized his chakra the moment he was hypnotized. In the crisis, he miraculously broke free from Akimichi Genbu's hypnosis in just 2 seconds. But when he tried to remove the illusion, he found that his 2 legs and the hand holding the sickle had abandoned him. He understood that it was not because of his explosion, but because in these 2 seconds, Akimichi Genbu had cut him into a human stick and he woke up in pain. Do you know why you failed? Because you relied too much on your teacher's poison. That you obviously have the strength close to that of an elite jonin, and obviously have much more combat experience than me, but you just blindly countered my moves. From beginning to end, except for that time when you detonated the flame formation, you did not launch any effective attack on me. Because he used his domineering aura to attach himself to his eyes, nose, ears and mouth, preventing the poison from entering his body. Suamiya dared to fight with Hattori Heiji only after he discovered that Haki could block the poisonous fog, otherwise he would have run away long ago. Why can he withstand the poison sickle without any harm? That is the result of the hardening technique and the attachment of domineering aura. At this time, Akimichi Suonyu was really weak, and it was too mentally taxing to keep maintaining the domineering aura. The series of battles, especially the fierce battle with Hattori Heiji in the last 10 minutes, with all kinds of ninjutsu emerging one after another and shadow clones being used recklessly, it can be said that his current condition is the worst since he came to this world. His chakra is only 1/10 left, his mental strength is sluggish, and his physical strength is almost gone. After struggling to leave the battle zone, he collapsed directly on a plane and let the rain hit him. At this time, the aureole came. 3 of the Uchiha clan members appeared about 10 meters away from him. They witnessed the entire process of Akimichi Genbyu's battle from a distance with their Sharingan, including his final Sharingan. Therefore, even though Akimichi Genbyu was already extremely weak, they still did not dare to be careless. This kid was too strong. Based on the previous situation, they could not guarantee that they could escape alive, but he killed almost everyone. Uchiha Land spoke, Akimichi Genbyu, I'm sure you've already guessed who we are, and you should also know exactly what we want to do. But now I have changed my mind that I can decide for you. That I will give you a chance to return to your roots, abandon the Akimichi surname, and return to the Uchiha clan. How about that? As long as you return to the family, we will never hurt you and will take you back to Konoha immediately. The other 2 Uchiha were about to speak out in objection, but were suppressed by Uchiha Lan. Return to Uchiha? I had some thoughts about this before, because I heard from Uncle Feng that although his mother Uchiha Ling, whom he had never met, was abandoned by the family, she was always proud of the Uchiha clan. Although he was a time traveler, he was influenced by the host's soul and blood, and he was also an orphan in his previous life. For various reasons, even though he had never met Uchiha Ling even once, he regarded her as his mother. So he originally wanted to fulfill his mother's wish and resume the glory of their Uchiha branch. But just 2 months ago, after hearing about his mother's experience from Uzumaki Mito and learning about his mother's life experience, he wanted to slaughter the entire Uchiha. Return to your mother's egg. He stretched out his right hand tremblingly and raised his middle finger. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Ming couldn't stand it any longer. You evil creature, go to hell. He released a huge fireball technique, intending to burn Suonyu to ashes, but to their surprise, the flame did not ignite him, but was blocked by the barrier. At the same time, all the detonating tags within a radius of 100 meters centered on Akimichi Genbyu were lit up. Boom! The roar of the explosion was like the roar of a prehistoric beast. Even Tsunade and the others who were far away heard the loud noise. The blazing flame shot straight into the sky, as if they were going to tear apart the rain curtain. The explosion came quickly and went away quickly. Under the washing of rain, the smoke and dust soon dissipated. The 3 Uchiha uncles had already died in the shocking explosion, and only their shattered bodies were left to prove that they had ever been to this world. Nara Shimizu appeared beside Akimichi Genbyu and carried him on his back. It was so funny to see Shimizu, who was only 1 meter tall, carrying Genbyu, who was 4 centimeters tall. Shan Zhuanggayo preserved the eyes of the 3 unlucky guys in culture bottles, and collected their bodies and put them into a sealed scroll. It's really like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. After being thrown away by Akimichi Genbyu, Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanaka came here to set up an explosive trap and wait for Genbyu to lure the target in. Over the past 3 months, they have been living frugally and used all the money they earned from missions to secretly buy detonating tags from the black market. In order to help Akimichi Genbyu, Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanaka took out all the money they had saved over the years, just for today's explosion feast. At noon the next day, Shudae Suonyu slowly opened his eyes. A super strong soul and physique have many benefits. After just 1 night's rest, he has basically recovered. The bumpy feeling made him realize that he was in a moving carriage. But he was not the only one in the car. I looked sideways and saw what was going on. Wasn't the person lying opposite me my beautiful master? Time goes to yesterday. After Akimichi Genbyu left, Tsunade and the other 2 fought a fierce battle with dozens of ninjas. In the end, only 5 of the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms were left after being killed by them. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, who was hiding in the back, had to show up. There was no other way. If he didn't take action, his son would be turned into a meat pie. After a fierce battle, although the 3 won, they were all injured to varying degrees. The other 2 were fine, but Tsunade's chakra had run out. Fighting with Hanzo of the Salamander at this time would be tantamount to seeking death, so she had to retreat. But how could someone like Hanzo of the Salamander be gotten rid of just like that? As a last resort, Tsunade took Akimichi Genbyu's secret military pill, and in less than a minute, her chakra was restored to normal. Not only that, this Bingliang pill also swept away all her fatigue and even made her very excited. She didn't even feel the pain from the wound on her arm that was accidentally cut. This surprised her. What kind of medicine did Suonyu give her? 9 transformation golden pill. She was a little bit proud of herself now that her health had fully recovered. She had originally planned to pound the ground again to create conditions for their evacuation. As a result, Tiger Girl used 200% of her strength and kicked down with a huge kick. The already broken earth once again endured the pain it should not have endured, and finally collapsed completely. A crack that spanned the valley, more than 10 meters wide and bottomless, appeared between them and Salamander Hanzo. This kick shocked everyone present, including the demigod of the ninja world. Jiraiya's jaw dropped to the ground. He secretly warned himself not to mess with this female Tyrannosaurus again. He was lucky before, but he would not be so lucky next time. Shocked by Tsunade's ferocity, Hanzo of the Salamander saw that the situation was hopeless. If the fight continued, perhaps 3 people would be left alive, but the loss would be unbearable. At least most of the ninjas he brought with him would be killed or injured. Enough blood had been shed in the Hidden Rain village. Salamander Hanzo was about to stop there, and he said to the 3 people on the other side of the newly formed canyon, Konoha's ninjas, this is over today. You have my approval, and from now on you are the 3 ninjas of Konoha. In fact, Salamander Hanzo's praising Tsunade and the others was also a disguised way of making amends for himself. The loss was so great, only by praising the 3 of them could the so-called demigod of the ninja world, Salamander Hanzo, not lose face. At this point, the title of Konoha's 3 ninjas came to the ninja world 5 years ahead of schedule. The 3 of them were in no mood to chat with Hanzo on the opposite side, and quickly evacuated the battlefield. What's the use of being a 3 ninja or not? Nothing is more important than their own lives. They just ran away before Hanzo of the Salamander planned to make a move. Just an hour later, the extremely excited Tsunade collapsed with her eyes closed without any warning. It has been almost a day and a night now, and she is still unconscious. As there was little space in the carriage, they could only lie side by side. Looking at Tsunade, who was so close to him, although his physical age was only 15 years old, Akimichi Genbyu, whose mental age was already in his 40s, began to daydream. There was only a 20-centimeter distance between him and Tsunade. Since they were almost the same height, they were now face to face. Akimichi Genbyu could even feel the even breathing of the beauty in front of him. A beauty is a beauty, and the air she exhales is fragrant. Author, please have some shame. Tsunade has a face as white as jade and skin as white as snow, as if she were a jade artifact carefully carved by God. She is extremely beautiful. At the age of 20, she exudes the youthful vitality of a girl all the time, stirring Suomyu's heartstrings. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were closed and her brows were slightly wrinkled, as if there was some sorrow lingering in her heart. Akimichi Genbyu finally couldn't help it. He reached out his hand, gently scratched her straight nose, and rubbed her brows. Perhaps it was because she felt the touch, or perhaps it was because her worries faded away. Tsunade's brows gradually relaxed. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Akimichi Suomyu withdrew his hand and sat up in the blink of an eye. His actions scared Nara Kiyomizu, who was lifting the door curtain. You're awake? I thought you were still asleep. By the way, why are you putting your face so close to me? I woke up and wanted to go out, and almost bumped into you. Chu Daok Suomyu forced an explanation. Nara Shimizu didn't care and gave up his position. What could a 15-year-old kid like him know? Akimichi Genbyu had to reluctantly leave the carriage, leaving the beauty alone. Before leaving, he took a fierce look at the sleeping Tsunade, as if he wanted to take her into his own eyes. He still wanted to take care of the sleeping beauty. After getting out of the carriage, he could see clearly what was happening outside. 2 horses were pulling the carriage on the road. Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanakayu were sitting outside the carriage driving the carriage, but Jiraiya and Orochimaru were nowhere to be seen. Where are Jiraiya and Orochimaru-sama? They are still at the border outpost, preventing the invasion of enemy ninjas. Let us get you and teacher Tsunade back to Konoha first. What is the situation now? It was originally an escort mission, but it turned into a battle that was no less than a small war. If we all died in the Rain Country, the Hidden Rain Village could still pass the blame without any evidence, but in the end we all came back. The information about the alliance between the Rain Country and the Earth Country and the Wind Country was leaked, and their plan to kill the Konoha ninja was also exposed. Now the information has been passed back to Konoha village, and the third Hokage has already sent a large number of ninjas to the border of the Fire Country, and they are on their way now. Suonryu, do you think things will eventually develop into a war? Shan Zhuangguo asked. Not very likely. Do you think so too? Qingshui said the same thing just now. Can you tell me why? Looking at the information handed over by Nara Shimizu, Akimichi Genbyu said, it's very simple. The alliance between the 3 countries of Earth, Wind, Rain and Earth has become a fact. If Konoha rashly invades the Rain Country, no matter what the purpose is, the Wind Country and the Earth Country will definitely not sit idly by, and it will inevitably be attacked by the 3 parties. It would be fine if we could defeat the coalition of the 3 nations in a short period of time, but if we are dragged into the quagmire of war, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water will definitely join in. By then it will be the Second Ninja World War, and it will be 4 major nations besieging our country. Konoha is obviously not prepared for a war, so this time sending a large number of ninjas here is more of a prevention and deterrent. It is estimated that the Hidden Rain Village will give some small compensation and then nothing will happen, or it is very likely that there will be no compensation at all. After all, we didn't have any serious problems, but the other side lost dozens of ninjas, including 20 jonin and an elite jonin, the head of the Umbu of the Hidden Rain Village, who was burned to ashes by Jiraiya's toad oil firebomb to protect the salamander Izo. Oh, how come your analysis is so similar to Shimizu's? You really are birds of a feather. Shan Zhuangguo expressed his dissatisfaction, asking why he was the only one who couldn't analyze it. Shimizu was born in the Nara family, and everyone had the strongest brain that he couldn't compare to them, but why could you, a reckless man born in the Akimichi clan, have a better brain than me? He couldn't accept this fact at all. What do you mean by like-minded? It's obvious that great minds think alike, you scum. Chu Daok Suonryu mocked mercilessly. Things turned out basically as Akimichi Genbu had guessed, and the matter ultimately came to nothing. However, Akimichi Genbu gained the achievement of completing an S-level mission and earned 50 taels, which made him very happy. How does the saying go? As long as the salary is in place, all the rain ninjas will be crushed. Wahahaha, Sandame-sama, you are my reborn parent, and I am willing to serve you at your service. What he didn't know was that in the original time and space, at the age of 15, he didn't have the Sharingan, didn't have various escape techniques, didn't have super mental strength and bug-level chakra, and didn't have domineering aura. He was just an ordinary genin. Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanaka Rain do not have the strength of today's elite shinin, they are just genin with slightly stronger combat power. During the attack on the inn, in order to save his only 2 friends, he took the banned drug of the Akimichi clan and eventually died in a foreign land. Nara Kiyomizu blocked the fatal blow for Yamanaka at the cost of 1 arm. Yamanaka could not accept the result and became mentally ill. Tsunade also fell into deep self-blame, and took the initiative to stop the infiltration and reconnaissance mission and returned to Konoha. When Jiraiya and Orochimaru saw that the information was leaked, they returned to Konoha together, and there was no subsequent Battle of Zangu. After this mission, Tsunade never led a single generation of genin again, and even her younger brother Nawaki was handed over to Orochimaru. However, all of this was completely rewritten after Akimichi Suonryu was replaced by Chen Suonryu, who traveled through time. From now on, the life of the original host was completely over, and the next step was the stage for the reborn Akimichi Suonryu. What he didn't know was that Hanzo of the Salamander had secretly handed over the root ninja that Danzo sent to the hidden rain village to contact him to the third Hokage. He didn't do this out of kindness, he just wanted to stir up conflict between the third Hokage and Danzo. The root ninja's loyalty to Danzo is indeed 100%, but the seal of the tongue on his tongue has exposed his identity. With the help of the Yamanaka clan's secret technique of spiritual detection, the third Hokage learned the whole story and was furious. Danzo, this guy, actually leaked the village information for a half-blood Uchiha and turned an infiltration mission into a life-and-death fight, putting his 3 cute disciples in danger. Fortunately, these 3 people have inherited his true teachings, so the third Hokage himself believed, and their strength far exceeds that of ordinary jonin, otherwise this time it would be really dangerous. He immediately decided to severely punish Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen first kicked Danzo Shimura out of the decision-making level, leaving him only with the power to listen to the government but without the right to vote. He then asked Mito Kato and Yutane Kohara to jointly manage the route with Danzo Shimura. These 2 decisions made Shimura Danzo very angry, but what could he do? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage, a powerful Hokage. That he was just an elder advisor, and there was nothing he could do. A higher-ranking official could crush a person. He could only swallow his anger and hide in a dark corner to lick his wounds alone. This made him want to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen even more strongly. We are both disciples of the second Hokage, how am I worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen? Sarutobi Hiruzen can take the position of Hokage, but I, Danzo, am more qualified to take it. Sooner or later, I will prove with practical actions that Lord Tobirama's original choice was wrong. Not only that, he also completely hated Akimichi Suonryu. Damn little brat, why don't you just surrender obediently, damn it. Having been in a high position for a long time, he was accustomed to having everything he wanted. Anyone who disobeyed him was a heretic who must be eliminated. He was the only truth. However, he forgot that Akimichi Genbu was a flesh and blood person like him. Putting aside all identities, they were all just ninjas of Konoha. Being in a high position, he had long forgotten his original intention. The Uchiha clan's second elders faction was also in a gloomy mood at this time. The 3 jonin they sent out had all lost contact, and were basically in danger. However, Akimichi Genbu returned to the village safely, which made them hate Akimichi Genbu more and more. You damned Uchiha, shame, you will pay with blood sooner or later. After this incident, the Fire Nation knew that war was inevitable and started to work at full capacity, building various war machines and stockpiling war supplies. Even Konoha added many new war-related tasks. Not only the Fire Nation, but other countries also began to prepare for war with all their strength, so the entire ninja world entered a period of full-scale arms race. Frictions on the borders of various countries also increased sharply, and they even fought for resources. However, Akimichi Genbu didn't care about the actions of other countries, because he knew that the Second Ninja World War would not officially break out until the 35th year of Konoha, and there were still 3 years left, so there was no need to rush. His top priority now is to study genetic engineering, develop Uchiha Sharingan, improve physical and mental strength, practice ninjutsu combination techniques, try out domineering entanglement, and so on. There are so many things to do, who has the mood to care about other things? So, one day a month later, the busy Akimichi Genbu took advantage of the cool autumn weather and held a party at the 5th training ground. Originally, he only notified the team members plus Akimichi Torakatsu's family, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. As a result, Tsunade brought her burden, Senju Nawake, Nara Shimizu, and Yamanaka brought their parents. Jiraiya notified Heitake Sakumo, who had a good relationship with him, and Orochimaru called the third Hokage's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinashuk. The most infuriating thing is that this Sarutobi Shinnishuk is actually good friends with Kato Dan, the lifelong enemy that Akimichi Genbu least wants to see. That's what Akimichi Genbu thought, but in fact Kato Dan doesn't even know him, so they were called together, which really pissed off Akimichi Genbu. Damn, is the world so small? So all the food prepared was increased again, the roasted whole lambs increased from 2 to 4, the barbecue increased from half a cow to a whole cow, and all kinds of desserts and drinks were also doubled. Some people may say, there are only a few of us and so much food, can you finish it? Have you forgotten that there are 4 people here with the surname Chudeo? Even if he is extremely reluctant, he cannot lose face for the Prince of Konoha. Akimichi Genbu can only bite the bullet and entertain Kato Dan. But if we are not comfortable, you won't be comfortable either. Akimichi Genbu's attention was basically all on Kato Dan. As long as he found any sign that Tsunade and Kato Dan were getting closer, he would immediately rush over, either giving Kato Dan food or serving him tea and water, cutting off any chance of him communicating with Tsunade. This made Kato Dan feel embarrassed, thinking, Suamyu-kun is so gentle and enthusiastic, he takes such good care of me even though we just met. He is really a good person. Do you think that's the end of it? Is Akimichi Genbu really that kind? Wrong, absolutely wrong. All the food given to him was spiked by Akimichi Genbu. My Akimichi clan can even make Bingliangwan, so a mere colorless and odorless laxative is no problem. In order to avoid being detected, Akimichi Genbu specially gave the medicine separately. The beef, mutton, dessert, and vegetable salad he gave to Kato Dan were fine to eat separately, but if they ate them all and then drank his special wine, then, how to say it? Anyway, as you can see, Kato Dan was eating when he suddenly felt his stomach rebelling. At first, he thought that as a jonin, he could definitely endure such a small matter as going to the toilet. Nara Shimizu walked up to Akimichi Genbu, who looked as if he had nothing to do with it and was sitting in front of the barbecue stall, pretending to be grilling meat seriously, but actually trying hard not to laugh. Did this guy poop in his pants? I almost vomited just now. He was also quite close to him at the time, because he had never seen Akimichi Genbu treat someone so warmly that he knew there must be something wrong when something was out of the ordinary, so he kept a close distance from Kato Dan, wanting to see what was different about him. However, after watching him for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what was going on, and instead suffered greatly from the poison gas bomb. Who could he go to for justice? Who knows, but please be considerate of him. Maybe he has never eaten such delicious food before. He ate too much at once and got an upset stomach. Maybe he couldn't hold it back for a while. Akimichi Suunryu replied indifferently. Nara Kiyomizu grabbed Akimichi Genbu's neck and said, You drugged him, Genbu, tell me, what's so special about him that makes you target him so much? I don't remember him ever provoking us. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly do such a despicable thing? Tisk, don't I know you? Ever since he came here, your attention has never been diverted from him. Although you hit it very well, do you think you can fool me? Plus, you were so enthusiastic about him. You were never so nice to us, not to mention to a stranger. If it wasn't you who drugged me, I'll give you something. Akimichi Genbu was helpless. Damn it, this was the bad thing about being close friends with the Nara family. There were no secrets. He even went out of his way to hide his identity and entertain them warmly, but Nara Shimizu still saw through him. Ah, it was me who did it. Don't go out and tell others about it. It will damage my upright image. Tisk, just you, forget it. Tell me why you are targeting him. There's no reason, I just saw that he was tall and handsome, his hair was beautiful, and he behaved like a gentleman. I didn't like him and wanted to give him a beating. Guess whether I believe it or not. Really? Why else? We have no grudge against each other, I just don't like him. Akimichi Genbu decided to lie to the end, and he would never tell the real reason even if he was beaten to death. Nara Kiyomizu wanted to continue asking, but Shanzongaya came again. What are you two whispering about behind my back? It's nothing. I just successfully activated that. You two can come to my place tomorrow and study it together. Akimichi Genbu said hurriedly, fearing that Nara Shimizu, the scumbag, would expose his little secret. Really? As expected, the two people's attention was diverted. That was the Sharingan. It had been in a normal state before, but now it was activated into the Sharingan. Seeing that the two's attention had been diverted, Chudeaksuanya stopped talking and suppressed the excitement of the two. Seichaish, keep a low profile, we'll talk about it tomorrow, just enjoy the present moment first. No one was disturbed by this little episode and the party continued. Tsunade and Heitake Sakuma were shaking dice and having a drinking contest. Akimichi Genbu really didn't expect that the future White Fang of Konoha, the killing god on the battlefield, and the seemingly gentle and elegant Heitake Sakuma were actually a drunkard in private. However, judging from the battle situation, Tsunade is not only a weakling but also has a strong addiction. She drank 4 cups while Heitake Sakuma only drank 1 cup. If Tsunade didn't have a good alcohol tolerance, she would have passed out long ago. Even after all this, he still refuses to accept it and continues to bet on drinking with Heitake Sakuma. Next to him stands a little gambler, Senjin Awaki, who cheers his sister on. Alas, what can I do to save you, my beautiful girl? Jiraiya was drinking while secretly glancing at Tsunade. How tasteless. Orochimaru was enjoying the food leisurely beside him. It was obvious that he really liked this meal, especially the whole roasted lamb. The parents of the three families of pig, deer, and butterfly were also chatting together, eating meat, drinking, and talking. As for where Sarutobi Shinnishuk is, Akimichi Genbu said who cares about him, he would rather vomit to death, and bringing Kato-dan here is an unforgivable sin. At this moment, Akimichi Suamiya seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at a tree beside the training ground. He saw a little boy with golden hair and a handsome face standing on a branch, holding the trunk, looking at the joyful scene in the training ground, his eyes full of longing. "Oh my god, who did I see? What are you looking at, little brat?" The boy with golden hair was concentrating on watching the lively scene in the field, paying no attention to the situation around him. Suddenly, a hand touched his hair and rubbed it vigorously, which scared him. But Akimichi Genbu was so happy. His hair was so smooth. His wish for 2 lifetimes was finally fulfilled. The blonde boy was about to dodge, but Akimichi Genbu reacted faster than him, clamping him around the waist with his arm, while his other hand continued to ruffle his hair. The blonde boy, who was only about 1 meter tall, was held on the arm by the 67-meter-tall Akimichi Genbu. His face was full of helplessness, but he still had a sunny smile. Master Genbu, can you put me down? This is not good." "Hey, you actually know me, have you seen me before? Why don't I know you?" Akimichi Genbu put the blonde boy down. In fact, he recognized this man's identity at a glance. He was the future 4th Hokage, who was called Golden Flash in the outside villages and Little Sun in the village, Minato Namikaze. He just pretended not to know. Namikaze Minato stood up again and touched the back of his head with his hand, still wearing his signature kind smile. "Well, because of your previous heroic performance in the Rain Village, the commendation information and your photo were posted on the ninja bulletin board, so I got to know you." "Oh, I see. So shouldn't you introduce yourself, little brat? I'm a freshman at Konoha Ninja Academy. My name is Namikaze Minato. I'm very sorry to disturb your dinner party. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, he was about to leave. After all, it was someone else's party, and it was not polite to always disturb others. Little Namikaze Minato was very sensible. Seeing that he was about to leave, Akimichi Genbu immediately tried to keep him, as this was his favorite character in his previous life. Namikaze Minato has a tolerant and kind personality. He is a sunny, handsome, and gentle man. He is shy, even a little naive. He likes to give long and tongue-twisting names to his moves. During the 4th Ninja World War, the usually serious 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama was amused by the names of Minato's ninjutsu. However, hidden beneath his cute appearance is his strong and tenacious heart. As a Hokage, he is responsible. As a husband, he is understanding, tolerant, and responsible. As a friend, he treats others sincerely. In the end, in order to let his wife see the grown-up Naruto and for the future of the village, he was willing to give up his life. Uzumaki Kushina is gone, but he will not live alone. His sacrifice is undoubtedly a great regret in Naruto. Now that I have seen the real person, I must not let him go. Wait, do you want to eat barbecue? What did you say? Would you like to join me? Would you like to eat the roasted whole lamb and roasted beef that I make? This. How about it, do you want to? I do. Minato Namikaze told the truth. He was training nearby and was attracted by the smell here. The unique barbecue aroma that permeated the air would make anyone feel dizzy. Don't be so quick to refuse. As long as you acknowledge me as your big brother, not only can you eat as much barbecue as you want a day, but I will also take care of your meals and training from now on. I will teach you all kinds of taijutsu, ninjutsu, illusions, etc. I will teach you everything. If you have any problems in the future, I will protect you. You deserve a big brother like this. After all, Namikaze Minato was only 6 years old, far from being the 4th Hokage in the future. How could he resist the deception of a man who was 40 years old mentally? Under Akimichi Genbu's persuasive words, he was stunned for a long time. Finally, he didn't know how, but he recognized Akimichi Genbu as his big brother. Big brother? Oh, that's right. Akimichi Genbu felt so happy in his heart. The future 4th Hokage became his younger brother. How can he describe this feeling? It was just so cool. So he took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag and handed it to Minato Namikaze. "This is your brother's gift. Go back and practice it well. This is a very awesome ninjutsu." Namikaze Minato accepted the scroll in a daze, and was then taken to the center of the training ground by Akimichi Genbu. "Let me introduce to you all, this is my younger brother, Namikaze Minato. Please take good care of him in the future." Everyone present looked at them in surprise. How could a younger brother suddenly appear out of nowhere? Chu Dao Chu Feng was even more confused. When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? Ling did give birth to a child at that time, and the hair color and last name don't match. Could it be that his cousin was cheated on? Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Akimichi Genbu knew that they had misunderstood. "Don't get me wrong, this is my new little brother, Minato. Quickly introduce yourself to everyone." Facing so many people at once, Minato, who was naturally shy, was extremely nervous. He habitually scratched his head with his right hand and stammered, My name is Namikaze Minato, and I'm a freshman at Konoha Ninja School. I just worship Genbu Senpai as my big brother. Please give me your guidance in the future." At this time, Senjin Ueki, who was 4 years older than him, took action. He ran to Minato Namikaze, put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Are you also in ninja school? my name is Senjin Ueki, and I'm a 4th grade student at ninja school. Since you are Genbu Senpai's younger brother, you are my younger brother. I will protect you from now on. Well, please give me more guidance in the future, Senior Rope Tree. Minato was still shy and said that he was not very good at dealing with someone as outgoing as Senjin Ueki. Tsunade, the drunk beauty, also came over and said boldly, "Are you Suonya's younger brother? Then you are half of my disciple. Little boy, can you drink? Let's play finger-guessing games." Namikaze Minato waved his hands repeatedly. "Well, I'm really sorry, Lady Tsunade, I don't know how to drink." It's confirmed. He is indeed a family member of Senjin Uwajiki, and they are not something that Minato Namikaze can handle. Chudeok hurriedly helped the completely drunk Oniura to sit aside and rest. It was so embarrassing that she actually instigated minors to drink. Her drinking behavior was really bad. At this time, Akimichi Choza, who was 1 year older than Minato, also came over. He was more down to earth and handed Minato a large plate of freshly cut roasted lamb, and said naively, "Here you go, it's delicious. My name is Akimichi Choza, hehe." Minato took it. "Thank you, Choza-kun." Chudeo Chu Feng saw this scene and said with a smile, "It seems that Dingzo likes this little guy very much. You have to know that getting the Akimichi clan to share delicious food with you when you first meet them is harder than killing a jonin." In this way, everyone welcomed the arrival of the new member in their own way, and Minato quickly integrated into this big group. It seems that becoming Senior Suonya's younger brother is a really good choice. How about we give today's encounter a name? Let's call it the encounter of fantasy and gorgeous meteors streaking the sky, hehe. The joyous party lasted until about 6 o'clock in the evening. By then, most of the people had left, leaving only the people from the Akimichi family, the drunk Tsunade, and his worried brother. Minato had already left. He was very curious about the ninjutsu given to him by Akimichi Genbu and wanted to study it. Akimichi Genbu warned him that he must have the ability to control his chakra to the point where he could climb trees and tread water flexibly before he could start practicing this ninjutsu. But what Akimichi Genbu didn't know was that Minato was already very skilled in climbing trees and walking on water before he went to the ninja school, and he was also a little genius. Alas, when will we still be a family? Those two bad friends, Nara Kiyomizu and Yamajonyu, are totally unreliable. They are very active when eating, but when it comes to cleaning up the mess, they run faster than rabbits. Jiraiya slipped away in the name of collecting materials, Orikimura disappeared quietly, and Sarutobi Shinishuk said that the 3rd Hokage was looking for him, so he ran away. Heitake Sakumo went home to rest, saying that he couldn't hold his liquor. Humph, I saw through you after just one meal. You appear to be kind and gentle, but you are actually a black-bellied drunkard. Several other families also ran away, only Akimichi Norifuge and his wife Sani stayed to help him. The gluttonous Choza was still struggling, and Senjin Ueki did not move, under the pretext of taking care of his drunk sister. However, this inexplicably large party also expanded Akimichi Genbu's circle a lot. Not only did he recognize the future 4th Hokage as his younger brother, he also got to know Heitake Sakumo and Sarutobi Shinishuk and others. Both of them praised his cooking skills and became friends with him over a meal. They also said they would like to attend again next time. As for Kato Dan, who he is, Akimichi Genbu said he was not familiar with him. After cleaning up, Akimichi Norifu and Suonya sat aside to rest. Just when Akimichi Norifu was about to chat with the nephew he had raised since he was a child, Tsunade over there started to act crazy while drunk. Tsunade walked straight up to Akimichi Genbu and said, "Genbu, you've caused me so much trouble. Look, my breasts finally reached C-size, but after taking your medicine last time, they became B-sized. Not only that, the flesh on my butt has also become less. You have to compensate me for my breasts and butt." "Well, teacher Tsunade, there isn't much change. And you look slimmer and better looking after losing weight." Akimichi Genbu could only give a weak explanation. His specially made Bingliang pills can indeed restore a large amount of chakra, and make people continuously excited and forget the pain, but its shortcomings are also obvious. The first is that once the drug effect wears off, you will immediately fall into a coma. Secondly, it is a common problem of the Akimichi clan's secret medicine that it will greatly consume the fat accumulated in the human body. Obviously, Tsunade has no excess fat to consume other parts of her body, so only the fat on her chest and buttocks can be burned. "What do you mean there's no change? Look at my breasts. To say there be is an exaggeration. There just be dash. Tsunade said as she took Akimichi Genbu's hand and placed it on his chest, allowing him to check it himself. Let me die. This is the first time in my 2 lives that I touch a woman's breasts. Tsunade's breasts are so soft and white, her skin is as white as cream, and the shape of her breasts is simply a finely crafted work of art. Feeling the touch on his hand, Akimichi Genbu's brain had crashed and his nose was about to bleed. Kinju Shensha didn't even bother to look at his sister, and quickly pulled her away. "Senior Suomyu, I'm really sorry, my sister drank too much." Watching Tsunade's breast slipping away from his hands, Akimichi Suomyu felt lost and thought to himself, "Actually, you don't have to pull your sisters away, I don't mind at all." He quickly turned his back, wiped away the blood from his nose without leaving any trace, and said seriously, "It's okay, we're almost done cleaning up here, I'll help you send your sister back." Senjin Ueki looked at his sister who weighed over 90 kilograms, and then thought about his own height of 1 meters, and agreed decisively. Akimichi Genbu didn't hesitate and carried Tsunade on his back. He said to Akimichi Norifuge, Uncle Norifuge, I'll trouble you and Aunt Sani for the rest, I'll go see teacher Tsunade off first. Oh, don't worry, leave this to us. Then Akimichi Genbu and his companions set off, and Tsunade kept talking drunkenly along the way. Akimichi Genbu coaxed Tsunade all the way and finally sent her back to the Senju residence. He was quite familiar with the process. He gently put the sleeping Tsunade on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and placed a cup of warm water on the bedside table. When Senju Noeki was not paying attention, he scratched Tsunade's nose and quickly retreated. Senju Noeki, who was leaning against the doorframe, suddenly said, Senior Suonryu, do you like my sister? When Akimichi Suonryu heard this, he was caught off guard and almost tripped over the threshold. He quickly held onto the doorframe to stand firm, and argued, What nonsense are you talking about? She is my teacher, and isn't it my duty as a disciple to take care of my teacher? You little brat, what do you know about liking or not liking something? Oh, I saw you taking such good care of my sister, and I thought you were interested in her. Senju Noeki said disapprovingly. You little brat, don't talk nonsense next time. That if your sister hears you, she will beat you again. When Xian Xiao Shengshu heard the word beat, he couldn't help but think of some terrible scenes and shuddered. Then he advised Xianwu, Senior Xianwu, I'm telling you, you must not like my sister. She is a mess except for her appearance. She has a violent personality and gets violent at the slightest provocation. She is not a lady at all. Not only can she not cook, but she also loves to drink and gets drunk. Most importantly, she loves to gamble and always loses. What family can withstand such a torment from her? Whoever marries my sister in the future will be unlucky. Teacher Tsunade is not as useless as you say. Akimichi Genbu retorted weakly. It'll be worse than what I said. Haha, it looks like Shenshu has suffered a lot. That's right. She always bullied me since I was little. She also cheated me out of my pocket money and used it to gamble, saying that she would return it tenfold if I won. But every time, she lost everything. When I asked her for money, she not only refused to give it to me, but also beat me up. Oh, it makes me cry just talking about it. That rope tree-kun has really worked hard. It is true that no sister can be a good person in the eyes of her younger brother. Suonryu came out of the west wing and saw Uzumaki Mito lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard with his eyes closed, so he walked over. Mito-sama, you won't be able to sleep if you drink tea so late at night. It's Mr. Suonryu. Is Xiaosong drunk again today? Uzumaki Mito opened his eyes and said to Suonryu with a smile. Yes, at the dinner today, Tsunade-sensei and Sakumo-senpai were betting on drinking, and she was drunk again. You should keep her in check. Suonryu sat down next to Uzumaki Mito, poured himself a cup of tea, and complained to Mito. It can be said that Tsunade always gets drunk whenever she drinks. She would restrain herself before going home, staying a little sober. Jiraiya is too lustful, and Tsunade was afraid that he would touch her when she was drunk, but Orochimaru didn't care at all. Ever since Suonryu became her disciple, he has almost become her personal human mount. Tsunade has become even more unscrupulous and would drink herself unconscious every time. In just a few months, Suonryu Akimichi has sent her back 7 or 8 times. As a result, she has become a close friend of Uzumaki Mito, regardless of their age difference. I will reprimand her, but I'm not sure whether she will listen or not. It's bad for her health to drink like this. She's a doctor, but she doesn't know how to control herself. I can't do anything about her. At this time, Uzumaki Mito spoke faintly. Suonryu-kun, do you like Tsuna? Hearing this, Akimichi Genbu's eyes widened, and he froze in his chair as if he had been cast into a freezing spell. It took him more than 10 seconds to react before he stood up and argued for himself. Mito-sama, what are you saying? I'm only 15 years old, and Tsunade-sensei is 4 years older than me. How is this possible? How could I fall in love with her? We are just a master-disciple relationship. Please don't let your imagination run wild. Uzumaki Mito said nothing, just stared at Akimichi Genbu, making him feel creepy. Just when he was about to give up, Mito spoke again. 15 is not young. In our era, people started talking about marriage at the age of 14. Hashirama confessed his love to me when he was 12, and he even kissed me when I was not paying attention. You didn't do anything shameful to Tsuna, did you? Uzumaki Mito's eyes became extremely dangerous. No, absolutely not. I swear to God that I have never kissed teacher Tsunade. Akimichi Genbu quickly explained, thinking that scratching her nose did not count as kissing. Mito said again, although Suonryu-kun is only 15 years old, he doesn't look like 15 years old in terms of physical age or mental age. Compared with you, I feel that Zayatsuna is more like a child who never grows up. So Suonryu-kun, please don't use age and seniority to evade me. Looking at Mito's eyes, which were a little cloudy but could still see through everything, Akimichi Genbu had nothing to say. He sat back in his seat and lowered his head. Mr. Suonryu has agreed. When did Mito-sama find out? Akimichi Genbu thought he had hidden it well, and no one else noticed. They all thought it was the disciple's duty to take care of Tsunade, such an unreliable master, and they were all envious of Tsunade for having such a good disciple. He was very curious about how Uzumaki Mito could tell. It's very simple. The way you looked at Tsunade was exactly the same as the way Hashirama looked at me. Although you tried your best to hide it, you could fool others, but you couldn't fool me. In addition, you took great care of Tsunade. Rather than saying she was your teacher, she was more like your princess. If I can't see it, then there's something fishy going on. You don't object, you know my identity. Half of the blood of sin flows in my body. Uzumaki Mito smiled. If I cared, I would never let you get so close to Tsunade. On the contrary, don't you hate Tsunade? You should know that her second grandfather, Tobirama, killed your grandfather. If it wasn't for this, your mother wouldn't have been bullied. Mito-sama, those who have passed away, if we continue to hold on to the hatred of the past, there will be no Konoha today. Besides, it was not the Senju clan that caused my mother's tragedy, but her own clan members. If I take my anger out on Tsunade because of this, then how am I any different from those Uchiha who excluded, suppressed, and humiliated my mother? In other words, if I don't even have this much tolerance, I don't deserve to say I like her. It would be nice if Tobirama was still here, so he would know that not all Uchiha are paranoid. Hashirama and Tobirama had a lot of arguments over this matter. Uzumaki Mito then stopped lamenting the past and changed the subject. Suumyu-kun, can I ask you for a favor? Mr. Mito, your words are too kind. Please feel free to speak. You have already opened your Sharingan, right? There's no need to hide it. I'm from the Uzumaki clan. I can sense your strong mental power and chakra. It turns out that you can't hide anything. Akimichi Suumyu did not deny it, but took off his goggles, revealing his cursed eyes. Then you must have known the secret of my body for a long time. I can only see an extremely powerful chakra that is even stronger than the third Hokage and extremely evil. It has been lurking in your abdomen, and almost all of your own chakra is used to suppress this evil chakra. Akimichi Genbu did not speak directly. That's the Kyuubi. Nani, are you saying that the chakra in your body is the Calamity Nine Tails? How is this possible? Akimichi Suumyu pretended to be shocked. Nothing is impossible. It was sealed into my body after the Battle of the Valley of the End. It has been more than 20 years now. But with all due respect, from my observation, your current condition is not particularly good, and the nine-tailed fox may break the seal at any time. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, it won't cause any trouble. I will never allow it to destroy Hashirama's hard work. Uzumaki Mito placed her right hand on her stomach. Her eyes were extremely determined, and one could vaguely see a hint of the strong charm she had when she was young. But my life is coming to an end soon. Monkey, your third Hokage, has found a new container for the nine tails and will send her to Konoha soon. She is a member of the Uzumaki clan just like me. What I want to ask of you is that after I die, please take good care of her. I will tell Monkey about this. She will live with you in the future. I hope you can become her relative and fill in the love she lacks, okay? But that's the nine tails Jinchuriki, and I have Uchiha blood in my body. Will the third Kai agree? He can't disagree. The disobedient monkey will be spanked. When Uzumaki Mito said this, he was full of domineering aura, but the third Hokage who was far away in the Hokage office building suddenly shuddered and said, alas, it's getting cold. I need to put on more clothes. Do you trust me so much, Mito-sama? Isn't it a bit hasty to hand over the nine tails Jinchuriki to me like this? I trust my own eyes and my own judgment. Akimichi Genbu thought for a long time. There are many advantages to taking care of the nine tails Jinchuriki, but there are also many disadvantages. Not to mention the many disadvantages, he will definitely be subject to various supervisions. If he has any abnormal behavior, he will definitely attract Sarutobi Hiruzen and that dog Danzo. After thinking it over again and again, he finally couldn't resist the temptation to study the nine-tailed fox and nodded in agreement. I promise you, I will take good care of her. You really gave me a difficult problem. Haha, then we have a deal. Uzumaki Mito was obviously very happy when he heard Akimichi Genbu's agreement. The next day, in the basement of Akimichi Genbu's house, two people were staring at an eyeball. The pupil of the eyeball was scarlet, and 3 megatama were evenly scattered in it. Suunryu, how did you activate it? Asked Nara Shimizu. It's very simple. I put the 5 eyes I got before back into the eye sockets of those people, and then used various physical, chemical, and biological methods to stimulate their cerebral cortexes. Finally, the brain of Uchiha land finally had a reaction under the electric shock, and produced a special Yinten chakra unique to Uchiha, which stimulated his eyes to turn into Sharingan. Akimichi Suunryu said proudly, "You are amazing. You actually revived a dead brain." Shanzhuangaya was quite impressed by his amazing move. Alas, we should have stimulated them severely at the beginning, let them open their Sharingan before detonating the detonating tags, so that we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Akimichi Genbu regretted it very much. It's no use saying this now. How about you extracting Yinsukuyan chakra from this Sharingan? That's a must. I separated a large number of cells from this eye, picked out single cells containing Yinten chakra, and then carried out proliferation and differentiation. I extracted enough Yinten chakra from these proliferated cells. 2 special needle test tubes appeared in Akimichi Suunryu's hands and he handed them to the 2 people respectively. Inside were chakras emitting a faint black halo. Nara Kiyomizu and Yamazaki, you were both stunned. Such charming chakra is really a great tonic for the Yin-Dun family. If we inject this Yinsuku chakra into our bodies, will we be able to open the Sharingan as well? The rain in the mountains is full of yearning. Please don't have any unnecessary fantasies. Without the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, these yin-released chakras can only serve to enhance our spiritual power. Nara Kiyomizu poured a basin of cold water to extinguish the fire of hope in Shanzhuangaya's heart. I want to emphasize again, don't inject it all into your body at once, do it little by little. The Uchiha clan's Yinsuka chakra is not something you can easily withstand. Akimichi Suomyu warned again. Actually, I still think it's better to use mice for animal experiments first. That you don't have to be so brave. Don't worry, you have to take risks to get rich. You told me that we don't know how long it will take for you to succeed in the animal experiment. Just practice it. We have Yinten chakra. It's not like we don't have it. It can still take our lives. Let's get started. What Nara Kiyomizu said is not Nara at all. He directly inserted the needle test tube into his right arm, and Shinzwangaya followed suit. They pushed it in 1/10 of the way first. However, within 10 seconds, both of them held their heads in pain, fell to the ground, and rolled over and over, wailing uncontrollably, which scared Shudeaksuan. He quickly controlled the two of them, but he had no other choice but to inject a large amount of painkillers into their bodies to relieve the pain. However, what he didn't expect was that the painkillers didn't work at all. Akimichi Genbu opened his Sharingan to observe the two of them. He found that the chakra injected into their bodies was lingering in their brains, as if it was combining with their brains, but he couldn't see more. He really hated himself for not having a pair of Byakugan that could see through things. What's going on? Do I really need to open the Sharingan? After a long time, Shinzwangaya stopped howling, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. How is it? How do you feel? Akimichi Suomyu put down the recording paper and asked. It was obvious that Shinzwangayo had become his guinea pig. It really hurts me, it's a pain that strikes my soul directly, but only this 1/10 of chakra has increased my mental strength by 5%. Doesn't that mean that if I inject all of it, my mental strength can be increased by 50%? Although Shinzwangayo was very weak, he could not hide his excitement. You have to make sure you don't die from the pain first. Friendly reminder, I just injected you in Qingshui with 3 times the dose of painkillers, and it didn't work at all. After hearing what Akimichi Genbu said, he looked at Nara Kiyomizu, who was twitching next to him and was obviously exhausted from the pain, and then thought of the pain that just came from his soul, and Shinzwangaya hesitated a little. Should he continue? The benefits were great, but who could bear the pain? After a while, Nara Kiyomizu also recovered and said weakly, my mental strength has increased by 7%, but it hurts too much. So do you too want to continue? This is a good way to improve your mental strength. Shudeaksuan said temptingly that he wanted to try to see if it would work by casting illusions on them. He had tried all kinds of chemical reagents and none of them worked. Well, let's talk about it tomorrow. The two of them refused at the same time. Tisk, you two wimps, you're just being cowardly now. The two of them raised their middle fingers to him and said, it's easy to talk without any pain in your waist. If you can do it, go ahead. Some people may ask why Akimichi Suomyu doesn't use this method to increase his own mental strength. What a joke, does he lack that little bit of mental strength? His mental strength has been growing wildly until now, okay? Why do you have to suffer that? Isn't it good to be alive? Besides, does he want to improve his mental strength? Obviously not. What he wants is to find out the differences between various Sharingan at the genetic level so that he can perfect the genome sequence, and then perform gene deletion, gene insertion, and gene reprogramming to find the Sharingan genome that is most suitable for fusion with his Sharingan. In the following days, Akimichi Genbu's basement was filled with the howling of clear water and rain, and he continued his genetic engineering. On the ground, Akimichi Genbu's shadow clones were developing the properties of chakra and practicing ninjutsu, while the real body was still practicing domineering aura without any change. If other ninjas only focus on training every day, they will definitely delay their daily tasks. As a ninja, completing the task is the first indicator. In Konoha village, every ninja has task indicators every month. But the Suomyu team is quite special. Even the captain Tsunade uses shadow clones, so of course they followed suit. Regardless of their strength, their level is just that of a genin, and they usually only take on D-level or C-level missions, which the shadow clones are fully capable of doing, so the world where only the shadow clones are injured is achieved. 3 months later, winter had arrived. However, the winter in Konoha is not that cold, only about -5 or 6 degrees Celsius. In addition, the physical fitness of ninjas is far superior to that of ordinary people. Therefore, even in winter, the ninjas wear the same clothes as usual, at most wearing a coat or cloak on the outside. The first snow fell last night, and the 2-story building of Akimichi Genbu's family was already covered in white. However, the snow in the yard had been cleared. He remained in the yard with his eyes closed, concentrating on feeling the domineering energy in his body and trying to entangle it. Mr. Suomyu, the wine is gone. Mr. Suomyu, I want to drink more. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, Akimichi Genbu had to exit meditation mode and turn to look at Tsunade, who was leaning against the door of the room with a bottle of wine in her hand. At this time, she was still wearing a white t-shirt and a red skirt, her cheeks were slightly red from drinking. She just stood at the door, a beautiful sight, like a blooming white rose, so beautiful. He picked up the coat beside him and walked over to put it on Tsunade, saying helplessly, Tsunade-sensei, we agreed that you can only drink 1 bottle a day, but you drank 2 bottles today. Also, remember to wear clothes when you go out, or you will catch a cold. In order to control Tsunade's drinking, he learned the method from a novel he read in his previous life and brewed the white wine and fruit wine of his previous life's homeland. His original idea was to let Tsunade taste better wine so that she would lose interest in the shaku outside. After he controlled Tsunade's source of wine, he would slowly control the amount of alcohol she drank every day. The idea was good, and Tsunade was conquered. The unique aroma of white wine made her unable to extricate herself, and the soft taste and the feeling of it going down her throat made her completely irresistible. From then on, she would run to Suomiyu's house whenever she had nothing to do, and in the end she even trained with him, which made him very cautious when going to the basement to do experiments every day, for fear that Tsunade would find out. Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanaka no longer came to his house to howl, and moved to their own basements. However, Akimichi Genbu made such a great sacrifice but achieved little results. As for the reason, well, who would have thought that a 20-year-old girl would act like a spoiled child in front of a 16-year-old boy? But I still want to drink. Tsunade allowed Genbu to put his coat on her, as she was already used to this. Her face was flushed and her eyes were full of pity as she looked at Akimichi Suonbu pitifully. Are you testing him with this? Who can withstand this kind of test? After 3 seconds of silence, he walked silently towards the cellar. Tsunade was about to follow him, but Akimichi Genbu stopped, and the already drunk Tsunade bumped into him directly. Akimichi Genbu was afraid that she would fall, so he held her up with his hand. Tsunade-sensei, don't follow me, and don't try to steal the wine. How is that possible? I'm the best. You have zero trust with me. Tsunade had stolen wine from the cellar many times before when he wasn't paying attention, and finally forced him into a corner and asked Uzumaki Mito for advice on sealing techniques. After hearing the reason, Uzumaki Mito was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and taught him the Vidra seal, which is to form a barrier in a certain area. It can be one-sided or multi-sided, which is somewhat similar to the 4 purple flame formation, but it has no offensive power, but the defensive power is quite amazing. The price of learning this sealing technique is to give Uzumaki Mito a bottle of his homemade wine and liquor every 3 days. Tsunade was very upset, but for the sake of the wine, she endured it and sat back in the living room. I want to drink mutai, mutai. Yes, I'll get it for you right away, ancestor, but you have to promise me that this is the last bottle of the day. Yes, I promise you. Tsunade patted her chest and promised. I don't know how her breasts grew, but in just a few months, they returned to C-cup size, and are bigger than before. Her big breasts were shaking in these photos. Don't look at or listen to anything indecent. Chudeo Suomyu hurriedly turned back, wiped the blood from his nose, and walked towards the wine cellar. Mr. Suomyu, there is no more snacks. I want to eat fried peanuts and smashed cucumbers. Tsunade put her hands on her mouth behind him as a loudspeaker and said loudly, Brother Suomyu, I want to eat kung pao chicken and minced pork eggplant. The voice coming from upstairs belonged to a little red-haired girl, Uzumaki Kushina. If Tsunade was a small trouble, then the little girl who moved into his house was a big trouble. 2 months ago, she was brought to Uzumaki Mito and the 3rd Hokage's home, and since then, the underage Akimichi Genbu has become her guardian. At the beginning, Kushina was very timid and xenophobic, and was wary and warned Suomyu in various ways. However, children are easy to coax, and under the offensive of Suomyu's various delicacies and Barbie dolls, Kushina has now become Suomyu's good sister. Senior Suomyu, I want to eat braised pork, hee. The rude voice came from Senju Noeki, who usually eats and drinks for free. He was practicing shuriken just now, and when he heard Suomyu wanted to cook, he also started to make demands. Brother Suomyu, I want to eat stir-fried pork and red bean soup, is that possible? While the real person was being beaten over there, Minato Namikaze, who was practicing ninjutsu with his shadow clone, also weakly put forward his request. How can I practice this? Forget it, it's almost time for dinner anyway. Following Akimichi Genbu's order, the shadow clones who were practicing ninjutsu, shuriken and changing the nature of chakra stopped their work and started to get busy. As for the 4 uncles, except Minato, none of them offered to help. At the dinner table, Minato Namikaze, who had been eating quietly, suddenly said, Brother Suomyu, I seem to have felt the domineering power you mentioned. Yeah, that's good. I'll concentrate on practicing from now on. Suomyu responded. But he just put a mouthful of food into his mouth before he reacted. He stood up, slammed his hands on the table, and shouted to Minato Namikaze, who was sitting opposite him, What did you say? A mouthful of rice almost spit out onto Minato. Well, it's just domineering. Is it too slow for me to feel it after 3 months? Namikaze Minato dodged the hidden weapon in Akimichi Genbu's mouth, scratched his head and said embarrassedly, He must be in Versailles, who is the protagonist of this book. It took me 3 years and he only took 3 months. Seeing everyone's strange looks, Akimichi Suomyu realized his own gaffe and quickly returned to his original position. Well, very good, you are worthy of being my brother. Keep up the good work. This time it was Senju Noeka's turn to be surprised. Is this the haki that Senior Suomyu talked about before? I was beaten for a month and didn't feel anything, so I finally gave up. Okay, Minato, you're awesome. Akimichi Genbu said calmly, Minato, we haven't practiced against each other in the past 3 months, let's practice after dinner so that I can check your work. Little girl, you are showing off. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Brother Suomyu, are you going to guide me? I will do my best. Minato Namikaze has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. The drunk Tsunade got excited and stood up shakily. Want to fight? I'll open the betting. I bet on Brother Genbu. Uzumaki Kushina immediately took out the pocket money that Genbu Akimichi gave her and put it on the table, and made a face at Minato. This hurt Xiao Yang very much. He looked at her aggrievedly. Alas, it was all in vain after all. Kushina glared at Minato again and put her hands on her hips. What are you looking at? You will never be able to defeat Brother Suonryu, humph. Minato Namikaze actually blushed after being scolded and lowered his head in panic. You two are not on the same level, okay? I'll bet on Senior Suonryu, 2,000 taels. Senjun Ueki also placed a bet, taking out all his pocket money and betting on Akimichi Genbu. Suddenly a voice came from the window. Oh, do you want to bet? Then I'll bet on Suonryu Jun, 1,000 taels. Akimichi Genbu put his hand on his forehead. Master Jiraiya, can't you just go in through the door? Why do you always have to come in through the window? Haha, don't worry about such details. Jiraiya jumped in from the window and said nonchalantly. Orochimaru was polite and walked in from the door. His unique hoarse voice sounded. I bet on Suonryu-kun, 1,000 ryo. What's going on? You two are usually not seen here, but as soon as you heard that the gambling was about to start, you two came. At Konoha's fifth training ground, Suonryu and Minato stood in the middle of the field. Everyone else was watching quietly from the outside, except for two people. Come on, brother Suonryu. Kushina got a flag from somewhere and waved it and cheered. Come on, Minato. Defeat Suonryu and I'll buy you some candy. Opposing the childish Kushina was the even more childish Tsunade, who was also waving a flag, and more vigorously than Kushina. The two women are actually competing with each other, neither of them is giving in to the other, but are you two supporting the opposite side? Seeing Tsunade supporting Minato, Suonryu was extremely angry. Minato was also very hurt when he saw Kushina supporting Suonryu. Brother Suonryu, I'm about to start. Minato is a polite child and will inform before attacking. Akimichi Suonryu drew a circle under his feet and said, come on, use all your strength. As long as you can get me out of this circle, you win. I will work hard. He added in his mind, I must behave well in front of Kushina. Minato's expression changed, and he lost his usual gentle image. He looked extremely focused and rushed towards Suonryu. The two of them got close. Minato stabbed Suonryu with his kunao, and the latter raised his arm to block. It's so hard. Did Suonryu use his haki right away? Minato's kunao stabbed into his arm, but it couldn't break the defense at all. Should I use haki to attach to increase the strength and attack power of the kunao? But with my current physical and mental strength, I can only mobilize a small amount of haki, and it won't last long. Moreover, although haki can increase attack power, it consumes a lot of energy. Using it now will seriously affect my endurance. After rejecting the idea of using haki, he changed his mindset. Since kunao alone couldn't break the defense, then there is a faint wind attribute chakra attached to the kunao blades in Minato's hands. A kid under the age of 7 has actually learned how to change the nature of chakra. That's not all. He can also accurately control the wind attribute chakra to only attach to the blades to reduce chakra consumption. Can you believe it? Then he began to attack Suonryu from all angles, but Suonryu still fought him with bare hands. Jiraiya said, is Minato really only 7 years old? Tsunade was very proud. Of course, he is a little genius. Do you regret not following my bet? Brother Suonryu will definitely win, humph. Kushina was not happy. It's Minato. Tsunade didn't give in to her at all. It's brother Suonryu. It's Minato. The two of them got closer and closer, until their foreheads touched each other. Fire flashed in their eyes, and Kushina's hair even fluttered slightly. The smell of gunpowder around them was stronger than that of Genbu and Minato in the field. Just when everyone thought that the two of them were going to have a fight, they both spoke at the same time, then turned their heads away, crossed their arms over their chests, and ignored each other. Jiraiya was in no mood to care about these two childish ghosts, and said to Orochimaru, could you do this when you were 7 years old? Orochimaru shook his head. Not only me, I think Sarutobi-sensei can't do it either. But compared to him, I am more interested in Suonryu-kun. Yes, he used his body to block the wind blade's cut without any damage. Although it is because Minato's wind attribute chakra is not strong enough, but even so, his physical strength is too terrifying. Jiraiya said as he looked at Suonryu, who was only wearing an orange training suit, the same as Gaku's. He can do a 2. With earth attribute chakra, he can perform hardening technique. However, although hardening technique can increase body strength, it will greatly reduce body flexibility. It is obvious that the Suonryu in the field is not using hardening technique. I always feel that there is an amazing power in Suonryu-jun's body. As a scientist, Orochimaru was obviously more perceptive. He licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue and became more interested in Akimichi Genbu. The scene switches to the battlefield, where Minato has been attacking Akimichi Genbu at a high intensity for over 10 minutes, but with little success. He took a few steps back, still maintaining a fighting stance. He knelt on one knee, crossed his arms over his chest, held the kunao in his hands, and his hot breath formed a mist when it met the cold air. After all, he was less than 7 years old, and the burden of continuous high-intensity attack was still too great. Oh, that won't do. Even with your stamina, it won't work. Whoever becomes your wife in the future will be in trouble. Minato directly gave him 2 smoke bombs. Wind escape, wind cutting technique, several huge wind blades shot towards Suomyu, and the huge wind blades slashed at him. Sparks appeared, but in the end they still failed to break his defense. Only a few white marks were left. Minato's attack did not stop. He used his shadow clone again. The shadow clone rushed towards Suomyu in the smoke. After reaching the attack distance, he directly used the ninjutsu wind style, beast wave palm. A high intensity wind blade hit Suomyu's stomach, but it did not hurt. The shadow clone was dispersed by Suomyu's backhand, but Minato had already moved behind Suomyu with the cover of smoke and the shadow clone's attack, wind escape, vacuum sword. The wind attribute chakra attached to the kunao has materialized into an extremely sharp sword, which slashed at Akimichi Genbyu's back. This time, Minato finally broke Akimichi Genbyu's defense, but it only left a red mark on his skin, without even bleeding. Brother Suomyu is really tough. Seeing that his attack only caused such little damage, Minato Namikaze felt helpless. Dodging the giant hand of Akimichi Genbyu, Namikaze Minato retreated to a safe distance again. He was really tired. He was only 7 years old and had been fighting for so long and had used several advanced ninjutsu. Although his chakra was far beyond that of his peers, it was almost exhausted so far that not everyone is as good at chakra as Genbyu at such a young age. The smoke dissipated, revealing Suomyu's figure. This attack did have a certain impact on him. At least his shirt had been cut into pieces by the wind blade, revealing the strong figure hidden in the clothes. Tsunade couldn't help but take a few more glances. Suomyu-kun has a really nice figure. Minato, you can't resist such a simple stimulation, haha. Brother Suomyu, you really have bad intentions. You told me that men should not say they are incompetent, and you gave me all kinds of explanations. Now you use these words to deliberately make me angry and attack you, wasting my chakra. This is called all is fair in war. How are you? Are you almost exhausted? The following is my last move. If I still can't do anything to Brother Suomyu, I can only admit defeat. Come on, brother, I am indestructible, show me your dominance. Genbyu took it for granted that Minato was going to use haki for the final blow, so he finally assumed a fighting stance. Minato in the smoke performed the instant body flash technique and appeared in front of Akimichi Genbyu. He dragged his right hand, which was a blue sphere made up of rapidly running chakra, directly towards him. This blue sphere was the Reiznan that Suomyu gave him as a brother-in-law gift when they first met. Don't be fooled by this little blue ball's unprepossessing appearance. Anyone who underestimates it will surely suffer a great loss and die without knowing how they died. It is an A-level ninjutsu with terrifyingly high single-target attack power, and it can split mountains and rocks effortlessly. In the anime of the previous life, how many powerful ninjas were defeated by this blue little ball, and even Tendo Pain could not withstand the attack of the Reiznan. This ninjutsu cannot be dealt with simply by using domineering aura. If Akimichi Genbyu uses his fists to take it, he will not only get injured but may also fail. Suomyu used his first and only ninjutsu in this duel, Chidori. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of lightning gathered in his right hand. The technique was as its name suggests, and 1,000 birds cried together. The first fateful showdown between the two ninjutsu took place decades earlier between the man who would become the 4th Hokage in the future and the man who would become the 5th Hokage. In an instant, the aftermath of the two ninjutsu duel formed a ball of light that surrounded the two of them. In the light ball, Chidori and Reiznan cancelled each other out, and in the end, it was Genbyu with higher chakra intensity who won. However, in order to avoid hurting Minato, he also withdrew Chidori after the chakra of Reiznan was exhausted. It happened in a flash. Namikaze Minato used his last hidden trump card, the instant body switching technique he learned from Suomyu, and launched the shave. Minato instantly appeared to the upper right of Akimichi Genbyu, and using the momentum of the shave, he used all his domineering power to smash down with a headbutt, hitting Genbyu right on the forehead. Thunderbolt Cyclone Invincible Headbutt Style. This name sounds like it was chosen by Minato Namikaze himself, and it is still so, naive. No way, you've even learned how to shave it. I used my shadow clone to practice for 2 years before I could learn it. Akimichi Genbyu burst into tears again. The ball of light dissipated, revealing the figures of two people. At this time, Minato was maintaining a headbutt pressing posture in the air, and his forehead hit Suomyu's, while Suomyu's upper body was slowly falling backwards. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaw dropped. Did Brother Suomyu lose? Kushina covered her eyes and dared not look anymore. No way, what's going on? Did Minato win? That's awesome. Senju Nawaka's eyes were about to pop out of his head. Is it true that a student defeated an elite jonin? Jiraiya was equally stunned. Oh, interesting. If my feeling is correct, Minato also has that magical power on his forehead. Orochimaru also developed a keen interest in Minato Namikaze. Ha 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 ha, I won, give me money. Tsunade was also ecstatic and took another big gulp of wine. She could be considered a winner. However, Suomyu's waist stopped after bending backwards 90 degrees. In the shocked gazes of everyone, he straightened up forcefully and bounced Minato out. Minato's attack was extremely brilliant. Even Suomyu did not expect that he would use his domineering power in this way. At the critical moment, he quickly mobilized his domineering aura attached to his head and caught up with Minato's headbutt just before he was hit, preventing Minato from knocking him out. At the same time, he pointed his toes and pressed hard into the ground to prevent himself from losing balance. Then he bent his upper body backward to relieve Minato's impact. In fact, he didn't have to relieve the force, but that would be a head-on collision of two heads. He would definitely be fine, but Minato would definitely be in trouble, with a concussion at the very least. Minato fell to the ground, feeling a little dejected that he failed in the end, but he recovered quickly. The little son has a big heart. He panted and smiled and said to Suonryu, "Brother Suonryu, your head is really hard, I didn't knock you out. I lose." As he spoke, he scratched the back of his head, looking very silly. Suonryu walked up to him, stretched out his hand to pull him up, and praised him highly. "Not bad, you are worthy of being my brother, I am proud of you." Minato was still feeling a little down, but I still lost. "Hey, you little brat, you really want to beat me? Wait another 800 years. Brother, I want to ask you a favor. Whatever it is, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it." Namikaze Minato said embarrassedly, "It's not a big deal. It's just that I think the name Raiznan is totally unworthy of the technique you gave me, so I thought of a mighty and domineering name for it, Light Wheel Gale Whirlwind Black Tortoise Double Style Maru. Is that okay?" Akimichi Suonryu was stunned on the spot. He didn't understand what that something Maru said at all. "What did you say?" "It's called Nimbus." Stop. Looking at Tsunade's distraught look, Akimichi Genbu felt very distressed. He put Kushina down, walked over and helped Tsunade up, but her soul still hadn't returned. He shook his head helplessly, took out a 100,000 Ryo bill with the largest denomination from his ninja tool bag, and waved it in front of Tsunade. Tsunade immediately regained her vitality, and the banknotes in Suonryu's hand disappeared instantly and were stuffed into her majestic breasts. "Mr. Suonryu, you are the best." Tsunade hugged Suonryu and let him feel the facial cleanser again. This feeling of ecstasy, no matter how many times, still made him linger. Kushina, who witnessed the whole process, looked at her own breasts, then looked at Tsunade's soft breasts, and lowered her proud head. This was really incomparable. The clever Minato immediately understood Kushina's distress and comforted her. "Kushina, don't belittle yourself, yours is the best." "Humph, little pervert." Kushina turned her head away proudly, but the corners of her mouth were raised high. Minato wanted to cry but couldn't, crying in his heart, "I just want to comfort you, and, in my opinion, yours is the best, this is true." Jiraiya on the side was about to explode with anger. "That's something I've wanted to do for more than 10 years but haven't been able to do. It turns out that it only costs 10 ryode. I hate it so much that a little brat like Suonryu got there first." "You lecherous little brat, get off that sacred ground now." Jiraiya pointed at Suonryu angrily, his legs almost crossing over to the land of water. Suonryu knew that this was not a place to indulge in tenderness, as it would only attract hatred. He reluctantly left Tsunade's beauty and defended himself by saying, "I didn't mean to do that. It was just that teacher Tsunade was too enthusiastic." Orochimaru rarely dissed Suonryu. "Suonryu-kun, you should wipe your nosebleed first." Jiraiya chimed in, "That's right, you little pervert." Akimichi Suonryu turned around quickly, wiped the blood from his nose, and turned around again, all in one go. Looking at Tsunade, who was kissing the man fiercely with 10 ryo in both hands and didn't take it seriously at all, and then looking at Suonryu, who had a satisfied look on his face and the blood from his nose that hadn't been wiped off, Jiraiya exploded. He crossed his legs and pointed at Suonryu. "Little brat, do you dare to fight with me? What's the point of bullying a child? Let me teach you what it means to be better than others." Hearing this, Suonryu thought for a moment. Jiraiya is a true elite jonin, even the best among them. After returning from the rain country, after so many days of hard training, his strength has been improved again, especially his domineering. A hearty battle is the best way to train his domineering. Both the attachment area and the attachment time of his domineering have been greatly improved. He felt that he was almost at the threshold of the legendary entanglement hardening, and a duel with Jiraiya would be a good opportunity to test his current limit. Suonryu nodded in agreement. "Okay." When Tsunade heard that there was another duel, he got excited again. He held up the 10 ryo note and said, "I'm going to start a bet. Who wants to come?" "Kushina, brother Suonryu, you are the best, so I bet 1,000 ryo on Master Jiraiya." She bet all the 500 taels she had just won. "Namikaze Minato, brother Suonryu, come on, I will always support you. I bet 1,000 ryo on Lord Jiraiya in this round. These two fence-sitters have collectively betrayed me. I really want to beat the adulterous couple on the head. Rope tree, without further ado, I bet 2,000 ryo that Lord Jiraiya will win." Orochimaru, 2, Jiraiya. The scene reversed, and now everyone was betting on Jiraiya. Not only that, Heitake Sakumo appeared out of nowhere. "Is this a bet? Count me in. Point 2, Jiraiya." Jiraiya was so happy that he put his hands in his pockets, one leg was shaking, and said proudly, "I bet on myself to win. Hey, kid, it's not too late to admit defeat now. We haven't fought yet, so we don't know who will win or lose." He turned to Heitake Sakumo and said, "Lord Sakumo, your wine money will be doubled today." Now it was Heitake Sakumo's turn to be embarrassed. The reason why Heitake Sakumo appeared here was that he had run out of wine again. The wine brewed by Suonryu not only conquered Tsunade, but also him, the black-hearted drunkard. Finally, Tsunade placed her bet. "I believe my Suonryu-kun can win. Point 2, I bet." Listen, he is really drunk and has become Suomyu Jun in her family. But now it was Suomyu's turn to be happy, thinking, yes, 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 I am yours, and my princess is better. It's just 2 cents, so I lose. At worst, I can continue to use my shadow clone to disguise myself and go to the casino with you to win it back next time. Now everyone knows why this guy is so rich. In the middle of the 5th training ground, 2 people stood again. Come on, kid, let's go. The same old rules apply. As long as we grab each other's bell, we win. Also, if I can't grab your bell within 20 minutes, you still win. Let's make a bet that you taught Minato how to use the Raiznan just now, right? If I win, how about you teach me that, too? What if you lose? How could I possibly lose? If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. It is good. Akimichi Genbu stopped talking nonsense, opened his Sharingan, and performed 6 seals in 1 second. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball with a diameter of 5 meters rushed straight towards Jiraiya. What a fast seal-making speed. Jiraiya couldn't help but be a little surprised, but his speed in forming seals was not slow. He completed 3 seals in an instant and slapped the ground with both hands. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The earth wall that rose from the ground blocked the fireball, and Jiraiya hid behind the earth wall and was safe and sound. Which direction will you attack from next? Soon, Akimichi Genbu gave an answer. A huge sword with thunder directly split the flames and the earth wall. It was the Chidori blade. The Chidori blade split the earth wall without losing momentum and rushed straight towards Jiraiya. You really don't take the usual path. Jiraiya reacted very quickly. After taking a few steps back, he summoned a toad holding 2 swords to block the sword. The man and the toad fought back and forth. However, Jiraiya did not relax his guard. Sure enough, dozens of kunai were suddenly shot out from the sky. As they fell, they multiplied rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they became thousands of kunai. It was simply a kunai rain. Shuriken shadow clone technique. This scale, the chakra, is really abundant. Ninjutsu, needle jizo. Jiraiya's white hair grew longer and harder, surrounding him. Shurikens fell on his hair, making a sound of metal clashing. Jiraiya observed the surroundings through the gaps, paying special attention to needle jizo's so-called weakness, which was the unprotected feet. Double transformation technique. A giant fist hit Jiraiya from behind, but Jiraiya changed his hand gesture. Dozens of hairs turned into steel needles and stretched faster and faster, stabbing towards the giant fist. But what Jiraiya did not expect was that the giant fist did not retract, but hit the steel needles directly. The scene of the giant fist being bloody that Jiraiya had expected did not appear. Instead, the hair was broken. Is it the earth release hardening technique, or the power that Orochimaru mentioned? He immediately changed his tactics, and thousands of hairs shot out at him at high speed, and combined into 3 huge diamond pestles in the air, trying to use them to resist the attack of the giant fist. However, he had forgotten who Akimichi Suomyo was. A disciple of 0.3 months was enough for him to make further progress in the training of his super strength. Although he could not fully control the strength yet, he could use it normally in battle. The super power fist crushed Jiraiya and his hair, but Jiraiya was not injured. At the critical moment, he used the earth stand and appeared in another place. Tsunade really teaches everything. However, as soon as he appeared, a voice came from behind him. Lord Jiraiya, it is not good to be distracted during a battle. The Chidori blade chopped down, but Jiraiya turned around and spat fire-style flame bomb, and a ball of fire engulfed the figure of Akimichi Genbu. At the critical moment, he appeared 10 meters in front of Jiraiya in an instant, holding the big knife, and said, Master Jiraiya, aren't you afraid of burning me to death? How is that possible? It's just a firebomb, you can just dodge it if you want. Shadow clone technique. He placed the shadow clone under his feet, used the force to jump, and flew out of the yellow spring swamp. That's quite creative. How about this? Jiraiya formed seals with his hands again. Ninja technique, lion's bite technique. His hair quickly stretched out and intertwined in the air to form a huge mouth that bit towards the Suomyu in midair. The speed of the technique was extremely fast. Before he even landed on the ground, the giant mouth's attack had already arrived. Suomyu had no choice but to use his sword to block, but the huge mouth made of hair bit Suomyu's sword and knocked him into the ground. Jiraiya pulled back his long hair, and a human-shaped hole appeared on the ground, but he did not go up to check, but stood there quietly. Minato and Kushina's eyes were filled with worry. With such a powerful blow, I hope nothing will happen to brother Suomyu. Don't worry, I can tell from Jiraiya-sama's expression that the battle isn't over yet. Tsunade was also very worried. She clenched her fists and stared at the huge human-shaped pit in the venue. Lying inside was her favorite disciple. Damn Jiraiya for being so ruthless. If anything goes wrong, Jiraiya will just have to wait to be sent to ICU. It is obvious that Suomyu, who has only known Tsunade for less than half a year, has already surpassed the pervert Jiraiya in Tsunade's heart. Isn't this inevitable? Suomyu brews wine for her, cooks for her, and takes good care of her. He is simply the best disciple of the century. What else can Jiraiya do except drooling over her big breasts? Who is he? A bloody hand stretched out from the pit, and Akimichi Suomyu stood up by holding the edge of the pit. He was in a rather disheveled state at this moment, with both arms bleeding and blood oozing from his forehead. There was a hole in his pants on his right leg, and the blood that flowed out had soaked his pants. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Throwing away the sword that had been bitten off in his hand, Suomiya said to Jiraiya, "It hurts, Master Jiraiya." Others use their hands and feet to exert their supernatural powers, but you are quite creative that you actually use your hair. Akimichi Genbu never expected to be hammered into the ground by a bunch of hair. After holding the giant mouth with a knife, a huge force was transmitted to his hand. He cried out inwardly, "Oh no," and immediately mobilized his domineering aura to attach it. However, now he could not even attach it to cover his entire body, let alone entangle it. He could only attach his domineering aura to the back of his head and back to resist the impact. As for the front of his body, only the most vulnerable abdomen was attached with domineering aura. Fortunately, he had mastered the art of paper painting and was able to avoid most of the attacks by twisting his body, otherwise he would have suffered more than just this little injury, because the huge mouth had teeth and the edges were full of steel spikes. Seeing Suomiya's miserable state, Jiraiya felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "Well, don't you have a technique that can enhance your defense? How come you are still so badly injured?" "Of course it's because your attack covers everything. I can't cover my entire body with haki. That technique is called haki. It seems that compared with the hardening technique, both have their own strengths and weaknesses." Akimichi Suomiya didn't respond. "That's because I haven't mastered the training yet. When I master Ryuo, I will beat you to a pulp and I will take your last name. Can you continue like this? It was my mistake this time. I thought you could defend yourself, so I didn't stop. How about we talk about it next time?" Jiraiya took the initiative to make peace. "That's not necessary. I still want to continue to experience your strange strength. Being able to use hair to exert extraordinary strength is unique in the ninja world. Although the destructive power and range are not as good as Princess Tsunade, it is faster and has a longer range. Moreover, in terms of attacking a single target, such attack power is more than enough. After all, who has nothing better to do than smash mountains every day? I am just taking shortcuts. I am not up to par with the mainstream. I am far inferior to your teacher." As he was speaking, Akimichi Genbu's bleeding had stopped, thanks to the medical ninjutsu taught by the beautiful girl. He didn't waste any more words. Fire style, fire dragon flame bomb, and a fire dragon with bared fangs and claws flew towards Jiraiya. Fire style, flame bullet, gamma oil bullet, combination ninjutsu, gamma oil flame bullet. Jiraiya and the double sword toad that appeared beside him at some point performed a combination of ninjutsu. The toad's oil and firebomb and the fire dragon's firebomb collided and the winner was immediately apparent. The fire dragon was instantly swallowed up, but the oil and fire did not attack Suomiya directly. Instead, it split into two and drew a circle surrounding him. Jiraiya used the fire circle to restrict Suomiya's high-speed movement. "Toad Guan, you go back first." "Oh." After responding, Gamma Hero lifted the summoning technique and returned to Mayaboku Mountain. He put on a pair of insulated tactical gloves and elbow pads and jumped into the fire circle. Although the chakra attached to it could also protect him from electricity, it was not that convenient. Having his range of movement limited was a bit uncomfortable for a speed-type ninja like Suomiya. Just as he was about to jump out of the fire circle, he was hit head-on with a punch. "It's not too late to surrender now, Suomiya-kun." Chidori, a large amount of lightning gathered in Suomiya's right hand again, and with the bonus of ninjutsu, his speed increased again and he rushed towards Jiraiya, answering him with action. In the duel arena surrounded by a circle of fire, the two men engaged in a fierce battle. For a moment, the arena was filled with lightning and wind, and after images were intertwined. What is an elite jonin? It is a ninja who has no weaknesses in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, has extremely abundant chakra, and possesses his own unique secret techniques. Just like Jiraiya in the field, his ninjutsu and taijutsu completely suppressed Suomiya. If he hadn't mastered the shave, which was faster than the general instant body switching technique and more suitable for short distance displacement, and his body with domineering aura made him particularly resistant to attacks, and if Jiraiya didn't want to hurt his life and held back everywhere, he would have been defeated long ago. But Jiraiya was also surprised. This kid was too fast. His burst speed in short distances was even faster than his toad body instant technique. It was not easy to catch him without hurting him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed. Although Jiraiya had suppressed Suomiya, it was still difficult for him to catch him and get the belt. He had been in danger many times by Suomiya's speed advantage. Now that time was running out, it would be a disgrace if he lost. Jiraiya bit his finger and quickly formed a seal summoning technique. With a bang, a toad holding a steel fork and wearing a bamboo had appeared next to Jiraiya. Suomiya was unhappy. Master Jiraiya is really unethical and is looking for external help again. "I can't help it. Who told you to be so slippery? Toad Jiun, come on together. Although I'm clumsy, I will try my best." In a 2-on-1 situation, Suomiya's situation became increasingly difficult, but there were only 30 seconds left, and he only had to hold on for another 30 seconds. At the critical moment, Gameken's hat suddenly became bigger, forcing Suomiya, who had just dodged Jiraiya's wind blade attack, into a dead corner. At the same time, a harpoon attacked him. However, the wound on his leg broke open at this time, affecting his movement. He was unable to dodge and was pierced by the harpoon on his hat. "Well done, Gameken." Jiraiya appeared in front of him in an instant. "Got it." But just when Jiraiya was about to grab the bell Vidra seal, a barrier emitting golden light rose between the two of them and quickly closed, covering Jiraiya inside. Nanny, sealing technique. When did you learn the sealing technique? Guess, Master Jiraiya. There are still 10 seconds. Jiraiya is fully capable of breaking this barrier, but the key is that there is not enough time. I won, Lord Jiraiya. Suonryu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but just when he was sure of victory and let down his guard, a small purple toad clawed and pulled the bell off his waist. It turned out that Toad Jian had shrunk in size and took the bell away when he was not paying attention. You Toad Jian, I thought you were an honest man, but you actually stole things. Suonryu was furious after losing his bell. I'm sorry, Suonryu-kun. Although I'm clumsy, I will try my best to help Jiraiya. After getting the bell, Toad Jian grew bigger again, and with a single leap he jumped directly to the other side of the barrier, making it impossible for Akimichi Suonryu to remove the barrier. This bad toad will stew you sooner or later. Akimichi Suonryu was so angry that he used his extraordinary strength to pull out the harpoon that bound him and chased after him. Well done, Toad Jian. Jiraiya, who was about to give up, rekindled his hope. He formed seals with his hands and practiced ninja technique, lion's bite technique. The huge mouth formed by the hair slammed into the Vedra seal. Although it did not break it in one blow, a large number of cracks appeared in the barrier. Toad Jian outside punched towards the crack, and a big hole was created in the barrier. Even though it was only a second difference, losing is losing. Jiraiya fell to the ground in agony and didn't want to live anymore. I actually lost to a genin. How can I put my face aside? Suonryu was also a little lucky. After this battle, he deeply realized the gap between himself and the real elite jonin. Take Hattori Heiji, who was killed by him, for example. He felt that Hattori Heiji could not withstand more than a few moves in front of Jiraiya. He had killed a quasi-elite jonin before and thought he had the strength of an elite jonin. Now he thinks he was too naive. His strength and speed are okay, especially his speed. Suonryu thinks that if he really wants to run, even an elite jonin can't stop him. However, he still has gaps in chakra control, the use and combination of ninjutsu, combat experience, and so on. At present, it seems that he can rely on his speed and defensive advantages to fight against an elite jonin, but once he is involved in a life and death fight, his hope of survival is very slim. It seems that he has to keep working hard. In fact, Suonryu doesn't need to underestimate himself. Having always been with the three ninjas in Konoha White Fang, he feels that the strength of all the elite jonins in the world is like this. However, Jiraiya's strength is considered to be among the best among the elite jonin, and he is not far from the quasi-cage level. If he was replaced by an elite jonin like Kakashi in the early stage of Naruto in the previous life, the scene would definitely not be like today. Suonryu could kill him by relying on chakra consumption. Ah, Suonryu-kun. Mine, all mine, ahahaha. Tsunade grabbed everyone's gambling money and won. She was excited. This was the most satisfying win she had had in recent years. Because she was so excited, she actually ran to the field and hugged Akimichi Genbu, not caring at all that he was dirty. She buried his head in her breasts and spun around on the spot. Akimichi Genbu's feet left the ground, and with Tsunade as the center of the circle, she swung him around like a windmill. Suonryu, you're awesome, I love you so much, you're my lucky star. Tsunade-sensei, please put me down, I'm suffocating. Suonryu pleaded for help in a muffled voice. Your breasts are precious, but your life is more valuable. But at this time, the excited Tsunade could not hear Suonryu's cry for help at all, and was still spinning in circles. Jiraiya in the field was almost going crazy. He failed on the battlefield and even more so in love. You little pervert, get down here, get down. I really didn't expect that it was Mr. Suonryu who won. Hey, take Sakumo said, touching his smooth chin. This big idiot is always so surprising. Orochimaru began to complain. For the first time, he felt ashamed of being called one of the three ninjas together with Jiraiya. Kinju Shenshu was confused again. Are they really not having an affair? Damn Suonryu brother, ha. Kushina was very unhappy. She lost money and lost face. It was Minato Namikaze who discovered something was wrong. He quickly ran over and grabbed Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, please stop turning. Brother Suonryu is dying. Is it? Tsunade stopped when she heard that, let go of Suonryu and looked over. Sure enough, the latter's eyes had turned white and he had fainted with happiness. The hokage in a certain office was staring at a round crystal. This little guy is surprisingly capable. When Suonryu woke up again, a barbecue stall had been set up in the training ground, and he was placed on a recliner on the side of the field to rest. Surprisingly, Tsunade did not join in, but the first thing Suonryu saw was nothing else but the scenery under the peak. If you look down, you can't see your toes, and if I look up, I can't see my face. Admiring the magnificent scenery at the foot of the mountain and smelling the beauty's body fragrance, he almost fainted again. As you guessed, Tsunade felt that it was her fault that Suonryu fainted, so she took the initiative to take care of him to express her apology. At this time, Suonryu was lying on Tsunade's thighs. This was the legendary knee pillow, and it was the knee pillow of a beautiful girl. Hearing the noise on her legs, Tsunade lowered her head, but she could see nothing but her superior. Their faces were so close, yet there was a mountain and a sea between them. Tsunade must have been extremely beautiful at this moment. It was obviously no longer possible to stay in the arms of comfort, so Suonryu got up with difficulty and sat next to Tsunade. You're awake. Tsunade smiled at Suonryu, his winter was gone. I'm so sorry, Suonryu-kun, I was just too excited and didn't mean to make you faint. Suonryu waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay, Lady Tsunade, you don't have to apologize. Tsunade turned her head and looked at the noise in the field. Suonryu-kun, it is really great to have you as my disciple. It has been almost 9 years, and I can finally enjoy the joy of killing all the enemies again. Teacher, has your last kill been traced back to 9 years ago? Yes, let me tell you, that time. Tsunade was about to explain in detail, but she suddenly thought of something bad and didn't continue. Suonryu was about to ask in detail, but a cough suddenly came from beside him. Ahem, Suonryu-jun, when will you find me? Upon hearing this, Akimichi Genbu turned around and saw that Heitake Sakumo was sitting at the other end of the bench. Lord Sakumo, when did you arrive? I have been here since you fainted. Heitake Sakumo's forehead was full of black lines. Now it was Akimichi Genbu's turn to feel embarrassed, and he scratched his head and smiled with narrowed eyes. Aha, I'm so sorry, Master Sakumo, I really didn't see you. Is there something wrong? Heitake Sakumo did not pursue the matter further and said, actually, I came here not only to buy wine, but also to bring your mission. What mission is so important that you need to come and notify them in person? Chudeo Suonryu was curious. Even Tsunade looked at Heitake Sakumo with her beautiful eyes. He didn't tell her there was a mission just now? Heitake Sakumo said that you were immersed in your own world of killing just now, and you didn't wake up until Suonryu woke up. I wanted to talk to you, but you could hear me. It's a B-rank mutual delivery mission. We're going to the land of artisans to deliver the kunao, shuriken, and detonating talismans ordered by Kanahada. However, due to the current tensions between the land of fire and the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of rain, the mission difficulty is likely to be upgraded to A rank. Are we the only 4 of us? If I remember correctly, there are 3 small countries between the Kingdom of Craftsmen and the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Stone, the Kingdom of Birds, and the Kingdom of Rain. In addition, the 2 large countries of the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind are sandwiched on both sides. The journey is so long, and there are ambushes everywhere. With the strength of the 4 of us, we can't guarantee that the supplies will be transported back, and even our own lives cannot be guaranteed. Suonryu's analysis made sense. She and Tsunade were fine, but Nara, Shimizu and Yamanaka were not even jonin. Letting the 4 of them wander around outside with scrolls full of strategic materials during this special period was like asking a birthday star to hang himself. Nara, Kiyomizu and Yamanaka will not be participating in this mission. I will be leading the team, and you, Tsunade, and Hyaga Ito of the Hyaga clan will be the team members. That's right, but wouldn't it be better if you replaced me with Jiraiya or Orikamaru-sama? I'm not sure about that. Maybe he wants you to gain some experience. Heitake Sakumo replied. Tsunade interjected, so when do we leave? Tomorrow at noon. This mission is a long journey and will take a long time. We may encounter battles during the journey. Go back tonight and make more preparations. The land of craftsmen is so far away from us, why do we have to go there to order large quantities of strategic materials? Is the 3rd Hokage crazy? Tsunade complained. You can't blame the 3rd Hokage for this. The blades made by the land of craftsmen are the best in the ninja world. All countries are rushing to order them. When the 3rd Hokage placed the order, the relationship with the neighboring countries was not so tense. Who would have thought that the land of rain, the land of earth, and the land of wind would suddenly form an alliance? Heitake Sakumo, the loyal Hokage, quickly spoke up for the 3rd Hokage. Okay, let's eat and drink today, and we can talk about the rest tomorrow. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. Tsunade used a teleportation technique to reach the center of the field, picked up a bottle of wine and started drinking. Heitake Sakumo had been craving for alcohol for a long time, and he left immediately after completing the task. He was really holding it in. Before Suonryu fainted, and under Kushina's coercion and inducement, Namikaze Minato, the only one who could open the wine cellar, was forced to take out a lot of good wines, including Mutai, Wulianjai, Zhuanggai Yuanhong, wine and various fruit wines. Looking at the joyful scene, Suonryu felt unhappy. They sent me and Tsunade away in the name of the mission. Nawaki is still young, and Tsunade's killing spree today, so it must be that incident. It snowed heavily in Konoha tonight. The road was quiet and peaceful, with only the sound of falling snow. Suonryu carried Tsunade on his back and walked slowly on the way back to the princess's bedroom, leaving a series of footprints that were then covered by the snow. Suonryu suddenly felt that it would be nice to just keep walking like this. I don't know where Senjin Awaki is. He ran away with Minato and Kushina. Minato, you little bastard, and Kushina, you money loser, actually took out so much wine without my knowledge. When I come back from my mission, I'll show you how I'll beat you up. Bring me some wine, I want some more. Tsunade, who was lying on his back and covered tightly with a blanket, was still mumbling even when she fell asleep. Suonryu shook his head helplessly, and pulled Tsunade's thighs with his hands to lift her up. You really make me helpless. In the pavilion in the courtyard of the Senju mansion, Uzumaki Mito and Genbu were enjoying the snow. The hot tea next to them was still steaming. Mito was lying on a recliner covered with a cotton mattress, wearing a cotton coat and a blanket covering her legs, forming a sharp contrast with Genbu, who was wearing a sweatshirt and shorts opposite her. The wife of the 1st Hokage, who was once famous in the ninja world and the first 9 tails Jinchuriki, is now so weak that she can't even withstand the cold in winter. Lord Mito, are we going to proceed? Suonryu said, looking at the falling snow outside the courtyard. Yes, it seems that the monkey's plan did not succeed. That I told you that I couldn't hide it from you, but he didn't believe me. But I'm curious about how you guessed it. My Sherinan saw the current condition of your body. In addition, the third Hokage sent Tsunade and I out of the village. I guessed that the Nine Tails was transferred from you to Kushina. Can't we delay it for a few more days? There should be a way. Suamiya looked at Mito and pleaded. He really didn't want this friend of his who was no longer his friend in this way to pass away, but he was helpless. That's not necessary. I've lived long enough. What's the point of lingering on for a few more years? I don't want to end up unable to take care of myself and die without dignity lying on a hospital bed. Uzumaki Mito talked about her own death calmly and freely, without any fear, as if it was not her who was about to lose her life. But is it necessary to let Tsunade leave the village? You are her only living elder. She will collapse if she can't even see you for the last time. Akimichi Suonryu closed his eyes reluctantly and covered his head in pain. If Xiao Gang was in the village, he would definitely make a scene. What's there for an old woman like me to see? I don't care about this side of me. But there's nothing to worry about. Don't feel sad about my departure. Everyone will have such a day. I just reached another stage in life. Also, remember what you promised me. Take good care of Kushina after I leave. She is still too young, but she has endured the pain she shouldn't have to endure. Mito-sama is quite free and easy. Don't worry. I will take good care of her. From the moment she entered my house, she is my biological sister. Besides, I will also take good care of Tsunade and Noeki. Suonryu answered quickly. Uzumaki Mito smiled and shook his head. That's not what I want to say. Didn't I tell you before that this is what you should do? What I want to say is that when you are together with Tsunade, remember to go to Mai and Hashirama's graves and tell us. Hashirama really likes his precious granddaughter. Mito-sama, we haven't even started yet. What's the point of this? I'm only 16 years old. Besides, Tsunade-sensei only treats me as a disciple now. I don't know what will happen in the future. Akimichi Suonryu felt rarely embarrassed. Uzumaki Mito laughed. Haha, you don't look like you're 16 at all. You're already 170 centimeters tall. But this is the first time I've seen Suonryu-kun so shy. Then she looked up at the endless white snow in the sky and said with emotion, it's great to be young. At noon the next day, Suonryu, Heitake Sakumo and Hinata Ito had arrived at the village entrance, but Tsunade had not arrived yet. Mr. Suonryu, what is Tsunade doing? Asked Heitake Sakumo. Maybe something has delayed you. Do you need me to go look for him, Lord Sakumo? As the two were talking, Tsunade's voice came from a distance. I'm coming, I'm coming. A few people looked towards the main road in the village, and saw a cloud of dust rushing towards them, and then a beautiful figure stood in front of Suonryu. Huff, huff, I'm so tired. Seeing this, Suonryu took out a bottle of warm water from somewhere, unscrewed the lid and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei, there's no need for you to rush. We still have time. Tsunade took the water bottle and took a big gulp. Sorry. I don't know what happened to Grandma Mito. Before I left, she talked to me for a long time, as if I was not coming back. She also gave me a pair of earrings, saying they would bring good luck. At this time, Tsunade had changed into the same clothes as when she went to the rain country on a mission. He was wearing a black combat uniform and combat pants, black ninja shoes on his feet, gray leather armor on his upper body and arm guards of the same style as the leather armor, and ninja bags on his left leg and right waist. These were the standard combat suits of Konoha ninjas of this era. The outfits of the three of them were similar, but the ordinary clothes gave off a unique sense of heroic beauty when worn on the beautiful girl. Suonryu knew why Mito was acting so abnormally. He took out a cold cloak from somewhere and put it on Tsunade. He said inconspicuously, Tsunade-sensei, it will be getting colder along the way. Wear more clothes. Is there anything urgent, Mito-sama? Tsunade tapped her lower lip with a finger, looked up at a 45-degree angle and recalled, then said, not really, it was just some family matters, and she asked me to take care of myself when I go out. As for her grandmother saying that she is not young anymore and urging her to fall in love, such a trivial matter should not be known to outsiders. Looking at the two people who were master and disciple here, Sakumo was very unhappy. I didn't see you, a little kid, also give me a cloak. Then he interrupted the two of them and said, okay, now that everyone is here, let's go. Yes. After several people responded, they set out on the road to the country of craftsmen. During the journey, Akimichi Genbu asked his doubts. Lady Tsunade, the journey is long and the mountains are high. It will take about 2 to 3 weeks to go back and forth. Don't you have any daily necessities? Why don't I see you even have a backpack? Do I need to be so well prepared to go on a mission with you? I believe you have already helped me with it. Look, isn't this cloak the one you prepared for me? Hee. Tsunade's smile was as innocent as it could be, and she said in a very straightforward manner that she had not prepared anything except combat equipment. She was not ashamed of it, but proud of it, and she also put the blame on Suonryu. Hearing this, Suonryu lost his balance and almost fell off a tree. Even Hinata Ito, who was not very familiar with the two of them, couldn't help laughing. Heitake Sakumo, who was at the back, laughed out loud. Oh, I'm really a fool. Suonryu said helplessly. What are you tying? Do you want to eat mutton hot pot tonight? Tsunade's saliva was watering when she heard that she was going to eat her favorite hot pot. Looking at Tsunade's innocent smile, Suamiyu, who originally wanted to diss her, then thought better of it. She was beautiful, so whatever she said was right. He accelerated and left Tsunade, who was walking side by side with him. Now it was Tsunade's turn to ask, "You haven't answered me yet, Suamiyu-kun, are we having shabu shabu tonight?" That night, in a hidden cave, Suamiyu, who was forced to tears by Tsunade, took out a copper hot pot and smokeless charcoal, and even fresh mutton and vegetables in front of the shocked eyes of Heitake Sakumo and Hinata Ito. Only Tsunade was eating and drinking heartlessly, not caring at all about how this thing appeared. When Akimichi Genbu even took out the noodles of Ichiraku ramen, which were handmade by his father at this time, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but ask, "Genbu-kun, where did you buy this backpack? Can you give me a link? I want the same one." 2 days passed and they had crossed most of the Rain Kingdom and the Bird Kingdom. In another half day they would reach the border of the Stone Kingdom. But when resting in the inn at night, Tsunade felt inexplicably sad. She didn't eat many bites of the meal, and she didn't even take a few sips of her new favorite alcoholic drink, a new drink developed by Suamiya to help Tsunade quit drinking. Tsunade had previously disdained it, but since she couldn't drink alcohol while on a mission, Suamiya took the opportunity to promote it. As a result, Tsunade did not escape the law of true fragrance. Before going back to the room to rest, Heitake Sakumo asked curiously, "What happened to Tsunade?" Hinata Ito made his own guess, could it be her period? Akimichi Genbu shook his head. How could he not note Tsunade's menstrual period? It was still many days away. He opened the window and looked towards the direction of the land of fire, but all he saw were mountains in front of him. He closed his eyes in pain, turned around and said to the two of them, "There must be some other reason. Teacher, Tsunade didn't eat much. I'll go make some food and send it to her." Then, without waiting for the two to reply, he went to the hotel kitchen. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on Tsunade's door, but no one came to open it. Suamiyu opened the door himself and walked in carrying the food box. There was no light in the house, and the moonlight coming in through the window cast a layer of coldness over the room. Tsunade huddled up in a chair in front of the window, hugging her knees with her hands. She was unmoved by the coming of Suamiya. Her beautiful eyes stared in the direction of Kanaa, as if she wanted to cross thousands of miles to confirm that the person in her heart was safe before she would feel at ease. Suamiya didn't disturb her. He moved a table and put her favorite dishes on the table. After he prepared everything, he said softly to Tsunade, "Teacher, these are all made by me especially for you. Eat some. I can't let all my hard work go to waste." Tsunade turned around and asked, "Suamiyu-kun, have you ever experienced the pain of losing a loved one?" Suamiya pulled a chair and sat opposite Tsunade. "Well, my father died before I was born, and my mother also left me 3 days after I was born, but I was still ignorant at that time and did not experience the pain of losing my mother. Later, Uncle Qfeng and Aunt Sani raised me and took care of me like their own son, making me feel the warmth of home. I can say that they are the closest people to me in this world. After graduating from the ninja school, I met a teacher as responsible and caring as you. So far, I feel that my heart is filled with the love of you, Uncle Tofu, and Aunt Sani, and I have not really felt the pain of the death of a loved one," as the teacher said. Tsunade was amused by his words. "You little kid, you know I'm upset, so you flatter me on purpose to cheer me up, right?" Suamiya roared in his heart, "I'm not a child. I'm not small in any way. On the contrary, I'm very big. I'll scare you when I take me out." But he obviously didn't dare to say that. "So you are suddenly so sad because you thought about the death of a relative?" Tsunade answered the question irrelevantly. "Suamiyu-kun, you know, the first time I won the jackpot from gambling was when I was 5 years old. The day I stole my grandfather's money and went to play the slot machine. I lost at the beginning, but when I played the last hand, I won the jackpot of 777. I still remember how happy I was that day. But when I returned home happily and wanted to show off to my grandfather, my father, who was walking towards me, told me that my grandfather had passed away just as I entered the door. I was still young at that time and didn't understand what death meant. I thought my grandfather was just sleeping. It was not until later that I realized that my grandfather would never wake up. The second great victory was when I was 7 years old. On that day, I learned from my grandmother that my second grandfather, the second hokage of Kanaa, was attacked and killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku in the hidden cloud village. The third time was the day I won the most, and it was on the day that I lost both my parents. My father and mother died together with Silverhorn, and my uncle and aunt also died in the revenge war against the Gold and Silver brothers. Almost overnight, the already precarious Senju clan was almost uprooted. The fourth time, which was the time you let me win, I didn't feel anything at first, but when I was thinking about it today, I suddenly realized that the few times I won big before were all accompanied by the departure of my loved ones. So Suamiyu-kun, I am really worried about the safety of my grandmother and Shenshu. If they leave me again, I will really be left with nothing. At this point, Tsunade was already in tears. Seeing Tsunade so sad, Akimichi Genbu's heart was broken. He walked at Tsunade, took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, but Tsunade could no longer restrain herself, rushed into his arms, hugged him, and cried bitterly. Akimichi Suamiya did not take advantage of the situation, but raised his arms and tried to think of a solution. "Oh, never mind, I'll just lie to her for a day, and it'll be good to keep her happy for a while." He spoke to comfort her. "Tsuna-chan, have you noticed that the last few times you won, you received bad news on the same day, but this time, nothing bad happened to Mito-sama and Noeki on the day you won?" Tsunade stopped crying after hearing this. Yes, why didn't I realize this? In the past, the incidents always happened on the same day. So when something bad happened to my grandmother in Rope Tree, it happened during the competition the day before yesterday. Why am I so sad now? Who am I crying for? Tsunade, who was already a carefree and optimistic person, immediately saw the rain turn to clear. Only then did she realize that she was actually in the arms of her own disciple. Feeling his strong heartbeat, Tsunade's face turned from bright to sunset, and with a whoosh she pushed forward and pushed Suonryu to the opposite wall. Suonryu asked what was going on and how I got here. Yeah, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight, do you hear me? Tsunade wiped her snot and tears, adjusted herself, and restored her former good image. Suonryu dug himself out of the wall. What the hell was going on? Teacher, don't worry. Nothing happened tonight, I just came here to deliver food. Tsunade was very satisfied with Suonryu's performance. He was indeed her favorite disciple, who knew how to handle things. However, she soon realized another problem. What did you call me just now, Tsunade-sensei? No, it was the last time. Tsunade's eyes were very dangerous. Well, teacher Tsunade, don't get me wrong, this is what Lady Mito told me. She said that the first generation always called you this. Suonryu hurriedly explained. I'll forgive you this time, but don't let there be a next time. Tsunade turned her head away, pretending to be a generous adult. Well, I'm hungry. You go out first. I want to eat. Then she sat in a chair and started eating. Although she appeared calm on the surface just now, she was in a mess inside. Although she had long been accustomed to Suonryu's considerate care for her, and had no aversion to his physical contact, this time was different. She showed her most vulnerable side in front of this man, and hid in his arms crying, smearing her snot and tears on his body. It was so shameful. Looking at the food Suonryu had prepared for her on the table, kung pao chicken, braised beef and soy sauce, and her favorite smashed cucumber and fried peanuts. Thinking of all that Suonryu had done for her before, Tsunade fell into deep thought. Does he like me? Do I like him? How can I, a 20-year-old girl, fall in love with a 16-year-old boy? Although he is indeed tall and handsome, and is my ideal type, I am 7 years older than him. If I really fall in love with him, it would be too shameless. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His love for me is the love of a student for a teacher, and my love for him is the love of a teacher for a disciple. It is definitely not love between a man and a woman. It must be like this. Yes, it is like this. Tsunade began to hypnotize herself, and the effect was very significant. She quickly drove away the unrealistic thoughts in her mind and happily ate the loving dinner that Suonryu prepared for her. Suonryu-kun is really perfect. Whoever marries her in the future will be blessed. But she herself didn't realize that she had already regarded Suonryu from a boy to a man. In Konoha village, in the underground secret room of the Senju clan's mansion, the four giants of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato and Utane Koharu, all gathered together. They stood in the four directions of east, south, west and north respectively, looking solemnly at the two people lying on the bed in the basement. One was the awake Mito Uzumaki, and the other was the sleeping Kushina. There are sealing rituals set up all over and around Kushina and Mito Uzumaki. Mito's stomach is the starting point of the sealing ritual, and Kushina's abdomen is the end point. The four giants at the four corners of the sealing technique made the Hai, Shen, Yu and Su seals with their hands respectively, and at the same time transmitted their own chakra to maintain the operation of the sealing technique. At this time, in the sealed space inside Uzumaki Mito's body, the Nine Tails, which was covered by a mountain of stone and looked like Sun Wukong being pressed under the five-finger mountain, looked at the countless chains slowly descending from the sky and roared angrily, "Damn Uzumaki Mito, I'm about to succeed, but you actually want to transfer me to a little girl and seal me again? It's simply wishful thinking." The nine-tailed fox began to exert all its strength, trying to break out of Uzumaki Mito's body before the new seal was formed. As it exploded wildly, the entire space was shaking, and the stone mountain pressing on it also showed a tendency to be overturned. Uzumaki Mito, who maintained a half-open seal, was in great pain. She mobilized all her chakra to fight against the Nine Tails while urging the four people, "Speed up, I can't suppress it anymore." Upon hearing this, the four of them increased their chakra output, and the sealing chains fell faster, penetrating the stone mountain and binding the Nine Tails tightly. Uzumaki Mito could no longer hold on and loosened her hands from the seals. The stone mountains in her space all collapsed, revealing the entire body of the Nine Tails. What a huge and terrifying body it was. Even if its neck, limbs, torso and tail were tied up with chains, the residual power it exuded was enough to wipe out the rebellion. The third Hokage roared, "Start now." Following his order, even more powerful chakra burst out from the four people again, and the materialized chakra turbulence blew their hair and clothes into the air. Uzumaki Mito's eyes and mouth were filled with the red chakra light of the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails was gradually dragged out of Uzumaki Mito's stomach and flowed into Kushina's body through the sealing ritual. The sleeping Kushina was having a terrible nightmare. In the dream, a huge fox with nine tails waving was chasing her, trying to swallow her in one bite. She could only keep running and couldn't wake up. An hour later, as the seals on the four people's hands changed to weigh at the same time, the four-symbol seal, Yanjian, was finally completed, and the entire Nine Tails was successfully transferred to Kushina's body. At this time in Kushina's sealed space, the nine-tailed fox was tied to a magma ball suspended in the air like the sun by countless iron chains. Its body was bound by countless chains, and the wooden stakes nailed into its abdomen, limbs, and nine tails penetrated its body and hit the inside of the magma ball. It can be said that the nine-tailed fox's situation at this time is even more miserable than before. When it was inside Uzumaki Mito's body, it was just pinned down by the stone mountain and unable to move. But now, not only does it have to endure the pain of burning magma every day, the wooden nails nailed into its body make it suffer excruciating pain. The four people who completed the seal finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead and walked in front of Uzumaki Mito, followed by the others. At this time, the red hair of Uzumaki Mito lying on the bed had turned completely gray, and she was also breathing very hard. She looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Although he couldn't hear clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what Uzumaki Mito was going to say. He held Mito's hand and said solemnly, "Master's wife, please rest assured that I swear in the name of the hokage that Kushina will be handed over to Akimichi Genbu's care. No one is allowed to interfere. I will also do my best to protect Tsunade and Noeki and will not let anyone hurt them." Danzo Shimura obviously had something to say, but because Uzumaki Mito was still alive, he held it back. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's oath, a smile appeared on Uzumaki Mito's face. Her pupils began to dilate, and in her dying moments, she seemed to see again the man she had been thinking about day and night. He smiled and slowly extended his hand to her. He was still as naive as ever, and still made her fascinated by him. "Are you here to pick me up, Hashirama?" "Hiruzen, you cannot obey Mito-sama's last wishes. How can the nine tails Jinchuriki be left in the care of the Uchiha evildoer? She should be handed over to the root. I will train her to be a sharp weapon that will only be loyal to Konoha." Mito Uzumaki had just passed away, and her body was still warm, but this idiot Danzo wanted to overturn her last wishes. As to whether it was for the good of Konoha or for his own selfish desires, you have to ask his already dark heart. "Shut up, Akimichi Genbu is also a ninja of the village. He loves this village just as much. I trust the judgment of Mito-sama. But, no buts, I am the Hokage, you just need to follow orders." Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo's words. "Also, he is not the Uchiha evildoer you mentioned, but a member of the Akimichi clan, the nephew of Tofu, the direct disciple of Tsunade, and the great-grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't mention the title in front of me again." When saying these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen exuded his domineering aura and displayed his majesty as a ninja hero, which was incomparable to Danzo, who was only greedy and mean-spirited in his heart. Danzo was quickly defeated and walked out of the basement quickly, saying before leaving, "Hiruzen, you will regret this." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop him, but instead instructed Mito Katoen and Yutain Koharu, "Immediately notify the Senju clan and all Konoha personnel of Mito-sama's death. I will hold a hero's funeral for Mito-sama. All ninjas in the village who are not on a mission must be present to see Mito-sama off." Yutain Kohara tried to stop us. "Our relationship with our neighbors is so tense right now. Isn't it a bad idea to make the news of the death of Mito-sama, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, public? Knowing that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is dead, other countries will surely be ready to take action. Mito-sama is aware of this, so she asked us to bury her secretly with Hashirama-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to reject Yutain Kohara's proposal. "If the hero who protects Konoha doesn't get the treatment he deserves, it will chill the hearts of the people in the village. The Senju clan can't accept such an arrangement. As for the small actions of other countries, do we care?" Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted with a domineering wave of his hand. "We love peace and will not provoke war without authorization, but we are not afraid of anyone's challenge. Are you afraid?" Upon hearing this, the aura of Mito Katoen and Yutain Kohara suddenly changed and they stood proudly. The four giants of Konoha at the peak of their powers were not afraid of any provocation, even a siege from four countries. Maida Manen, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up, "Then follow Hiruzen's orders." Second, Yutain Koharu also agreed. The three people over there started preparing for Uzumaki Mito's funeral, but after they left, Danzo Shimura returned to the root base and became furious. After some smashing and destroying things, he called his confidants. Regarding this escort mission for Akimichi Genbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen had clearly warned Shimura Danzo not to do anything tricky again. Originally, he did not want to offend Sarutobi Hiruzen, thinking that there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with this brat in the future. However, Danzo, who was speechless after being scolded by the third Hokage today, could not bear it any longer. "Since you insist on letting Akimichi Genbu be the guardian of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then I might as well go all out and kill him outside and see what you can do." Danzo ordered his confidant, "Spread the identity and whereabouts of Akimichi Genbu to the black market, let everyone know that he has Uchiha blood in his body, and also, come closer. Go ahead. Remember, don't let Maida Manen and Yutain Kohara find you." The route now is no longer controlled by Danzo Shimura alone, but is managed jointly by Mito Katoen and Yutain Koharu. These two people are not mediocre people, but Konoha giants like him. Under their iron fist, the route is now in a three-country situation. Although Danzo holds half of the power in ninjas, the other half has been taken away by the two of them. What hurt him the most was that the right to train Umbun ninjas for the Hokage no longer belonged to him. So it is obvious that the route is not a solid block now, and if he is not careful, the third Hokage will find out about his conspiracy. The journey of Suonryu and his 4 companions went smoothly. 3 days later, they arrived at the artisan ninja village in the land of artisans. He did have some knowledge about the land of craftsmen. After all, when he watched Naruto in his previous life, the Land of Craftsmen chapter took up several episodes. Their ancestors seemed to be called Qingming, a scumbag with high aspirations. There were also 4 powerful blades, which were also necessary props to revive Qingming. However, these have nothing to do with the current Suonryu. The 4 blades are still sealed in some corner. It is impossible for Suonryu to find out and destroy those blades in order to prevent things from happening decades later. Besides, he doesn't have enough time. After they got the mission supplies, Suonryu took a look and was shocked. Wow, there were 20 kunao, shurikens, detonating talismans, and several special blades of the Land of Craftsmen, and scrolls in total. This was not just an order, this was an order to buy up all the weapons produced by the Land of Craftsmen. Heitake Sakumo, who already knew the real number, was relatively calm. Suonryu, your backpack has more space, so just put everything in your bag. Suonryu said it didn't matter, it was just a small thing and there was no pressure at all. Lord Shuomao, the night is too long and there are more troubles. Let's set off as soon as possible. I always have a bad feeling. Suonryu is quite confident in his sixth sense. After all, it was developed through years of being blindfolded and beaten. I also feel that something is wrong today. There are many more ninjas in the artisan village than when I came here last time. And the way they look at us, Suonryu-kun, is as if they are looking at prey. Heitake Sakumo also felt that something was not right. Then we'll return tonight. Tsunade glanced at the handsome boy standing next to her. Safety is the most important thing. Such a good man can't die here. Hinata Ito had no objection either. That night, under the cover of darkness, the 4-man team quietly left. At the highest point of the artisan ninja village, the leader of the artisan ninja village looked indifferent as he watched the 4 people leaving. It seems that they have also realized that something is wrong, but I can only wish them good luck. Their journey here was smooth, but the return journey was not so pleasant. After leaving the Land of Craftsmen, Suonryu felt more strongly that he was being watched. Ito, use your Byakugan to check the surroundings. I always feel like someone is watching us. Open your Byakugan. Hinata Ito used his Byakugan to observe the surroundings. He didn't know what was going on until he saw it. He was shocked. He quickly informed them, we are about to be surrounded. There are more than a dozen ninjas lying in ambush 1 kilometer ahead, and there are more than a dozen ninjas chasing us 1.5 kilometers behind. There are also several ninjas 2 kilometers to our left. One of them has an abnormally large amount of chakra, which feels comparable to that of the 3rd Hokage. What? The 3 of them looked solemn after hearing this. Such a huge amount of chakra was definitely not something that could be found by ordinary people. Tsunade analyzed the situation and said, it seems that our whereabouts have been exposed. Not only are there many enemies, but there may be a cage-level ninja among them. We must change direction to avoid a head-on conflict with him, otherwise we will be in great danger. Heitake Sakumo also agreed with Tsunade's point of view. Change the route. Ito, haven't seen any enemy ninjas on the right yet. Yes, there are no signs of ninja ambush within 3 kilometers to the right. He wouldn't know what was beyond 3 kilometers because the maximum detection range of his Byakugan was 3 kilometers. Okay, break out from the right front and speed up. Ito, you have to work harder and open your Byakugan from time to time to detect. Okay. The 4 of them immediately turned around and rushed out before the encirclement was completely formed. On a hill 2 kilometers away from them, several ninjas stood with their arms folded across their chests. The leader in the middle was extremely strong. At this time, a ninja came running to report the situation. Sir, they should have discovered us and broke out of our encirclement from the southeast. With their speed advantage, Sakumo's team quickly left the ninjas who were trying to intercept them behind for a long distance. Ito also discovered through his Byakugan that there were no enemies within a 3-kilometer radius. The few of them slowed down their pace a little to recover their strength. After all, using the teleportation technique to move at full speed continuously was quite exhausting. But Suonryu still had the feeling of being watched. We are still within their surveillance range. Akimichi Genbu used the Sharingan to observe his surroundings, but despite the Sharingan's extraordinary insight, he couldn't notice anything unusual. However, the feeling of being spied on still lingered in his heart. What? Can their detection ninjutsu surpass the Byakugan? Could your feeling be wrong? Heitake Sakumo was shocked that he currently had no feeling of being spied on at all. Suonryu's sixth sense is still very accurate. He was the first one to sense the attack in the rain country before. Tsunade supported Suonryu. Heitake Sakumo's expression became increasingly ugly. If Suonryu-kun's feeling is correct, then we may be in trouble. As far as I know, there are only 2 ninjutsu in the entire ninja world that have such a large-scale detection ability yet are not easily detected. One of them is the detection ninjutsu Kagura Heart's Eye of the Uzumaki family of the former Whirlpool country. This is an ultra-large-scale search technique that can detect abnormal situations within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The detection range is far beyond the Hyuga family's Byakugan. Moreover, this ninjutsu can also sense the number of enemy ninjas and the strength of their chakra. It can be said to be the most powerful detection ninjutsu in the ninja world. However, the Whirlpool country has been destroyed, and the Uzumaki clan has been exterminated, so it is unlikely that the enemy will use the Kagura Heart's Eye. As for the other family, Heitake Sakumo stopped talking here. Who is the other family? Hinata Ito really wanted to know whose enemy-detecting ninjutsu could surpass his proud bloodline limit, the Byakugan. Heitake Sakumo glanced at Ito, was silent for a while, and finally spoke. The other family is the Abarame clan of Konoha. They can use secret methods to establish a connection with bugs, monitor the surrounding situation through the bugs, and then report back to them. Some of the Abarame clan's gifted ninjas can even connect their optic nerves with the bugs to directly monitor the enemy's every move. This technique can monitor targets within a range of up to 10 kilometers. The other three were shocked after hearing this. What surprised them was not the detection range of this ninjutsu, but the fact that the Abarame clan was a ninja clan of Konoha. If this is true, is there a traitor in the village, or does Konoha simply not want them to go back? Just when everyone was in doubt, Heitake Sakumo said, I think there is a high probability that there is a traitor in the village. You know, we have a large amount of strategic materials on us. The village is unlikely to pay such a high price for the lives of a few of us. After hearing Sakumo's analysis, the other three also calmed down. They were also frightened by Heitake Sakumo's guess just now. In fact, if they think about it carefully, they will know that it is impossible that the village sent an annihilation force to wipe them out. Even if it was, they would have done it a long time ago and would not have dragged on until now. Tsunade suggested, why don't we ambush the enemy and try to kill this traitorous ninja, otherwise, we will have nowhere to hide. But the premise of an ambush is to hide your body. We are all under the opponent's surveillance now, so how can we ambush? Hinata Ito raised objections. If we don't set an ambush to kill the enemy, we will be caught up sooner or later. By that time, we will be exhausted and the enemy will be well rested, making it impossible to fight. Tsunade spoke again. Just when the few people disagreed, Akimichi Genbu said weakly, can insecticide kill the insects of the Abarame clan? Of course they can. Although the insects of the Abarame clan are ninja insects, they are still insects in essence, so pesticides are still their natural enemies. But where can we find so many pesticides now? Heitake Sakumo felt that this proposal was even more unreliable. Are those 2,000 enough? If not, I still have a few left. The three of them stared in amazement at the two large packages of antelmintic in Chudeo Suonryu's hands. The Abarame who was leading the ninjas to chase after Suonryu and his men suddenly stopped. The tall leader was obviously very dissatisfied, but the Abarame's 3 strikes were still useful, so he didn't get angry. What happened? Konoha's ninja. Abarame tried to communicate with his probe bugs again, but still to no avail. That he could only helplessly say, just now, all the probe bugs I sent out to monitor Heitake Sakumo's team have lost contact. Humph, you are such a waste, what's the use of you? The sturdy leader revealed his true nature immediately after knowing that the Abarame's 3 attacks had lost their effect. He grabbed his collar with one hand and pulled him up like a chicken. The murderous intent in his eyes almost became real. How many people had this giant killed? Sir, please wait a moment, I still have surveillance bugs that I can release again. I believe I will be able to find them soon. I will definitely not let you down. The Abarame hurriedly explained, how could this bastard turn hostile so suddenly? I couldn't even maintain the Abarame clan's usual cool and aloof personality. The leader threw him to the ground and said, then I'll give you one more chance. Remember, there won't be a next time. Hi. After this little episode, Yunu Sangzia knew that this burly bastard really wanted to kill him. He no longer dared to pretend to be cool and began to search for the traces of Suonryu and his companions with all his might. He released all the remaining surveillance bugs at once. After all, nothing was more important than his life. First take me to the enemy where they disappeared. Hi. Abarame replied respectfully. This attitude made the leader very satisfied. Wouldn't it have been like this earlier? Why do you have to pretend to be cool in front of me? Don't you know that those who pretend to be cool will die? They soon arrived at the place where Suonryu and his companions disappeared. This is a valley with a low, middle and high sides. There are still some footprints and traces of several people's activities on the snow, but the footprints disappeared from here, as if Suonryu and his companions disappeared out of thin air. The tall man observed for a moment. Did the snow nearby blow up to hide the traces? There is murderous intent, Hongguan, at the highest point right in front. Suddenly the tall man felt a strong murderous intent. Red eyes, open. Benimaru also sensed the danger and immediately used her bloodline limit to investigate. Her already red eyeballs emitted a strong red light. At this moment, bang! A series of explosions sounded, and the entire valley was instantly filled with dust and rubble. Time goes back to a quarter of an hour ago. After Suonryu and his companions arrived at this valley, they thought this was a good place for an ambush. Tsunade and Genya were responsible for crushing the insecticide into powder. Ito used Bagwajang, Hoshin to spread it on the ground, and Heitake Sakumo jumped into the air and used wind style, great breakthrough, to spread it. The powder was spread in less than 5 minutes, and Genya's feeling of being spied on disappeared immediately. Then Suonryu took out a large number of detonating talismans. He was no longer surprised by everyone's surprise. The 4 of them quickly set up a detonating talisman array, and then used wind escape to blow up the snow around them to cover them up, while they hid on the high ground at the edge of the valley. The tall ninja standing in the valley was none other than Golden Horn, one of the 2 rays of light in the clouds back then. Contrary to the analysis of Naruto fans in the previous life, after they launched the rebellion, they killed the unsuspecting second Raikage with the amber purifier bottle on the spot, and his shadow guards were also killed on the spot by more than 20 elite jonins of the Kinkaku force. The second Hokage relied on his strong personal strength to lead his 6 shadow guards to break out of the siege, but the other ninjas he brought with him were killed, including Suomyu's father Akimichi Tutu. The brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku did not retreat, but continued to chase the second Hokage and others. Most of the cloud ninjas were good at lightning release ninjutsu, so their pursuit speed was very fast. Senju Tobirama could leave with the help of Flying Thunder God, but his Shadow Guard members could not compete with the cloud ninjas in speed, so they were surrounded before they ran far. In order to cover the retreat of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, Senju Tobirama decided to stay behind to cover their retreat and appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. Then Senju Tobirama fought a desperate battle with Kinkaku and Ginkaku and the Kinkaku troops led by them, but was unfortunately defeated in the end. However, although they killed the second Hokage, they also suffered heavy losses. The Kinkaku troops that they relied on for the rebellion were almost completely wiped out. Although the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku were not killed on the spot by the second Hokage's mutual detonating talisman due to the protection of the tailed beast cloaks, they were also seriously injured. If the second Hokage had not formed an alliance at the request of the second Raikage, not only would he not have brought the Sword of Thunder God that could easily break the defense of the lightning armor, but he would also not have prepared enough detonating talismans, and it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Damn it, if I had the Sword of Thunder God in my hand, if I didn't chop you 2 brats into human sticks, then Senju Tobirama would have lived his life in vain. After the war, the son of the second Raikage, now the third Raikage AI, arrived with his troops, but he took advantage of the situation. The seriously injured Kinkaku and Ginkaku successfully retreated after their amber bottle was snatched away. The third Raikage successfully ascended to the position of Raikage by virtue of his merits in repelling Kinkaku and Ginkaku and recovering the bodies of the second Hokage and the second Raikage. But the matter did not end there. The Senju clan found it difficult to accept the fact that the powerful Senju Tobirama was defeated, and proposed to continue to wage war against the Land of Lightning to achieve revenge. However, the two countries had already formed an alliance at this time, and this matter was opposed by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In desperation, the Senju clan had to mobilize the entire clan to leave the village and hunt down Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who had been listed as traitors by the Land of Lightning. In the end, they surrounded the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, who had not yet recovered from their injuries, in the Land of Grass, and the two sides started a decisive battle. At this time, the Senju clan had lost their leaders, the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama, and had experienced a long period of intermarriage and heavy losses in World War I. Their strength was far less than the invincible one they had during the Warring States period. The result of this battle of revenge was that Ginkaku was killed, and the seriously injured and dying Kinkaku escaped with his body and disappeared from then on. However, the price was that the last blood of the Senju clan was almost drained, and more than 20 Senju ninjas, including Tsunade's parents, died in the Land of Grass. When the news reached Konoha, the whole village was shocked. Team Sakumo never expected that Kinkaku was still alive and appeared here. The ninjas of Konoha joined forces with the rebel ninja who once killed the second-generation Hokage. This was a huge matter. At this time, Tsunade was extremely angry and could not suppress her murderous intent towards Kinkaku. Her second grandfather, parents, and many uncles all died at the hands of this bastard. It can be said that Kinkaku and Ginkaku are the culprits for the rapid decline of the Senju clan. Her murderous intention was also noticed by Jinjiao, and Suomyu had no choice but to detonate the explosive talisman array in advance. Returning to the scene, seeing that the people of Jinjiao were covered by the explosion, 4 people also jumped out to prepare to finish them off. Akimichi Genbu was the first to form hand seals Earth Style, Earth Ryo Denji, and a large lump of rock formed in his hands. He released his strange strength and threw the rock into the sky above Kinkaku. Tsunade jumped into the air, and used the sky kick to kick the huge rock down, intending to crush these people to death underground. However, something strange happened. 5 red tails suddenly stretched out from the ground buried by stones and rushed straight to the stone ball in the sky to crush it. Then there was another stirring, and all the stones that buried Jinjiao and others were knocked away. You are so capable, little brats. Are you ready to die? At this time, Kinkaku had completely transformed into a tailed beast, with 5 huge tails behind him swinging wildly. The 9 tails chakra burned Kinkaku's skin and formed an outer coat, which looked exactly like Naruto's 4-tail transformation in later generations. He no longer looked like a human at all. Looking at Kinkaku in this form, Heitake Sakumo felt something was not good. This is terrible, this should be a tailed beast, and it actually has 5 tails. Suomyu interrupted Heitake Sakumo, this is not important. The important thing is that Tsunade-sensei has gone crazy. Master Sakumo, I will go to help her. You guys take the opportunity to kill the ninja from the Abarame clan. Be careful not to get hit by the golden rope in the hand of the red-eyed woman. At this time, Tsunade had already rushed towards Kinkaku, and after Suomyu finished speaking, he immediately rushed over to help. Jinjiao looked at the dozen or so subordinates who had fallen around him with disdain in his eyes. When the explosion occurred, he only had time to use his tail to protect Hongmaru and a dozen ninjas around him. As for Abarame Mikasa, who cares about him? Kinkaku says he is not familiar with him. Those ninjas who were not within the range of his tail were either dead or injured. Kinkaku took the lead in launching an attack, and all 5 tails shot towards Tsunade, blocking almost all of her escape routes. Tsunade flexibly dodged the attacks of the tails with continuous body flash technique, using the result of the past 3 months of training shaving. Kinkaku obviously underestimated Tsunade's speed. Before he could react, she had already come close to Kinkaku. She punched with all her strength, and with just one punch, Kinkaku was knocked flying with a scream. Tsunade took the opportunity to grab one of Kinkaku's tails and swung it up, then smashed it to the ground like a yo-yo. Just as Tsunade was about to continue, Kinkaku, who was stunned by the strange punch, finally reacted, and the other 4 tails swept towards Tsunade. Tsunade had to let go and retreat to a safe distance. Jinjiao jumped out of the pit. This damn Thousand Hands strange power is even stronger than Thousand Hands Tobirama's. How is that possible? Tsunade was amazed to see Kinkaku in front of her almost unharmed. In fact, her attack caused damage, but she couldn't see it under the tailed beast's outer coat. Kinkaku spat out the palm leaf fan and the 7-star sword from his mouth, held them in his hands and rushed towards Tsunade. Tsunade punched out, but was blocked by the 7-star sword. Nanny! This broken sword can actually withstand her strange strength. Haha, little girl, if you surrender now and agree to be my concubine, I can let you go. When Kinkaku saw Tsunade's beauty, he actually became sexually attracted to her. In response, Tsunade launched an even more violent attack. I don't know whether to live or die. The two then fought in a group. Kinkaku swung the 7-star sword in his right hand and slashed left and right, while waving the palm leaf fan in his left hand. Attacks with 5 attributes continued. Tsunade's super powerful punch hit the 7-star sword, and she used shave to continuously move around Kinkaku to avoid ninjutsu. The aftermath of the fight between the two destroyed the surrounding area. Tsunade's strange strength was unable to destroy the treasure left behind by the 6-path sage, which was blessed with the chakra of the tailed beasts. Although Kinkaku's strength was not as good as Tsunade's, with the blessing of the unpredictable attacks of the 5 tails, she was not inferior in physical combat. In addition, the fan could release ninjutsu of various attributes without the need for hand seals, which put her in a completely passive position. However, Tsunade moved too fast and Kinkaku couldn't catch her for a while. The two of them fell into a brief stalemate, but it was obvious that Tsunade was suppressed. Seeing that his teacher was at a disadvantage, Akimichi Genbu was unable to provide support immediately as he was being besieged by 7 ninjas. Fire style, great fireball technique. Akimichi Genbu started with his signature ninjutsu, and a huge fireball with a diameter of 5 meters flew straight towards the 2 elite shinins in front. Water escape, break the flow. Two huge water columns extinguished the fireball and went straight to Akimichi Genbu. Suoniya took out a horizontal sword from somewhere, with the chidori attached to it, and shaved it. He dodged the attack while teleporting to the side of an elite shinin, and killed him in the first sight, without even giving him a chance to use the substitution technique. Thunder release, pierce through. Heitake Sakumo appeared behind Abarame Mitsuki at an extremely fast speed and stabbed him with a knife, but it was just a bug clone. He teleported to avoid the bug's attack, but was surrounded by 9 ninjas and faced siege. Sakumo holds the white fang short blade in his hand. Thunder release, thunder sword. The lightning attribute chakra attached to the blade, and the already ghostly speed was further enhanced by the lightning attribute chakra. In a blink of an eye, 2 elite shinins and 1 jonin became his victims, and it was only a matter of time before he dealt with the other ninjas. Secret technique, insect ball. Upon seeing this, Abarame quickly released a parasitic insect that could devour the enemy's chakra to restrain Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo is the type of ninja who moves extremely fast and has extremely high single target burst damage. He can almost instantly kill ninjas who are lower in level than him. Even ninjas of the same level are unwilling to take his attacks head on. However, due to the limitation of his own chakra, he lacks the means to fight against large-scale ninjutsu and large creatures. Faced with the overwhelming parasitic insects, he can only dodge with a speed advantage. If there is only Abarame Misaki alone, she can try to kill him by force, but he is protected by 3 elite shinins and 3 jonins. In this case, it is not easy to kill this special jonin Abarame Misaki. Whenever Heitake Sakumo wanted to attack other ninjas, a large number of parasitic insects would follow him. Once possessed by these insects, they would feed on his chakra and reproduce in large numbers. His already limited chakra would probably be exhausted immediately, and he would be in danger then. Just now, Heitake Sakumo's performance of killing 3 ninjas in just 1 minute had scared everyone. After all, these 6 ninjas were trained by Kinkaku. They immediately followed the tactics arranged before and formed a formation in pairs. One ninja was responsible for defense, and the other ninja attacked with earth escape ninjutsu while creating various obstacles to restrain him and prevent him from intervening in other battles. Ninjutsu such as Earth Rising Spear, Earth Flow Wall, Earth Thorn, and Earth Land Return were used continuously. The parasites also followed him tirelessly. These people knew that although they could not defeat Heitake Sakumo, as long as he did not interfere in other battles, as long as Lord Kinkaku could deal with the little girl, victory would belong to them. Heitake Sakumo is a bit difficult to deal with. Damn, it doesn't matter how much chakra he has or how many bugs he has. He can only dodge the attacks and look for opportunities at the same time. Compared with the others, although Hinata Ito only had 1 enemy, he was in an absolute disadvantage because he encountered the natural enemy of the Byakugan, the red eyes. This woman named Benimaru can create chakra images at will and completely interfere with the judgment of the Byakugan, so that Hinata Ito's Byakugan can only observe the illusions created by the red eyes and cannot detect the real enemies around him. Hinata Ito, whose Byakugan was blocked, could only close it. His strength dropped by more than 90%, and the shining golden rope in the woman's hand also made him extremely afraid. He had already learned from Akimichi Genbu the power of this ninja tool, so he could only keep using the Kaitana technique to fight back stubbornly. He was at an extreme disadvantage. Oh, you little white-eyed boy, maybe it would be better for you to surrender. If you continue to resist, I will kill you. You're dreaming, then go to die. Hongguan didn't waste any more words. Water style, water dragon whip, the water attribute chakra attached to the Akira golden rope to increase the attack power. The whip was hit on Kaiten but was bounced away. Hongguan was furious and used water style, great waterfall technique to directly drown your Kaiten, to see how long you can last. Obviously, the intelligence of the four of them had been leaked thoroughly, and each of them was targeted for attack. Tsunade is very strong and has great destructive power, but she is completely restrained by Kinkaku, who has the strength of a cage. Wearing the tailed beast's coat, he has extremely strong defense and recovery capabilities, and has the 6 paths ninja gear as weapons. He is not inferior to Tsunade in physical skills confrontation, and his various ninjutsu attacks make it difficult for Tsunade to cope with them. The only thing he misjudged is her speed. Her continuous displacement ability is much faster than the intelligence shows, otherwise Tsunade would have been defeated long ago. Heitake Sakumo has a fast movement speed and high burst, but lacks range attack means. In this case, use the parasitic bug and earth escape ninjutsu to create obstacles and hold him back, and then wait until Kinkaku has dealt with Tsunade before slowly defeating him. Hinata Ito is even easier to target, as he is completely defeated by Benimaru, who has red eyes. As long as he is hit by Akari Kinsu once, Kinkaku doesn't mind coming over to cut off his words and take him down. The only person they misjudged was Akimichi Genbu. All the people who had fought with him in the Hidden Rain village before died except for one ninja from the Hidden Sand village. The escaping sand ninja had the bad luck to encounter the retreating Jiraiya and his 2 companions. Needless to say, he has already reported to the underworld. When Genbu Akimichi and his companions retreated, they destroyed all the corpses. Other ninja villages thought that it was Ino, Shika, and Joe, led by Nara Shimizu, who used a strategy to kill the 10 ninjas who were chasing them. As for Genbu Akimichi, he was just a reckless man of the Akimichi family. Compared with Kinkaku suppressing Tsunade, Benimaru teasing Ito, Abarame Mitsuko, and others entangled with Sakumo, the ninjas besieging Akimichi Genbu were in great pain. 3 of the 7 ninjas were killed by him in just a few minutes. Didn't the intelligence say that he was only a quasi-jonin? How could he be so strong? There's nothing we can do. Don't attack. Try your best to defend and contain the enemy. Wait for Master Kinkaku or Master Benimaru to deal with the enemy and then come to support us. The 4 of them were divided into groups of 2, sandwiching Akimichi Genbu in the middle, but they did not dare to move forward. They only dared to release ninjutsu or throw kunao from a distance, playing a game with him where they would not move unless the enemy moved. Akimichi Genbu sneered at this situation. He could easily kill these ninjas, but if they worked in groups of 2 and only focused on defense, it would still be a waste of time to solve the problem. After dodging a few harmless kunao, he took out a smoke bomb and threw it under himself. At the same time, he formed a cross seal with his hands and chanted ninja technique, multiple shadow clones technique. Dozens of shadow clones jumped out of the smoke and charged towards the 4 people. Water style, great waterfall technique, huge waves several meters high submerged some of Akimichi Genbu's shadow clones. Wind style, suppression, fire style, fire dragon flame bomb. The combination of ninjutsu was activated, and the rest of his shadow clones were also destroyed in an instant, but there was no trace of Akimichi Genbu in front of them anymore. Where did he go? Underground. Use earth escape to force him out. Earth escape, earth shaking. Earth escape, split the earth and turn the palm. While the 4 ninjas were trying to find Akimichi Genbu, he had already used the earth escape and rock hidden technique to hide behind Abarame Mitsuki. In fact, he wanted to save Tsunade more, but even if he went there, the 2 of them would not be able to take down Kinkaku together, and they could not break the deadlock at all. Instead, helping Heitake Sakumo break the situation was the best option. He did not rush to launch 3 sneak attacks on the Abarame in front of him, but instead used his Sharingan to carefully explore the underground. The Abarame clan are all old cunning bastards. Not only do they rely on the insects that can be found everywhere to sense things, they are also good at making insect clones. However, they can just deceive Heitake Sakumo, but they really think my 3 Megatama Sharingan is just for show. The 2 shadow clones that had sneaked over using the Uegakure technique moved, fire style, great fireball technique, and ninjutsu, insecticide scattering technique, which was to scatter the powdered insecticide. Most of the bugs chasing Heitake Sakumo were burned to death by the fire, and the parasitic bugs around the Abarame who was defending in front of him also died in large numbers. My bugs. 3 meters underground, 30 meters away from the insect clone, someone's emotions fluctuated violently. For the people of the Abarame clan, insects were their children. It would be strange if he was not excited when his own insects died tragically in large numbers. I found you. Without saying a word, Akimichi Genbu sneaked to a position 4 meters behind the man underground, and was on the same plane with the insect clone on the ground in the Abarame Mitsuki underground, trapping him in the middle. Chidori sharp spear. The Chidori formed in Akimichi Genbyu's hand instantly stretched out and inserted into the ground. The Laitu, in front of the Chidori sharp spear, piercing into 5 meters thick soil is no different from piercing into tofu. All attention was on Heitake Sakumo and the bugs on the ground. Abarame was pierced through by the Chidori sharp spear. Akimichi Genbyu increased his chakra output and activated the Chidori style. Abarame was electrocuted into charcoal underground with 3 hits, and she didn't even need a coffin. Abarame was unprepared for the third time? No, he was on guard. The ground between him and his insect clone was covered with his detection bugs in the 30-meter distance. As long as Akimichi Genbyu dared to launch an attack in this area, he would immediately sense it and dodge. However, Akimichi Genbyu's sixth sense detected something unusual, so he went around to the back and launched a sneak attack in the blind spot of Abarame Sanshi. As a result, he successfully killed this troublesome Abarame ninja. So much has been said, but it only happened in a moment. The people on the ground only heard thousands of birds singing, and then all the insects went out of control, and the insect clones on the ground also disintegrated directly. Heitake Sakumo escaped from the swarm of insects, and while the 6 ninjas were shocked, he used the lightning style of flashing body to its full potential, appearing in front of the 2 ninjas almost in a flash. The lightning chakra on the white fang short blade had long dissipated, replaced by a long sword composed of wind chakra. Wind style, extreme blade. The long sword was swung, and the kunai used by the 2 ninjas to resist were cut off along with their bodies, and they died on the spot. It was not until this time that the 4 ninjas who had practiced Tai Chi with Akimichi Genbyu before finally arrived. The 2 of them confronted the remaining 8 ninjas in the field. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the opponents did not dare to make a move. Akimichi Genbyu first took a look at the battle between Kinkaku and Tsunade, and found that although Tsunade was at a disadvantage, the beautiful girl was not just a vase after all, and she could still hold on. However, Hyaga Ito, who was more than 500 meters away from him, was already in danger. Sakumo-sama, I'll leave this to you. I'll go help Ito. Okay. After saying this, Heitake Sakumo rushed towards the remaining 8 ninjas and said, "If you don't come to find me, then I will go to find you." At this time, Hinata Ito had fallen to the ground with injuries all over his body, and with very little chakra left. He was about to be killed by the red-eyed woman. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A wall of earth dozens of meters long was formed between Hinata Ito and Benimaru, causing the water spikes that were supposed to pierce Hinata Ito's neck to hit the wall. Earth overcomes water, and the water spikes exhausted their chakra but failed to penetrate the wall. Akimichi Genbyu took the opportunity to come to Hinata Ito, helped him up and jumped away, and threw 2 secret military pills of the Akimichi clan into his mouth. The effect was similar to the special military pills given by Harano Sakura to Uzumaki Naruto when he was practicing wind-style Raisin Shuriken. As soon as they left the place, the earth wall was broken open by the water escape, waterfall technique. Earth can indeed overcome water, but you cannot expect a half-meter thick earth wall to block the flood. The red eyes can indeed restrain the Byakugan, but if the basic abilities are not equal, Hyaga Ito, who has the standard elite Jonin strength, commonly known as the elite Jonin goalkeeper, cannot kill her. It is obvious that this woman named Benimaru is an elite Jonin with a bloodline limit, and is not a small character who can be easily dealt with. Akimichi Genbyu was carrying a burden with him, so he obviously couldn't get too involved with this beautiful woman. After dodging several of the woman's ninjutsu attacks, he found the right opportunity and decisively chose to run away, bringing Hinata Ito to Heitake Sakumo. In just 2 minutes, Heitake Sakumo had killed 4 more ninjas, 2 of whom were Jonin. This brother's strength is really amazing. Sakumo-sama, please take care of Ito-senpai. We have achieved our goal and are ready to retreat. Heitake Sakumo took Hinata Ito from Akimichi Genbyu's shoulder, and Genbyu went to help Tsunade escape from the battle. However, when he arrived at the scene, he saw a scene that made him furious. Thunder Plow and Hot Knife, Kinkaku shouted, and used the ninjutsu he had secretly learned from the second Raikage to hit Tsunade in the abdomen, sending her flying backwards. Tsunade. The chakra under Akimichi Genbyu's feet exploded violently, and he ran towards the flying Tsunade, but one of Kinkaku's tails also shot towards Tsunade at high speed, trying to nail her in the air. The man and the tail were racing at high speed. Although Tsunade was fast, he was far away. In the end, he reached Tsunade almost at the same time as Kinkaku's tail attacked. He held Tsunade and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Tsunade was in a very bad condition at this time, almost unconscious. The cuts on her left calf and right thigh were so deep that the bones were visible, and blood was flowing out unstoppably. There were also multiple burns and cuts in other parts of her body, many ribs were broken, and her internal organs were damaged. If she hadn't used her 2 arms to block the fatal blow of the Thunder Plow Hot Knife at the critical moment, she would have stopped breathing by now. Even so, both of her arms were broken. It turned out that Kinkaku, who had witnessed the entire battle, saw that the situation was not good and no longer had the idea of capturing Tsunade alive to have fun. He attacked with all his strength and every move was deadly. As he waved the palm leaf fan, the 5 attributes of ninjutsu actually combined with each other to form a combined ninjutsu, which greatly increased its power. The five tails attacked Tsunade from all tricky angles. Tsunade, who was already at a disadvantage, could not resist four hands with her two fists and was thrown away by a tail that attacked from the side. Kinkaku swung his fan, and the wind and fire attributes formed a combination ninjutsu. The burning wind or sharp fire enveloped Tsunade. Tsunade tried her best to use the shave, but was half a beat slower because she had just suffered a heavy blow, and finally her leg was severely injured. Just now, Akimichi Genbu was unable to dodge in order to save Tsunade, and his goggles were shattered by Kinkaku's tail, and blood was flowing from his forehead. At this time, his scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan was spinning rapidly in his pupils, and was about to merge into a new pattern. The Kinkaku on the opposite side saw it clearly. Is it already a 3 Magatama Sharingan, and it feels like the pupil power is increasing rapidly? Could it be those eyes? Jinjiao was quite shocked at this time. He was a person who had seen the power of Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, that he was so terrified by the psychological influence of Madara's earth-shattering power that he even wanted to flee. However, just when the furious Akimichi Suamiya wanted to kill the damned man who dared to hurt Tsunade at all costs, a cough made him regain his sanity, and the 3 Magatama in his eyes stopped spinning. Now is not the time to fight to the death with that bastard Kinkaku. Saving Tsunade is the most important thing. At this time, Heidake Sakumo came over with Hinata Ito, and Benimaru also came to Kinkaku with the remaining 3 ninjas. Heidake Sakumo brought a burden and killed another one. Heidake Sakumo discovered that Tsunade was in a bad situation, and he also saw Akimichi Genbu's Sharingan, but now was not the time to explore this. Genbu, calm down. Ito found a large number of ninjas rushing towards us, less than 3 kilometers away. We need to evacuate quickly and find a safe place to heal Tsunade. Akimichi Genbu knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he and Heitake Sakumo each took Tsunade and Hyaga Ito away from the battlefield. Seeing the 4 people retreating, Hongguan asked Jinjiao, who was still standing there, Master Jinjiao, 2 of them are already seriously injured, shouldn't we chase them? Kinkaku exited the tailed beast mode. Back then, he had only eaten some of the 9 tails flesh, so he could continue to transform into a tailed beast for a short period of time in battle. But after all, he was not a true 9 tails Jinchuriki, and his tailed beast chakra was limited, so he could not maintain the 5-tailed transformation for a long time. So in a non-combat state, he immediately returned to normal and allowed the tailed beast chakra to slowly recover. Moreover, his condition at the moment was not very good. The head that was hit by Tsunade's full force attack due to carelessness at the beginning has not fully recovered until now. After exiting the tailed beast transformation, the splitting pain in his head became even more intense. In addition, what Akimichi Suamiya did just now reminded him of the fear he felt when he was dominated by that man. For various reasons, he hesitated. Retreat temporarily. We are not the only ones surrounding and killing them. A large group of people has arrived. They can't run far. Go back and gather the people and make sufficient preparations before you kill them. Kinkaku didn't tell Hongguan the real reason. Subordinates are subordinates and can never be as good as his own brother. At this moment, he missed Kinkaku and his Kinkaku troops even more. Damn second Hokage, damn Senju clan, sooner or later, the entire Senju clan will be uprooted and not a single one will be left alive. Then the 5 of them left. After breaking away from the battle with Jinjiao and others, Suanyu and Shuumao moved forward at full speed, but after all, they were each carrying a person on their backs, so their speed was limited, and the pursuers behind them were getting closer and closer. Lord Sakumo, why don't we just go directly into the desert no man's land of the Wind Country? This way it will be easier to get rid of the people behind us. At this time, they were running along the border between the Stone Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom. There was grassland on the left, and 10 meters away on the right was a 100-meter wide canyon. Across the canyon was the yellow sand of the Wind Kingdom. Heitake Sakumo observed the situation again and decided to take a risk. Okay. Then the 2 of them turned around and sprinted at full speed and jumped up, forming seals in midair to create shadow clones. They used the reaction force of the shadow clones to land steadily on the opposite side, and then plunged into the uninhabited area of the desert without thinking twice. The ninjas who were chasing after them could do nothing but watch them enter the no man's land. The canyon was too wide and not everyone had the jumping ability and precise chakra control of Genbu and Heitake Sakumo. Except for a few of the 20-plus people who were able to jump over in the same way, the efforts of the others were in vain. Moreover, on the other side was the desert of the Wind Kingdom, and not everyone could adapt to the harsh weather. Boss, should we follow? A man with his face covered and eyes glowing green looked at the vast desert with some hesitation. Although ninjas have stronger endurance and faster speed than ordinary people, the desert of the Wind Country is too large. Moreover, the desert is hot and dry, lacks water, and sandstorms can be seen everywhere. If you get lost in it, your life will be in danger. However, thinking of the exaggerated bounty, he ordered, use Earth Escape to build a bridge and chase. The boss has spoken, so what can the younger brothers do? They just have to work. Several ninjas who were good at Earth Escape used ninjutsu such as Earth Flow Wall, Earth Dragon Bomb, and Earth Spike to extend forward little by little. After reaching a distance of 20 meters, they jumped to the other side one after another, and even killed 2 unlucky guys who were afraid of heights. Taking advantage of the bad desert weather, the 4 of them temporarily shook off the pursuing ninjas and stopped in a cave sheltered from the wind. Akimichi Genbu treated and bandaged Hinata Ito Jiun's wounds. He only suffered superficial injuries, which looked scary, but were actually not fatal at all. He also took out a large amount of food and water, a small bag of the Akimichi clan's secret military ration pills, a scroll of supplies for this mission, and a compass. Sakumo-sama, Ito-senpai, I need to perform surgery on Tsunade-sensei right now. That you should leave first and lead away the ninjas who are chasing us. We will part ways now and meet in Konoha. Although Suemiya used the palm fairy technique to continuously heal the wounds on Tsunade's legs to prevent her from losing too much blood during the journey, these were only temporary solutions and not the root cause. Her internal organs were ruptured and her bones were broken, which were the fatal injuries. Heitake Sakumo was a little worried. The desert is endless, can you avoid their detection? Don't worry, I have my own way. Heitake Sakumo patted Suemiyu's shoulder heavily. Please don't break your promise, I haven't drunk enough of the wine you brewed. Ito, let's go. The two of them carried the supplies and mission scrolls given by Chude Suemyu and left quickly, deliberately leaving some traces along the way. After the two of them left, Akimichi Genbu took off his goggles, and the Sharingan in his eyes had already turned into the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. He opened his eyes when talking with Uzumaki Mito on the eve of leaving the village. In fact, his mental strength had already reached the standard for opening the Sharingan, but he just lacked an opportunity. After confirming that his close friend Mito Uzumaki was about to die, Akimichi Genbu felt an inexplicable sadness at the thought that he had lost such a close friend, and that her grandmother had already passed away when Tsunade returned from the mission, and she didn't even get to see her for the last time. It was fine at the beginning, he could still force himself to chat with Mito and even told a few jokes from his past life to make her laugh. But later, this feeling of sadness became stronger and stronger, striking his soul directly. His brain produced a strong reaction, and a chakra even stranger than when he opened the Sharingan was generated in his brain and poured into his eyes. His eyes unconsciously opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan form, and then the 3 Megatama spun faster and faster, finally forming a pattern. The black color of the heads of the 3 Megatama faded to form 3 circles. The tails were stretched and straightened to connect with the adjacent circles, and finally formed an equilateral triangle composed of 3 straight lines and 3 circles. Do you think this shape looks familiar? Such violent chakra fluctuations certainly could not be hidden from the sensitive Uzumaki Mito, and she looked towards Suemyu. As we all know, the Mangekyo Sharingan generally has 3 abilities, among which the abilities of the left eye and the right eye vary from person to person, and when both eyes are activated at the same time, it becomes Susanoo. The ability of his left eye is spatial, called Realm. As a person who traveled through time and space to the Naruto world, it would be embarrassing to call yourself a time traveler if you don't have some spatial means. The ability of Jing is different from Shinwei. It does not have this bug-level skill, nor can it twist other people's necks at will through the air, and its spatial volume is not as large as Shinwei. But environment also has its own characteristics. At the beginning, there is only 1 cubic meter of available space in the realm, and the rest of the space is shrouded in thick fog. The available space is in a vacuum state, without air and moisture. Even Suemyu has to hold his breath or wear an oxygen tank when he comes in, and the gas he exhales and the heat he emits will be directly expelled into the real world. The temperature of the realm space is constant at 25 degrees, but all other space parameters such as gravity, pressure, and the speed of time are consistent with the outside world. Even the alternation of day and night is the same as the outside world. It was very simple to break through the thick fog. That was to use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He expanded the space into a square space of 10 meters long, 10 meters wide and 10 meters high in just one night. The price was the irreversible loss of his eye power, but fortunately it was only a preliminary expansion and the eye power was not great. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to expand the space, but if he continues, the consumption of his eye power will increase exponentially, and the eye power of the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be restored. The current space is more than enough, and there is no need to waste it here. He should wait until his experiment is successful and he can upgrade the Mangekyo Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although expanding the available volume of space consumes pupil power, correspondingly, using space consumes almost no pupil power. You only need to touch the object with both hands to receive it into the space, and the interval between each inhalation is 5 seconds. Suemyu can also be released from the hands at any time and anywhere, and there is also a 5-second cooldown between each release. The most important thing is that this most basic method of inhaling and releasing with the hands only requires the opening of the 3 Megatama Sharingan, and there is no need to consume the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan at all. However, he can currently only take in inanimate objects. It's not that living things cannot enter, but in order for a living thing to be taken in addition to coming into contact with Suemyu's arm, 2 other conditions must be met. The first point is that you need to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Suemyu with the Mangekyo Sharingan open can enter it will. Not only that, he can manipulate all objects in the space with his mind in the Mangekyo Sharingan state. He can also appear anywhere in the space and open a portal to go out. However, every life form, including him, has a cooling down period of up to 1 hour after entering and exiting once. The second point is that the life form being taken in cannot have any resistance consciousness. Even subconscious or instinctive resistance will prevent Suemyu from being taken in. What he had to do now was to bring the seriously injured Tsunade into the space, but it was obviously not going smoothly. Tsunade's subconscious mind in a coma would resist Suemyu's entry out of fear of the unknown space, and Suemyu was now unable to communicate with her to explain the situation and let her completely relax and let down her guard. "You beautiful girl, can you trust me a little more?" Sumiya was very helpless at this time. Her surgery could not be delayed any longer, and this place might be discovered by the ninjas who were chasing them at any time. At this moment, the perception barrier technique he learned from Uzumaki Mito was triggered, and dozens of ninjas passed through his barrier, which meant that they were less than 100 meters away from here. "My dear Tsunade, if you continue to resist me, we will become a pair of mortal enemies." But no matter what Sumiya said, Tsunade remained unmoved, which made him very anxious. Seeing that they were about to be discovered by the enemy, Sumiya suddenly had an idea. He put his ear close to Tsunade's ear and whispered, "Chien-chan, Daddy will take you to a good place. Relax your body and don't resist, okay?" This trick was indeed effective. After hearing what Sumiya said, the unconscious Tsunade's brows, which were wrinkled in pain, relaxed. She didn't know what kind of dream she had, but a beautiful smile appeared on her haggard and pale face, like a sad rose. A second before the enemy ninja arrived, Tsunade was finally taken into the realm space, and Sumiya's figure also disappeared from the spot. At the same time, earth escapes, rocks collapse. The top floor of the cave collapsed, revealing the situation inside the cave to the sun, but no one was inside. "I clearly sensed the chakra reaction just now. Why is there no one inside?" The green-eyed monster was very puzzled. "Sir, their traces have been found ahead." The green-eyed monster carefully searched the collapsed earth cave and the underground again, but still found nothing suspicious. He didn't bother too much and said, "Chase." Not long after, Sumiya in the realm space discovered that they had completely gone away. His realm is like a one-way mirror of the ninja world, the main world. Sumiya in the realm can observe the main world around the realm at will, but the main world cannot see, detect, touch, hear, or know the realm. Watching them go away, Sumiya no longer paid attention to the situation in the main world, but concentrated on performing surgery on Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade had an oxygen device in her mouth and a blood transfusion tube inserted into her vein. After her whole body was anesthetized, she lay quietly on the operating table. Various surgical instruments were around the operating table. Before setting off, he made the worst-case plan. Not only did he buy a large amount of food, drinking water and combat supplies, kunao, shurikens and detonating tags, he also bought a second-hand operating table and various instruments from the hospital. In his capacity as Tsunade's disciple, he also specially bought corresponding blood bags according to the blood types of the four of them. Some of the medicines were prepared by him himself, and some were taken from the Akimichi clan's pharmacy. The Akimichi clan originally ran a drugstore, and the Hyoriomura was the most famous of them, so medicines were no problem for him at all. He had been traveling around Konoha early in the morning, raiding every shop. Not only had he spent all his savings, he also borrowed a large sum of money from Akimichi Tukao. He was shivering with heartache, but now it seemed that this was a wise move. With the assistance of the shadow clone, the operation began. Sumiya needs to open Tsunade's abdominal cavity and use the palm technique to regenerate the more damaged organs such as the liver, stomach, gallbladder and spleen, and then repair the less damaged organs such as the lungs. The reason why the operation lasted 3 days and 3 nights was not only because it was difficult, but also because, when Akimichi Genbu took off Tsunade's outer armor and top, and looked at the beautiful girl lying quietly on the bed with only a purple bra left on, he lost his composure. The word restless is not enough to describe the ups and downs of Genbu's heart at this moment. Tsunade looks even more beautiful when she is injured. Chu Daoxuan's eyes were fixed on her, but his willpower prevailed in the end. With a dry mouth, he swallowed a mouthful of non-existent saliva. Now is not the time to be a pervert. The life of this beautiful girl is more important. Chu Daoxuan did all kinds of psychological counseling, such as don't look at what is inappropriate, don't listen to what is inappropriate, and there is a knife hanging over your head, but these words were completely useless. They were completely meaningless in front of the beautiful girl who exuded a sense of incomplete beauty and was unconscious and ready for anyone to pick her. Finally, Akimichi Genbu found a reason that allowed him to hold his psychological defenses. Is Tsunade pretty? She is, very pretty, but this is only temporary. Do you want to see her for the rest of your life? Yes, then don't lose the chance to save Tsunade because of this temporary gain or loss. Go ahead, young man, the 8th generation. So Akimichi Sumiya wiped the blood from his nose, stood up again, picked up the scalpel, and resolutely performed the operation for a better tomorrow. One has to admire the ninja's ability to recover, especially the princess of the Senju clan. After suffering such a serious injury, during the treatment, her internal organs recovered almost completely under the effect of the palm magic, and her bones were also repairing themselves quickly after being connected. However, just in case, Akimichi Genbu still put a plaster cast on her, and after the operation he used the doubling technique to enlarge his hands. The green light of the palm fairy technique lingered between his palms, illuminating Tsunade's whole body. Tsunade woke up slowly that night after the operation. When she opened her eyes, she found Sumiya sitting beside her bed, holding her hand and sleeping. She looked around and found herself in a warehouse-like place, surrounded by all kinds of supplies. There were 20 oxygen tanks for her to breathe alone. A large generator supplied electricity to the entire warehouse. All kinds of food, medicines, medical equipment, and combat supplies were available, classified on the shelves. There were also a wide range of experimental equipment, many of which she had never seen before: whole genome sequencing equipment, PCR instrument, fluorescent PCR instrument, gel imager, fluorescent microscope, etc. Where am I? Lord Suanyu's secret warehouse. She wanted to speak but no sound came out. Looking back at the person next to him again, this little guy is quite mysterious. She wanted to get up, but frowned in pain from the injuries all over her body, and the hand held by Suanyu moved unconsciously. After 3 days of continuous surgery, Suanyu continued to use the palm fairy technique to help Tsunade recover until his own chakra was exhausted, that he had fallen into a deep sleep and was not awakened by Tsunade's actions. Tsunade reluctantly sat up, pulled back her hand that was held by Suanyu, and stared at the sleeping Suanyu in front of her. I was saved by Suanyu-kun. An idea came to her mind, and she raised her hand and touched his hair. Mr. Suanyu's hair is really good. As he touched her, he unconsciously increased his strength, and now it was difficult for Suanyu to wake up. Tsunade found that he had woken up and quickly withdrew her hand from his head, but she didn't want to move the broken arm. She gasped in pain but could only pretend to remain calm. Suanyu didn't notice Tsunade's little movement. Seeing that she woke up, he stood up and put his hand on her forehead. Tsunade-sensei's physique is really strong. The fever went away in one night. However, Tsunade could only see him open his mouth but couldn't hear any sound, and her face was full of confusion. Suanyu then remembered that they were still in the Jing space. After observing the surroundings of the main world, he found that there was no danger. He sent a wait for me signal to Tsunade through his mind and disappeared in front of Tsunade and returned to the main world, leaving Tsunade with a confused look on her face. Where is Suanyu-kun? Was he the one who spoke in my mind just now? Akimichi Suanyu appeared again on the earth cave that was previously destroyed by the green-eyed monster. He used earth escape to clear a hole, took out a large tent from the realm space, set it up, and covered it with sand. A simple shelter was formed. After cleaning up, he released Tsunade from the realm space. At this time, Tsunade was still a little confused about what was happening. Before Suanyu went out, he opened a god's perspective for Tsunade so that he could observe the situation in the main world. Tsunade just sat on the bed and watched Suanyu cleaning the sand pile outside, watched the tent in the realm space disappear inexplicably, watched Suanyu prepare everything, and then inexplicably appeared in the tent in the main world. Mr. Suanyu, what is this strange ability of yours? Is it the backpack sealing technique? Were we all in your backpack just now? How did you make me smaller? Tsunade, who was wrapped in bandages with only her upturned face exposed, blinked her big, Caslin eyes and asked questions like a curious baby. Hey, I can speak again now. How did you do that? Akimichi Suanyu smiled helplessly. Tsunade-sensei, I will answer you one by one. You say it, you say it. I wonder if Tsunade-sensei has ever heard of the Mangekyo Sherinan. I have heard of it. Didn't Uchiha Madara, who founded Konoha village with my grandfather, have the Mangekyo Sherinan? Uchiha Madara's is the eternal Mangekyo Sherinan, which is more advanced than mine. Suanyu's eyes had now turned into the Mangekyo Sherinan form. Wow, your eyes are so cool. Tsunade stared, attracted by the beautiful cursed eyes. This is my Mangekyo Sherinan. Every person who opens his eyes will have a unique ability in each of his 2 eyes. The ability of my left eye is the different space just now, called realm. I'm sure you have some idea of what that dimension is like. I can inhale and release inanimate objects at will, just like this. Suanyu gave Tsunade a demonstration, releasing and then putting a kunao away. In order to show off in front of Tsunade, Suanyu repeatedly put in and released various items. He even used the Mangekyo Sherinan to release another kunao he had absorbed, and projected it out 5 seconds later. Just when the kunao flew to the limit of the realm space, the kunao disappeared inexplicably, and then appeared in his hand again. Being looked at by the goddess with such admiration made Suanyu feel so happy. He scratched his head like a fool and said, "It's not that great. I'm just average. Third in the world, hee." Tsunade realized a problem. You just said that you can absorb non-living things, but we are also living things, right? How do we enter the space? Suanyu continued to explain patiently, it's not that I can't enter a living body, but that a living body has its own consciousness. Even if there is a trace of resistance, or subconscious and instinctive resistance, or even chakra fluctuations, it will prevent me from sucking it into the realm space. I was unconscious at the time. How did you convince my subconscious or instinctive resistance? Tsunade still blinked her big brown eyes, showing her innocence. Hearing this, Suanyu immediately became alert. He couldn't say anything, even if he was beaten to death. He would definitely be beaten to death if he said it. It must be because the teacher was in a deep coma at the time, so I was able to succeed. Akimichi Genbu started playing dumb. Really? Tsunade just stared at Suanyu, making him feel scared. It's true. It's truer than real gold. Akimichi Suanyu was panicked inside, but he looked calm on the surface. The two looked at each other for a long time, and Tsunade turned her head away. Forget it, it's not important. I'm hungry and want to eat barbecue. I will handle it. Akimichi Genbu hurriedly began to prepare. Nothing was more important than diverting Tsunade's attention at this moment. There was also a piece of premium marbled beef in the refrigerator of the Jing space, which he had stolen from an unscrupulous merchant in the bird country who had sold him fake liquor, under the pretext of it's rude not to reciprocate. In the hot and dry desert, there are actually 2 people eating barbecue under a parasol, and there are several huge ice blocks around to cool down. Who would believe this? Are you two hiding from being hunted? Do you really think you are here for a vacation in the Kingdom of Wind? How could Tsunade and Genbu not know about this almost suicidal behavior? Of course they knew, so why did they dare to barbecue so blatantly? It was because in the 2 days before Suomyu performed surgery on Tsunade, 3 teams of ninja had passed by here, including the Kinkaku who had been chasing them before. In addition, one of the other 2 teams had a group of about 20 people, and the leader was wearing a rebel ninja forward protector from the Sand Ninja, and another team was led by Tsunade's old acquaintance, Izo of the Hidden Rain Village. It seemed that they wanted to get back at each other for what they did a few months ago. In the following day and night, no more ninjas came after them. Akimichi Genbu estimated that the only ones who were after him were these 4 teams. So at this time, the desert of the Wind Country was still quite lively. Nearly 100 ninjas were searching for them everywhere. However, they could appear anywhere, but definitely not in the place they had already searched. This is called the darkest place under the lamp. Tsunade was obviously overeating at this time. Because of her 2 broken arms, she was lying on a beach chair and living the life of a real princess with food and clothes provided for her. Mr. Suonmu, I want to eat beef. A piece of medium-rare top-quality marbled beef, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, entered her mouth. Mr. Suomyu, I want to drink a grape-flavored iced wine drink. A straw was passed to her lips, and the cold drink made her feel refreshed. Suomyu-kun, I want to eat that grilled bacon. A piece of bacon dipped in sauce and wrapped in lettuce went into her mouth again. Mr. Suomyu, I want more. At this moment, Akimichi Genbu really had no choice. In order to make Tsunade give up asking questions, he had to serve so hard. However, listening to Tsunade's words praising him, he gradually lost himself in it, feeling both pain and happiness. However, just as Suomyu was busy satisfying Tsunade's various requests, Tsunade, after finishing a grilled sausage, suddenly said in a soft and cute voice, "Wow, Chien-chan is so happy. All of Chien-chan's requests have been met." Suomyu listened to the voice that touched his heart, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head, and without thinking, he said with a silly smile, "As long as Chien-jang feels happy, Dad will meet all of Kinjiang's requests." Silence, the ultimate silence. Silence, the ultimate silence. A gust of cold wind blew past, and Suomyu shuddered. He woke up and turned his head stiffly. Mr. Tsunade, if I quibble now, can you still believe me? What do you think, my dear father? Tsunade almost squeezed out the last 2 words from between her teeth. Although the beautiful girl still had a smile on her face and spoke in a coquettish voice, still maintaining the image of a gentle and sweet girl, the coldness in her eyes was enough to freeze Chudeo Suomyu in this hot desert. She was indeed unconscious that day, but she had not reached the point of complete death. The word Chien-jang made her subconscious mind react, because the name Chien-jang touched the softest part of her heart. This was an exclusive nickname that only her deceased parents would call her. Stimulated by the voice of Chien-jang, although she did not open her eyes, she was a little more awake and received the message from Akimichi Suomyu asking her not to resist and to relax completely. However, what made her unsure was whether the voice of Chien-chan was an auditory hallucination when she was on the verge of death, or whether it was called by Akimichi Genbu. Now, the truth is out. Tsunade-sensei, you must stay calm and listen to my explanation. This nickname was told to me by Mizuto-sama. She said that your name was given by Hashirama-sama, but your father Mizurama-sama felt that the name Tsunade was too boyish and unworthy of his little princess. However, he couldn't afford to offend the namer, so he gave you the exclusive nickname Chien-chan. The situation was urgent and we were about to be exposed. I had no choice but to come up with this idea. Akimichi Suomyu explained quickly, and there was no time for him to speak quickly. Tsunade had already stood up from the beach chair and was approaching him step by step. The chakra in her hand had accumulated to an astonishing level. Akimichi Genbu stood there as if he was under a spell of immobilization. He was afraid that if he ran away, Tsunade would get even angrier, and it would be terrible if the wounds in his body broke open. But if he didn't run away, he felt that he would not survive the next second. Just as Tsunade had walked up to him and was about to throw a punch, and Akimichi Genbu closed his eyes and waited for death, Tsunade's fist suddenly turned and slammed heavily on the ground. Except for the place where the 2 of them landed, the desert within a radius of 200 meters with Tsunade as the center exploded. For a moment, sand flew straight into the sky, blocking the vision of a large area. Tsunade took this opportunity to grab Akimichi Genbu's hand and retreat. At this point, Akimichi Genbu had no idea what was happening and the 2 of them were surrounded. Akimichi Genbu reacted and carried her on his back without Tsunade's explanation. Her injuries had not healed yet, and if she ran a long distance, she would definitely break her bones again. Jinjiao had also been here 2 days ago. At first, like the other groups of people who were chasing them, he left without a second thought. However, as a descendant of the 6 paths, Kinkaku's strong intuition, which was comparable to that of a ferocious beast, told him that something was wrong there, so he returned here again. As expected, he ran into Akimichi Genbu and Tsunade who were eating barbecue. In the past, this instinct caused him and Ginkaku to be swallowed by the 9 tails. As a result, they fed on the 9 tails' flesh and blood, and not only successfully escaped, but also gained the ability to transform into tailed beasts. This time, he is about to obtain the Sharinan, and Kinkaku can't hide his excitement. Akimichi Genbu admitted that he was careless, that he thought no one would find this place, so he let his guard down, that he was also too engrossed in being alone with Tsunade that his sixth sense, which had always been very useful, failed. This led to the predicament of being surrounded by more than 20 ninjas. These 20 odd people are obviously Kinkaku's last remaining assets. There are 2 elite jonin alone, one is Benimaru, holding the golden rope, and the other is a bald man with a red gourd on his back. Among the remaining 20 people, there are also 8 jonin, and the others are also elite Chuyonin. When did the high-end combat power of the ninja world become so worthless? They just sent out so many jonin casually. Damn, this is really a bit difficult. Akimichi Genbu complained in his heart while carrying Tsunade on his back to avoid attacks. Teacher Tsunade, I will use the smoke bomb to send you into the space. Your current condition is not suitable for high-intensity combat. Tsunade, who was lying on Suonryu's back, disagreed. Can you handle such an elite force alone? If I remember correctly, you entered the space half an hour ago, and now there are still 30 minutes until your cooling time ends. Don't worry, it won't be difficult to run out with my speed. In fact, surrounded by so many masters, he was not sure he could escape, but in order to convince Tsunade not to resist, he could only tell a white lie. Tsunade was obviously skeptical. That's Kinkaku, can you really do it? Before Tsunade could finish her words, she was interrupted by Suonryu. Tsunade-sensei, please believe me. Suonryu dodged a huge burning fireball, quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground. Earth escape, earth flow wall. He was surrounded by earth walls on all sides. At the same time, he took out several smoke bombs and threw them around to temporarily hide his figure. The ninjas around him did not rush into the smoke rashly, but shot a large number of kunai with detonating tags, trying to blow up the earth walls and force the 2 men to show up. Suonryu put Tsunade down from his back and faced her, grabbing one of her hands. Chien-chan, I'm very strong. Even if I can't win, I can still delay for 30 minutes. On the contrary, you are here with your serious injury and it will affect my performance. Tsunade, whose face turned red at the sudden call of Chien-chan, used one hand to lift the messy hair beside her ear to hide her shame and anger. This Suonryu-kun actually had the courage to call her like that. But she quickly recovered and looked up at Suonryu, looking at the man in front of her with an unusually firm gaze. Okay, but you have to let me see the battle situation outside. If things get out of hand, you must let me out to fight alongside you. As it turned out, Tsunade really had no resistance to this title. Suonryu smiled when he heard this. I promise you. At the moment before the earth walls on all 4 sides were destroyed, Tsunade was sent into the realm space. Wind escape, big breakthrough, X2. The 2 jonin joined forces to create a strong wind, and the smoke dissipated, revealing only the figure of Akimichi Genbu. Tsunade had long disappeared. At this time, he was carrying a 2.3-meter long sword on his shoulder and standing opposite Kinkaku with 1 foot on the ruins. He was surrounded by 22 ninjas, including 2 elite jonins, 8 jonins, and 8 elite Chuyunins. Together with Kinkaku, a cage-level ninja, it was not easy to deal with him. Kinkaku obviously felt that he had already won. He stood opposite Akimichi Genbu with his arms folded across his chest and stared at him arrogantly. He was not in a hurry to attack. He was more interested in the ninjutsu that Genbu used to make Tsunade disappear inexplicably. Kid, how did you make that girl from the Senju family disappear? It was a space ninjutsu, right? Guess. If you guess right, I'll buy you some oranges as a reward. Jinjiao felt confused at what was going on. If I wanted to eat oranges, plenty of people would buy them for me. Do I need you? He continued, little brat, it's not too late to surrender now. As long as you surrender obediently, show me the training method of space ninjutsu, and give me the female ninja to play with, I can consider sparing your life. Chidori, Jinjiao responded with a sword flashing with lightning. Humph, you are really looking for death, go ahead. Following Jinjiao's order, the ninjas who had been ready for a long time launched a fierce attack. Wind style, tornado hurricane, fire style, great fire dragon technique, earth style, earth rising spear, earth style, rock stealing stick. A variety of ninjutsu and kunai with explosive tags flew towards Akimichi Genbu, covering the sky and the ground. After just one attack, he had nowhere to hide. Damn it, being surrounded means you have no human rights. Having more people is not a big deal. Facts have proved that having more people is really a big deal, and just the first wave of attack caused him a lot of trouble. Domineering, attached. Suonryu attached his domineering aura to his hands, feet, and abdomen. Shave. He moved around within the range of attack, splitting the fire dragon, avoiding the hurricane, and dodging the explosion, but he was still hit by the aftermath. At this time, he was covered in dust and had some scratches on his back and face. He had completely lost his previous coolness. Ninja technique, shadow clone technique, dozens of shadow clones broke out separately. Earth escape, 10,000 miles of earth flowing wall. Seeing that Akimichi Genbu tried to break through, more than a dozen ninjas released ninjutsu together, spitting out a lot of mud from their mouths. In a flash, a huge earth wall surrounded him, and they continued to supply chakra to make the wall thicker and harder. Want to run? No way. Lightning escape does restrain earth escape, but they want to see if the lightning blade in Shu Deoxuanyu's hand can cut through the 2-meter thick wall. Even if it can be cut, the wall will heal quickly and will definitely not give him the opportunity to make a big gap. Akimichi Genbu's true form is in the doubling technique, but that's not all. Super strength, a large amount of chakra is accumulated in the giant hand with domineering aura. With one punch, the wall 2 meters away was smashed into a big hole as if it was made of paper. What kind of incredible power is this? A 2-meter thick reinforced wall was smashed open just like that. They continued to increase the chakra output to try to repair the wall, but Akimichi Genbu had already rushed out of the passage he had smashed out. Goodbye. At this time, the thick wall became an obstacle to the ninja's pursuit. Just when Akimichi Sumiyu thought he could take this opportunity to break out of the encirclement, the bald giant covered in lightning appeared beside him. Thunder escape, penetrating hands. 5 fingers shining with lightning stabbed towards Sumiyu at an extremely fast speed. Sumiyu. Tsunade in the realm space shouted anxiously, but she had no way to do anything and could only watch her beloved disciple suffer a heavy blow. The penetrating hand hit Suimiyu's abdomen, but the giant didn't expect that the penetrating hand he was so proud of couldn't break Suimiyu's defense. Nanny, how is it possible? At the critical moment, Akimichi Genbu's iron block was activated, increasing the defense of his abdomen. The domineering aura attached to his abdomen also gathered at the parts of his body that had been predicted to be hit by the Sharingan, narrowly blocking his attack. You can only dream of breaking through my defense with just 5 skills. The left hand wrapped in domineering power took the opportunity to grab the giant's right arm, which was still thrusting. Under the strange power, Suimiyu's palm was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him to break free. The sword turned to avoid the strongest defense of the head from pressing down on the right shoulder, and he roared, "Break it for me!" The Chidori blade, empowered by its extraordinary power, broke through the defense of the lightning release armor and cut off the giant's right arm with one strike, making him a teammate of the 4 Thunder Sons. The giant was too confident in his attack. He blindly believed that this blow could severely injure Suimiyu, but he didn't expect that he could not defend against it. The shock in his heart made him react half a beat slower, and as a result, one of his arms was lost to him. It only took 5 seconds from the giant's charge to his right arm being crippled. The 2 speed-type ninjas decided the outcome before the others could react. Power. Kinkaku was shocked. This was his only old subordinate in Kumagakure. More than 10 years ago, he was just a little brat with the strength of a genin. The reason why he caught Kinkaku's attention was because he was a member of the Yaya clan, and because of his outstanding talent, he was given the opportunity to practice the Yaya clan's secret technique Thunder Armor by the 2nd generation Raikage. After Kinkaku's training and his own unremitting efforts, he had reached the level of a standard elite jonin. His future was limitless, but today he broke one of his arms for no apparent reason. Thunder escape, light fang. Just when Suimiyu was about to inflict greater damage to the giant, a beam of lightning shot out from Jinjiao's mouth and attacked Suimiyu at a high speed, interrupting him. Suimiyu had to give up the chance to finish off the giant and jumped forward. Li also took the opportunity to retreat, covering the wound on his broken arm. Kill him. Jinjiao was really angry. He spat out the banana fan and the 7-star sword from his mouth and rushed straight towards Chudeo Suimiyu. The others also drew their swords and rushed forward. Chudeo Suimiyu did not dare to fight and sprinted forward at high speed. He was not unscathed at this time. The giant man's powerful blow injured his stomach, but fortunately the injury was not serious and would not affect the battle for the time being. He chased, he fled, Suimiyu had no way to escape. The golden horned banana fan was waved, and a series of earth walls formed in front of Suimiyu. He turned around immediately, but he didn't expect that Hongwan had already caught up with him. Wind style, suppress harm. The desert is not suitable for using her best water style, but the wind style has been greatly strengthened, and the high-pressure heavy artillery roll carrying a sky full of yellow sand crashes into Suimiyu. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Chudeo Suimiyu spit out a lot of mud from his mouth, and a more than 10-meter-high earth mountain lifted him up, but it could not withstand the attack of the crushing wind, and the violent wind broke the earth wall, and Suimiyu accidentally fell down. Good opportunity. Jinjiao swung the palm leaf fan in his hand with great force, and the fire engulfed Suimiyu, but what was burnt was only the earth substitute. Suimiyu appeared on the ruins of the destroyed earth hill. He continued running without even looking back. Want to run? Hongwan formed seals again, wind escape, wind cutting technique, and 3 wind blades cut off Suimiyu's retreat. Immediately afterwards, the golden horn fan was waved, and a bolt of lightning struck Suimiyu's back. He was instantly electrocuted until his outside was burnt and his inside was tender. However, what the two did not expect was that this was also a clay substitute. Red eyes, open. Hongwan's glowing red eyes looked around, and when she saw the dirt hill from before, she shouted, "Be careful, get out of the way." But it was too late. 2 Chinins who passed by the wreckage of the earth hill were caught off guard and pierced into a candied hawse by a lightning blade from the wreckage. It was the Chidori sharp spear. Fortunately, the jonin behind them reacted quickly, otherwise there would have been 3 of them. Suimiyu, who was under the rock hidden technique, revealed his figure and secretly said it was a pity. Hongwan's earth escape, rock pillar spear suddenly shot out from under his feet and hit his crotch directly. Suimiyu dodged it narrowly, but a big cut was made on his thigh, and the skin was turned outward. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Damn it, this woman is not a good person. I'll get her sooner or later. Suimiyu touched his little brother in fear. Fortunately, he was still alive. His happy life and the second half of his life depended on his little brother. He took out a hemostatic drug from the realm space, bit off the bottle cap and poured the drug onto the wound and he grimaced in pain, and then the green light of the palm magic in his hand lit up. While treating the wound on his thigh, he fled in the opposite direction of Jinjiao. This damn kid is making me so mad. A powerful shadow-level warrior was actually played like this, but Jinjiao's perception ability was just average under normal circumstances. What could he do? In a rage, he actually grabbed a jonin and brutally tore him in half. What a bunch of trash, why don't you chase them? After saying that, he also chased in the direction of Suonyu. The ninjas around him looked at each other, but they dared not say anything, and then followed Jinjiao. They are unlucky to have such a boss. Suonyu's speed was obviously affected as he was running and healing at the same time that he was caught up again just as he had stopped the bleeding. Fortunately, the blood of the Akimichi clan and the Uchiha clan gave him an amazing physique and strong recovery ability, otherwise, he would have bled to death, let alone stop the bleeding in such a short time. Jinjiao waved his fan again, and the earth wall opened up completely. This time, not only in front of Suonyu, but also on both sides were layers of earth walls that he was forced to stop. See where you run this time. Jinjiao attacked with the 7-star sword at close range, and Suonyu hastily used his sword without chakra to block, but he didn't expect that Jinjiao actually used the 6 paths ninja tool blessed with lightning chakra to cut off his sword with one blow. Damn, the spare sword was also broken. Seeing that the 7-star sword was about to fall on Suonyu, who had no time to dodge, his Sharingan looked at Kinkaku, and illusion, hypnosis, was activated, and Kinkaku's attack paused for a moment. The effect of hypnosis was quickly interrupted by the 9 tails chakra in his body, but it was enough. Suonyu took this opportunity to avoid the fatal blow and escaped from the side of Jinjiao. More than a dozen ninjas who besieged Akimichi Genbu wanted to trap him, but given that the previous 10,000 miles earth flow wall was not effective, they changed to another method. Water escape, water wave. The water is coming towards him from all directions. Since it can't trap you to death, it will drown you. The surrounded Suonyu formed seals with his hands and used the shadow clone technique. 3 shadow clones appeared in the other 3 directions. Cast the technique together. Oh. For Akimichi Suonyu knots, Su-yin seals, fire escape, hard work. For huge pillars of fire were connected by a curve, forming a circle of fire that collided with the water waves. The violent collision of water and fire produced a large amount of water vapor that covered Akimichi Genbu, Kinkaku, and a dozen ninjas. However, they only had 2 ninjas who were good at wind escape, and the fog was blocked by the earth wall of Jinjiao. They could not completely blow away the water vapor in a short time. The ninjas with weak perception had to withdraw from the fog and wait for the boss and the second in command to show mercy and help them. However, the fog did not interfere with Hongwan, who had opened her red eyes. She locked onto Suonyu in the fog and took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Water escape, water dragon whip. The golden rope wrapped with flowing water was swung out, and Suonyu's 3 shadow clones were blown up by the whip, and were about to hit his real body. Hongwan couldn't hide her excitement. I'm going to catch you soon, little handsome boy, sister will love you well. Various scenes of torturing Suonyu appeared in Hongwan's mind. His pain and begging for mercy in his mind almost made this sweat on the spot. However, as far as I can remember, the situation where the word spirit was extracted did not occur. Although Suonyu's vision was blocked, his 6th sense was still sharp. He grasped the golden rope in his hand, and the 2 of them actually pulled up the river in the fog, one using his supernatural strength and the other using strengthening magic. In terms of comparable strength, Akimichi Suonyu is afraid of no one, except the beautiful girl. Come on, he can attack and defend in a flash, and Hongwan is unexpectedly swung into the air by Suonyu, who is holding the rope with both arms. How can this brat be so strong? Even the earth escape enhancement technique can't compete with him. Hongwan didn't dare to let go. If the golden rope was snatched away by Suonyu, and she lost the tool that Jinjiao used to torture her, Hongwan felt that she would not see the sun tomorrow. She quickly called out to her ninja for help, come and help me. But those standing on the edge didn't have red eyes and could only grope forward by following the sound. Even the one-armed man Yayueli could only worry. Looking at these ninjas moving at a snail's pace, Benimaru said disdainfully, a bunch of trash that you can't rely on them for anything. 2 long rope darts shot out from her golden proportion long legs and pierced through the 2 1-meter thick earth walls that Jinjiao had just created. Hongwan used this to stabilize his body and then formed a seal with one hand, water style, water dragon bomb. A water dragon with bared fangs and claws rushed towards Suonyu along the shaking golden rope. The earth wall and the Suonyu wrestled, and Benimaru, who was caught in the middle, felt like he was about to break apart. However, Shuilong quickly rushed to Suonyu, but he was unwilling to give up the great opportunity to grab the golden rope. Damn it, let's fight. Iron block was activated, and all the domineering power was attached to the front. Suonyu just took the full set of water dragon bullets. The water dragon produced a huge impact force. Suonyu felt like he was hit by a car, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but even so he did not let go. The pain further stimulated Suonyu, and after releasing the iron block, his strange power exploded. Come here. The earth wall could no longer withstand his strength and collapsed, and Hongwan was dragged towards Suonyu. But she didn't want to be tortured to death by Jinjiao, so she still didn't let go of the golden rope. She once again formed a seal with one hand, wind style, wind cutting technique. The 3 wind blades merged into one in flight to form a powerful wind blade that shot towards Suonryu, cut you in half. Suonryu freed his left hand, and with his unparalleled strength, he punched the wind blade with his domineering power. Under Hongwan's incredulous gaze, his fist defeated the wind blade that was strong enough to split gold and stone, and continued to move forward, hitting her abdomen, bending her into a giant shrimp, with her eyes white and fainting. But she still held on to the golden rope tightly. Little girl, what on earth did you experience with that pervert Jin Jiao? Suonryu pried open Hongwan's hands and put the golden rope into the realm space. Looking at his left hand that was cut by the wind blade, damn it, the wind-style single-target attack is just too high, and even his fist was cut open with a big gash. He took out a bottle of medicine from the realm space and sprinkled it on. Suonryu, who was injured in the hand, was very unhappy. He stared at Hongwan, who was lying under him viciously. When he thought that the injury on his leg was also the work of this woman, he became even angrier and stepped on her chest. If you weren't such a beautiful woman, I would have separated your head from your body. But when he thought of the golden rope he had put in his pocket, he became happy again. Tsunade, who was in the realm space, was glowing green all over. She witnessed the whole process and excitedly swung the golden rope that had just been sent in. Suonryu-kun is really capable. Unexpectedly, the amplitude was too large and the wound was affected, and the beautiful girl put on a mask of pain on her face. In fact, when Suonryu grabbed the water dragon whip with his hands just now, he saw the exposed golden rope and was scared to death. It's over. If it is touched by this rope, the word spirit will be forced out. Damn it, I won't accept this. But Suonryu did not utter any words. He immediately understood that it was his domineering aura that blocked the effect of the shaking golden rope, which led to the subsequent robbery plan. As an elite jonin, Benimaru had countless chances to escape, and she could have gotten away until the last moment. However, fearing the consequences of losing the golden rope, she fought with Genbu until the last second and unfortunately was defeated. Not only was the rope snatched away, but she was also seriously injured and fainted. Just when Suonryu was about to kill Hongwan, the one-armed hero arrived and stabbed Suonryu with his 5-handed sword to force him back. But Suonryu did not want to fight and ran away with Hongwan in his hand. Just as Suonryu was about to give chase, a strong gust of wind interrupted him and blew away the thick fog. Kinkaku didn't have the perspective of red eyes. He was always on guard against Tsunade's sneak attack and didn't act immediately at first. Instead, he observed his surroundings and was ready to deal with any emergency at any time. The previous punch still made his head hurt. The reason why he didn't blow away the thick fog immediately was because he knew that Benimaru would be like a fish in water in such an occasion and his combat power would not be affected at all. Instead, the thick fog would obscure the vision of the Sharingan, but he never expected that Benimaru would be defeated so quickly. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. Jin Jiao appeared in front of Suonryu in an instant and smashed the 7-star sword on his head, but this time Suonryu did not dodge, and the horizontal sword that appeared out of thin air withstood the attack of the 7-star sword. Sparks flew where the two weapons collided, and after a contest, Jin Jiao was actually at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Suonryu activated his strange strength and forcibly pushed Jin Jiao back several meters. Nanny, I actually lost to a little brat in terms of strength. Now, apart from Kinkaku, the two elite jonin who posed the greatest threat to him, one has lost an arm, and the other is in a coma. Although the remaining jonin and shinin are also troublesome, Suonryu's situation has changed greatly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you, you old bastard? Suonryu's scarlet Sharingan moved quickly, and he rushed over with the Chidori blade to fight with Jin Jiao. Because the two men moved too fast, the dozen or so ninjas nearby could not get involved at all. They did not dare to release powerful ninjutsu to attack Suonryu. If they accidentally injured Jin Jiao, their lives would be in danger. Being afraid of the consequences, the ninjas became spectators. Now Hongwan is seriously injured and unconscious, and Yaili, the only one who can cooperate with Jin Jiao, was driven away by Jin Jiao because he lost an arm. He does not want his only old subordinate to die. Jin Jiao fought Suonryu alone. At first glance, it seemed that more than a dozen people were besieging one person, but only Jin Jiao was putting in the effort, and the others could only watch their boss show his power. Jin Jiao shouted at his men, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and surround him with earth escape, you idiots." Everyone then reacted and worked together to build a double-layer earth wall that was thicker and harder than before, which connected with Jin Jiao's earth flow wall to trap Chu Daoxuanyu inside. That it was now very difficult for him to get out. In terms of physical skills, Jin Jiao is certainly not inferior to him. No one from Union is afraid of him. At the beginning, Suonryu could still fight with him back and forth, but all of Jin Jiao's movements were visible under the Sharingan. The combined strength advantage of super strength and the speed advantage of shaving made him have the upper hand, which shocked the ninjas watching the battle around him. However, as time went on, Jin Jiao gradually adapted to Suonyu's offensive rhythm. Jin Jiao, who had richer combat experience and more sinister moves, gradually gained the upper hand. Facts have proved that winning on paper does not mean winning in actual combat. Experience and skills are still very important. Jin Jiao seized the opportunity to chop Huashin with all his strength, and Suonryu raised his sword to block. However, who knew that such a powerful move could be turned by Jin Jiao, he moved his elbow back slightly and deliberately did not hit the horizontal sword. At the moment when the two weapons missed each other, he moved up to let Suomyu's middle door open, and then raised his leg and kicked him out. Of course, Jinjiao would not miss such a good opportunity. He swung the banana fan, and the wind and fire techniques merged together. The burning wind or sharp fire reappeared, and was about to engulf Suomyu. But Suomyu stepped on the air and quickly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. This was the moon step. However, he cannot use it skillfully yet and can only make a turn in the air. Also, he does not control the strength well because he used too much force. Although Suomyu avoided Jinjiao's attack, he crashed into the earth flow wall. Fortunately, he knew that his moon step was not very reliable, so he used the iron block after jumping sideways. Otherwise, there would be no need for Jinjiao to hit him anymore, as he would have smashed his head into pieces. An elite Chunin standing right above Suomyu was overjoyed when he saw this. What is this? This is a great achievement. He immediately jumped down and wanted to cut off Akimichi Suomyu's body with one knife. Idiot, get out of here. Jinjiao cursed the ignorant ninja, and at the same time his attack had already arrived. A huge lightning flew out from the banana fan and struck Suomyu. At this time, his head was still stuck in the earth wall and he could not avoid it at all. However, Suomyu, who had already anticipated that Jinjiao would launch additional attacks, had already released the iron block and started to form seals when he hit the earth flow wall. Earth escapes, the earth shakes. Suomyu slapped his hand on the earth wall, and the earth wall quickly lifted him up to avoid the lightning attack, but the Chunin was not so lucky that he was electrocuted and became crispy on the outside but tender on the inside. Suomyu could even smell the aroma of meat. Not only did Kinkaku fail to hit Suomyu, he also killed one of his men. However, he didn't care at all and continued to give orders, ninjutsu attack. The ninjas who found the opportunity used all kinds of means to beat the fallen dog. Suomyu, who had just pulled out his head, was attacked by fireballs from the two ninjas above. He was really not left with any time to spare. He had no choice but to jump back into the field. As soon as he landed, he was attacked by several earth spears. After he smashed the earth spear with his domineering fist, several kunai with detonating talismans flew over. The dust raised by the explosion covered Suomyu again. This was not over yet. Jinjiao showed his power again. This time it was not an attack with a fan. He formed seals with his hands, wind escape, practice air bomb. A huge wind attribute chakra gas bomb spewed out of Jinjiao's mouth at a high speed, blowing away the smoke and hitting the target at the same time. Suomyu only had time to cross his hands to resist. The strong impact force made him crash into two 3-meter thick earth walls and fall heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The fallen Suomyu supported himself with his hands and knelt on the ground, a mouthful of old blood spurting out of his mouth. Obviously, he was seriously injured. His legs were cut by the wind blades, his internal organs were damaged, and his spine and forearms had some fractures. It hurts so much. It's really amazing to have more people. This old bitch is dang. At this time, Suomyu was extremely grateful to Oda that if he hadn't created the iron block and haki, Akimichi Suomyu would have been turned into meat paste now, and he wouldn't have the chance to curse here. Jinjiao walked out of the hole slowly, and more than a dozen ninjas jumped down from the high wall and quickly surrounded Suomyu, who was spitting blood. Jinjiao waved his hand to stop his men from making a move. The ninjas gave up the chance to deal a fatal blow to Suomyu, but they still glared at him angrily. The reason was, of course, that this guy had severely injured their goddess, Lady Hungwan, and she was still unconscious. Jinjiao walked to 3 meters in front of Suomyu with a step that showed no regard for his relatives, and looked down at him condescendingly. Little ghost, why don't you run, why don't you run? Chu Daok Suomyu lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, took a deep breath to stop coughing. You just rely on your numbers. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win or lose. He retorted stubbornly, not considering that Kinkaku had not yet entered tailed beast mode. But so what, as the saying goes, it's better to lose the battle than the fight. You are quite sharp-tongued. I will give you one last chance. Return the Akira golden rope to me, hand over the space ninjutsu and the girl from the Senju family, and I will consider sparing your life. Jinjiao issued an ultimatum. You old bitch, you still want to touch my teacher Tsunade, you are only fit to smell the goddess's farts. Just before the 7-star sword chopped down the black tortoise, a short blade flashing with lightning broke out of the ground and blocked the falling great sword. A low and gentle voice sounded, am I too late? The person who came was Heitake Sakumo, who had returned. The cooling time for entering and exiting the realm space has long passed. Does he really think that Akimichi Gendu was an idiot? He didn't hide when the knife was about to hit him. The reason why he dared to be so reckless is because he had already sensed Heitake Sakumo underground. As soon as they left the land of craftsmen, they were hunted down, and the tactics used against them were very targeted. Akimichi Genbu knew with his but that their intelligence had been leaked. Tsunade and Sakumo are absolutely reliable, but Hayaga Ito is a ninja that he just met. Akimichi Genbu cannot confirm whether he is a traitor or not, so when he gave supplies to Heitake Sakumo, he secretly slipped a note, the content of which was that after getting rid of the pursuers, he would secretly use a shadow clone to replace himself and Hayaga Ito to take the mission scroll back to the village, while he himself would go back. Otherwise, would Heitake Sakumo be so easily persuaded? In his previous life, he was a man who was willing to give up his mission in order to save his companions. Because there were too many people chasing him, it took him 2 days to completely shake them off. Finally, he arrived when Akimichi Genbu dealt with Benimaru and sent chakra to Genbu to let him sense himself underground. No, the timing is right. Chudeo Suamiyu endured the pain and stood up quickly. A large sickle appeared in his hand and cut towards Jinjiao's abdomen. The purple sheen on the sickle blade made Jinjiao feel a little scared. He immediately used the palm leaf fan to block the giant sickle, but Suamiyu turned the sickle around and held the fan, preventing Jinjiao from pulling it out. Heitake Sakumo's short blade slid on the 7-star sword and stabbed towards Kinkaku's abdomen at an extremely tricky angle, leaving Kinkaku with no way to avoid it. It happened in just a moment, and the other ninjas didn't react at all. At the critical moment, Yayueli's Thunder Release Chakra Mode, who was following behind Jinjiao, exploded, and his 5-handed weapon stretched out from his waist to block the attack of the short blade. The surrounding ninjas finally reacted and joined the siege. Dozens of ninja swords stabbed at the two men. Heitake Sakumo used the lightning release technique to escape from the encirclement. The sickle in Suamiyu's hand disappeared inexplicably and he used paper painting to avoid the attack, but 4 ninja swords were still stabbed into his body. 3 of them stabbed into the parts where Haki was attached, but the last one pierced through his left upper arm where Haki was not attached. The tip of the sword hit his abdomen before it was blocked by Haki. At the same time, Akimichi Genbu's Sharinan had turned into a Mangekyo, and with the kunao throwing technique, a large number of kunao appeared out of thin air and shot out in all directions with him as the center. This wave of attack was too fast. Only Kinkaku, Yatsuki Riki and 3 senior ninjas who were far away from Suamiyu were intact. The other ninjas who dodged were more or less injured. The ninja who stabbed Suamiyu's upper arm was shot into a hornet's nest. Originally they thought they were just minor injuries, but soon the injured began to have purple lips, blue eyes, and dizziness. Those with more serious injuries even fell to the ground and their lives were unknown. What kind of poison is this? Why is it so overbearing? I don't want to die yet. Who has the antidote? Give it to me now. Voices of begging for mercy, wailing, and excruciating pain were heard one after another. Kinkaku didn't even look at these people. Apart from Yatsuki Riki, his subordinate he brought from the Hidden Rain village, and Benimaru, who could make him angry, the death of other tools would hardly cause him any emotional fluctuations. At most, he would feel annoyed because he had to find replacements. What he is currently concerned about is Akimichi Genbu's poison. Little bastard, did your poison come from Hanzo of the Salamander? How do you have his poison? At this time, Akimichi Suamiyu was covered in wounds and looked horrible, but he was the toughest person in his body. If you want to know, give me your palm leaf fan in exchange. Since you don't want to say it, then shut up forever. The golden horn sword chopped down again. Heitake Sakumo wanted to come over to support but was stopped by Yayueli and 3 senior ninjas. However, the one that flew backwards was not Suamiyu, but Jinjiao. Tsunade suddenly appeared beside Kinkaku. Nanny, how could she appear out of nowhere? Without giving Kinkaku time to react, Tsunade's super strength punch sent him flying 100 meters away. This was the first time Kinkaku had suffered damage after fighting for so long. Tsunade's punch broke 2 of his ribs. Teacher Tsunade, are you really okay? Akimichi Genbu was still a little worried. Don't worry. I'm a medical ninja 100 times stronger than you. My internal organs have been healed and my bones are completely reconnected. The cost was just all my chakra. So what is your chakra now? I found your special ration pills. Well, Suamiyu has nothing to say, as long as you don't care about your big rabbit. As long as the people in his realm space are able to communicate with him, Suamiyu only needs to speak in his mind and the information will be transmitted to Tsunade's consciousness. Similarly, what Tsunade wants to say can also be conveyed to him through thoughts. When Tsunade said that she was going to join the war after she recovered, Akimichi Genbu was skeptical, but Tsunade kept talking and showing off her teacher's authority, so Genbu had to arrange this surprise attack, and it now seems to be working well. You focus on healing first, and leave the rest to me and Sakumo, Tsunade said, turning her back to Suamiyu. She clenched her left fist and put it to her mouth and coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. Ahem, well, mine doesn't smell good at all. Don't talk nonsense in the future. After saying this, Tsunade rushed towards Kinkaku without waiting for Suamiyu to say anything. Suamiyu was confused. The knocked away Jinjiao was furious. Damn it, he defended for so long in vain, and finally got hit hard. A bunch of ignorant brats. The tailed beast Kinkaku appears again, but Tsunade is fearless. Suamiyu was healing himself while observing the situation on the battlefield. Tsunade could hold on for a short period of time, but it was easier for Heitake Sakumo, as he had already killed a senior ninja in such a short while. Kinkaku could naturally see the situation on the battlefield that he saw. The situation was not favorable to him. Tsunade, who was fighting him alone, had obviously learned her lesson. She did not fight him head-on with physical skills like last time, but instead adopted a tactic of combining free-range fighting and ninjutsu to hold him back. In this way, Kinkaku and Tsunade were in a stalemate. Although Tsunade could not do anything to Kinkaku, Kinkaku could not get rid of Tsunade's entanglement. Under the effect of the secret Suomyu Bingliang pill, the excited Tsunade's brain reaction speed was enhanced, and the fat on her chest and buttocks was constantly converted into chakra. She didn't care about the consumption of chakra at all, and she created a lake in the desert. The combination of water style, wave riding strike and shave made Tsunade's speed comparable to that of Kinkaku, who had transformed into a tailed beast, and Kinkaku couldn't catch her at all. Tsunade is too obsessed with this feeling. This feeling of abnormally abundant chakra is so good, but it will make my breasts and buttocks smaller afterwards. When can I create a technique that can greatly increase my chakra without side effects? Akimichi Genbu never expected that his little blue pill would actually speed up Tsunade's learning of the yin seal. When Heitake Sakumo killed another Jonin, a famous scene that no one expected took place. Knowing that he was no match for Heitake Sakumo, Yatsuki Riki, Kinkaku's most trusted subordinate, took advantage of the cover of the last Jonin and quickly ran to the unconscious Benimaru. He carried her on his back and ran away without looking back. He didn't even look at his old leader and took his red gourd away. Akimichi Suonryu? Senju Tsunade? Heitake Sakumo? The golden horn with green grassland on its head. Jinjiao has always treated Yaeyuli as his disciple. His status in Jinjiao's heart is much higher than Hongguan, the tool for relieving sexual desire. But he would never have imagined that this burly man was actually an M and had long been completely trained and submissive by the beautiful woman, Hongguan. Every time he vented his anger on Hongguan, the bruised Hongguan would take it out on Yaeyuli. Whenever Jinjiao saw Yaeyuli covered in wounds, he thought it was caused by his hard training, and he would rarely ask him not to work so hard. Now that he thought about it, it was not caused by training, but by Hongguan whipping him with a whip. No matter how ridiculous the process was, the final result was that Jinjiao's disciple abandoned Jinjiao and ran away with his cheap master's wife. However, these obviously have nothing to do with the three Suonryu people. Their focus now is Jinjiao's life. Heitake Sakumo gave up the plan to pursue the desperate couple Yatsuki Riki and Benimaru, and turned to intervene in the fight between Kinkaku and Tsunade. Two elite Jonin with strength close to quasi-cage level joined forces to fight against a standard cage level goalkeeper. This was a tough fight, and with a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan, they had the advantage. The five tails of the tailed beast Jinjiao swung around wantonly to attack, and the banana fan in his hand waved to cause lightning strikes, fire, and wind cutting with ease. As for Tsunade, water surges all over the sky. No matter how you attack her, Tsunade in the lake remains motionless. It's just that the chakra consumed to maintain such a large puddle of water in the desert is a bit too much. Heitake Sakumo also used his speed advantage to dodge Kinkaku's various attacks, like a bolt of lightning dancing between the five tails and ninjutsu. However, lightning can be harmful. As long as Kinkaku is not careful, he will be hit by Heitake Sakumo's thunder. The white fang short blade shining with blue light has already cut off one of his chakra tails. At this time, Kinkaku was already thinking of a way to retreat. Just now, when Akimichi Genbu fired the kunao, Kinkaku would not be mistaken for the strange pattern of the Sharinan that flashed in his pupils. It was definitely the Mangekyo Sharinan, the same eye as Madara's. But are Heitake Sakumo and Tsunade so easy to get rid of? Of course not. Kinkaku just tried to escape from the battle, but Tsunade noticed his intention at Sakumo. This guy wants to escape. Oh, I won't let him get away. The thunder of the white fang blade dissipated, wind style, ultimate blade. Instead, he used the retractable gale sword. Heitake Sakumo instantly cut off the two chakra tails that were attacking him, and stepped forward to fight with Kinkaku. Do you think you can hold me here with just a few of you? Kinkaku's 7-star sword blocked Heitake Sakumo's gale sword. Just as he was about to continue to speak harshly, he was slapped in the face the next second. The 6 paths ninja tool was actually cut with fine marks. Who would dare to believe this if he told others? How do you know if you don't try? Heitake Sakumo slashed out with his white fang blade again. Kinkaku didn't dare to drag it out, and swept over with 2 tails to force him back, but Tsunade had already arrived with wave riding strike, grabbed one of the tails with one hand, and pulled the mountain to throw. Kinkaku once again experienced the feeling of a pendulum and was thrown heavily down. A human-shaped sand pit appeared in the desert. Heitake Sakumo rushed towards the pit at high speed, intending to finish off the enemy. Water style, water cutting wave, a high-pressure water line swept out from Tsunade's mouth, cutting off everything it passed through, and it was about to cut Kinkaku's body. At this moment, Kinkaku's tail, which had already recovered, pierced out from under Tsunade's feet, trying to pierce her abdomen. Nanny, when Tsunade had to give up casting the spell and jump backwards to dodge, but what she didn't expect was that 2 more tails emerged from the ground on both sides of Tsunade and attacked her vital points. Tsunade was in the air and had no way to escape. She was about to be nailed in the air. At the critical moment, Suomyu, who had simply treated her wound, arrived in time and hugged her around the waist to avoid the fatal blow. Sakumo's attack over there was not going well either. Kinkaku's 2-tailed beast-transformed claws emerged from the ground one after another. If Heitake Sakumo had not been fast enough, he would have been caught in his trap. Jinjiao climbed out of the sand pit. Tisk, it didn't work, it's that Sharinan brat who ruined my good deeds again. Teacher Tsunade, are you okay? Akimichi Genbu asked, looking at Tsunade's beautiful face. I'm fine, thank you, Suonryu-kun. Tsunade didn't dare to look at Akimichi Suonryu for some reason, but looked in the direction of Kinkaku. She was definitely not shy, absolutely not. Suonyu was her disciple, a junior, how could she be shy? She was just observing the situation on the battlefield. Then the two of them separated and ran towards Kinkaku, and surrounded him in a triangular shape with Heitake Sakumo, who was forced back by Kinkaku's claws. Sakumo, thank you both, I'm fighting Kinkaku with my life, and you two actually have the leisure to chat. Jinjiao also realized that today might not end well. However, he did not rush to launch an attack. Instead, he used the tail beast's chakra to check himself. He always felt that something was wrong with his body. The speed of the tail could have been faster just now, but it did not meet his expectations. However, the results of the investigation were normal. Is it my illusion? Just because Jinjiao didn't move doesn't mean the three of them won't move. Suonyu took the lead in attacking Fire Escape, Great Fireball Jutsu, using the standard starting gesture. A huge fireball flew towards Jinjiao. Jinjiao deliberately waited for a moment. When the fireball was 2 meters away from him, he waved the banana fan, and a large water ball collided with the fireball, immediately generating a large amount of water vapor. Although it was not as big as before, it also covered Jinjiao's figure. It was a mistake, which created favorable conditions for Lao Baidang. A trifle, Tsunade formed seals with both hands and used water style, great waterfall technique. He pushed all the water pools he had just created towards Kinkaku, and all the water vapor was dispersed. Tsunade also quickly approached Kinkaku with water style, wave riding strike. Shave, Suonyu also rushed over. How could he let his teacher face the enemy alone? Heitake Sakumo followed the plan and wandered around the edge to provide support and assist while looking for opportunities to deal a fatal blow to Kinkaku. The four of them started a big melee. The Golden Horns opened and closed their attacks, and their defenses were fierce. Tsunade and Suonyu, the master and apprentice, cooperated well and complemented each other. Every attack by Heitake Sakumo, the top assassin, can pose a huge threat to Kinkaku. For a moment, ninjutsu were flying everywhere, figures were dancing wildly, and yellow sand filled the sky. It was so intense. After fighting for more than 20 minutes, Kinkaku still couldn't escape the encirclement of the three people, but his movements became slower and slower, and his reactions became duller and duller. He finally realized that he had been poisoned, and thought to himself, it must be Tsunade who did it. She appeared out of nowhere and hit me when I was unprepared. Not only did she break 2 of my ribs, she also took the opportunity to poison me. This woman is really insidious. No wonder the attack of the 3 people looked like that, but it was not the life and death scene as imagined. It turned out that they were all fainting. They just needed to drag Jinjiao so that he could not escape. When the poison took effect, Jinjiao would be game over. He used all his strength to force back Suonyu's Chidori blade, and for the first time he gasped for breath after transforming into a tailed beast. You treacherous and cunning little devils, you are actually playing dirty tricks. Seeing that he had discovered it, Suonyu did not hide it anymore. You just realized it. You are so slow to react, you old bastard. The poison that Tsunade injected into his body was a neurotoxin that the master and disciple modified based on the poison of Hanzo of the salamander. It lost its overbearing lethality, but was colorless and odorless and extremely difficult to detect. Once poisoned, the neurotoxin would slowly poison the central nervous system, causing the person's movements to gradually slow down until they were completely paralyzed. It's too late now. The poison has already penetrated deep into your central nervous system. It's beyond recovery. Tsunade also stopped and looked at Kinkaku jokingly. Heitake Sakumo put his white fang blade back into its scabbard. Looks like it's over. It's just a minor poison, I can force it out in a minute in my tailed beast transformation state. Kinkaku unleashed the 9 tails chakra with all his strength, and Genbyu and Tsunade just watched him quietly. Heitake Sakumo wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Genbyu. The outburst lasted for most of the day, but what frightened him was that although the deteriorating trend had stopped, the sluggish feeling still existed, and a large amount of chakra was consumed every minute just to maintain the situation in the body. This is the poison derived from Hanzo's salamander. It is not so easy to force it out of the body. Jinjiao was really scared this time, and ran away at full speed without saying a word. Still want to run? Die, you bastard. Tsunade rushed forward first. She wanted to settle the revenge for her second grandfather, her parents, her uncles, and the decline of her family with Kinkaku today. The super strength punch hit Jinjiao in the face, and with one punch, Jinjiao was knocked 100 meters away, sending him out of the encirclement. Tsunade was still smug, but Suonyu covered his face helplessly. Tsunade-sensei, do you want him to escape? The tiger girl then realized that Jinjiao had taken her punch on purpose and was almost out of sight. Heitake Sakumo took the lead in chasing, followed by Suonyu and Tsunade. A new round of chase took place in the desert, but the roles were reversed. It must be said that a cage is still a cage. Even if he was poisoned, he could still run. It took the 3 of them nearly an hour to pay for Tsunade's punch and stop Kinkaku again. Fortunately, the desert was large enough that they did not encounter the other 3 teams of ninjas chasing them. Otherwise, who knows how the situation would have turned out. Chidori sharp spear, a ray of lightning shot out from Suonyu's hand, and Jinjiao barely dodged it. Thunder release, thunder pillar spear. Heitake Sakumo used the white fang short blade in his hand as the tip of the spear, and the lightning attribute chakra attached to it gradually deformed, and finally formed a javelin that he held in his hand and threw out at a high speed. Jinjiao, who had just dodged the attack of the Chidori sharp spear, stopped at an extremely fast speed that if he had taken one more step, his head would have been pierced by the thunder spear in front of him. However, although he was not shot in the head, he was surrounded by 3 people again. At this time, Jinjiao's every attack and defense was very strenuous. His speed dropped again. His tail degenerated into 4, and his limbs had returned to normal. The tailed beast coats on other parts of his body became unstable and flickered. It was obvious that he was trying his best to maintain it. It was not that he did not want to remove the tailed beast, but once it was removed, the neurotoxin would immediately paralyze him to the ground. "Hey little guys, can you give me a way out?" Jinjiao finally spoke softly. "Dream on." Tsunade rushed forward in an instant and kicked down with her heavenly kick. The 4 tails blocked the attack for Kinkaku and then knocked Tsunade away. Not only was Kinkaku in poor condition, Tsunade was also at the end of her strength. The effect of her medicine had long since worn out, and in order to kill Kinkaku, she had already used Suomyu's spare special military ration pills. This special kind of military ration pill is very expensive and difficult to make. Akimichi Genbu currently only has 2, and they have all been used up. Then the 2 of them separated and ran towards Kinkaku, and surrounded him in a triangular shape with Heitake Sakumo, who was forced back by Kinkaku's claws. "Sakumo, thank you both, I'm fighting Kinkaku with my life, and you two actually have the leisure to chat." Jinjiao also realized that today might not end well. However, he did not rush to launch an attack. Instead, he used the tailed beast's chakra to check himself. He always felt that something was wrong with his body. The speed of the tail could have been faster just now, but it did not meet his expectations. However, the results of the investigation were normal. Is it my illusion? Just because Jinjiao didn't move doesn't mean the 3 of them won't move. Suomyu took the lead in attacking Fire Escape, Great Fireball Jutsu, using the standard starting gesture. A huge fireball flew towards Jinjiao. Jinjiao deliberately waited for a moment. When the fireball was 2 meters away from him, he waved the banana fan, and a large water ball collided with the fireball, immediately generating a large amount of water vapor. Although it was not as big as before, it also covered Jinjiao's figure. It was a mistake, which created favorable conditions for Lao Baidang. A trifle, Tsunade formed seals with both hands and used water style, great waterfall technique. He pushed all the water pools he had just created towards Kinkaku, and all the water vapor was dispersed. Tsunade also quickly approached Kinkaku with water style, wave riding strike. Shave, Suonryu also rushed over. How could he let his teacher face the enemy alone? Heitake Sakumo followed the plan and wandered around the edge to provide support and assist while looking for opportunities to deal a fatal blow to Kinkaku. The 4 of them started a big melee. The golden horns opened and closed their attacks, and their defenses were fierce. Tsunade and Suomyu, the master and apprentice, cooperated well and complemented each other. Every attack by Heitake Sakumo, the top assassin, can pose a huge threat to Kinkaku. For a moment, ninjutsu were flying everywhere, figures were dancing wildly, and yellow sand filled the sky. It was so intense. After fighting for more than 20 minutes, Kinkaku still couldn't escape the encirclement of the 3 people, but his movements became slower and slower, and his reactions became duller and duller. He finally realized that he had been poisoned, and thought to himself, "It must be Tsunade who did it." She appeared out of nowhere and hit me when I was unprepared. Not only did she break 2 of my ribs, she also took the opportunity to poison me. This woman is really insidious. No wonder the attack of the 3 people looked like that, but it was not the life and death scene as imagined. It turned out that they were all fainting. They just needed to drag Jinjiao so that he could not escape. When the poison took effect, Jinjiao would be game over. He used all his strength to force back Suomyu's Chidori blade, and for the first time he gasped for breath after transforming into a tailed beast. "You treacherous and cunning little devils, you are actually playing dirty tricks." Seeing that he had discovered it, Suomyu did not hide it anymore. "You just realized it. You are so slow to react, you old bastard." The poison that Tsunade injected into his body was a neurotoxin that the master and disciple modified based on the poison of Hanzo of the salamander. It lost its overbearing lethality, but was colorless and odorless and extremely difficult to detect. Once poisoned, the neurotoxin would slowly poison the central nervous system, causing the person's movements to gradually slow down until they were completely paralyzed. It's too late now. The poison has already penetrated deep into your central nervous system. It's beyond recovery. Tsunade also stopped and looked at Kinkaku jokingly. Heitake Sakumo put his white fang blade back into its scabbard. "Looks like it's over. It's just a minor poison, I can force it out in a minute in my tailed beast transformation state." Kinkaku unleashed the 9 tails chakra with all his strength, and Genbu and Tsunade just watched him quietly. Heitake Sakumo wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Genbu. The outburst lasted for most of the day, but what frightened him was that although the deteriorating trend had stopped, the sluggish feeling still existed, and a large amount of chakra was consumed every minute just to maintain the situation in the body. This is the poison derived from Hanzo's salamander. It is not so easy to force it out of the body. Jinjiao was really scared this time, and ran away at full speed without saying a word. "Still want to run? Die, you bastard." Tsunade rushed forward first. She wanted to settle the revenge for her second grandfather, her parents, her uncles, and the decline of her family with Kinkaku today. The super strength punch hit Jin Jiao in the face, and with one punch, Jin Jiao was knocked 100 meters away, sending him out of the encirclement. Tsunade was still smug, but Suomyu covered his face helplessly. Tsunade-sensei, do you want him to escape? The tiger girl then realized that Jin Jiao had taken her punch on purpose and was almost out of sight. Heitake Sakumo took the lead in chasing, followed by Suomyu and Tsunade. A new round of chase took place in the desert, but the roles were reversed. It must be said that a cage is still a cage. Even if he was poisoned, he could still run. It took the three of them nearly an hour to pay for Tsunade's punch and stop Kinkaku again. Fortunately, the desert was large enough that they did not encounter the other three teams of ninjas chasing them, otherwise, who knows how the situation would have turned out. Chidori sharp spear, a ray of lightning shot out from Suomyu's hand, and Jin Jiao barely dodged it. Thunder release, thunder pillar spear. Heitake Sakumo used the white fang short blade in his hand as the tip of the spear, and the lightning attribute chakra attached to it gradually deformed, and finally formed a javelin that he held in his hand and threw out at a high speed. Jin Jiao, who had just dodged the attack of the Chidori sharp spear, stopped at an extremely fast speed. If he had taken one more step, his head would have been pierced by the thunder spear in front of him. However, although he was not shot in the head, he was surrounded by three people again. At this time, Jin Jiao's every attack and defense was very strenuous. His speed dropped again. His tail degenerated into four, and his limbs had returned to normal. The tail beast coats on other parts of his body became unstable and flickered. It was obvious that he was trying his best to maintain it. It was not that he did not want to remove the tail beast, but once it was removed, the neurotoxin would immediately paralyze him to the ground. Hey little guys, can you give me a way out? Jin Jiao finally spoke softly. Dream on. Tsunade rushed forward in an instant and kicked down with her heavenly kick. The four tails blocked the attack for Kinkaku and then knocked Tsunade away. Not only was Kinkaku in poor condition, Tsunade was also at the end of her strength. The effect of her medicine had long since worn out, and in order to kill Kinkaku, she had already used Suomyu's spare special military ration pills. Yes, just like that, keep this pose and smile. Click, click, click. Heitake Sakumo was confused when he saw Akimichi Genbu carrying the unconscious Tsunade on his back and taking pictures of him with a camera. What was going on? What are you doing? It's a real person, not a ghost. Don't worry. How can a mere golden horn kill me? You should have told me earlier that you were not dead. You made me worry for nothing. The scene cuts back to when the tailed beast cannon is firing. Under the circumstances at that time, ordinary means were no longer able to withstand the attack. In order to save his own life and the life of the beautiful teacher, Suomyu's eyes were activated at the same time, and 2 lines of blood and tears were left. A skeleton was put on the 2 of them, and a right arm made of bones was also protected in front of the body. This was the result of Akimichi Suomyu's efforts in the past 10 days, and the initial stage of the ultimate secret of the Mangekyo. Sheri non Suzanu. Akimichi Suomyu stretched out his skeleton and began to use Earth Escape to dive out of the attack range of the tailed beast ball, but he didn't expect that his skeleton would break after only 1 second. What happened to the unparalleled defense? How could he play this game? In a hurry, he began to mobilize all his domineering power to attach to Suzanu. Before, Suomyu had been trying to attach his domineering aura to his chakra, but he had never succeeded once. Perhaps it was because his life was in danger that made him explode again, or perhaps it was because the skeleton form of Suzano was assumed to be a part of his own body. No matter what, he succeeded this time. The skeleton, blessed with domineering aura, quickly stabilized, and Suomyu took the opportunity to take Tsunade deep into the desert to avoid the subsequent energy impact. The screen cuts back. You little brat, you're still in the mood to take pictures. You're almost scaring me to death. Ha, hurry up and pack up and evacuate the scene. With such a big commotion, those vultures will definitely chase after us. After saying that, Suomyu ran to Kinkaku. At this time, Kinkaku was deader than dead. All the muscles in his body had shriveled up. He looked like a mummy. It was obvious that the last-tailed beast cannon had consumed everything he had. Suomyu took the banana fan and the 7-star sword, which were all good things, and then sealed Kinkaku's body into the scroll. Kinkaku was not worthy of entering his realm space. Then, without even having time to rebandage his wounds, he carried Tsunade on his back and left this place of trouble with Heitake Sakumo. I don't know what's wrong with Tsunade. She has been subconsciously resisting Suomyu's income. Even Qianzhong doesn't work. Suomyu has no choice but to carry her around. Akimichi Genbu first created 10 shadow clones and asked them to work in groups of 2, with one carrying a 95 Jin load and the other traveling light. They ran in the other 5 directions respectively, while he and Heitake Sakumo returned the same way. They did not plan to cross the desert area of the Wind Kingdom. They stayed there for too long, and who knows what kind of trap might be waiting for them ahead. Not long after the 3 left, a team of ninjas arrived here, led by a green-eyed monster. After observing the trail, they followed in one direction and chased after them. The 2 of them walked forward in silence, not stopping until dark. Heitake Sakumo said weakly, Suomyu, I want to discuss something with you. How can it be a discussion? Lord Sakumo's order is enough, and I will definitely do it. Akimichi Genbu patted his chest and promised. Haha, it's not a big deal, but can you delete those photos? Hehe, Lord Sakumo, congratulations on having a big stain on your life. A tough guy is crying, ha ha ha. Heitake Sakumo was frowning that if it weren't for the fact that you are a Konoha ninja, I would let you see how black your heart is. 10 taels per ticket. Heitake Sakumo didn't waste time that he knew what Akimichi Genbu liked, so he used his trump card directly. The two of them bargained as they ran. Lord Sakumo, who do you take me for? 15 taels. These are all beautiful memories. For an artist of my noble character, they are my precious children. If it were you, would you be willing to kill your own children? Akimichi Genbu said righteously. 20 taels, don't go too far, Mr. Suinryu. Heitake Sakumo was ready to draw his sword. If the camera in Akimichi Suinryu's hand had not inexplicably disappeared, he would have done it long ago. Hee, why don't you add a little more? Chudeo Suinryu narrowed his eyes into a fox's, a Tibetan fox at that, with a nasty smile on his face. He looked as wretched as he could be, which really ruined his handsome face. Heitake Sakumo turned his head away and stopped looking at him. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist punching that bastard in the face. 21 taels. Heitake Sakumo offered again. 30 taels, one price. Chudeo Suinryu Lion opened his mouth. Why don't you just go and rob it? 22 taels. Well, I'll give in, 2.29 taels. Your steps are really big that you are definitely not afraid of pulling your crotch. 23 taels. 28 taels, it can't be any less. Film is very expensive. Akimichi Suinryu pretended to be aggrieved, as if he had suffered a great loss. 24 taels, no more. The voice seemed to come out from between Heitake Sakumo's teeth. 27 taels, and my life for you, how about that, Lord Sakumo? 25 taels, this is the highest price that you can sell it or not. The worst that can happen is that I will be ruined, and I will pester you every day and disturb you from dating Tsunade until my reputation is restored. Heitake Sakumo was desperate. It didn't matter what happened. The worst that could happen was that both of us would suffer. Deal, 25 taels per piece. Akimichi Genbu quickly interrupted Heitake Sakumo. Well, and, Tsunade-sensei and I have a pure teacher-student relationship. I'm only 13 years old, so please don't misunderstand me, Sakumo-sama. Heitake Sakumo rolled his eyes at Akimichi Genbu for a rare time. That you are kidding me. It's hard to say how Tsunade treats you, but if you, Akimichi Genbu, don't have your eyes on the most beautiful woman in Konoha, Heitake Sakumo, will take off his head and kick it like a ball. Well, there are 11 tickets in total. I'll give you a discount on one ticket, and I'll charge you 250 million taels. How do you want to pay? By card or cash? Akimichi Genbu took out a roll of film and walked it around in front of Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo was about to take action, but the film disappeared inexplicably again right under his nose. Pay first and then ship. 250 million taels. What a grand event, Lord Sakumo. Akimichi Genbu looked like a mercenary. It took a day and a half to reach the border of the Stone Kingdom, the Bird Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom. After hiding and making detours along the way, we finally arrived here safely. As early as a day ago, 3 of his 5 Shadow Clone teams were defeated by the ninjas who were chasing them, and the other 2 groups disappeared due to their chakra being exhausted. After jumping over the cliff and arriving at the territory of the Land of Birds, Akimichi Genbu could no longer hold on. Perhaps the side effects of the 2 special military grain pills were too great. Tsunade showed no signs of waking up. Akimichi Genbu carried her for a day and a half. If it were someone else, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. They found a cave on the spot, camouflaged the entrance, made a simple trap, and hid into rest. Heitake Sakumo was also breathing heavily at this time. Although he was not carrying anyone on his back, his physique was no match for Akimichi Genbu. At this time, the 2 of them were too lazy to even talk. Akimichi Genbu took out food and water from the realm space and handed them to Heitake Sakumo. The 2 of them had been using the Bingliang pills to force themselves to move forward along the way. Although the thing could increase the level of excitement and stimulate the body to produce chakra, it ultimately consumed the energy in one's own body. If they didn't replenish food and water, they would collapse. The 2 of them ate in silence, during which time Suinryu fed Tsunade water and gave her glucose. After a long while, Akimichi Genbu spoke first. Lord Sakumo, we have already exposed our whereabouts in the Wind Country. It is obviously not wise to choose the route of the Wind Country to return to the village. If we follow the original plan to go through the Bird Country and then through the Rain Country to return to Konoha, although the distance is the shortest, I think there may be an ambush in the Rain Country. If Hanzo leads the team personally, I am afraid it will be more dangerous then. Good. Why don't we go through the Earth Country, cross the Gobi Desert of the Earth Country, and then return to the village through the Grass Country? What do you think? The Gobi Desert is not much better than a desert. There are no people's areas everywhere. Do you have enough food and water? Heitake Sakumo's worries were a bit unnecessary. With the realm space in hand, he had everything he wanted. Don't worry, there's nothing else, just enough food and drink. Well, once you've treated your wound, we'll set off immediately. Regardless of the 3 people's escape, Hyaga Ito finally returned to Konoha village after a long journey of nearly 6 days. Heitake Sakumo did not create a shadow clone at that time, but told him all the battle plans, because Heitake Sakumo completely trusted Hyaga Ito. The 2 of them had been partners since the ninja school. Kamiyu Irewiyun and Gang Zitong, who were guarding the gate of Konoha, looked at Hayaga Ito, who was wrapped in bandages, and immediately realized that something was wrong. They remembered clearly that Hayaga Ito had gone on a mission with Heitake Sakumo, Akimichi Gendu and Princess Tsune. Now only he came back in such a miserable state, and the others were probably in danger. Hinata Ito stopped in front of the two and said, "Take me to see Hokage-sama," before fainting. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has arrived in the hospital's conference room. A ninja in a white coat was reporting the situation to him. "Hokage-sama, Hinata Ito only suffered some superficial injuries that he fainted due to chakra depletion and will wake up soon." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the ninja retreated. He sat at the head of the table, with his arms resting on the table, his chin supported by the backs of his hands, his eyes closed, and he said nothing. Sitting on his left were Mito Kato En, Utane Koharu, Akimichi Tofu, Nara Shikadera, the head of the Nara clan, Yamanaka Kiichi, the head of the Yamanaka clan, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. On his right were Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Akita and Hayaga Gecko. At this time, Shimura Danzo appeared calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. The loss of contact with the Barame Mitsuhiro had already made him very worried. If the plan failed, not only would he not be killed, but he would also be implicated. What should he do? Now that Hinata Ito had returned alive, he was even more nervous. However, after knowing that only Hayaga Ito returned alone, he was also a little happy. It seemed that the other three would not come back. In any case, his plan to eliminate Akimichi Gendu was successful. As for the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, I believe he will get it one day. After a while, Hayaga Ito, who had already woken up, was brought here, and only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen open his eyes. Utane Kohara spoke. "Ito, tell me all the information you know." In fact, Akimichi Gendu guessed correctly. Hayaga Ito was indeed a root ninja, but he was a man of Mito Kato En and Utane Koharu. "Hi." Hinata Ito then began to narrate. "After we left the land of artisans, we were hunted down. The ninja leading us was the rebel ninja Kinkaku from the land of lightning. The very beginning shocked everyone present except Danzo Shimura, and in his team, we found." Hinata Ito stopped here and looked at Utane Koharu. "Go on." Utane Kohara motioned for her to continue. "We found ninjas from the Abarame clan." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen swept his sharp eyes over Shimura Danzo, but the latter remained calm and looked as if it had nothing to do with him. After that, Hinata Ito never stopped and told everything he knew. After hearing this, Shimura Danzo still appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually in turmoil inside. In other words, the three Sumiya people were not definitely dead. Damn it, Kinkaku, you useless piece of shit. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was almost frozen. After a long while, he suppressed his anger and issued an order. "Minion, you lead Ryafu, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to select 10 ninjas from the route to go to the Kingdom of Wind. I will also send 20 Embu to you. Remember, you must find these three, alive or dead." Maitamanyen accepted the order. "Okay, now that things have come to this, I can only move." Sarutobi Hiruzen then said to Hayaga Uehua, "You select 2 jonin from the Hayaga branch to accompany you and assist Minion in the investigation." "Hi." Hinata Uehua accepted the order. Danzo couldn't sit still any longer. If they really rescued him, wouldn't it be a waste of time? He immediately stood up and said, "Hiruzen, the mission has been completed and the strategic materials have all been transported back. Making such a big fuss for 3 ninjas will easily cause dissatisfaction in the Wind Country, and it will provoke a war if things go wrong." The 2 big guys were arguing, and everyone else could only pretend not to see it. Even Mito Kato En and Utane Kohara closed their eyes. Seeing Danzo sitting back down, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. "Koharu, you will lead 500 ninjas to the front lines of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass to guard against the Land of Earth." Utane Kohara nodded in agreement. "Akita, please strengthen the patrols inside Konoha." Uchiha Akita also nodded to show that he understood. "Okay, that's it for now, you guys can leave now." Everyone began to leave the meeting room one by one. Danzo was about to stand up when Sarutobi Hiruzen called him. "Danzo, please stay for a moment." Danzo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, but he still pretended nothing had happened and sat down again. Mizuto Kato En and Utane Kohara looked up at Danzo. Utane Kohara wanted to say something else, but Mizuto Kato En held her back and shook his head at her. Utane Kohara finally sighed and retreated with Mito Kato En. After everyone left, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were left in the conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe and started smoking. Danzo sat there leaning on his cane without saying a word. The 2 of them just sat there in silence, no one spoke. When Sarutobi Hiruzen's cigarette was almost finished, Danzo remained silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo's eyes filled with disappointment. He closed his eyes in pain, and when he opened them again, they had regained their former sharpness. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to break the silence. "Don't you have anything to explain to me?" Danzo opened his eyes and said calmly, "No, Hiruzen, I think you should consider my proposal. We should not mobilize ninjas on a large scale now. We cannot start a war for 3 ninjas whose lives and deaths are unknown." Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his pipe on the table. "That's enough. I don't want to hear this from you." Danzo closed his eyes again and remained silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Shimura Danzo and said, "That Abarame clan ninja is the Abarame third from your root, right?" This time it was Danzo's turn to be shocked. He stood up suddenly. His eyes widened. How did he know that? "Hiruzen, you actually spied on me." Ever since Mito Kato-en and Utane Koharu took on the management of the root together with Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked them to investigate all of Danzo's subordinates, including Abarame Mitsuko. He was just suspicious before and just lied, but Danzo's behavior said it all. "Don't change the subject, Danzo, you don't know who Kinkaku is." Danzo sat down again, still silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain calm, and quickly walked to Shimura Danzo, grabbed his collar with both hands, and shouted fiercely, "He is the murderer of Tobirama-sensei, and the culprit who wiped out almost all of the Senju clan. He is our mortal enemy. You actually cooperated with him to kill Akimichi Genbu, and even sacrificed Tsunade's life. She is the only living granddaughter of Hashirama and Tobirama. How could you be so cruel and do such a thing, Danzo? Sensei Tobirama risked his life to protect you and me. In order to protect me, the third Hokage, and you, the powerful advisor to the Konoha elders, as well as Kato and Koharu, Tofu and the deceased Kagami, he fought a life-and-death battle with Kinkaku, Ginkaku and more than 20 other elite jonin. Master Tobirama could have just used Flying Thunder God to leave. He could have left at any time, but he fought to the death and sacrificed himself just to buy us some more time, just to save my life and yours. Is this how you repay him? Answer me." Sarutobi Hiruzen could not hide his anger and knocked Shimura Danzo to the ground with one punch. "If you think about it carefully, Lord Tobirama did not die at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, but died of our incompetence. If we had worked harder, Lord Tobirama would not have died so young. You, me, Kato and Koharu, all of us who hold great power are the murderers of the second Hokage. That's why I tried my best to protect the hard work of Hashirama and Tobirama. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Even so, it is difficult to repay the two adults for teaching me and saving my life. And you, what about you? What did you do? Speak up." Shimura Danzo stood up from the ground again and confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen. He would not back down anymore. "What have I done? Without me, the Dark Lord of Konoha, can you be the glorious Hokage of this village? Without me, the root and the ground of Konoha, how could you, the towering tree bathed in the sun, come into being? I am the one who does all the dirty work, so what qualifications do you have to criticize my actions? Yes, you have done a lot for this village, I admit that, but I tell you, I have done much more than you have. I also want to tell you that this is what we should do. Wearing the crown should bear the weight." There's no need to lecture me. I understand what you understand, and I also understand what you don't understand. Everything I do is for Konoha. Your decision to entrust the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to Akimichi Genbu's care is a mistake. I must kill him to correct this mistake. "So, you're willing to sacrifice Tsunade's life for this? Mito-sama has only been gone for less than a month. How will you face your ancestors when you get down there?" Danzo was clearly in the wrong. He turned his back and said stubbornly, "No matter what you think, I did everything for Konoha. Tsunade is the granddaughter of Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama, and she is also a ninja of Konoha. Her sacrifice is totally worth it to use her life to keep the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in our hands." Heitake Sakumo weakly interjected, have you forgotten me? Danzo, your thoughts are too dangerous. Whatever you think, everything I did was for Konoha. Audience, is this the only flag you can pull? Can you change it? Seeing that Shimura Danzo was unyielding and refused to repent, Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely disappointed. He was too lazy to argue with this bastard anymore. He turned around, picked up the pipe on the table, knocked it, and refilled it with the fine tobacco given to him by his good disciple Akimichi Genbu. "Akimichi Genbu, it's me, hee. Come to think of it, ever since he went to visit Lady Mito and saw Sumiyu at her house, the two of them had their interactions, and since then, he has never bought tobacco on his own again." After lighting it up and taking a puff, it was exactly to his taste. Sarutobi Hiruzen left his seat and walked out of the meeting room, stopping at the door. "Danzo, from today on, you will no longer serve as an advisor to the Elders' Council, and all root will be handed over to Kato-en and Kohara. That's it." With just a few words, Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out Danzo's teeth and kicked him out of the center of power. Shimura Danzo could no longer hold back. He turned around and looked at his former comrade. "Hiruzen, you can't do this. Without my roots, you can't do anything." After returning to the family residence, Uchiha Akita went to the second elder's house. At this time, he had asked everyone to leave, and only he and the second elder Uchiha Haya sitting opposite him were sitting in the room. Uchiha Akita took a sip of tea and said, "You were not involved in this incident." Uchiha Huotani said sarcastically, "The clan leader got mad at me last time. What? Are you going to show off your clan leader authority again today? Last time, Huotani sent Lan and his 2 men out of the village to kill Akimichi Genbu, but there has been no news of them since. The 3 Uchiha Jonin disappeared inexplicably, and the clan leader Akita would definitely track them down. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen personally asked about it. After all, the 3 Jonin left the village for no reason and have not returned for a long time. Logically, they should be listed as traitors. Finally, Akita found out about the second elder, and he was extremely angry when he learned the whole story. Not all members of the Uchiha clan are people who cling to their past glory and refuse to repent, otherwise there wouldn't be members like Uchiha Kagami. The clan is roughly divided into 3 factions. The Dove faction, headed by the Grand Elder, is committed to making the Uchiha clan give up the so-called Uchiha glory and truly integrate into Konoha. The representative of this faction is the deceased Kagami. There are fewer ninjas in this faction, but they have been recognized by most of the Uchiha civilians. The Hawk faction headed by the second elder is a group of Uchiha first fanatics. They believe in Uchiha priority and Uchiha bloodline supremacy. No one and nothing can be compared with the great Uchiha. There are many ninjas in this faction, and most of them are very strong. After all, in their opinion, the weak are not worthy of the surname Uchiha. Because of this, almost no civilians in the clan support them. However, the middle faction has the most ninjas and a lot of civilians. They are committed to letting Uchiha rule Konoha. Although they also value bloodline, they will not bully the weak without reason. Instead, they regard Konoha as their home and pour their love into it. Out of responsibility, they will protect every person in Konoha, but they always want to be the head of the family. The leader of this faction is Uchiha Akita. However, this group is still arrogant at heart and treats other people coldly. In fact, it cannot be blamed on them. It is just their temperament. All of them have the arrogant character of Urjuze. If all the Uchiha members were from the Akita faction, then the village could also accept the Uchiha clan. At most, they would think that this clan was a little pretentious. However, after all, they are the #1 clan in the ninja world, so even if they are pretentious, they still have good intentions. But the problem lies with that group of hawks. They have completely ruined the reputation of the Uchiha clan. In addition, the security forces are arresting people every day, causing the Uchiha clan's reputation to deteriorate. The people in the village are becoming more and more resentful of the Uchiha clan, to the point that their clan is almost isolated now. Uchiha Akita expressed that he was very tired of this situation. He had been working hard to make the family and the village live in harmony, but there were always those so-called radicals who obstructed and achieved little results. This time it was even more excessive. They actually sent ninjas to kill the Akimichi clan. What is the identity of the Akimichi clan? They are a ninja clan that has been friendly with the Ino, Shika and Jo clans and the Sarutobi clan since the Warring States period. The relationship between the four families is inseparable. Speaking of this, let's talk about the current power of Konoha. After the Senju clan withdrew from the stage of history, the strongest family among individual families was definitely the Uchiha clan, followed by the Hyuga clan, and third was the Sarutobi clan. Below them were the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans, and then some small families such as the Shimura, Inyazuka, Abarame, Karama, and Heite clans. The rest are the civilian ninjas who make up half of Konoha. Currently, the most representative civilian ninjas are the two members of the Elders group, Mito Kato and Utane Kohara. Now Orochimaru and Jiraiya have to stand aside. But in terms of the number of ninjas alone, the Sarutobi clan has the largest number. As the biggest beneficiary of the Senju clan's intermarriage, the chakra level of the Sarutobi clan ninjas has also increased significantly since the establishment of the village. Although the Uchiha and Hyuga are ranked ahead of them, if they really fight to the death, the Uchiha will definitely suffer heavy losses. If Sarutobi Hiruzen personally takes action, it is not impossible for the Uchiha clan to be exterminated. There are three main reasons for the Sarutobi clan's current powerful situation. First, although the Sarutobi clan did not have any secret family techniques, they did support a clan of summoning beasts, the monkeys, and their surnames were all related to this. The standard equipment of every Sarutobi clan ninja is a big stick, so their physical skills are very strong. And because of the existence of the monkey partner, they are also one of the few families that are not too afraid of a one-on-one fight with the Uchiha ninja. They are not afraid of people being hit by the Sharingan illusion, because the monkey will protect their master and help them break the illusion. In addition to their strong physical skills, most of the ninjas of their clan are also proficient in ninjutsu of multiple attributes and have diversified attacks. Sarutobi Hiruzen is even proficient in 5 types of chakra ninjutsu. He is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu and is quite awesome. Second, they know how to curry favor with others. Since the Warring States period, the Sarutobi clan has overwhelmingly supported the Senju clan. The biggest benefit of this move so far is that the third generation hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third and most important point is that the Sarutobi clan is tied to the Inoshikacho clan. The four families have also been allies in attack and defense, with the Sarutobi clan as the leader, since the Warring States period, and are indistinguishable from each other. In addition, the Sarutobi clan also maintained good relations with other ninja clans, including the Hyuga clan. The reputation of the Warring States socialite was not undeserved. After Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, the Sarutobi clan is now at its peak, and its influence far exceeds that of the Uchiha clan alone. Do you really think that Tobirama Senju will appoint Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage based on just one answer? Do you think he is an idiot? It's because of the influence of the Sarutobi clan in the village. Even if it was Danzo Shimura who said he wanted to cover the retreat first, Tobirama Senju would have found other reasons, and maybe he would have directly dragged Danzo Shimura to cover the retreat together. Back to topic. Maybe the Akimichi clan alone cannot compete with the Uchiha clan, but the Ino, Shika and Jo clans are one, and the Sarutobi clan will also share the same hatred. How can the Uchiha clan, who don't even have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, fight against them? Will they just pretend to be cool every day? What's more, the strongest man in Konoha, the third Hokage, is the head of the Sarutobi clan. Do you expect him to be willing to offend his own political foundation to favor the Uchiha clan? Dream on. Indeed, except for those doves, the Uchiha clan believed that the existence of Akimichi Genbu was a disgrace, including him, the clan leader, but they really couldn't kill him in a fit of rage. This would seriously deteriorate the relationship between the Uchiha and the Hokage faction, and would make all his years of hard work go to waste. Including agreeing to the marriage between Akimichi to an Uchiha-ling. In fact, Akita was also forced to do so at that time. Did he want that person's bloodline to continue? No, he at least wanted to. Although on the surface it seemed that they had gained huge benefits in exchange for this, Akita was in a difficult situation at the time that he had to either fight with the four clans or agree to the marriage. Under the premise that the second Hokage took sides, what could Akita choose? Since it was impossible to do anything, rather than bear the risk of being exterminated, it was better to take this opportunity to exchange for other benefits, which led to the various conditions later. He thought so. In fact, if it weren't for Senju Tobirama's trick, they would not get anything. However, his good intentions would never be recognized by some people in the tribe. They were completely unable to see the full situation and were still immersed in the glory of the past. Among them was the second elder Uchiha Hutani. So at that time, Akita severely taught the second elder a lesson and warned him not to make such a stupid mistake again in the future. This time he also came to confirm and warned second elder, it would be best if this incident has nothing to do with you, but I still want to warn you to stay away from Chudeo Suamiyu in the future. If things really get out of control, I can't save you. Having said this, Akita left. When he walked away, Uchiha Hutani knocked over all the tea sets in front of him, his face looking terribly gloomy. Since he was under strict surveillance, he did not send ninjas to hunt down Akimichi Genbu this time. However, he was still lectured and warned by the junior Akita. How could he put his face down? Uchiha Akita, sooner or later I will pull you down from the position of clan leader. You are so cowardly that you don't deserve this honor at all. And Akimichi Genbu, you must die too. Regardless of the changes in the situation in other places, the three Suamiyu people have already gone deep into the Gobi Desert of the Land of Earth for more than a day, and Heitake Sakumo feels that he is redundant here. Tsunade woke up on Genbu's back a day ago and was so happy. The original plan was to let Tsunade enter the realm space to have a good rest. From all the previous events, Heitake Sakumo already knew that Genbu possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he also roughly guessed that his special ability was related to space, so Akimichi Genbu had no intention of hiding it from him. After a heated argument between the two, Tsunade ultimately failed to enter the realm space. There was no way. When she started to clamp it, Suamiyu had already lost its resistance. Heitake Sakumo, who was standing by, didn't even bother to watch and quickly sped up to run ahead of the two of them. Which one of you is whose teacher? I really can't do anything with you, teacher. You don't have to go in, but can you get off my back? I've been carrying you for several days. Can you let me take a break? Heitake Sakumo complained in his heart. Why didn't you complain about being tired before? I offered to let you take turns carrying me so you could have a rest, but you refused. You were afraid that I would take advantage of your teacher. Am I that kind of person? You are the most gentleman in Konoha, aren't you? Now you know you are tired. How could I not tire myself to death? But my leg isn't healed yet, Tsunade said seriously. This. Akimichi Genbu felt that for a ninja, this was not a big deal. His injuries hadn't healed yet, but he was still running around carrying Tsunade on his back. So, I'll trouble my cute disciple to carry me all the way. Tsunade on Suamiyu's back showed a sweet smile, but unfortunately no one could appreciate it. Akimichi Suamiyu was very upset and sighed, but, teacher, Tsunade interrupted him, what's the but? Do you think I'm too heavy? Not really. To be honest, Tsunade weighed only about 90 pounds before, and now she is even lighter after being transformed from C+ to B-, so it is not very tiring to carry her on his back. Then you just dislike me. Tsunade's eyes became extremely dangerous. Feeling the murderous aura behind him, Akimichi Suamiyu immediately replied, how is that possible? In my heart, teacher Tsunade is the most beautiful, gentle, beautiful and generous woman. I will never dislike you. Really? It's more real than real gold. That's more like it. Tsunade felt happy to be praised, but she always felt like she had heard these words somewhere before. Okay, just carry her on your back. Suamiyu stopped worrying about this issue and continued moving forward with her on his back. Seeing Suamiyu's resigned attitude, Tsunade secretly gave herself a victory sign and spoke again, Suamiyu-kun, you have to compensate me for my breasts this time. Hearing this, Suamiyu almost fell down. Teacher, this is not my fault, and there is nothing I can do about it. How come it wasn't you who caused it? Those 2 little blue pills of yours caused me to drop 5 levels, and you still refuse to admit it. It's not that exaggerated. It looks good now. If it's too big, it will be a burden and it will easily cause cervical spondylosis. What? Where's the beauty? Tsunade said as she hugged Suamiyu's neck tightly with her 2 jade arms and rested her head on his shoulder. Their faces were almost touching. Tsunade exhaled like orchids and said aggrievedly, feel it, isn't it much smaller than before? Woo woo, I'm so pitiful. Tsunade's combat uniform had been taken off long ago. Although he had been carrying Tsunade on his back before, he had been running for his life, so Suamiyu was not in the mood to think about these things. Now Tsunade is hugging him tightly, and their bodies are pressed together. His hands are touching Tsunade's thighs, his back feels the pressure of the two little rabbits behind him, and he smells Tsunade's body fragrance. Their faces are so close that he can appreciate Tsunade's stunning beauty up close just by slightly tilting his head. Suamiya's heart is pounding so much that it is about to jump out. Don't tempt me like this, I really can't control myself. Tell me, has it become super small? Aha. Whose fault is this? Mine. How are you going to compensate me? I'll do whatever you say. It was obvious that Suamiya was completely obsessed with Tsunade's beauty at this time. Tsunade narrowed her eyes again and revealed a wicked smile as if her evil plan had succeeded. Hee, little guy, I can't control you anymore. She spoke again, you have to listen to me. After witnessing the whole process of the little fairy turning into a little witch, Suamiya felt that she was even more beautiful. Yeah, I will never regret it. Well, when we get back to the village, I want you to cook delicious food for me every day, such as sweet and sour spare ribs, pork elbow with soy sauce, beef brisket with tomatoes, kung pao chicken, cold pork head, etc. You have to cook anything I want to eat for me. No problem, my princess. Tsunade was very satisfied with Suamiya's attitude, and even more satisfied with this title, hee. And when I get back, I want to drink as much as I want, and you can't control me. Chudayak Suamiya was about to agree, but suddenly came to his senses and said, this won't work. Why? The little witch was unhappy. This is for your own good. Drinking so much all the time is bad for your health. You are only allowed to drink for half a day at most. No, half a day is too short. 3 days, at least 3 days. Tsunade bargained. No, half a day and 1 night at most. It's too short, 2 days. 2 days is okay, is it okay? Tsunade started to make a fuss on Suamiya's back, kicking her legs like a little girl and twisting her body on his back. Chudayak Suamiya finally couldn't resist and gave in again. Then it's 1 day, no more. Okay, haha, that's 1 day, la. Tsunade danced with joy. Actually, she had not planned to keep drinking at the beginning, as Akimichi Genbu would never agree to that. She had only planned to drink all night, but she had unexpected gains. How could she not be happy? At this time, Heitake Sakumo, who was running in front, couldn't help it. That's enough, the two of you, Tsunade, pay attention to your image as a teacher. After hearing this, Tsunade immediately became much more obedient. Maybe it was the pleasure after getting revenge, maybe it was that she wanted to find someone to rely on after being injured, maybe it was Suamiya's unlimited tolerance for her, maybe it was the vast desert all around that made Tsunade feel that there was only each other in the world. Heitake Sakumo, am I not a human? All kinds of reasons mixed together made Tsunade forget about the teacher-student relationship between Akimichi Suamiya and her, and the little witch revealed more of her nature. Tsunade straightened up a little so that the two of them wouldn't be so close. How about Suamiya-kun put me down? I should be able to do it myself. After 3 days, Suamiya carried Tsunade on his back through the vast Gobi desert of the land of earth, passed through the land of grass, and after perfectly missing Kohara Yudaten's troops, he finally saw the gate of Kanaha. When the two door gods Shinayu Ryun and Gang Zitong saw the 3 people, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Where did they come from? Hurry and report to the hokage that the 3 of them are back. In the hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 3 people in front of him with indescribable relief. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. How did you come back from the direction of the land of earth? Didn't Hinata Ito say that you were in the land of wind? Heitake Sakumo reported, we were indeed in the kingdom of wind at the beginning, but after killing Kinkaku. After listening carefully to Sakumo's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his apprentice. This little guy was not simple, he actually killed the 2 golden horns in the cloud. Okay, you guys go back and have a good rest. You've worked hard on this mission. Hi. Tsunade, please stay for a moment. What is it, old man? Akimichi Genbu probably knew the reason why Tsunade was left behind, but he couldn't do anything now, so he followed Heitake Sakumo out. After arriving at the door of his house, Suamiya was also somewhat happy to see this long-lost home. He opened the door and shouted loudly, I'm back. 2 little girls, 1 gold and 1 red, immediately rushed down from the 2nd floor. When they saw that it was really the person she remembered, the red-haired girl's eyes suddenly became wet. She quickly rushed to Suamiya, jumped up, and hugged him. Welcome back, brother Suamiya. Why are you crying? I'm fine, Kushina. Suamiya opened his sherinan to check her body, while patting her back to comfort her. As expected, Kushina has become the 9 Tails Jinhaku, and the extremely powerful 9 Tails chakra is attacking the seal all the time. Namikaze Minato also came in front of Suamiya. He was more stable and showed his signature sun smile. Welcome back, big brother. Oh, you're back. Has anything happened recently? Suamiya freed one hand and rubbed Minato Namikaze's hair. The texture was as good as ever. The Toad Sage of Mayaboku Mountain has agreed to your request. Before leaving, Master Jiraiya left a summoning scroll and asked me to sign my name on it. Brother, you only need to sign your name and you can summon the toad to fight. After defeating Jiraiya, his first request was for Jiraiya to help ask whether he and Minato could sign a summoning contract with the Toads of Mayaboku Mountain. So far, the result seems to be good. Of course, Suamiya also asked Minato to tell Jiraiya the method of practicing Raise Non, which made that guy very happy. Okay, I know about this. Is there anything else? Namikaze Minato obviously wanted to say something, but seemed hesitant. Kushina jumped off Suomyu and took 2 steps back. Let me tell you, brother Suomyu, the third grandfather told me that a monster named Nine Tails is sealed in my body, and he also said that I was chosen to be the vessel of the monster in order to protect the village. But I don't know who spread this matter. After the classmates in school found out, they didn't want to play with me anymore. The senior students were always looking for ways to cause trouble for me. If it weren't for brother Nawaki and Minato, I would have been bullied by them a long time ago. The adults all looked at me with disgust and feared. I didn't do anything wrong, but they all distanced themselves from me and isolated me. During this period, only Minato stayed with me. At this point, Kushina lowered her head, rubbing the corners of her clothes with her hands, tears dropping to the ground. She sobbed and said, Brother Suomyu, will you dislike me like everyone else? Grandma Mito, who loved me the most, has passed away. If you don't want me, I will have nowhere to go. Wow, Kushina could no longer control her emotions and sat down on the ground and burst into tears. Akimichi Genbu walked forward and stroked Kushina's little head with his big hand. Kushina is my biological sister. How could I dislike you? No matter what you become, you are my most important family member, and I still love you. Kushina raised her head, and in her big tearful eyes she saw the gentle smile of Akimichi Genbu. It was so warm, a smile like the little Sunday brother. Genbu is the best. Kushina couldn't hold back her feelings any longer and burst into tears as she rushed into her brother's warm arms. Minato on the side felt a little jealous, since she had been crying like this in his arms before. How about you come back a few days later, brother? Kushina here got the love she was missing, but Tsunade in the Hokage's office lost the love she had received. After reading the suicide note left by Uzumaki Mito for her, she did not cry or make a fuss, nor did she overturn Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk or smash his pipe. She carefully folded the suicide note and put it back into the envelope, then tore off her sleeve to wrap it up. After emptying her ninja tool bag, she put the wrapped suicide note in it, then turned around and left silently. When she opened the door of the Hokage's office, she almost bumped into Nawaki, who had received the news and rushed over. Tsunade supported the reckless rope tree, who cried and said, Sister, grandmother, she has. I already know that you go back first, I want to be alone for a while. She touched Senju Nawaki's head and quickly left. After walking out of the Hokage's office building, she found that snowflakes were gradually falling from the gloomy sky. Tsunade came to the flower shop run by the Yamanaka clan and bought a bunch of big red flowers that her grandmother Uzumaki Mito loved most when she was alive. She also went to the tavern to get the sake that her grandfather Senju Hashirama liked the most. After leaving the tavern, she walked towards the martyrs' cemetery step by step. The snow fell heavier and heavier, her hair turned white, and she was gradually covered with white clothes. I came to my grandparents' grave, gently brushed away the snow on the tombstones, placed flowers and wine on them, then stood there quietly looking at the names of Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki on the tombstones without saying a word. Snowflakes fell on the tombstone one by one again, slowly burying the flowers and wine. An umbrella appeared above Tsunade's head, a warm hand gently helped her clear the snow, and a blanket was draped over her. Tsunade-sensei, please go home. Family? Does she still have a home? Yes, your new home. Tsunade looked at Genbu in confusion. He wanted to take her hand and take her away, but she still stood there, motionless, looking at Suomyu pitifully, and said, My legs are frozen. Suomyu couldn't help but smile, put the umbrella in her hand and squatted down. Come up. Tsunade, who came out of the Hokage's office, smiled for the first time and leaned on Suomyu's back very naturally. Suomyu held her thighs with both hands and lifted her up on his back. Is the blanket covered? Aha. Tsunade held the blanket with one hand and opened the umbrella with the other. Suomyu turned and walked to the tombstone. 2 bottles of his homemade liquor appeared out of thin air and were placed next to the flowers. Master Hashirama, Master Mito, we are going home first and will come to see you next time. Yeah, I'll come see you guys next time. Tsunade agreed. Then Suomyu carried Tsunade back to his home, just as he had carried her back to her home. Ever since Suomyu arrived, a warm current has appeared in Tsunade's cold body, slowly warming her heart and giving her homeless soul a temporary haven. When the two returned to Akimichi Genbu's house, spare ribs, beef brisket, and braised pork had been stewed until soft, and the aroma lingered throughout the house. The table was already set with bowls and chopsticks, as well as Tsunade's favorite white wine. Little son Minato was frying the last dish of Kung Pao chicken, Kushina was serving dishes from the kitchen, and Nawaki was sweeping the floor. When they saw the two enter the house, they all smiled and said at the same time, Welcome home. Suomyu did not treat her perfunctorily and was seriously fulfilling his promise to Tsunade, no matter when and where. Several people sat down. Tsunade sat in the main seat, Suomyu and Kushina sat on her right, Nawaki and Minato sat on her left, and the five of them raised their glasses together. Cheers. Akimichi Genbu's house covers an area of 250 square meters, including 100 square meters of yard and 150 square meters of house, which shows that his family was quite wealthy before. Originally the house had only one floor, but Suomyu couldn't get used to living in a Japanese-style house, so he renovated it into the style of an ancient villa from his previous life. The house is divided into 3 floors, 2 above ground and 1 underground. The first floor above ground is the kitchen, living room, entertainment room, chess and card room and a large bedroom with direct access to the basement. Upstairs are 4 bedrooms and a study. Each bedroom has an independent bathroom. The large bedroom on the first floor and the master bedroom on the second floor are divided into inner and outer rooms, and are both equipped with a large bathtub. The underground floor is Suomyu's laboratory. The most important thing is that every room has a soft bed made by Suomyu himself, instead of some inexplicable tatami. He usually lives in a room on the first floor, but the 50 square meter master bedroom upstairs is his real residence. He only stays in the large bedroom on the first floor all year round for the convenience of entering and exiting the basement. Since I met Minato Namikaze, I found out that he was actually an orphan. His parents passed away in an accident 2 years ago and he was a miserable man. So Suomyu invited him to live with him, but this guy actually refused, saying that he could take care of himself and would not trouble him as his elder brother. As a result, within 2 days after Kushina came to his house, this guy came with his little bag and became her neighbor without saying a word. Today the second floor welcomed its third guest, the drunk Tsunade. Originally, Suomyu wanted to send her back, but this beautiful girl insisted on living here, and said that Suomyu had lied to her and said that he would take her home, but in the end he sent her back to her original Chienshao mansion and refused to go back no matter what. In desperation, Suomyu had to keep her, and she even had to stay in the master bedroom on the second floor. Seeing that her sister had stayed, Senju Noeki didn't want to leave anymore. Grandma Mito passed away, and the old housekeeper also passed away. He was alone in the huge Senju mansion every day. He finally waited for his sister to come back, but it turned out that she was still living here. He is still a child and is very afraid of ghosts. Please pay attention to children's mental health. He would not go back, not even if he was beaten to death, so the last room on the second floor was occupied by him. How nice it was here, a large room of 20 square meters, with a private bathroom and the big bed he had always dreamed of. It was completely different from his previous bedroom, which was not only cold in winter and damp in summer, but also had a very hard broken bed, and he had to go out to go to the toilet. From now on, this would be his home, hee. Well, after the clear water and the rain, there is no room left, so if I want to stay overnight, I can only sleep in the study. After sending Tsunade back to his master bedroom to rest, Kushina insisted on playing level up, and Suomyu could only drag his tired body to play cards with them. He just returned to the village today. He first reported his work to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then went home and comforted Kushina for a long time. After coaxing this little ancestor, he went to Akimichi Norifuge's house to report that he was safe, but was lectured by Aunt Sani for a long time. After coming out, exhausted both physically and mentally, he went to Qingshui and Yu's house again and told them that the party would only end after they came to his house tomorrow. Knowing that Tsunade would be in a very bad mood today, he ran to the store to buy various ingredients to cook, and after all the meat was almost stewed, he told Kushina to find Noeki, and asked Minato to cook after a while. He himself went to look for Tsunade. After carrying Tsunade back, he continued to drink with her. Although he did not drink alcohol as he was a minor, he drank a lot of alcoholic drinks. After finally settling Tsunade down, he continued to play with the little ones until 1 o'clock in the morning. After the little ones went to bed, Suomyu tiptoed into Tsunade's room, poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of the bed, then covered her with the quilt again, and then he was about to leave. But he never expected that his arm was pulled into someone's warm arms by a white jade hand, and he had no choice but to half squat down. Looking at Tsunade, who was using his arm as a pillow, Suomyu said softly, "Teacher, are you awake?" Tsunade, who rested her head on Suomyu's arm, only replied with one word, "Yeah." "Drink some water first." Suomyu handed the cup of water to Tsunade's mouth. Tsunade didn't use her hands to take it, she just opened her mouth. Suomyu pushed the cup of water forward so that Tsunade could drink it. Suomyu patiently explained, "Everyone will experience the death of a loved one, and we cannot deny ourselves with this kind of sadness. Take me for example, my father died before I was born, and my mother died 3 days after I was born. I also don't have any grandparents or grandparents-in-law. You at least have a brother, but I'm already alone. According to your thinking, I'm even more unlucky. Also, Lady Mito lived a long life. I heard from Noeki that she passed away peacefully. The only regret is that we didn't get to see her for the last time." Seeing that Tsunade's condition had improved somewhat, Suomyu continued, "As for the dangers I encounter every time I leave the village, this has nothing to do with you. Instead, it is me who has implicated you. This has to do with my identity. My mother's origin is the original sin I was born with." Tsunade felt much better after hearing what Suomyu said. She was an optimistic and strong woman. However, when she returned to the village, she received the news that a crucial relative had passed away. She didn't even see him for the last time, which made her too sad. However, she had new doubts. The beautiful girl, who was naturally thick-skinned, could not understand how Suomyu had implicated her. "Have you never wondered why a member of the Akimichi clan like me has the Sharingan? Aren't you curious about why I only graduated from the ninja school at the age of 15? Tsunade still shook her head and said in confusion, "I thought you guys were late for school, because it's not like you haven't been in this situation before, so I didn't pay much attention to it. What can we do with this naive girl?" Suomyu feels like he has sold her out and she is still helping him count the money. "My mother is a member of the Uchiha clan, but for some reason she was considered a stain on the Uchiha clan. Due to various factors, I became an outsider with Uchiha blood. So the Uchiha regarded me as a disgrace and wanted to wipe me out all the time, while the people from other villages regarded me as fat meat and tried every means to get me back to create their own Uchiha. My uncle Akimichi Tofu was afraid that I would be attacked by the Uchiha clan when I went out of the village to perform missions after becoming a ninja, so he forced me to stay in the ninja school for 3 more years. It was not until this year that he personally tested my strength and felt that I had the ability to protect myself that he let me graduate. Tsunade didn't listen to what he said next. She stared at Suonryu with her big brown eyes and asked, "How do you create it again?" Suonryu said that you might have missed the point. Well, it's probably about asking me to be a stud or something. No, I don't agree, you are not allowed to go. Tsunade sat up immediately, her whole body filled with murderous aura, like a tigress protecting her cub. There was no trace of the pitiful little white rabbit that I had felt just now. Suonryu shook his hands desperately. Don't get excited, I promise I won't go, teacher, don't worry. Tsunade crossed her arms and turned her head away. Humph, men are all pigs. They say no, but they are so happy in their hearts. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? Akimichi Genbu asked himself 3 questions in his heart. Wasn't he comforting Tsunade? How did it suddenly become a scene of accountability? Teacher, I'm only 16 years old, still a baby. Suonryu wanted to cry but had no tears. Tsunade also realized that she had overreacted, and quickly tried to make amends. Don't get me wrong, I'm just afraid that you'll be kidnapped by bad guys. Stay by my side from now on, and I will protect you. Suonryu nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. Yes, hold on tight to the teacher's thighs, and I won't let go even if you kill me. The little witch was very satisfied with Suonryu's attitude. That's good to know. Find me a set of pajamas, I want to rest. She was still wearing her ninja combat uniform, black lining and black pants, and it wasn't very comfortable for her to lie on the bed. Hey, I don't have your pajamas here. How about I find you a set of mine? Don't worry, they will be clean. Okay, just make do with it for one night. I'll go home and get it tomorrow. Wait, teacher, are you planning on living here forever? Now it was Suonryu's turn to be surprised. Tsunade felt puzzled. What else? Didn't you say you would take me home? Then this will be my bedroom from now on. Tsunade has long been drooling over the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. That not only is it fully equipped, it is also warm in winter and cool in summer, and not damp at all. The bed in particular makes her sink into it when she lies on it. She loves it so much. There is also a large bathtub with automatic hot water. Tsunade is very excited at the thought of taking a bath in it right away, so she took this opportunity to occupy this bedroom. What I meant is, why, do you have any objection? Chudayak Suonryu was quickly defeated. No, I'll go find some clothes for you. In fact, this guy is a hypocrite. He is so happy that Tsunade can live here. He can live with his princess day and night in the future. His face can't help but smile. Suonryu went to the 1st floor to find Tsunade a set of his own pajamas, black shorts with a black short-sleeved shirt. Although it is winter now, this master bedroom has 4 heaters and the indoor temperature is as high as 28 degrees, so you won't feel cold at all wearing this outfit. Teacher, you take a rest. I'm going back to sleep too. Suonryu handed the clothes to Tsunade and walked out of the room. He was too tired today and needed a good rest. After Suonryu left, Tsunade changed into his pajamas. Suonryu was already 170 centimeters tall, with well-developed muscles and a strong body, so his pajamas were all oversized and loose. After changing her clothes, Tsunade walked to the floor-length mirror in the outer room and looked at herself. She was 163.1 centimeters tall and looked particularly petite and lovely in this outfit. She just looked at herself in the mirror, but her thoughts had already drifted away. After returning to bed, he stared blankly at Uzumaki Mito's suicide note on the bedside table for a long time. Grow up quickly. Due to various reasons, this escort mission was eventually rated as S level, and Suonryu's remuneration was increased from 3 taels to 70 taels. The story of how Suonryu, Tsunade and Heitake Sakumo worked together to kill Konoha's mortal enemy Kinkaku was spread by the 3rd Hokage, and the whole village was excited that they were also given the title of 3 stars by Konoha. Akimichi Suonryu was too tired to complain about the naming level of the 3rd Hokage. What the hell is going on? They even made up a Korean brand. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen held a commendation ceremony and promoted his rank from Genin to Chinin as an exception, and also put a bonus of 100 million ryo in his hands, Suonryu accepted it with a pinch of his nose. However, there are some things that a newly promoted Chinin like him should not know. The Wind Country was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that Mito Kato-en brought people to their country to search for Suonryu and others and asked the Sand Village to cooperate. The fighting faction even threatened to keep them in the desert forever. However, the 2nd-generation Sand Cage Shaman hesitated due to the powerful strength of Konoha. After Mito Kato-en received the letter from Konoha Ninja Eagle, he learned that the 3 had returned to Konoha safely, so he led the ninjas back. Until they crossed the border of the Wind Country, the Sand Ninja who was secretly following them did not dare to take action. Also receiving the news, Yutain Koharu also led 500 elite ninjas back from the border. Hungdi, who was confronting him across the land of grass, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing the news of the retreat of the Konoha ninjas. We are not fully prepared yet. It's not the right time yet. After receiving the information, the Kingdom of Lightning and the Kingdom of Water couldn't help but feel a little regretful that why didn't these three great powers fight each other. After returning to the village, Suamiya made up his mind not to leave the village for the time being. The outside world is too dangerous and his strength is too poor that he might as well stay low and develop. When he succeeds and comes out of the mountain, he will see who dares to give him a hard time. So he returned to his previous life, with his shadow clones going out on missions, practicing ninjutsu and doing research, while he continued to tinker with haki. After the last battle, the amount of haki increased again, and the loss of mental strength was obviously less. However, the research topics of the shadow clones have increased. The body tissues and blood of Tsunade and Hyaga Ito have been obtained, and the research on the sage body and the Byakugan is about to begin. After Kushina became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, research on the tailed beasts could begin secretly, and he suddenly felt so busy. Another thing is to get the equipment that exploded from the golden horn, such as the golden rope, the 7-star sword and the banana fan. Akimichi Genbu did not hand it over, and the third Hokage did not ask him for it. As for the reason, he gave a whole box of Moutai and 2 large bags of the most expensive tobacco in the ninja world as a bribe to this smoker and drunkard. It's not possible to just take it out as it is, because the Hidden Cloud village will definitely ask for it back after they find out. At that time, Sanliaiza returned the body of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, without asking for anything. When he wants to use the second Hokage to make an argument, it will be difficult for the third Hokage to refuse. Besides, without the red gourd, the golden rope and the 7-star sword cannot be used to their full potential, so only the banana fan can be used. After much deliberation, Akimichi Suamiya decided to recast these weapons. Apart from other things, the hardness of these weapons was amazing. If they were made into handy weapons, who would dare to chop his sword off again? In addition, he has to take care of 4 children like an old nanny. Yes, for Tsunade is becoming more and more childish. It is unbelievable that a 20-year-old beauty quarrels with a 6-year-old child for food every day. The days passed in Akimichi Genbu's daily emo. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Winter has come again in Konoha. Sitting on the roof admiring the snow, Akimichi Genbu couldn't help but sigh. The days have passed, but it seems like they have not passed. It is still winter, the snow scene is still the same, and the people who accompany him are still the same. In the past 2 years, the relations between countries have become increasingly delicate. However, the first conflict to break out was not between the most tense alliance of the Fire Nation and the Wind, Earth, and Rain Nation, but between the Earth Nation and the Thunder Nation. The cause was that the plan of the 3 Reikos to capture the 4 Tails Jinchuriki was exposed. The stubborn old man, the third Tsuchikage, Ninjago Oniki, immediately flew to the scene and used his bloodline to bombard them. Except for a ninja from the Night Moon clan who could use the lightning release chakra mode and ran away, everyone else turned into atoms. How could the hot-tempered old man Sanlai tolerate this? And he led the Union people to fight to the death with the Earth Kingdom. However, after several small-scale conflicts, the 2 old villains reached some conditions and stopped fighting. There are also the Fire Country and the Wind Country. The Wind Country wants to send people into the Fire Country to search under the pretext that a team of its ninjas disappeared in the Fire Country. In fact, they just want to go deep into the Fire Country to gather intelligence in advance. However, he was sternly rejected by the third Hokage. The second Kazekage shaman was unhappy and said, "Fuck it, why didn't you come to the Wind Country to rescue ninjas? Why can't we go to your country to find people?" The uncle could tolerate it, but the aunt couldn't. He immediately sent people to break in, but was taught a lesson by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally thought that Salamander would have follow-up actions, but he didn't expect it to end so anticlimactically. In addition, the Water Kingdom invaded the Tea Kingdom, but was forced back by its overlord, the Fire Kingdom. The Kingdom of Wind suffered a loss at the hands of the Kingdom of Fire, and then turned around and slapped the Kingdom of River to vent its anger. In the end, the matter was resolved by the small country ceding land and paying compensation. A weak country has no diplomacy. Just in case, Konoha deployed up to 3,000 ninjas at the border of the Rain Country, led by Sarutobi Tenma and Mito Kato and respectively. The second Kazekage and the third Tsuchikage were no exception. They both deployed a large number of ninjas on the border with the Rain Country. It was obvious that the Rain Country would become a victim of the struggle between the great powers. I wonder if Hanzo of the Salamander regretted signing the alliance with the Wind Country and the Earth Country. The Ninja World War was imminent, but Akimichi Genbu, who was sitting on the roof thinking about life, had his eyes occupied by a most beautiful woman. "Mr. Suamiya, I finally found you. Everyone is in the house. What are you doing on the roof?" The person who spoke was Tsunade. No one knew what the body structure of this beautiful girl was like, but all the fat was in her chest. In just 2 years, she not only recovered gloriously, but also successfully advanced to D-. At this time, her golden hair was tied into 2 ponytails, and her fair face was half covered by the bangs combed down on both sides of her forehead, which made her look more hazy and beautiful. She was wearing a white sweatshirt on her upper body, but it was obviously a bit tight, and her breasts were about to burst out. The black tight jeans outlined her small buttocks. Overall, she had a super convex front and a very curvy back, plus those 2 well-proportioned long legs. It turned out that she looked good in anything she wore. Time makes this peony more beautiful. 2 years have also brought some changes to Suamiya. At the age of 183, he has basically lost his childishness, he has really grown up a little too fast. His face is angular and heroic. The black ninja combat uniform cannot hide his sturdy and strong figure. Coupled with his height of cm, anyone who sees him will say that he is a handsome macho. Tsunade, who is 163.1 centimeters tall, can be described as a little bird in front of him. After Suomiya stood up, he completely looked down at Her Royal Highness the princess in front of him. The impact was simply amazing. Fortunately, Suomiya was a very stingy person, and the clothes he bought for Tsunade were very conservative. Yes, as an epic fat sheep, Tsunade's pockets are always cleaner than her face. Since moving to Suomiya's house, her food, clothing, housing and transportation are truly supported by her disciples. Suomiya always pays for shopping for clothes, and Suomiya takes the opportunity to stop buying all revealing clothes. Humph. Tsunade's body is not something you ordinary people can see whenever you want, otherwise he would definitely vomit blood at this moment. But even if he didn't have a nosebleed, he was stunned for a moment. How could watching the snow be as fun as watching the ball? Tsunade stretched out her white jade hand and waved it in front of the dumbfounded Suomiya. Suomiya-kun, are you listening to me? Akimichi. Suomiya finally reacted and chuckled twice. Oh, everything is almost ready. I'll take a break from my busy schedule and come out for a while. Teacher Tsunade, I'm really exhausted today. Looking at Suomiya's silly look, Tsunade burst out laughing, and her two big eyes curved into beautiful crescents, truly like a red plum blossom proudly standing in the snow, extremely charming. She stood on tiptoe and raised her arms, and Suomiya bent down in cooperation. One of her jade hands fell on Suomiya's brown hair and gently stroked it. Our Suomiya-kun is the best. Okay, stop enjoying the cool breeze here, and let's go down together. Then the two of them went down the roof one after the other. Suomiya, who was walking behind, sighed silently. Is it because I have reached puberty that my resistance to Tsunade is getting weaker and weaker? She is all I dream about at night. I have done that several times because of her. What should I do? I am only 18 years old. How can I cope with this situation when my mental age is over 40? How can I cope with this situation? The Suomiya family is very lively today because this is the last gathering before going to the front line. Although Konoha has deployed 3,000 ninjas on the border, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that a full-scale war will not break out for a while, and at best it will be local frictions. Currently, the main focus is on prevention and building fortifications. Therefore, most of these 3,000 people are civilian ninjas, and most of them are Chunin and Genin, with only a few elite ninjas to keep the situation under control. However, the main force of the family ninjas rarely go to the front line. In fact, the family ninjas are not much stronger than the civilian ninjas if taken alone. At best, they know some special family secret techniques. But when it comes to fighting in formation, they are no match for the civilian formations. Because family ninjas are often better trained, they usually get along with each other, know each other well, cooperate well, and all know the same secret techniques, so when they use them together, it is quite awesome. Just imagine, if one giant fist can't hit you, what about 10, 20? If one shadow can't catch you, what about dozens of them? You can resist the mind confusion technique once, but what about dozens of times? That is why family ninjas are the main force on the battlefield and often play a role in changing the situation of the battle. But it's no longer possible now. The war is about to break out and the ninjas from various families have to take action. The three direct descendants of Ino, Shika and Jo naturally have to give their full support, and the heads of the three families, Akimichi Tofu, Nara Shikahei and Yamanaka Kiichi, will all rush to the front line. The clan leader is going to the battlefield, and of course the other clan ninjas have to follow him, including Akimichi Genbu, Nara Shimizu, and Yamanaka Yu. The frontline commander of the three families was none other than the elite Jonin, Sarutobi Shinishuk, the green seedling of Konoha, who was only 30 years old but already very powerful. On the eve of departure, the prince said he wanted to get together, which led to today's banquet, and Kato Dan, who made Akimichi Genbu extremely unhappy, also came. Damn it, you little bitch, why don't you go to the barbecue restaurant for the dinner? What's the point of bringing people to my house? You even shamelessly brought that guy here. I don't know how Kato Dan knew Tsunade. There was such a beautiful girl in front of him every day, so how could she be familiar with him? Moreover, the two of them seemed to get along pretty well and could chat very well. In fact, it was Kato Dan who took the initiative. After all, he was the prince's good friend, and Tsunade couldn't refuse directly. But when it came to Suomiya, they could chat well, and she even added the word very. But in the original work, it was clearly at the Jonin conference after Rope Tree's death that Kato Dan started to interact with Tsunade. In fact, what he didn't know was that if it weren't for him, the time traveler, Kato Dan would not have been able to meet Tsunade so early, at a dinner more than 2 years ago. Tsunade's beautiful face conquered Kato Dan in just one meeting. He fell in love with Tsunade at first sight and has been unable to let go of her ever since. If it weren't for the rebellion of the 5 temples last time, he would have established a relationship with Tsunade earlier. Suomiya is very busy every day, either completing missions or practicing and doing experiments. How could he possibly follow Tsunade every day? Through deliberate chance encounters in the Hokage's office, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Tsunade said that it was Suomiya and Kato Dan who thought so. She never said it. Why did he have nothing better to do than go to the rooftop to enjoy the snow? Could it be that he has a brain disorder and likes to breathe air conditioning? Or is it that he thinks the people in the house are too noisy and wants some quiet time? Neither. There is only one reason: he is jealous. Suonyu was busy there, but Tsunade was chatting with Kato-dan as if no one was around. Actually, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Kato-dan were chatting, but in Suonyu's eyes, there was only Tsunade and Kato-dan who was always attentive to her. He was so angry that he simply turned a blind eye and hid on the roof to think about life. The main question he was thinking about was how to get Kato-dan to the moon without anyone noticing. After the two returned to the room, a lively atmosphere hit them. Suonyu's uncle Tofu and Aunt Sani were sitting on the sofa chatting with the Prince of Konoha along with Nara Shikahei and Yamanaka Kiichi. His lovely cousin Dingzo had been eating for quite some time and had already finished 3 large plates of fried meatballs. Luju and Hai beside him had obviously eaten a lot as well and were groaning with fullness. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had just withdrawn from the front line last month to rest, were talking to Kato-dan, but Dan's eyes kept glancing at him. Suonyu's 2 unscrupulous buddies, Nara Qingshui and Shenzhuangyo, are stealing a roasted whole lamb. Minato was cooking in the kitchen, Kushina was helping out, and Ueki was watching the fire where the meat was stewing. This guy, Heitake Sakumo, secretly found a small corner to drink with an uncle, with a plate of peanuts and braised beef on the side. The uncle had thick eyebrows and small eyes, and he was wearing a green outfit with a brown scarf, but his rough appearance revealed a lack of confidence. This man was Might Dai, the 8 Gates ninjutsu practitioner whom Suonyu had just met a year ago. But for some reason, since Sakumo met him, the two of them got along very well, and now they have become good friends who can talk about anything, including him and Tsunade next to him. That's everyone here today. Ah, what a wonderful atmosphere. It would be perfect if we could send someone to the moon. Because it was a buffet, there were no fixed seats. The 2 long tables were filled with food, including stir-fried dishes, stews, barbecues, various desserts and snacks, and drinks. Everyone was free to enjoy. Suonyu was cutting a plate of roasted lamb with an expressionless face. It's not that I have a grudge against mutton, but, Tsunade, do you like orange-flavored wine? Ah, that's okay, I can handle any wine. Tsunade suddenly felt that the wine in her hand didn't taste good and wanted to change it. Just as she was about to reach out to grab other wine, a glass of wine appeared in front of her. You can try this, I think you will like it too. Sorry, the only thing that's not to my taste is the wine. Tsunade avoided the wine that Kato was offering her and picked up another bottle to drink. Kato-dan said without any embarrassment, I'm so lucky to be your teammate this time. Well, it's okay. Please give me more advice. Tsunade glanced at Suonyu, who was cutting mutton silently beside her, and was so angry that she didn't know how to help her out of the predicament. Snort! Suonyu appears calm on the surface, but in his heart he has already defeated Kato-dan 800 times. This dead liquor follows you wherever you go. Teacher, can't you send him to the moon with one punch? Snort! Even though he was unhappy, he couldn't let him have diarrhea. Was he the kind of person who gave people laxatives every day? Of course not. He was already a grown boy. How could he do such a tasteless thing? Besides, he came twice and defecated twice. Anyone would suspect something was wrong. But can Suonyu really endure this? He silently said in his mind, 3, 2, 1. Kato-dan blurted out what he was thinking. Tsunade, your breasts are really big, they must be D-cup. Tsunade, who was sulking, looked at Kato-dan in surprise. This was the first time the princess looked at him straight in the eye today, but her eyes were unfriendly. What did you say? He spoke very loudly and there were ninjas all around him, all of them had sharp ears and eyes, and they all looked over at him. He quickly covered his mouth. What was going on? Why did he say what was in his heart again? Tsunade's eyes had turned from unfriendly to cold. If it was someone as familiar as Jiraiya, she would have punched him in the face long ago. However, she was not very familiar with him after all, so she still had to pretend. Do you know what you were talking about, Kato-dan? Kato-dan knew that Tsunade was angry, but he couldn't find the words to explain. He opened his mouth to apologize again, but it turned out to be, your butt is so nice, it must feel good to touch. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shinichuk hurried over to pull Dan away. He supported Dan in chasing Tsunade, but he did not support him in seeking death. He had personally witnessed the scene where Tsunade smashed his father's office when she was furious. The 3 major renovations of the Hokage building since its establishment were all thanks to this woman. Shinichuk pushed Kato-dan out with his back while speaking kindly to Tsunade. This guy might have taken the wrong medicine when he went out today. How about you? A great man, not bear grudges. Kato-dan was also at a loss. Who could tell him what was going on? But did Tsunade agree to let him go? Obviously not. Just as the two were about to slip out the door, Tsunade shouted angrily, stop! Shinichuk and his broken leg suddenly became uncontrollable. Tsunade stood up and walked towards the 2 men, standing in front of them. A large group of people around were holding melon seeds and watching this place quietly, their eyes shining. Shinichuk said tremblingly, Tsunade, can you just pretend you didn't hear it? Ahaha, get out of here, it's none of your business. Tsunade's eyes never looked at Shinichuk, but stayed on Kato-dan, and she dismissed him with just one sentence. Hi, I'll take my leave. Why is the prince so afraid of Tsunade? In terms of strength and status, Shinichuk is, well, a bit like Hollow Tsunade. Shinashuk ran faster than a rabbit, and flashed to Jiraiya's side, snatching half of the melon seeds from his hand. He stared at Tsunade and Kato-dan intently, and the mediator turned into a spectator in seconds. Qingshui and Yu had come to Suanyu's side without him noticing. How many meters? Yu spoke first, within 100 meters. Shimizu obviously disagreed. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible to be that close. Master Jiraiya said it himself when he was drunk. He flew more than 150 meters at that time. This time it must be at least 200 meters. What do you think, Suanyu? Akimichi Suanyu said slowly, on the moon. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, your record may be broken today. Jiraiya, what record? I have created many records. Is it a record of collecting materials? Orochimaru had nothing to say about Jiraiya's train of thought. He ignored him and focused on watching the show. What an idiot. Might die. Lady Tsunade seems angry. Will she and Dan fight? Should we go up and persuade them? Fighting is always bad. It hurts the harmony. Hey, take Sakumo, you'd better not go. If you go, don't drag me along. It will kill people. Regardless of the whispers of the crowd, Tsunade at the scene of the accident stared coldly at Kato-dan and said, take back what you just said and apologized. I can consider letting you break 2 fewer ribs. Kato was completely shocked by Tsunade's aura, and his broken legs were trembling, but he was thinking, this is the first time that Tsunade has kept her eyes on me for such a long time. I am so happy. Even at this time, this guy can still be in heat. Even the 6 Paths sage would give him a thumbs up. Seeing that Kato-dan said nothing, Tsunade spoke again. If you don't speak, it means you have nothing to say. So, goodbye. A punch that has been fully charged is about to be thrown. At the critical moment, Kato-dan finally woke up from his horny state. He shook his head like a rattle and his hands were about to swell. He wanted to explain that this was not his intention and he was very sorry, but what he said was, Tsunade's lips are so sexy, they must taste good when kissed. What am I talking about? Kato-dan was so sad that he could not even cry, and quickly covered his mouth with his hands. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Tsunade withdrew her fist that was about to make close contact with Kato-dan's face. She turned around silently and walked forward. The audience will not. Has Tsunade forgiven Kato-dan? She didn't even beat him up. When did the princess become so good-tempered? Sarutobi Shinashuk was the most confused. This shouldn't be the case. Dad just reminded her that her breasts were too big and would affect her fighting. She almost threw Dad out of the Hokage building. What happened today? Just as everyone was speculating, Tsunade, who had taken 2 steps, suddenly turned around and kicked sideways. Her 100-centimeter long leg kicked out, and her size 36.5 ninja shoes hit Kato right in the abdomen. Then, Kato-dan broke through the door and flew into the air amid the noises of "oh oh" from everyone. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shinashuk, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Noeki, Shimizu, Yu and Genbu rushed out of the room in an instant and came to the roof, covering their eyes with their hands to block the sunlight and looking into the distance, their eyes following the figure of Kato-dan until he disappeared. Orochimaru, this distance is too. Jiraiya, ha ha ha, I'm finally not the one flying the farthest. You, oh my god, how far is this? Shimizu, at least 1,000 meters. Shinashuk, my best friend is still alive, right? What kind of flowers does he like? Akimichi Genbu finally concluded, the estimated straight-line distance is 1,129 meters. Also, Lord Shinashuk, don't worry, he won't die. Shinashuk, why do you think so? Suanyu, because teacher Tsunade kicked her into the Konoha hospital. Since they knew that Kato-dan was only seriously injured, the group of people were not too worried. Besides, it was his fault for being so foul-mouthed. So the party continued. Tsunade sat back in her original seat and ate the lamb chops that Suanyu had just cut for her without saying a word. The others were also tactful enough not to disturb this beautiful girl, and her left shoe was missing. Suanyu bravely walked up to Tsunade and took out a pair of her shoes from the realm space. Don't ask why there were Tsunade's shoes in the realm space. Suanyu can only tell you that a 50 square meter corner of the space had long been occupied by Tsunade as her private space. Not to mention a mere pair of shoes, Tsunade's various daily necessities were all in the space, and bent over to put them on her. After putting on his shoes, Suanyu sat next to Tsunade, like a good child who had done something wrong, because he knew that Tsunade must have guessed why Kato-dan was like this. Kato-dan's inappropriate behavior today was due to the new type of drug developed by the master and apprentice in order to more easily obtain intelligence on the battlefield, which was forced water supply. Tsunade didn't look up and continue to eat, but she said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Suanyu-kun, you really dare to do anything. After all, he is Shinashuk's friend. What if you do this and get found out? Tsunade tilted her head to look at Suanyu. Why did she say that Suanyu was always in a bad mood recently? He just disappeared from her sight inexplicably, and he had nothing to do but run to the roof to enjoy the air conditioning, making her have a hard time looking for him. It turned out that there was a misunderstanding about his relationship with Kato. This little guy is really a beautiful girl with a smile on his face and a sweet heart. What's wrong, am I right? Tsunade was serious for once. She turned around and looked into Suanyu's eyes and said very seriously, I don't like Kato-dan, I didn't like him before, I don't like him now, and I won't like him in the future. Do you understand? And contrary to what you think, he has been trying to get close to me for no reason recently that I really hate it. That's it. Sumiyu, who had never been in love in his 2 lifetimes, didn't understand what Tsunade meant at all. Instead, he asked stupidly, but Kato-dan is very handsome. Isn't he your ideal type? When Tsunade heard this, a surge of anger rushed to her head. She really wanted to send Sumiyu to keep Kato-dan company. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath to calm herself, she patiently explained to Sumiyu, he is not. I don't like sissies. So your ideal type is. Tsunade couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up and stepped hard on Suamiyu's foot with the foot that had just kicked Kato away. She twisted it hard, completely ignoring Suamiyu's wailing and mask of pain. Finally, she was still not satisfied, so she stepped hard twice more, then walked away, leaving Suamiyu with a beautiful back. Who is my ideal type? You tell me, I'll let you tell me. Suamiyu lifted his feet with both hands, rubbing and blowing air on them. He felt aggrieved and wailed in his heart, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why did you step on my feet, Weavyu? Orochimaru, who had even used wind style and super ear, shook his head and said, Suamiyu, I gave you the chance but you couldn't use it. Who would have thought that the usually taciturn Orochimaru is the most gossipy? It can only be said that every scientist has a curious heart that dares to explore various things. So far, Suamiyu's style has brought him a lot of happiness. The banquet ended with everyone laughing and chatting happily. This banquet was held by Sarutobi Shinnishuk to build relationships with the Ino, Shika and Joe families, so the expenses should be paid by him. When he saw the invoice for 200 million taels, he felt terrible. Brother Suamiyu, can you give me a discount? My family is very strict and I don't have that much money. Master Shinnishuk, are you particularly satisfied with today's meal? Let me tell you, I don't make any profit at this price. Look at the wine, the meat, and the desserts. They are all top-notch. This is already the best price. If it's any less, I'll lose money. You can owe me the money first, and it won't be too late to pay me back when you're done and have money. Who told you to ask Kato-dan to come? Just wait and see if I can do it or not and you'll be done for. After Suamiyu finished speaking, without waiting for Shinnishuk to say anything, he called Minato to come over to deal with it, and he himself chased Tsunade out. The beautiful girl had ignored him for a long time. Suamiyu, don't leave. The prince was about to chase him out, but was stopped by Minato. Master Shinnishuk, how are you going to pay for the 200 million? Looking at the little guy in front of him who was smiling at him, Shinnishuk smiled helplessly. Forget it. Today's meal was indeed of high quality and the food was indeed delicious. It really made him proud, and it also occupied the Suamiyu family's venue. The 200 million was not a loss at all. Some people were settling bills at home, some were cleaning up the place, and Genbu was chasing Tsunade on the streets of Konoha. Teacher, please wait for me. Although Tsunade was still angry with Suamiyu and did not stop immediately, she slowed down her pace. Suamiyu caught up and put a cloak on Tsunade first. You drank so much just now, it's easy to catch a cold if you walk outside like this. None of your business, aho. Tsunade murmured softly. Teacher, what are you talking about? I didn't hear you clearly. Nothing, I just said thank you. This is what I should do. Teacher, please don't be angry with me. I shouldn't have asked about your preferences. I was wrong, so can you calm down? Tsunade screamed in her heart, is this why I'm angry? You idiot, idiot, idiot. However, looking at Suamiyu's sincere attitude, Tsunade found it very funny. Forget it, he is just a straight man. It would be better to wait until the next life to expect him to understand the girl's little thoughts. Tsunade said, it wasn't a big deal in the first place, that's not what upset me. What's that for? Tsunade wanted to say something but stopped herself. She turned around and walked slowly on the streets of Konoha again. Suamiyu walked silently on her outside. As usual, there was no words between the two but there was no awkwardness. They both enjoyed the tranquility. They walked through street after street and unknowingly arrived at the memorial. Looking at the red flame-shaped stone in front of her, Tsunade said softly, I'm about to go to the battlefield, I don't know if we'll meet here next time. No matter what unlucky words you say, we will all live well. Suamiyu covered Tsunade's mouth to stop her from saying anything unpleasant. After a few seconds of silence, Tsunade took his hand away and finally mustered up the courage to say what had been hidden in her heart. Otherwise, go and apply to the third Hokage to join our team, and don't follow the family's actions. After saying that, she stared at Suamiyu with her big brown lychee eyes. That's right, Tsunade and Genbu and others went to the battlefield separately this time. The first unit is commanded by Orochimaru and led by Mito Kato and as the chief of staff. It is composed of elite jonin such as Jiraiya, Tsunade and Heitake Sakumo. The unit is composed of elite ninjas from large families such as Uchiha and Hyaga, as well as other small families, as well as more than 2,000 civilian ninjas. Its main enemies are the rain ninjas and the sand ninjas. The second force is commanded by Sarutobi Shinnishuk and Nara Shikahei as the chief of staff. It has elite jonin such as Akimichi Toraikaze, Yamanaka Kiichi, Sarutobi Harukawa and others under its command. The force mainly consists of elite ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, the Ino, Shika and Joe clans, a small part of the Hyaga clan, some small families, and more than 1,000 civilian ninjas. Its main enemy is the Uegakur of the Land of Earth. In addition, the 3rd Emergency Force and the 4th and 5th Support Forces are already in Konoha, ready to go to the battlefield at any time. I will not explain them in detail here. Tsunade belongs to the first team, but his 3 disciples are in the second team. Tsunade was extremely uncomfortable with the sudden separation from Suonyu. She became upset whenever she thought of him not being by her side, so much so that Her Royal Highness the Princess had been in a bad mood since she received the combat deployment the day before yesterday. She wanted to go to the third Hokage to ask Suonyu to stay by her side, but she couldn't find a reasonable excuse. Should she go as a teacher, however, Suonyu and the other 2 were already Chunin, and their master-disciple relationship was supposed to be over. It would be too deliberate to ask Suonyu to stay by her side directly. Today, beside the memorial, when they were alone, she finally spoke out what she had been holding back in her heart. Suonyu's heart trembled after hearing this. He also wanted to be in the same army with Tsunade, but the order had already been given and he had no choice. Suonyu combed the 2 strands of hair in front of Tsunade's eyebrows to her ears and said softly, "Teacher, the mission has been issued, and we will set off tomorrow. It cannot be changed." Tsunade turned around disappointedly, her hands tied around her chest, her cheeks puffed up with anger. "I know, you just don't want to stay with me, don't want to take care of me, you find me annoying, right? If you wanted to team up with me, you would have gone to find the old man Saname a long time ago, humph." The 22-year-old Tsunade started to show off her temper with the 18-year-old Suonyu, and at this time she no longer cared about the so-called authority of her teacher. Looking at Tsunade's back, Akimichi Genbu couldn't help but feel a little amused. Even the princess who was throwing a tantrum was so cute. Suonyu walked at Tsunade, but Tsunade didn't want to pay attention to him, so she closed her eyes and turned her head away. He said softly, "Actually, I went to see the third Hokage, but was rejected by the third Hokage and Uncle Tofu." Tsunade immediately turned around, opened her eyes and asked, "Why did the old man and Qfeng stop you?" "They are doing this for my own good. There are many Uchiha ninjas in your army, and you know how unhappy I was with them a year ago. For my safety, Uncle Qfeng did not agree to let me join the first army. On the contrary, the main elites of the second force are the Sarutobi clan and the Ino, Shika and Joe families. Our 4 families are originally one, and these family ninjas are either elders or brothers. My safety factor will also rise sharply. Although I tried to persuade them, you know, an arm cannot bend a thigh, especially 2 of them." Tsunade lowered her arms from her chest, and the 2 squeezed big white rabbits broke free from their restraints and popped out again. She lowered her head and said disappointedly, "Is that so? That's the only way." Suonyu was in no mood to appreciate the grand occasion at this moment, and comforted him, "Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely live well, I will not die until my wish is fulfilled." Oh, Tsunade was obviously still lost. Could it be that the teacher has been living under the same roof with me for such a long time that he can't leave me anymore? Hee. Tsunade lost her composure and immediately raised her head with a red face and retorted fiercely, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just worried about your safety, understand? I can't live without you. I can fight more comfortably without you, and I won't have to worry about you being kidnapped when fighting with others, humph." Suonyu raised his hands in surrender. Okay, whatever the teacher says is right. That's good enough. Let's go back." Tsunade was obviously angry and wanted to leave here quickly. Suonyu stopped her and said, "Teacher, this is a relic left by my mother. I have been wearing it close to my body. Please keep it for me first and return it to me when the war is over. Okay." As Suonyu spoke, he took off a red crystal pendant from his neck and handed it to Tsunade. The pendant was strung with a black rope, and was rectangular in shape. There was no pattern or carving on it. It was simple, elegant, and crystal clear. Tsunade took it as if possessed by a demon. "What a beautiful pendant. Like it, aha. Then keep it for me and I'll lend it to you for a while." Tsunade was unhappy. "Why not give it to me, but just lend it to me to wear?" "Not the right time yet." "Then when is the time?" "You guess," Suonyu said and walked forward quickly. Tsunade's voice came from behind. "Suonyu, are you itching again?" Akimichi Suonyu quickly sped up to avoid being beaten. Tsunade was furious. "Suonyu, stop right there, I'm Shudayashin." Akimichi Suonyu seemed to be under a spell and dared not move. Tsunade walked quickly to him. "Teacher, it's too late to apologize now." Tsunade ignored him, stood on tiptoe, and stretched a finger towards Suonyu's forehead. Akimichi Suonyu bent down and closed his eyes resignedly. Whenever he was talking nonsense before, Tsunade would punish him like this when she was angry, which was to hit him on the head, and it was very painful. Suonyu didn't dare to use his domineering power for fear of hurting Tsunade's fingers, so he could only endure it silently. But after closing his eyes for a long time, the expected brain explosion never came. Instead, a very familiar body fragrance filled his nose. After he opened his eyes, he saw a white Snow White scene in front of him. Wow, what a powerful aura. Before he could carefully study the mystery between the 2 peaks, he felt a chill on his forehead. Tsunade's lips had touched his forehead before breaking away. When Akimichi Genbu realized what had happened, his brain froze, his eyes widened, and he was petrified on the spot. "Mr. Suonyu, Mr. Suonyu, hi, Mr. Suonyu, can you hear me?" Tsunade called out several times before Akimichi Genbu finally reacted. Oh, teacher, hee. Akimichi Genbu was already incoherent, scratching his head with one hand and shaking the other hand aimlessly, grinning foolishly. Looking at the appearance of Akimichi Genbu, Tsunade smiled like a flower. The temperature in winter rose sharply and the flowers around her bloomed. Tsunade said softly, Tsuomyu-kun, the pendant you wore around your neck is a relic of my grandfather, Hashirama. After the war is over, I hope you can return it to me in person, okay? Only then did Tsuonyu react and look down, and saw that it was a sky blue pendant. Isn't this the one Tsunade gave to Naruto? It is said to be priceless. This small pendant can buy 3 mountains. Tsuomyu said to Tsunade, teacher, your pendant is too valuable. Is it really okay to just give it to me to keep? Tsunade raised her fist and threatened, so you have to cherish it. If you break it or lose it, you'll be dead. Oh, by the way, that forward kiss just now is a ritual of blessing others by our Senju clan. It means everything will go smoothly and be safe. Don't think too much about it. Tsunade had obviously started making up stories and forcing explanations. The bad thing is that Tsuomyu, this idiot, actually believed it. Is that so? Yes, teacher, I will definitely come back to you safely. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. Tsuomyu even thought that Tsunade was interested in him. A little snake who watched the whole thing said again, even if I give you a chance, you are useless. Tsuomyu seeing that she had gotten away with it, Tsunade's heart finally settled down, but she was also a little annoyed. What should she do with this stupid little straight man? Okay, let's go back. Yeah, go back. But Tsuomyu, I just walked for a long time and I am tired. Akimichi Tsuomyu was helpless, your excuse was too lame. But he still squatted down. Come up. Tsunade jumped onto Tsuomyu's back without saying a word, as if she was very familiar with the process. Just like that, the 183 centimeters tall Tsuomyu carried the 163.1 centimeters tall Tsunade on his back as they walked on the quiet path of Konoha at night. The moonlight focused on the two of them, as if they were the only 2 people left in the world. Leaning on Tsuomyu's broad back, Tsunade felt happy and couldn't help thinking, Tsuomyu-kun's back is getting more and more comfortable. Soon, having drunk quite a bit of wine, she began to breathe evenly on his back. Feeling the breath on his neck, Tsuomyu curled up the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but slow down his pace and walked back step by step. The next day, both Genbu and Tsunade were going to the assembly. Before leaving, Tsuomyu advised, Kushina, you must listen to Minato and your brother Nawaki, don't be naughty, don't eat ice cream all the time, and don't gamble like your sister Tsunade. Kushina pouted and said, oh, in her heart, she had already dissed Tsuomyu 800 times, and it was obvious that she was not convinced. You are about to leave, but you are still preaching. Humph, you annoying brother Tsuomyu. Minato, you need to practice harder. This war may last for a long time. Don't think it has nothing to do with you. If the war gets intense, the 3rd Hokage may let you graduate early and join the battlefield. Don't worry, brother, I will work harder. Tsuomyu was relieved about Xiao Taeyang, nodded to him, and then continued, also, don't always spoil Kushina, do you hear me? The financial power of the family is in your hands, and you are the only one who can enter the cellar. Why are you afraid of her? Minato was slightly embarrassed, scratching his head and reluctantly said, well, I will try my best too. After saying that, he glanced at Kushina who was sulking. Kushina stretched out her little fist and shook it, the threat was obvious. Tsuomyu stopped paying attention to the two of them and said to Shenshu, you are already 12 years old. In 4 months, you will become a genin. You may be called up to the battlefield at any time. What I want to tell you is that you must be extra careful and pay more attention when you go to the battlefield in the future. Do you understand? Shenshu patted his chest and assured, brother Tsuomyu, don't worry, I will. Then Tsuomyu stopped talking and everyone waited for Tsunade to speak. A few days later, Akimichi Genbu arrived at the northern camp of Konoha. At this time, the entire camp has completely entered a state of war. Various large-scale attack equipment are arranged around the camp, and the large shurikens on them are ready to go. Watchtowers as high as 20 meters are also erected at the 4 corners of the camp. There are 4 ninjas on each watchtower for surveillance, and one of the 4 ninjas must be a Byakugan ninja. There are traps everywhere within a 1-kilometer radius around the camp. If you rush in rashly, you will definitely be blown away. A huge perception barrier was inverted like a bowl above the camp and penetrated 30 meters underground before closing. It was specially prepared to deal with sneak attacks by Earth ninjas who were good at Earth-style ninjutsu. The perception barriers above and below the ground formed a huge sphere with a radius of 2 kilometers. The supervision of the camp was also very strict, and Shinosuke's team went through multiple levels of inspection before being allowed in. Shinosuke convened a combat meeting as soon as he arrived. In the central tent, a huge rain country sand table occupied 80% of the open space. Shinosuke stood in the center, and more than other decision-making ninjas stood on the left and right. Akimichi Genbu stood at the door guarding position, a little column. This tent was basically full of elite jonin. A passerby at the level of a Chuunin like him wasn't allowed in originally. But who asked him to get in after all? He killed Kinkaku. As one of the 3 stars, he was the great disciple of the 3rd Hokage and a direct descendant of the Hokage. With various connections, he was able to make an exception and get into the general's tent. Shinosuke spoke first. The intelligence you sent back earlier shows that 3,300 ninjas from the land of Earth have entered the land of Rain and set up camp. How has the situation been these days? Although the land of Earth is not the strongest country, they are the country with the most ninjas. The land of Fire is the richest country, but it only has about 29,000 ninjas. The Land of Wind is the country with the largest land area, but most of the country is desert, which is not suitable for human survival. That there are only about 18,000 standing ninjas, but just to maintain the scale, the fourth Kazekage was so poor that he had to sell gold in the sand. It was really unbelievable that a kage had to become a miner. The Land of Lightning is full of mountains and there are thunderstorms all year round. Even though the cloud ninjas seem to be very powerful, there are only about 17,000 of them. The water country has the smallest area. Due to its geographical location and land area, there are only 8,000 ninjas in this country. Let's talk about the Land of Earth again. It actually has 33,000 ninjas. Given the barren land of the Land of Earth and the Gobi Desert everywhere, how could it support more than 30,000 ninjas? The third Suchikage doesn't even know about family planning. So why don't they fight? Otherwise, so many ninjas would definitely kill the Uegakure village. In fact, the third Suchikage was more anxious to start a war than anyone else. There was no other way. Only when you don't manage the household do you know how expensive firewood and rice are. Sarutobi Tenma on the left said, they have attacked twice in the past few days, but they were all tests. They probably have figured out the range of our perception barrier, the extent of our traps, and the number of ninjas. But yesterday we observed that Hunto had led the two elite ninjas of the Tiancheng clan and other ninja clans to enter the Uegakure camp, and a large-scale battle was not far away. And there is some not-so-good news, that is, the elite Jonin Kuwata of Uegakure is also on his way with more than 2,000 ninjas, and is expected to arrive in 3 days. All the people present, including Suomyu, looked unhappy. The score was already 1:2.76. If another 2,000 rock ninjas came, how could they fight? It looked like they could only request reinforcements from Konoha. Nara Shikahei, who was standing at the right hand of Sarutobi Shinishuk, analyzed, we only have 1,300 ninjas, and the enemy ninjas are about 3 times as many as us. We are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Although the overall quality of our ninjas is relatively high, our ninjutsu and secret techniques are diverse, and our combination ninjutsu is unmatched. The difference in numbers is there after all. If we fight head-on, we can only win a miserable victory at best. If we delay until Kuwata's reinforcements arrive, a miserable defeat is very likely to occur. We need to lure them into attacking the main camp as soon as possible, and rely on our defensive depth to launch a defensive counterattack, and strive to defeat them in one fell swoop. His statement was recognized by everyone, but the Uegakure were not stupid and only needed to wait for the arrival of reinforcements before launching an attack. They would never take the initiative to attack at this time. Sarutobi Harukawa asked, but how can we lure them into launching an attack? Uegakure is sitting pretty right now, maybe they're waiting for us to attack. Everyone was whispering, but no one had any good suggestions. Nara Shikahei spoke again, I have an idea. When Suomyu, Shimizu, and you were carrying out the mission in the Land of Rain, they killed a Jonin from the Tsuchigakure village. Later they found out that the man was the eldest son of the general of the Uegakure force, Hungsuke, named Shifeng. When Nara Shikahei said this, almost everyone in the general's tent looked towards Suomyu, except for Akimichi Kyufeng, who had a gloomy expression. Chu Daoxuanyu was also confused, and he complained in his heart, I just attended a meeting casually, why did you involve me? Was that rough guy so impressive at that time? Although after he used the light and heavy rock techniques, I did suspect that his status was not low, but I didn't expect it to be so high. And he looked so anxious that if you hadn't told me, I would have thought he was in his 30s or 40s. I would have believed him if you said he was the son of the third Suchikage. Shikahei continued, from what we know, although that man's ninja talent is not outstanding, he is Huntu's most beloved son. Lu Ping looked at Suomyu at this time and said, Suomyu, do you still remember that you went to the Kingdom of Craftsmen to carry out a mission 2 years ago? Akimichi Suomyu nodded dumbly. According to the report from our informant in the Land of Earth, Hongtu asked to lead a team to kill you, but all countries were preparing for war at the time, and the third Suchikage stopped him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hongtu had a big quarrel with the third Suchikage, but he also knew that the overall situation had to be taken into consideration, so he gave up in the end. In order to comfort Hungdi, who lost his beloved son, Onoki hired a bounty hunter to hunt you down, but unfortunately he failed. So Hungtu has a great grudge against the Suomyu team. Before Lu Ping could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Dao Chu Feng. I disagree. Xianwu and his men are only very young and their strength is totally insufficient. How can we let them be bait? That would be like sending them to their deaths. It was the first time that Lu Ping saw his old friend so angry. He glanced at Suomyu again and said, it seems that this boy's position in Qfeng's heart is higher than I thought. He calmed Qfeng down and continued, Qfeng, you misunderstood me. It's not what you think. They are all ninjas from Konoha. How could I formulate such a tactic to send them to their own death? What I mean is to spread the news that the 3 of them are in our camp. They are eager for revenge and feel that they have the advantage on their red soil. There is a high probability that they will not be able to hold back and launch an attack. Then we can play a defensive counterattack. Now it was Akimichi Nofu's turn to be embarrassed. He was so stubborn that he thought that the 3 Suomyu people would go and challenge directly, and then lure the Uegakure over. He scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Lu Ping, I'm sorry, I thought. Lu Ping waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and told Chu Feng to think whatever he wanted. However, Q Feng was still a little worried, but this will also make them get special attention from the Uegakure. Nara Shikahei didn't respond, but there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't avoid this question. Seeing that everyone was silent, Shudeatsunya spoke up, "There are always casualties in war. If I die on the battlefield, it only proves that I am not strong enough. I agree with Uncle Lu Ping's plan. Sunya would definitely not be happy if he was used as bait, but who told them that they were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers? Besides, he had confidence in himself, and a mere rock ninja was no problem." Seeing that Sunya agreed, Shinashuk also smiled. After all, the other party was Tsunade's disciple and his father's grandson. It would be difficult for him to do so if he didn't want to. "But I have a condition, that is, only my information will be published here, and the news will be released that the person named Shifeng died under my Chidori. The identities of Qingshui and you will not be announced. It was he who killed Shifeng at that time, and it had nothing to do with Qingshui and you. Also, their strength might not be able to withstand the siege, so they might be in danger at that time." Chu Feng immediately objected, "No, if that happens, you will be under too much pressure on the battlefield. Don't worry, Uncle Q Feng. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Besides, everyone has their own responsibility. It was indeed me who killed Shifeng that time. It had nothing to do with Qingshui and you. There's no need to let them get involved in this mess." But Chu Feng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yamanaka Zi. "Chu Feng, Xianwu is quite powerful. He was able to fight Jin Jiao to death and win. Don't underestimate him. At that time, our three ninjas will focus on protecting them. On the contrary, if all three of them are exposed, it will be difficult to focus on them." "Yes, don't worry, Q Feng." Lu Ping also supported them. Seeing that everyone said so, Chu Feng could only close his eyes and agree. Shinashuk finally made the decision. "It's settled then. Leak the information about Suanyu, and we will reinforce the fortifications and prepare for an ambush, and try to fight a beautiful defensive counterattack." Suanyu was the murderer who killed Tiantian Qin Shifeng, and the news of Kanaha's main camp was spread to the camp of Iwegakure village on the same day. In order to make Hunta believe the reliability of the intelligence, in the small-scale conflict between Kanaha and Iwegakure on the next day, Genbu was like the god of thunder. The cry of Chidori resounded throughout the battlefield, and many Iwegakure ninjas died at his hands. When the information was passed back to the Iwegakure main camp, Huntu even wanted to launch a general attack directly, find Suanyu and kill him as soon as possible. However, he was stopped by the chief of staff, Tiantian Cheng Lumiu Hong Tu. "This could be a bait deliberately released by the other party to lure us to take the initiative to attack. You need to stay calm." Hong Tu gritted his teeth and said, "I know there is a problem, but when I think of Shifeng, I want to tear that brat into pieces. How about we wait a little longer until Kuwata's 2,000 reinforcements arrive before we storm Kanaha's headquarters?" Honda thought for a moment and said, "When Kuwata arrives, Kanaha's reinforcements should have arrived as well. Our current military strength is nearly 3 times that of the enemy. Even though the quality of the Kanaha ninjas is relatively high, with such a huge gap in numbers, I don't think they can withstand our attack. We have already roughly figured out Kanaha's traps and have also designated countermeasures. Although a strong attack will increase the casualties of ninjas, it will not be a problem to break through their camp." Lu Mu also thought for a long time, but finally agreed with Hong Tu's decision. They had the advantage. What could the 1,000 people on the opposite side do? The sooner the better. We should strike them hard tonight. After investigation, we found that in order to prevent us from attacking from underground, the dam barrier class of Kanaha has set up a purple flame array barrier underground in the entire camp. Let's attack directly from the ground. It is good. The two big guys have already made a battle plan. What else can the other ninjas do? Just follow them. That night, because Kanaha was located on the border of the rain country, it was raining even in the middle of winter. Sporadic sounds continued to be heard. Huntu and Liamu led 2 troops respectively to attack the Kanaha camp from the front and back in a dispersed formation from 2 directions. The sensory ninjas were also constantly exploring the surrounding situation to prevent ambushes. Until they reached the boundary of Kanaha's perception barrier, the Kanaha ninjas did not launch an attack. Lu Mu felt that something was a bit out of the ordinary and ordered the troops to stop. Something is wrong. Kanaha's camp is too quiet. But Honda had already started listening to the various explosions on the opposite side, Liamu side, and had to continue to act. Earth escape, split the earth and turn the palm in. Earth escape, dig up the earth. For a moment, the ground was shaking, and the trap area 1 kilometer outside the Kanaha camp was severely damaged. There were continuous sounds of explosions and mechanisms being triggered, but there were far fewer than Ryuki had imagined. There was not a single large attack device or kunai launcher to be seen. Ryuki became even more confused, but at this time he could only move forward. The rock ninjas released earth-style ninjutsu in batches to destroy the traps in front of them. After advancing a few dozen meters, another group of people released earth-style ninjutsu to clean the ground. They repeated this process over and over again. They slowly approached and surrounded the entire Kanaha camp without any harm, making the traps on the periphery ineffective. Although the progress was smooth, Ryuki was becoming more and more uneasy. "That's not right. The ninjas of Kanaha have not organized an effective resistance yet. They are just releasing ninjutsu to interfere remotely. This is too unusual." He immediately ordered his troops to slow down and had the sensory ninjas investigate the surroundings in the sky. He also took off into the air several times to investigate the situation, but still did not detect anything unusual. There were indeed many chakra reactions in the Konoha camp, and from the air, the ninjas who were blocking their advance were indeed using various ninjutsu to attack the Uegakur, but the effect was not good and they could not break their defenses, which was strange. To be on the safe side, he gave the order to retreat immediately if he found something wrong. Humph on the other side was obviously aware of this problem, but he didn't take it seriously. Humph, let's see what tricks you guys are up to. But he was not stupid that he asked most of the Jonin and elite Jonin to retreat to the back of the team and be ready to deal with any attack at any time. Just when the rock ninjas were slowly advancing to within 150 meters of the camp and had surrounded it, something strange happened. Hundreds of machines loaded with large shurikens emerged from the underground of the Konoha camp and fired in all directions together with hundreds of kunai launchers. Seeing this attack scene, Lumyu felt relieved that this was normal, but how could there be no resistance? It was normal to have an ambush. He was the first to perform hand seals, followed by hundreds of ninjas. Earth escape, 10,000 li earth flowing wall. Hundreds of rock ninjas spit out large amounts of mud from their mouths at the same time, and a 3-meter thick and 10-meter high wall rose from the ground. Together with the Wanli earth flow wall on the red soil side, it formed a circle, enclosing the Konoha camp. Countless shurikens and kunai were shot at the city wall, but they could only penetrate deeply into it and could not break through the heavy defense. Hong Tu laughed loudly. Today, the walls within this city will be your burial place. Follow me. Then he jumped off the city wall first, and the other ninjas followed suit. The drifting wood over there did the same. In an instant, more than 3,000 ninjas jumped off the Wanli earth flowing wall like dumplings. A distance of 150 meters is just a matter of seconds for a ninja. The IWA ninja in front has already attacked the Konoha camp, and the ninja behind has not yet finished getting down from the city wall. Hunter rushed into Konoha's base camp and headed straight for the target. He could already clearly see Suonryu's terrified face. Boy, today is the day you die. Give me your life. Seeing the Uegakur ninjas rushing towards them from all directions, the Konoha ninjas were already in disarray, desperately releasing ninjutsu while fleeing towards the inner camp. Of course Suonryu also ran inside, as if there was something life-saving there. Hongtu felt something was wrong, but he was eager for revenge and thought it would not be too late to kill Suonryu first and then retreat, so he used the ninjutsu earth escape, light and heavy salt technique, and his speed increased again. Soon Suonryu was caught up by Hongtu, but at this time he had already gone deep into the camp. Earth escape, rock fist technique, a fist made of huge rocks hit Suonryu's back hard. Just when Hunter thought that his revenge was finally about to be taken, Suonryu exploded with a bang. Shadow clone jutsu. Hongtu felt something was wrong. In order to verify his guess, he used ninjutsu again, earth escape, earth spear. Several earth spikes emerged from the ground and pierced the 3 Konoha ninjas who were unable to dodge in time, but it still dissipated with a bang. It was still a shadow clone. He suddenly felt like he was going to die. At the same time, Ryuki also discovered this problem. Not only the two of them, but also the elite Jonin and most of the Jonin realized this problem. So Hongtu and Liamu shouted at the same time, retreat quickly. Those elite Jonin and senior ninjas who reacted first had already begun to retreat before even waiting for the leader's order. But it is easy to get in, but difficult to get out. Behind them are densely packed Uegakur, and there are even hundreds of Uegakur still on the city wall. At this time, a perception-type elite Jonin looked up at the sky. There is a chakra reaction in the sky. But don't wait for him to finish speaking. Boom, boom, boom. How to describe this explosion? The violent explosion spread out from the center of the camp to the surrounding areas. The rock ninjas scrambled to retreat, but the wall they created themselves became the culprit that cost them their lives. The explosion happened quickly and violently. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed to the point of death. But ninjas are not ordinary people. It is simply a pipe dream to want to destroy more than 3,000 ninjas with just detonating tags. At the moment of the explosion, almost all the rock ninjas used their own life-saving methods. The Uegakur may not be the best ninja at attacking, but they are definitely the ninja with the best ability to protect their lives. Hongtu and Liama used ninjutsu to protect dozens of people around them, and other ninjas also showed their skills. Some people use hardening techniques. Some people spit out stones to protect themselves. Some let the surrounding soil wrap themselves up. Of course, there were always some unlucky ones who wrapped up the detonating talismans on the ground. After an explosion, they died in the coffins they made, and could be said to have been buried in peace. After the explosion, the largest group of Chinins and Genins suffered heavy casualties. However, the senior ninjas basically did not encounter any danger to their lives. Only a few were seriously injured, while the others only suffered some non-fatal injuries, and some were even intact. However, a lot of chakra was indeed consumed in order to resist the explosion. Roughly speaking, there were more than 1,000 ninjas who were basically safe, more than 1,000 ninjas were seriously injured, and less than 1,000 ninjas died directly, but most of those who died were Chinin and Genin. If it was just an ambush of this magnitude, although the Uegakur suffered heavy losses, they would still be able to fight. Even if they were defeated, Konoha would pay a huge price. But Konoha's attack did not end there. The explosion had not yet completely stopped, and Akimichi Genbu, who was jumping in the air with the moonstep, had already launched an attack 100 meters above the center of Konoha's original camp. He made the sign of the cross with his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique, hundreds of Akimichi Genbu appeared in the sky. This was not over yet. Akimichi Suinyu bit his index fingers, gathered half of his chakra into his hands, formed the Haisuyu Shenwei seal, and then slapped it in the air. The art of spiritualism. A huge smoke cloud formed in the air. After it dissipated, two giant toads appeared in the air. They were Toad Jian and Toad Yi. More than 100 shadow clones came under them and lifted up the two 40-meter tall toads in the air. At this time, Suimyu's real body and 3 shadow clones stood in groups of 2 on the heads of Gamajian and Gamei. In just a few seconds, several shadow clones could not hold on and turned into smoke. Two brothers, let's do it. Toad Yi, I will not refuse my brother's request. Toad Jian, although I am clumsy, I will try my best. The two big toads slapped their bellies together, and a large amount of toad oil from Mayaboku Mountain sprayed out. At the same time, the Akimichi Suinyu on their bodies formed seals at the same time. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, 2. Wind Escape, Super Breakthrough, 2. Combined Ninjutsu, Toad Oil Burning Bomb, 2. With the help of oil and wind, 2 large and high-temperature oil fires covered the ground from the sky, and the ground instantly became a sea of fire. Due to the presence of toad oil, rain could not extinguish the flames, and the sea of fire continued to burn the ground. Moreover, with the coordinated action of nearly 100 shadow clones, the two big toads moved slowly in the air, and the scope of the sea of fire became larger and larger. This attack once again dealt a heavy blow to the rock ninjas. Many of the Jonin could not withstand the high temperature of the toad oil burning bomb and died on the spot. Some of the earth ninjas wanted to escape underground, but they ran into the purple flame arrayed barrier and turned into ashes. This is not the end. As soon as the explosion stopped, the ground at the 4 corners of Konoha's original camp began to rise, and the unharmed Konoha ninjas appeared in front of the rock ninjas. It turned out that they had already used large-scale protective barriers and shielding barriers to protect themselves and hid underground. Due to the existence of the shielding barrier, the rock ninjas were completely unaware of the perception of the ninjas. Kill! The 4 teams of Konoha ninjas, led by Sarutobi Shinishuk, Sarutobi Harukawa, Nara Shikahei and Akimichi Tukes, began to hunt down those ninjas whose areas were not covered by the toad oil burning bombs. After Akimichi Genbu stopped releasing ninjutsu, they ignored the scalding ground and killed the ninjas who had escaped. Akimichi Tukes and 2 toads also fell from the sky and joined the team to beat the fallen dog. Especially Toad Jian and Toad Yi, one holding a harpoon and the other holding a mace, they swept a large area. If they were not afraid of hurting friendly forces, they would be even crazier. It was not until this time that the remaining Uegakur were able to launch a counterattack. However, the Uegakur ninjas only had the advantage in numbers before, and their quality was completely not on the same level as the Konoha ninjas. Even in perfect condition, a Konoha ninja of the same level could beat 2 or 3 at a time. Not to mention now, the Uegakur ninjas quickly fell into an absolute disadvantage. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Dusty Hunter mobilized a large amount of chakra to launch his strongest ninjutsu. Earth Escape, Earth Mountain Technique. 2 huge earthen hills tens of meters high and hundreds of meters long suddenly emerged from the ground. The ninjas who failed to react in time were pushed up, some died and some were injured. Not only that, the 2 earthen hills were closing in quickly, trying to trap and kill the hundreds of ninjas in the middle. At this time, he no longer cared about the enemy or himself. With the idea of killing one without loss and killing 2 to profit, he launched a large-scale indiscriminate attack. The earthen hill is about to close. Secret technique, the technique of multiplication. A giant several dozen meters tall appeared between the 2 earthen hills. He supported both sides with his hands and forced the earthen hills to stop closing. It was Akimichi Norifuge who stopped the red soil attack, but from the look of clenched teeth and sweat on his forehead, it could be seen that it was not easy. How dare you think that you can fight a mountain with your own strength? I'll crush you. The red soil increased the chakra output, and it seemed that Chu Deakufeng was about to collapse. Secret technique, shadow binding technique. With the help of the gigantic shadow of Akimichi Tofu, a dozen ninjas of the Nara clan led by Nara Shimizu jointly used a secret technique to freeze the prince of the Uegakur village, the eldest son who was not living up to his expectations as described by Oniki, and the ninja Aetsu. Hong Tu tried his best to break free, but there were too many shadows and he was powerless. The previous explosion had already caused heavy losses to the Uegakur ninjas, and the 2 subsequent toad oil incendiary bombs made the situation of the Uegakur ninjas even worse. Coupled with the encirclement and suppression of more than 1,300 Konoha ninjas who were well rested, the situation of the Uegakur ninjas was worrying. Even the elite Jonin, who were the absolute main force, found it difficult to withstand the attack. A large amount of chakra had already been consumed in resisting the first 2 waves of attacks. Now he was being besieged by at least 2 ninjas of the same level at the same time. Not to mention winning, he was lucky to escape. A full 3,000 Uegakur ninjas were defeated so thoroughly. The last time the ninja world lost more than 2,000 ninjas in a battle was in the first year of Konoha's establishment. That year, due to fear of the power of the Fire Kingdom, the 4 kingdoms of Lightning Kingdom, Wind Kingdom, Earth Kingdom, and Water Kingdom gathered 10,000 elite troops in the Grass Kingdom to surround Uchiha Madara, who was traveling alone at the time, intending to kill the enemy in one fell swoop. That battle was earth-shattering, and as a result, Uchiha Madara once again proved to the world his name as the Shura of the ninja world with the corpses of more than 3,000 ninjas. The battle was extremely fierce, but it soon came to an end except for more than 100 elite ninjas who were powerful and good at stealth and escaped in time when they saw the situation was not good, and a dozen ninjas with reverse summoning abilities who let the summoning beasts rescue them. The remaining rock ninjas were left here. Just an ambush plan planned by Nara Shikahei made the Uegakure village pay such a huge price. Konoha's strongest brain is so terrifying. Nara Shikahei walked up to Hongtu and said, "Don't resist. You are already a prisoner. Kill me, and the Chang family won't have any prisoners for 2 days." Suddenly, Lu Mu emerged from the ground beside the red soil, and with his bloody hands he slammed the 2 scrolls onto the ground. Earth escape, a transformation. In an instant, the ground shook and huge earth spikes as high as 20 meters appeared in various places. The Konoha ninjas were fine, as they reacted quickly and avoided the attacks from the ground, but the injured IWA ninjas who fell to the ground were in a miserable state. They had already prepared themselves to be captured, but they didn't expect to be nailed in the air by their own people, and they were deader than dead. The Nara clan's ninja was once again released by Ryaki. The rock giant was forced to retreat. Red Earth breaks free from the shadow binding spell. It happened so quickly that the others were still cleaning up the battlefield and had not anticipated this sudden attack. Lu Mu also took the opportunity to rescue Hong Tuesday. However, Suunryu and Shinashuk, who were the first to react, immediately chased after them. Seeing that the distance between them was getting closer, Liamo consumed a large amount of chakra to release the super light and heavy salt technique, but the target of the technique was the red soil beside him. Driftwood. Akitsuki, you must escape. If you are caught, you will be a disgrace to Tsuchikage-sama, and he will do irrational things to save you. Hong Tu said with a gloomy expression, "The old man won't do that. He is now focusing all his energy on my brother. In his eyes, I am just an incompetent person who can't even learn dust escape and flying." Lu Mu was furious. "You are still saying such nonsense even now. You will understand the painstaking efforts of the Tsuchikage-sama in the future. Let's go, I will cover you. Uncle Liamu, if we're leaving, we can leave together. The worst that can happen is that we die here." "Idiot, my death is not a big deal, but you absolutely cannot die, do you understand?" "Can." Lu Mu yelled, "Stop talking like a woman. Hold your cat pee and leave." "None of you can leave." Akimichi Genbu had already reached above them using the moon steps. Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique, a large amount of flames scattered out from Suunyu's hands. At the same time Rui stick, stretch out, a stick with golden ends and black in the middle quickly stretched out. Ryaki immediately used ninjutsu to resist. Earth escape, earth flow gun wall, the earth wall rose up to block the attack, but that was not the end. A large number of spears shot out from the wall and flew towards Genbu and Shinashuk. Hunter wanted to stop and fight alongside Liamu, but was stopped by the latter. "Idiot, are you fucking mentally retarded? As the son of the 3rd generation, how can you be so stupid? Get out of here." The red soil was scolded and had to fly at high speed into the distance with the help of the super light and heavy salt technique. Suunryu had already flown over the earth wall from the air and wanted to continue chasing the red soil, but was stopped again by the rising driftwood. "Little devil, this road is blocked." Lu Mu smashed down with his rock fist, but Xianwu did not retreat. Instead, he used his fist to fight against Xianwu's. The 2 fists collided head-on, but to Lu Mu's surprise, part of his rock fist was shattered, while the opponent was completely unharmed. This kid's hardening technique has been practiced to the point where he can withstand a rock punch. His strength is also incredibly great, on par with me who used the strengthening technique. Suunryu withstood the attack of Lu Mu, but did not entangle with it, and jumped away with U-bullet and shadow clone technique. 10 black tortoises appeared in the air, breaking through from all directions of the drifting wood and chasing towards the red soil. "Little boy, who do you think is standing in front of you?" Lu Mu was furious. Earth escape, rock shadow clone, the same number of Ryaki shadow clones as the Suunryu appeared, blocking all the Suunyu's pursuit. Soon, only the 2 real bodies were left in the air. Because of this delay, the best opportunity to chase the red soil has been missed, and the red soil in Suunyu's eyes has become a small dot. Shinashuk just stood there awkwardly the whole time. He couldn't fly, he was sorry. Akimichi Suunryu was very angry. How could this Lao Deng be so strong that he could not even break through his defense range? "Little devil, now that I am here, you can give up the idea of chasing after Red Earth. Old ghost, you don't think you can get away with it?" Lu Mu laughed. "Ha ha ha, what an arrogant brat, then let's see who's the real one." Suunryu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and removed the seal on his right arm. A large tang horizontal sword with a blade length of 1.2 meters and a handle length of 0.5 meters appeared in his hand. The blade was slender and the hole was azure blue. There was a faint flash of lightning, but it was glowing with a slightly black halo. The hand holding the knife had turned black without anyone noticing, and the entire knife had also turned black. The chidori was attached to it, adding more sharpness to the black blade, which was covered with blue lightning. This ninjutsu was called Thunder Blade. As a knife lover, Lumyu could tell at a glance that this knife was not simple, good knife, but he didn't have time to look at it carefully because Suonryu was already coming to kill him. The two men's air battle started again. The drifting wood flashed and slashed, and both hands formed seals. Earth Escape, Super Earth Dragon Bullet. 3 Earth Dragons emerged from his mouth and flew towards Suonryu. Suonryu did not dodge or evade. He swung his sword, and a slash composed of thunder and lightning, also known as Thunder Slash, was shot out. The 3 Earth Dragons were as fragile as thin paper and were divided into 6. Lumyu quickly severed his connection with the Earth Dragon and jumped to the side to avoid the lightning strike. The lightning struck the ground, leaving a 20-meter deep cut. You must not be hit by this slash. This was the thought that instantly came to Ryaki's mind. But before he could distance himself, Suonryu instantly appeared beside him and slashed him with a sword. Ryaki chose to temporarily avoid the attack by flying in the air. At the same time, he took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag. After unsealing it, a 101 centimeter long sword appeared in his hand. Suonryu took a closer look and thought, oh, isn't this the Kusanagi sword that Suzuki used to use in the future? How come it's in the hands of this old man now? Lumyu said, this sword is called. Stop talking, villains always talk too much. Before Liamu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Suonryu. He approached the drifting tree at a faster speed and swung his sword vertically again. Ryaki felt that although his Kusanagi sword was also extremely strong, thinking of Suonryu's terrifying slash, he still attached chakra to it and at the same time cast hardening technique and wind attribute chakra to increase its hardness and sharpness. The two men engaged in a fierce physical battle in the air. The Suonryu sword technique was powerful and forceful, while the Liamu was cunning and changeable, using softness to overcome hardness. Soon Lumyu found something wrong. No matter which direction he attacked from, Suonryu could deal with it calmly, even if it was a sneak attack from his blind spot. Suonyu's defense without any blind spots left Liamu helpless. In the end, due to the huge consumption of physical strength in the previous battle, he was exposed and was chopped away by Suonyu's sword. He hit the ground heavily and spit out blood. He asked his own questions. Are you a ninja from the Hyuga clan? Isn't your last name Akimichi? Suonryu was too lazy to pay attention to him. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball with a diameter of 5 meters went straight towards the driftwood. Lumyu slapped the ground with one hand, and the earth wall blocked the attack for him. However, his condition at the moment was extremely bad, with only 1/10 of his chakra left. The blow just now had caused him severe internal injuries, and to make matters worse, he was knocked to the ground and was forced to endure attacks from both Genbu and Shinashuk. After using the Kusanagi sword that had been cut into a notch to repel the stick that flew from nowhere, he wanted to withdraw. Do I agree that you should leave? Suonryu has already fallen from the sky. The thunder blade hit the Kusanagi sword again. Looking at the Kusanagi sword that had been broken again, Ryaki's heart was bleeding. Look at the leader Shinashuk, he doesn't even recognize the enemy's chief of staff. If there is no strong support from the Ino, Shika and Joe families, who knows how this battle will turn out? All I can say is that the two princes are equally good, but Shinashuk is luckier than Aoi, as he has a man with an incredible IQ, Nara Shikahei, to give him advice. It was not easy for Shikahira to refute his own commander in person, so he patiently explained, he is the youngest brother of the third Suchikage, Ninja Oniki. He is Ryaki Ninja, one of the 4 elders of the Uegakure village. Together with his 2 brothers, Kaed and Danyu, he formed an iron triangle to maintain the rule of the third Suchikage, Ninja Oniki. He also made the ninja clan the largest clan in the Uegakure village, and its strength far exceeds that of other clans. He can be said to be the cornerstone of the third Suchikage's rule. Shinashuk was stunned. This was a big fish. If Red Earth was the prince, then Ryaki was the prince. Do you need me to help you here? A well-shaped character appeared on Lu Ping's head. What are you doing here, you short-handed guy? Are you poking Lu Mu's butt with your stick? No, we will just stay here. Your mission is more important. If we fail, we will have no choice but to withdraw from the Rain Country. If he had only formulated a plan to eliminate the Uegakure ninja, it would be an injustice to Shikahira's title as the strongest brain in Konoha. In order to fight against the Sand Ninja, they lost almost all of their combat supplies. Until now, Shikadera still owes Suonryu 5,000 detonating tags. It can be said that the Konoha troops are now so poor that only the ninjas are left. Would Lu Ping put himself in such a dangerous situation of lack of supplies? Obviously not. His next step was to have the Yamanaka clan extract the intelligence from the Uegakure ninja's mind, find the correct route to enter the Uegakure headquarters, and then quickly raid the already empty Uegakure camp before the news was passed back, and take all its supplies for themselves. Originally, Lu Ping planned to go there himself, but there was such a big fish here, so of course it would be best to catch it first, so he handed the task over to Shinashuk. Sarutobi Shinashuk led a large group of people and soon, only 7 people were left in this place. Nara Shikahei, Yamanaka Kiichi, Akimichi Tofu, Nara Kiyomizu and Yamanaka Rain, as well as Genbu and Ryaki, who took off into the air again and fought fiercely. After the Konoha troops arrived, Ryuki was in despair that more than 1,000 people surrounded him, and one person's spit could drown him. But just when he was about to self-destruct and take hundreds of Konoha ninjas with him, they actually withdrew, leaving only 6 people to deal with him. Lumyu suddenly felt that he was fine again. "You little brats, you really don't know what you're talking about, that you actually want to capture me with just 6 people." Sumiyu was too lazy to pay attention to this talkative old ghost. If they wanted to fight, they should just fight. Why were they wasting time? At this time, the consciousness of the 6 people had been connected by Shenzhuangyo and Shenzongzi, and Lu Ping's battle plan had also been issued. Shadow clone technique, another Sumiyu appeared, then the two of them sealed together. Fire style, fireball continuation, wind escape, suppress harm. 10 huge fireballs spewed out from Suimyu's mouth and scattered in all directions. The wind fanned the flames, and the fireballs expanded again and connected into one in the air, covering Liamo like a fire cover, blocking almost all of his retreat routes and about to close completely. How much chakra does this kid have? Ryuki could only escape to the only gap on his lower right. His chakra was only 1/10 left and his body was injured internally. Obviously, he could not fight against the Suimyu ninjutsu for too long, but this only gap is a dead end. The art of multiplication, the wind from Akimichi suddenly grew stronger, and a giant several dozen meters tall appeared again. As soon as Liamo came out of the fire cover, a huge stick swept towards him. At the same time, Nara Shikahei and Nara Shimizu used the huge shadow of the wind to perform magic together. Shadow binding, dozens of huge shadows quickly rose up and shot towards the drifting wood. King Shui's shadows were comparable to Shikahira's in terms of both quantity and quality. It was obvious that King Shui's daily sins were not in vain, and his Yintan chakra became more and more powerful. Lumyu barely avoided the fatal attack of the stick, but was still slightly hit and his left arm was fractured. Then he endured the pain and narrowly dodged the shadow's stranglehold, but he paid the price of a foot, because one of King Shui's shadows had already wrapped around his feet. He did not hesitate to cut his own feet with the Kusanagi sword. If he was a second slower, he would have been fixed in the air. Without giving Lumyu any time to breathe, Suimiya used his moon step to its fullest, and after getting close, he dragged Lumyu with the help of 2 shadows. Thunderblade, the lightning black blade chopped down on his head. Lumyu hurriedly raised the Kusanagi sword with his uninjured right hand to block it, but Suimiya's attack hit the gap of the Kusanagi sword. In the dozens of fights before, he had hit this gap accurately. Unparalleled strange power, break it for me. The Kusanagi sword, which was said to never wear out, could no longer withstand the heavy blow from the black knife and broke. Suimiya's Thunderblade continued to move forward, and was about to hit Liamo, but suddenly rocks appeared all over his body, wrapping himself up in the 0.1 second before the sword fell on his body, and continued to grow larger. The Thunderblade was slightly blocked and cut into the rocks. The blade was raised, and with one stroke the entire rock was cut diagonally in half, and the blade saw blood but was not stained with blood. The 2 shadows respectively wrapped around the rock that was split in 2, and it seemed that they were about to completely bind it, but Liamo came out from a place not covered by the shadows, and flew away without looking back, leaving a trail of blood in the sky. At this time, a big gap had been cut in his abdomen, and his intestines could be vaguely seen. Qingshui was furious. "Damn it, I got dodged again." Lu Ping comforted, "It's okay, the other party has suffered serious injuries. Don't worry, he can't run away." The 6 of them accelerated and chased after him. The severely injured Lumyu quickly became weak due to blood loss, and his speed dropped sharply. He was soon intercepted by Suimiyu in the air. The art of multiplication, a giant palm slapped the driftwood to the ground like slapping a fly, and Qingshui and his men immediately surrounded him. Suimiyu looked at Lumyu, who was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, and said, "Lao Deng, it would be better to surrender." Lumyu had already made up his mind to die, but he still wanted to understand one question: how did you determine my position in the rock? Guess what? If you guess right, I'll give you a tray of steamed buns as a reward. The reason is very simple. The 2 eyes under his goggles are not Sharingan at all, but the Byakugan, the result of his research on Hinata Ito's body tissues over the past 2 years. By encoding transcription factors, the tissue cells of Hinata Ito were reprogrammed to obtain iPS cells, which were then directed to differentiate to obtain white eyes. Then, genetic engineering technology was used to screen out the gene that controls the white eyes, and then it was inserted and replaced into Suimiya's own genome. Then, through reprogramming and directed induced differentiation, the white eyes suitable for Akimichi Suimiya were obtained. After spending nearly half a year, he finally activated his cataract eye. So the rocks are completely transparent in front of him. This is also the reason why his defense has no blind spots. The 360-degree angle is no joke. Haha, it doesn't matter. After saying this, Ryuki was about to use the secret technique sealed in his body, which was his eldest brother's unique ninjutsu. Bloodline elimination, dust release, limit stripping technique. This technique will blast all matter within a 50-meter radius around him into atoms. At this time, everyone else was surrounding Liamu, thinking that he was powerless to resist, and they relaxed a little. If this technique was used, several people would definitely die on the spot. Let's die together. The Quasi Cage level ninja Tian Tian Cheng Lu Shui was finally defeated by the siege of 4 elite Jonin and 2 Jonin. He was first injured by an ambush, and then stayed behind to cover the retreat in order to save Hong Tuesday with only 1/10 of his chakra remaining and seriously injured. He was besieged by Zhu Shishu, so his defeat was not unfair. Suanryu's achievements in the past 2 years have gradually become apparent. The first is armed color domineering. Although his domineering aura still cannot be attached to the soul, it can already be attached to the whole body and partially entangled and hardened to form armed color domineering aura. The places where the armed color domineering is added will appear black, and the defense and attack power are increased, which is simply amazing. Once the armed color is turned on, no one will love it. However, there are still some shortcomings. He is still unable to perform out-of-body attacks, so his current domineering attacks are still limited. The second is Zanlu, Xiaolan. The main material of this sword is Jinjiao's 7-star sword, and the part of the 5 elements beads on the banana fan that can release lightning as long as chakra is provided is separated and mixed into the entire blade. This is why Zanlu can release thunder slashes without forming seals. During the creation process, the Akimichi clan's unique secret technique, the technique for making the Akimichi big stick, was added, giving it the same ability as the Akimichi wind-taking stick, that is, as long as yang chakra is injected, it can become bigger. How big it can become depends on the strength of Suanryu's yang escape chakra. The third is the psychic beast. Suanryu has signed a contract with the 2 major psychic holy places, and the toad is very good at playing with it. After swearing homage to the leader of the mountain, the whole bunch of toads were smokers and alcoholics, and were easily dealt with by Suanryu's homemade liquor, and the sworn brotherhood wine was his mutai. He was accepted as a younger brother by the toad leader Wentai, ranking after Wentai, Yi, Guang and Jian, and became the 5th. The third is the various combination ninjutsu. At present, except for the water attribute, he is very good at other escape techniques, and he can also use the combination ninjutsu quite well. Fourth, it is the product of his experiments. The one currently in use is the white-eyed. I will not describe the others one by one, and they will all be shown later. After the battle, they immediately headed to the Uegakure village camp. When they arrived, the camp had already been occupied by Shinashuk, and the more than 100 Uegakure ninjas who stayed behind had also been cleared out. The Konoha ninjas were sorting out various camp equipment and combat supplies. Shinashuk couldn't hide his excitement when he saw the driftwood on Akimichi Genbu's shoulder. As expected of Inoshikacho, you managed to deal with this old man so quickly. Lu Ping asked, how are things going here? It was almost there, but that red earth guy got away again. Shikahira said it didn't matter, they already had driftwood, and the red soil wasn't that important. It would be troublesome to capture him, and the third Suchikage would definitely come in person. After all, a son is closer than a brother. Quickly wrap up and evacuate from here. The mulberry field and the hidden rock village should be not far from here. We just experienced a fierce battle, and now is not the time to have another conflict. It is good. Then everyone stopped talking nonsense and went their separate ways to help the Konoha ninjas clean up the battlefield. When Kuwata saw the mess of red soil, he realized that the situation ahead was not good. After learning about the situation, he was also furious. That was a full 3,000 rock ninjas, the second war just started, and they were all lost. If he had come 2 days earlier, the outcome would definitely not have been like this. Kuwata immediately accelerated and rushed to the Uegakure camp, but when he arrived, he couldn't believe his eyes and thought that Hunto had taken him to the wrong place. Are you sure this is here? Hong Tu even began to doubt himself deeply. That should be it. At this time, there was no lookout tower or even a tent in front of them. All kinds of large-scale offensive equipment disappeared, and there was not a single piece of strategic material left. Only some traces of battle and hundreds of looted Uegakure corpses were left. The Konoha ninjas had long since disappeared without a trace, and it was impossible to tell which direction to chase them. Damn it, how could these sons of a bitch in Konoha be so cruel? At least leave the tent behind. Where are we going to sleep at night? Where is the demeanor of a great country? 2,000 ninjas just stood there in the heavy rain in a mess. Sang Tian was at a loss as to what to do. Let's retreat temporarily and seek help. Compared with the Uegakure ninjas who seemed to have lost their mother, the Konoha group was making a lot of noise with drums and gongs and firecrackers. They were building a new camp in full swing, and even the heavy rain from the sky could not extinguish their passion. This time, the camp was chosen to be located in the rain country, 10 kilometers away from the fire country border. It was a flat highland surrounded by endless plains and was basically safe from sneak attacks. Many ninjas were busy building the camp in the rain, but the decision-makers were counting the battle results and losses in the central tent that had been set up. The 3 little ones were all on the list at the moment, because they had caught a big fish after all, but they were all standing behind the seats of their respective masters. Shan Zhonggaio is reporting the final results. My lords, let me first report the casualties. In this battle, our Konoha side lost 198 ninjas, including 1 elite jonin, 26 jonin, 120 chuyunin, and 51 genin. 26 ninjas were seriously injured. 353 people were slightly injured. At present, the lightly injured ninjas have been treated and will not affect the battle. The seriously injured ninjas have been sent back to Konoha. Then there are the material losses. The people in the big tent were silent after hearing this. The Uchiha is indeed the ninja with the strongest willpower. Even after suffering 2 rounds of devastating blows, he was still able to cause hundreds of casualties among the Konoha ninjas after close combat. If we had fought a fair duel from the beginning, the number of these 1,300 people would have been greatly reduced, and few of you here would have been able to return alive. Shinichuk, who was sitting at the head of the group, motioned for him to continue. Nara Shimizu continued, next is the result of the battle. In this battle, we killed more than 3,000 rock ninjas. Sarutobi Harukawa asked in confusion, why are there more people, haven't they finished counting yet? This was also the common doubt of the 20 or so people present. Shimizu, who was standing behind Shikahira, gave the answer, I'm very sorry, Lord Harukawa, many of the rock ninjas were either blown to pieces or burned to pieces, so it is extremely difficult to count the number of people. I can only make an approximate calculation in a hurry. Sarutobi Harukawa thought it made sense, and when he recalled the scene at that time, he almost vomited. Shanzhuangdaya continued to report, when we attacked the Rock Ninja base camp, the Rock Ninja had not yet had time to destroy the supplies, so we reaped a lot of rewards. We seized 87 large shuriken launchers and detonating talismans. After reading a long list of supplies, Yamanaka concluded, in addition, our greatest achievement this time is the capture of the 3rd Tsuchikage's younger brother, Ryuri Arayaki. Whether it's for obtaining intelligence or as a bargaining chip, he is undoubtedly the best. Shinichuk and others smiled with satisfaction as they heard the good news. Although more than 100 ninjas died in the battle, it was negligible compared to the results of the battle. Sarutobi Tenma was quite satisfied. Finally, we have lived up to the expectations of the 3rd Hokage. Shinichuk, the battle report must be sent back to Konoha as soon as possible. Shinichuk couldn't hide his excitement at this time. This was his first time as a leader. He didn't expect that he would win a victory that would be recorded in Konoha's history right from the start. I've sent the ninja hawk back. Sumiyu, who was standing behind Kyufang, complained in his heart, it has nothing to do with you, you lying dog. Ugh. You're wrong. You're not even a dog. You're a lying monkey. Sarutobi Harukawa is still a good man. Shikadera should be credited with the most merit in this battle. Without his strategy, we might have been defeated. Nara Shikahira didn't care, he was too old to care about this. Let's give the credit to Sumiya. Without his contribution of 5,000 detonating talismans and toad oil incinerators, our casualties would never be so low. Besides, he played a major role in capturing the 2-day scaler. Chu Daoxuanryu was very happy, yes, it's me. Sarutobi Shinichuk also thought it made sense, since Sumiya was his younger brother, he thought so, but Sumiya never said so. Okay, let's record it like this. Sumiya will be credited for the first merit in this battle, and the others will be credited accordingly. Sarutobi Harukawa, I agree. Sarutobi Tenma, I agree. Yamanaka Kiichi, I agree. Chu Daokufang's fat face was smiling so much that his eyes were squeezed out. I have to agree. The bosses have spoken, and the other ninjas who are working on it have to accept it reluctantly. In fact, they have made great contributions. Nara Shikahe spoke again, okay, that's enough of the summary, we need to talk about the next battle plan. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The destructive power of the Jinchuriki was quite terrifying. If they pushed him to the limit, he would simply release the seal and completely transform into a tailed beast, and everyone would be finished. Shinichuk was also calmed down by this cold water. If this is true, then we will be in a lot of trouble later. I have sent the letter for help and the battle report to Konoha. I believe there will be a reply soon. After the meeting, everyone felt heavy-hearted. After all, no one wanted to face a nuclear weapon like the tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away in Konoha village, was not as excited as others imagined after receiving the news of victory. He was happy, but more worried. That old ghost Onoki has suffered such a big loss, he will definitely find ways to get back at him. Shinichuk will have a hard time in the future. Unitin Koharu also agreed with this view. The most urgent task is to send more ninjas to the front line. Danzo Shimura didn't say anything. He was still fighting with Hiruzen. Sarutobi. Humph, just ignore him. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him and said, let the 2,000 ninjas from the 3rd support unit go to Shinichuk. Agree. In the land of Earth, in the office of the Tsuchikage of Uegakur village, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Ninjago Onaki, who had already learned of the situation, was furious. Not only had he suffered heavy casualties, but his own brother had also been captured. He even wanted to go to the front line himself and blow Akimichi Gendu into atoms to vent his anger, but was stopped by his other 2 brothers. Brother, let me go. You don't need to personally take action against a mere kid from the Akimichi clan. Duanyu, another member of the 2 Libra tribes Iron Triangle, requested to join the battle. The 3rd Tsuchikage thought for a long time and said, okay, I will appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the front line. Red Earth will obey your orders. I am such a disappointment to my son. Feng Mu advised, brother, he is still young. Besides, Shifeng is his own son. In that situation, anyone would be unable to resist and take the initiative to attack. If you want to blame someone, just blame those cunning kids from Konoha. Okay, you don't have to persuade me anymore. You must not give the scale to him in the next 2 days. Feng Mu and Duanyu also shook their heads and sighed, saying that their nephew was so disappointing. Onaki calmed down his anger and continued, Duanyu, go find Zi and ask him to go to the land of rain with you. Duan Mu was shocked, brother, it's only the beginning of the war. Isn't it a bad idea to send Jinchuriki to the battlefield so early? The blood of the 3,000 rock ninjas cannot be shed in vain, I will make Konoha pay the price. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Duan Mu stopped and left. After Duan Mu left, Oniki said to Feng Mu, I have another task for you. The news that Konoha had annihilated the 3,000 rock ninjas in one fell swoop soon spread to the land of lightning and the land of water. The third Mizukage was indifferent to this. His top priority now was to develop rapidly. Compared with other big countries, the hidden mist village was too weak. Sanliaizi was extremely unhappy. This Onoki had agreed that the three countries would hold back Konoha, and when Konoha was about to collapse, the hidden cloud village would deliver a fatal blow. But what happened was that they lost 3,000 lives right after the war started. However, Sanliaizi had no other choice. His current outcome was obviously unwise, so he had to continue to accumulate strength and wait for the opportunity. After a great battle on Suamyu's side, the Uegakure ninja had to ask for help from the hidden rain village because all their supplies were looted. But for some reason, Salamander Hanzo did not offer any help. Kuwata had no choice but to continue retreating. The Konoha ninja did not pursue, but took this opportunity to build and reinforce the large camp. No matter what kind of war it is, building a strong camp is a must. Compared to the brief truce after Genbu's victory, the war on Tsunade's side became tense from the very beginning. The hidden rain village failed at the critical moment and did not send any ninja to assist in the battle. In fact, the Sand ninja did not think highly of the rain ninja, and mainly wanted the cage-level powerful Salamander Hanzo to take action. The 2,500 Sand ninja led by Cho had to fight alone against the 2,300 Konoha ninja led by Orochimaru. In a one-on-one fight, Konoha, which had many Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas, completely defeated the opponent. The Sand ninjas were at an absolute disadvantage, and the fate of the three ninjas in Heitake Sakomo was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The first battle ended with the Sand ninjas' defeat. But what Konoha didn't expect was that Cho of the Sand village was so unsportsmanlike and poisoned people. The ninjas who were obviously only slightly injured all fell to the ground after returning to the camp. Just when a large number of Konoha ninjas were poisoned and fell to the ground, Cho and Ebizo brought the Sand ninjas back, wanting to take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Konoha. At the critical moment, the three ninjas stood up. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade performed summoning techniques together, and Gamabunta, Manda, and the Slug appeared on the battlefield. In terms of ninjutsu, Gamabunta cooperated with Jiraiya to release the combination ninjutsu Gamma Oil Flame Bomb to cleanse the ground, and in terms of physical skills, the 15-meter long sword swept through the enemy. Manza came and went in the Sand ninja army like the wind, charging around recklessly. Orochimaru used all kinds of ninjutsu above Manza's heads and bombarded the Sand ninja wildly. The slugs split and attached themselves to the bodies of more than 500 ninjas who were still able to participate in the battle. Tsunade took out two half-finger tactical gloves, one yellow and one blue, put them on, and rushed into the enemy camp alone. At first, no one took this tiger girl who charged alone seriously, thinking that she would not be attacked because she was pretty. A round of concentrated fire reduced her to ashes in seconds. But I didn't expect that this woman was the real killer. Tsunade used the shave to dodge the wind-style ninjutsu that was attacking her, and then raised her left leg into a standing split, and smashed down with the heavenly kick. The ground within a radius of 200 meters instantly collapsed, and the earth dragon flipped over. With just one strike, more than a dozen Sand ninjas who rushed up were buried underground. Cho rushed over to fight with her, but her puppet was completely restrained by Tsunade. Under her strange power, none of the puppets that fought her in close combat could withstand a second blow. Cho was shocked and retreated quickly, wanting to join forces with the puppet troops that had rushed over to concentrate their fire on her and kill her instantly. But only then did Princess Tsunade begin to show her power. The left hand's earth escape techniques appeared endlessly, without the need to form seals at all. Large areas of stone spikes, stone pillars, and stone walls rose from the ground. The water escape technique of his right hand is superb. He also does not need to form hand seals and can use large-scale water escape technique with ease. In this rainy country where it rains all year round, the water escape technique is infinitely strengthened and becomes sea escape technique. In desperation, Ebizo mobilized most of the elite Jonin and Jonin to stop the three men and two beasts. The Chuyunin and Genin who came here were just there to serve as food. What made the Sand ninja even more despair was that for some reason, the 500-plus Konoha ninjas were like cockroaches, and the wounds they inflicted healed quickly, making them completely impossible to kill. After the fierce battle, Tsunade didn't even have time to recover her chakra and had to drag her tired body to make the antidote. From today on, she will let the world see what a wet nurse means. She will prove with facts that big breasts are directly proportional to enough milk. However, the future nanny is full of resentment in her heart. Stinky Suanoyu, humph, you don't even come to help me, you'll be dead when I see you again. It only took her one night to break Cho's poison. Thousands of poison ninjas in Konoha were saved, and from then on they met Tsunade as their goddess. However, this also made them realize a problem, that is, they must not get injured in the battle with the Sand ninja, otherwise it would be very likely to be fatal. Later, during the battle with the Sand Ninja, the Konoha ninjas did not dare to use their full strength for fear of getting hurt, and the Sand Ninjas were also frightened by the strength of the three ninjas. Neither side had the ability to severely injure the other in one fell swoop while preserving themselves, so they could only waste time like this and wait to find the opponent's flaw and kill him with one blow. As a result, the battlefield on Tsunade's side fell into a very delicate situation. Small and medium-scale battles continued every day, but large-scale battles like the one at the beginning did not happen again. Cho hopes that her poison can be effective again, so she uses new poisons in various ways to fight. As long as she can develop a poison that Tsunade cannot detoxify, it will be the opportunity for the Sand Ninja to have another decisive battle. Tsunade, on the other hand, countered Cho's various strange poisons one by one. When she had dealt with all of Cho's poisons, it would be time for the decisive battle with the Sand Ninja. Princess Tsunade herself is also an expert in using poison, and it would be rude not to reciprocate. When Cho saw that her own ninjas were also poisoned, she was forced to spend a lot of energy on detoxification work. In this way, the battle between the two sides turned into a duel of poisoning and detoxification between Tsunade and Cho, and the stakes were the lives and property of the ninjas on both sides. On this day, Domania was busy again until late at night and dragged her tired body out of the laboratory. A glass of water was handed to her. Tsunade took it and twisted it gently, but it didn't open. Alas, Suonryu-kun was not around, so she had to even unscrew the bottle cap herself. She was not happy. Looking at Orochimaru in front of her, Tsunade was thinking of another unfaithful man. Orochimaru was a little confused by Tsunade's stare. "What's wrong? Are you thinking about your cute disciple?" Tsunade came back to her senses instantly, wondering how this guy could have guessed it. However, she pretended to be calm, turned around, unscrewed the bottle cap, drank a sip of water, and said, "How could it be possible? How could I possibly think of that heartless, unromantic, heartless, hard-hearted, fickle, and stinky disciple who left his beautiful teacher here to be bullied by an old woman without caring about him?" Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. How much resentment must this person have? "Mr. Suonryu, you'd better wish you good luck. He shouldn't have brought up this topic. What a jerk. What was the result today?" But Tsunade didn't hear what Orochimaru said at all. After she finished complaining, she stared blankly in a certain direction for a long time without saying anything. "What is Suonryu-kun doing now? Have you encountered any danger? Have you ever been harassed by other female ninjas? Have you ever been harassed by other female ninjas? Have you ever been harassed by other ninjas? Is there one?" Unlike the poisonous battle on Tsunade's side, Suonryu, who was being thought about by the beautiful girl, was in a hot hell at this time. Since the arrival of reinforcements and supplies from both sides, the Konoha ninjas and the IWA ninjas have started a new round of battle. Konoha currently has only about 3,000 people, but the Uega Corps has 5,000 people. They have set up camp on a flat ground 50 kilometers away from Konoha. After several days of exploratory attacks, both sides thought they had all the intelligence on the other side. So today, when the weather cleared up a little, the second battle started again. Sarutobi Shinnishuk rushed into the enemy camp first, but was stopped by Kochika, and then the two of them started fighting, and the Battle of the Prince began. A 40-year-old man flying in the air formed seals with his hands and released a large-scale ninjutsu. Lime release, lime drop technique. A large amount of lime spat out of his mouth, and it quickly condensed into large hard cones as he fell. The attack range was extremely large and was about to fall into the Konoha formation. Chudeo Suonryu quickly formed a seal, Vajra barrier, a golden transparent steel shield formed above their side to block the attack. Akimichi Suonryu took the opportunity to rise into the air. "Old man, your attack power is not enough." The old man laughed sarcastically. "What a sharp-tongued brat." He formed seals with his hands again, and the blocked cone began to rotate at high speed, actually breaking through the Vajra barrier. Some Konoha ninjas who failed to react in time were nailed to the ground under the barrier. Suonryu was a little shocked that this was the barrier technique taught by Uzumaki Mito himself, and it was so easily penetrated. This old man was quite extraordinary. Just as he was about to take off, he was stopped by Nara Shikahei on the ground. "Suonryu, don't forget your mission. He has given it to us." Akimichi Genbu gave up the idea of fighting with the old man and continued searching for his target. Just as the old man was about to cast a spell, he was interrupted by a huge stick. Then a giant several dozen meters tall appeared on the scene, with Nara Shikahei and Yamanaka Kiichi standing on the giant's shoulders. Nara Shikahei used his huge shadow to cast the shadow binding technique and stop the old man who wanted to chase Suonryu. "Don't chase it, Junior. The three of us will play with you." This little old man was none other than Onoki's other brother, Tantei Tanboku. "Ha, never mind. We have to deal with everything eventually. It's no different to deal with you guys first." Zu Ludi didn't continue talking to him and launched an attack. Duanya dodged the stick, shadow, and mental shock again, and put his hands together. Isn't it a giant? He also has it. Lime Colossus, the large amount of lime that was spat out from his mouth formed a giant as tall as Akimichi 2Ks. The giant lime fist attacked the three people, and the cones that penetrated the diamond barrier also rotated and attacked Zuludi. A battle between the four is about to break out. Akimichi Suonryu had no time to care about others, but was always searching for his mission target. However, the fight had been going on for so long, and the target person still hadn't appeared. The total number of ninjas dispatched by both sides in this battle was about 1,500, including more than ninjas from the Sand Village and more than ninjas from the Konoha village. There were about 500 people fighting on the plain, including about from Konoha and about from Uegakure. More than 1,000 other Konoha ninjas were standing by as a reserve force on a high slope about 1 kilometer away from the battlefield, ready to join the battlefield at any time. The same was true for the other 1,700 plus ninjas in the Uegakure village. Akimichi Genbyu rushed towards the Konoha reserve team at a rapid speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. He turned on the power of his beam to maximum and looked towards the only place he had just overlooked. That is the underground place of Konoha's reserve ninjas. Found you, you old bastard. But why does it feel like it's too late? Suonryu used his greatest speed so far. It reached the air above the reserve team in just a few seconds. Evacuate, everyone evacuate from here. Although the leaders Sarutobi Harukawa and Narahara Kiri were surprised, they still chose to believe, and the Konoha ninjas quickly left the high ground. The next second, where they had been standing, magma gushed out from the ground like a volcanic eruption, rushing straight into the sky. Several unlucky guys who were slow to react and those who thought they were stupid enough to be forced to surrender were buried in the sea of fire. More than 1,000 people were stunned. If they had continued standing there, they would have ascended to heaven. Sarutobi Harukawa was terrified. No wonder the ground temperature had risen inexplicably just now. However, his attention was all on the battlefield, so he didn't pay attention to such a small matter. He didn't expect that he was standing on the crater just now. When the Uegakure reserve troops saw the lava eruption, they thought the mission was accomplished and rushed into the battlefield. Seeing this, Konoha's reserve team also joined the battle. Sarutobi Harukawa and Narahara Kiri knew that this was not the time to express gratitude, so they nodded to Suonryu and left. After the lava erupted, a human figure appeared on the ground. This person's body was covered in boiling magma, with a tail swinging wildly behind him. However, he was rather short, estimated to be only about 1.5 meters tall. He was none other than the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Zi. Little guy, how did you find me? Akimichi Genbyu responded with ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique, standard starting hand gesture. A huge fireball smashed from the sky onto the Four Tails Jinchuriki on the ground. Zi didn't even try to dodge and took the fireball attack head-on without any harm. You are quite confident in your defense, big monkey. Kid, you haven't answered my question yet. Akimichi Suonryu still ignored him. Shadow clone technique, for shadow clones appeared behind him. Suonryu removed the seal on his arm, and Zanlo appeared in his hand. Come and greet him together. Oh, then the two shadow clones released ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, wind escape, suppress harm combination ninjutsu, explosive flame charge. A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters slammed towards Zi. Seeing that it was a combination ninjutsu, Zi didn't dare to delay and dodged the attack in an instant. But Suonryu had already appeared in front of him. The Chidori blade slashed towards Zi's abdomen, but he reacted quickly and grabbed Zanlo with his lava hand, and the two began to wrestle. Big monkey, why don't you just pretend to be cool and just take it on? What an unreasonable little devil, I'll melt you into ashes. The magma around Zi shot towards Suonryu, but Suonryu is faster than him. Strange strength, he was swung up and thrown to the ground. Zi was shocked by his strength and quickly let go of Zanlo and jumped to the side. Suonryu complained in his heart, is the intelligence system of Uegakure so bad? Are you looking for death by competing with me in strength? Suonryu's other two shadow clones perfectly predicted Zi's landing point. Thunder escape, ground walk, fire escape, dragon fire technique, combined ninjutsu, lightning and flame strike. However, the attack did not hit Zi. Lava release, great burning river rock technique. A large ball of magma spurted out of his mouth to block the attack. However, Zi was surrounded by four shadow clones. Just as they were about to release ninjutsu, they heard the screams of Suonryu's real body. They thought something had happened and hurriedly looked back. Suonryu yelled, blowing air into the knife and cursing, you big monkey, you are a piece of shit. My knife has been burned black. I'm going to kill you. Suonryu's right hand holding the knife turned black visibly, and then the black covered Zanlo's entire body. Armament haki, entangled, Zanlo's hardness has been increased by more than one level. After the chirping of thousands of birds, lightning flashed on the black sword. Thunder blade, Suonryu rushed towards Lao Zi angrily. The Four Tails Jinchuriki did not sit still and wait for death. He formed seals with both hands. Melting shadow clone, four people who looked exactly like him emerged from the magma under their feet to deal with the four shadow clones of Suonryu, while the original body collided with Suonryu's real body again, trying to use the same trick to grab his knife. However, what he didn't expect was that the lava claws that had been invincible before failed this time. The moment it came into contact with the black thunder blade, the hard lava coat was torn apart like paper. He was so scared that he quickly withdrew his hand, but it was too late, and he ended up putting two of his fingers in it. Zi quickly retreated 100 meters, covering his severed finger in confusion. Kid, what's up with that black knife? Suonyu shook the blade, not a drop of blood was stained. I'll tell you by burning some paper next year. Then, Shave was activated and he approached Lao Zi again. Zi didn't dare to fight him in close combat. Huiguo Mountain, the area within 10 meters around him turned into a magma hell. Dozens of spears made of magma shot towards the rushing basalt. The thunder blades slashed in a circle, and the magma spears were all cut in half. Zi once again mobilized dozens of lava pillars with a diameter of 2 meters to shoot at Suonyu, and finally forced Suonyu to retreat temporarily. The knife was too dangerous that if he was engaged in a close fight, he might lose his life if he was not careful. Thinking of this, he once again released a large amount of chakra. The scope of Huiguo Mountain expanded to a diameter of 100 meters. Chu Dao Suonyu said disdainfully, "Big monkey, are you going to be a turtle? No need to provoke me with such words, I won't fall for it." Afterwards, Lao Zi, who was easily defeated by Hoshigaki Kisame in the original work, began to fight against Akimika's Genbu ninjutsu. You can combine the 4 types of chakra of Akimichi Genbu. It will. No matter how many forms of the 4 tails Jinchuriki you can use, he will respond with magma. And his chakra is like free. The scope of Huiguo Mountain is getting larger and larger. At the same time, the initiative on the main battlefield has gradually been taken over by the Konoha ninjas. Because the Uegaku mistakenly believed that Yukari had succeeded, the entire army began to charge, but as soon as they joined the main battlefield, they were hit head-on by the Konoha ninjas who arrived quickly. Later, under the mobilization of Narashikahe, although they paid a certain price, they gradually gained the upper hand. After a long ninjutsu duel, 1/3 of the Suonyu chakra was consumed, but he was completely helpless against this magma turtle. Not only that, he was forced to stay in the sky because the entire high ground had been occupied by Zi's flower and fruit mountain. Suonyu was fighting with Zi in the air while thinking about countermeasures. Damn, is this cunt so strong? Wasn't it easily crushed by Hoshigaki Kisame in the anime before? By the way, how did Hoshigaki Kisame deal with him? Oh, water jutsu, big blast water wave. But I can't escape into water. Water, got it. Suonyu jumped out of the Huiguo Mountain and bit his left index finger. The art of spiritualism. After a puff of smoke, a 40-meter-tall red toad with a bandage around its waist, wearing a blue shirt with the word shrimp written on it and a scar on its left eye appeared. It was the toad boss, Bunta. Water escape, iron cannonball. The Suonyu on his head released ninjutsu at the same time, wind style, tornado, combined ninjutsu, water tornado. The water spout that can only appear in the sea now descended on the rain country, bringing heavy rain to collide with the magma. A large amount of water vapor rose, the water spout disappeared, and large areas of magma were quickly cooled into igneous rock. Zi didn't expect this combination skill to be so powerful that if it came a few more times, his monkey mountain would be completely destroyed. Where did you come from, Toad? I'll burn you to death. Then dozens of giant columns of lava shot towards Bunta, but Bunta jumped to the other side and avoided the attack. Boss, the effect is good, keep going. Look at me. Bunta jumped into the air again. Water escape, continuous firing of iron cannonballs, for large water bombs were ejected. Suonyu double cross seal, shadow clone technique, wind style, tornado, 4 water tornadoes smashed down, directly extinguishing Zi's flower fruit mountain. Damn it, you little brat. After the steam dissipated, Zi's figure was revealed. He was now soaked like a drowned chicken, and the lava on his body had long since faded away. Suonyu took out 2 boxes of liquor from the realm space and handed them to Bunta. Boss, you go back and rest first, and leave the rest to me. Give 1 box of liquor to Master Fukazaku and Master Shima for me. Say hello to them for me. Oh, Bunta happily picked up the wine, took the initiative to cancel the summoning technique and returned to Mayaboku Mountain. Taking advantage of the thick fog formed by the water vapor just now, the eyes under the Suonyu goggles had already changed from Byakugan to Sharingan. The Byakugan was not developed to a high level yet, and when fighting against each other, it was obvious that the Mangekyo Sharingan had the advantage. You little brat, you've completely pissed me off. The next second, Zi completely completed his transformation into a tailed beast. Dark red chakra flowed rapidly around his body, burning his skin to form a tailed beast coat. 2 horns stretched out from his head, and 4 tails danced wildly. Unlike Naruto, Zi's 4 claws were steaming, and were obviously attached to magma. Boy, are you ready to die? Suonyu was helpless, so much nonsense. After transforming into the purple-tailed beast, his speed was greatly improved, and he was finally able to keep up with the black tortoise. Suonyu also knew at this time that ordinary ninjutsu was basically ineffective against Zi now, so he decided to use his favorite way, which was to fight head-on. As I said, who are we afraid of when it comes to physical skills? The two fought together. Zi's claws were extremely hard. When they collided with the Thunderblade, there was a sound of metal clashing, but Zi was unharmed. Suonyu complained, damn, the defense of the body wrapped in the tailed beast's coat is really high, especially the 4 claws. Zi was also quite shocked. What is this broken knife made of? It's so hard that even my claws can't break it, and the high temperature of my claws can't do anything to it. During this short period of time, the two men in the physical duel fought each other hundreds of times as quickly as lightning. Each move was full of power and skill, putting the opponent to death. Zi has the tailed beast transformation to increase his strength and speed, while Suomyu's strange strength and shave are even better. The defense of Zi's tailed beast coat is abnormal, and the attack of Suomyu's lightning blade is unparalleled. The purple magma was scorching hot, but Suomyu's armament color domineering was not afraid at all. The most important point is that with the insight of the Mangekyo Sharinan, all of Zi's attacks can be predicted in advance, and he will always be greeted by Zanlu's sharp blade. In the end, it was Yukari who couldn't hold on first. No matter how strong the defense of the tailed beastcoat was, it was still flesh and blood. How could it possibly withstand the fierce attack of Zanlu that even the Kusanagi sword could cut off? Lava release, the technique of burning river rocks. Zi took 2 steps back and spewed out a large amount of magma from his mouth in an attempt to force Suomyu back. Suomyu did not retreat a single step. Explosive strikes of lightning flew out, cutting all the magma clumps in half. He took the opportunity to get close again and slashed at Zi with the thunder blade. Zi wanted to block with his claws again, but his claws had been cut and the pain was so severe that he retreated and tried to use his 4 tails to resist the damage. But the Zanlu in Suomyu's hand disappeared inexplicably. Secret technique, the technique of multiplication. Then 2 large black hands grabbed the 4 tails, and then held the 4 tails with one hand. Autumn Road falls, bang. Suomyu's strange strength made it impossible for Lao Zi to break free from his tail in a short period of time. He was grabbed by the tail and threw Zi repeatedly, causing him to collide and rub against the ground back and forth. Zi is less than 183 meters tall, and looks like a little chick in front of the centimeter Suomyu. This scene is exactly the same as the Hulk knocking down Loki in his previous life. Zi was in tears at this point and even wanted to die. It was very hurtful and insulting. He finally seized the opportunity, and when his face touched the ground again, he bit a large rock and inserted his 2 front paws into the ground, causing Suomyu's attack to pause. His 2 hind paws quickly extended and attacked Suomyu, forcing him back. Zi finally took a breath and shook his dizzy head. He seemed to have seen his grandmother just now. But Zi was completely unaware that his entire body was covered with detonating talismans. Suomyu jumped to the distance and formed seals with his hands. Die. Boom, boom, boom. Do you think it will be over after just one explosion? You are totally wrong. The detonating talisman on Zi's body will first be summoned and then explode by itself, so it will be continuous and targeted. This is the special reward that the 3rd Hokage gave to Suomyu after he killed Kinkaku. It is the secret forbidden technique of the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Multiplication detonation talisman. The explosions continued along with Zi's screams. Akimichi Suomyu was not forced back by Zi's hind claws. Instead, when Zi was being beaten up, he took the opportunity to use the release of the realm space to stick explosive talismans all over Zi's body, and then retreated. The multiplying exploding talisman stopped after a minute. It was not because Suomyu felt it was done, but because his exploding talisman was only enough to last for 1 minute. The damn Narashikage had not yet returned the 5,000 exploding talismans he had borrowed from him. When the smoke and dust cleared, Suomyu was stunned. What's going on? Is there a law of no harm in smoke? Although Zi had already released his tailed beast transformation at this time, he was standing intact in the center of the explosion. But it cannot be said that he was intact, because the dense scars on his hands told of the intensity of the fight just now. The next second, Zi fell to the ground after saying only these 2 words, damn it. Zi never expected that just a moment of cowardice would lead to his defeat. He had just used all the chakra he could mobilize to defend himself. At this time, Zi was already at the end of his strength. Even if there had been one more detonating talisman, he would have been blown to death on the spot, becoming the first Jinchuriki in history to be killed by a mere detonating talisman. Suomyu laughed. That's right, Yuyan Wusheng only appears in anime. How could he appear here? Fire style, great fireball technique, free cremation for you, take it, no thanks. A rock hand reached out from the ground and rescued him. A little old man appeared in the air. Suomyu looked at him, startled. Why are you here? Where are Qiu Feng and the others? The old man was the Tiantian Cheng Duanmu who had fought with the heads of the 3 families of Zhu, Lu, and Dai at the beginning. His appearance here could only prove that. Just when Suomyu was about to take action, Lu Ping arrived with his troops. Suomyu, don't get excited, we are fine, that old man is trying to trick you. Chu Dao Suomyu turned around and saw that although the 3 family heads were injured, they were not in danger of life. This old bastard is not a good person. It turned out that the battle on the front battlefield had ended, and Konoha ended up winning. After leaving behind more than 7 corpses, the Uegakur retreated in panic. Although the Konoha ninjas' casualty ratio reached nearly 1 to 3, everyone was injured, so Shinashuk gave up the plan to expand the victory. And the 2-day scale Duanmu took advantage of the air advantage to get rid of Inoshikajo. He originally wanted to come over to collect Suomyu's body, but he didn't expect that his own Jinchuriki would be so disappointing. Was that skeleton just now Susanoo? Impossible. He is only 18 years old, just an adult. It is rare to have a 3-Magatama Sharinan. How can he open the Mangekyo? Duanmu denied himself. He didn't want to fight anymore and flew away with Zi Fei. Suonryu originally wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Lu Ping. In this way, the second battle between the two sides ended, and Konoha won again. After returning to the camp after his defeat, he changed his strategy that he no longer thought about achieving success in one battle and engaging in a large-scale decisive battle, but began to retreat. Facing the cowardly Uegakur, Shikahei had no good solution. After all, if he didn't move, he wouldn't reveal his flaws. The two sides began to engage in small-scale fighting within a distance of 50 kilometers between the two camps. They used all kinds of shady and malicious tricks, such as attacking the camp, cutting off food supplies, poisoning, and earthquakes. The Uegakur village finally pushed the war into the rhythm they liked, that is, an endless war of attrition. Lu Ping could easily deal with other minor tricks, but the poison that the Uegakur village got from somewhere made the three families of Ino, Deer and Joe, who had superb medical skills, helpless. Over 2 months, more and more people were poisoned, but the medical team was really stretched, so Shinichuk had no choice but to use his ultimate move, Dad, come on. But somehow this news was known to Orochimaru, and then it was another headache-inducing night. Suonryu was reading a medical book in his tent, and he was almost reading to pieces. However, he is good at poisoning, see Kato's article for details, but he is not good at detoxifying. His hair has almost turned white due to worry in the past 2 months. Little guy, what are you thinking about? You are so focused. The familiar body fragrance is as faint as orchid and as mellow as sandalwood, the familiar breath is as gentle as the spring breeze and as warm as the sunshine. Hearing the voice that he had been longing for, Suonryu threw the medical book away, turned around quickly, and hugged the person behind him tightly. Tsunade-sensei, why are you here? I missed you so much. Just 3 simple sentences made the little emotions in Tsunade's heart disappear without a trace while she was held in Suonryu's arms. Forget it, it's his fault for being a straight man. Tsunade no longer cares about the rules between master and disciple. For the past 3 months, hasn't she been thinking about the person in front of her day and night? Tsunade also hugged Suonryu with one hand, rested her head on his chest, greedily sniffed his unique scent, and said softly, I miss you too. Hearing this, Suonryu's heart trembled violently. It turned out that the moonlight tonight was so beautiful and the wind was so gentle. The two of them just hugged each other quietly for a long time, and Tsunade said softly, my feet are numb. Suonryu reluctantly let go of Tsunade. After the two separated, the atmosphere in the tent became more ambiguous. Tsunade lowered her head, blushed, and said nothing. Her 2 little hands were clasped together, and her 2 index fingers were entwined around each other. Suonryu was also looking at Tsunade's head, not knowing what to do. Having been single for 40 years, he had no idea how to deal with this situation. The two fell into silence again. Suonryu thought about it for a long time and finally found a topic that he thought was impeccable. Tsunade-sensei, are you here specifically to deal with the poison of the rock ninja? The snake lying on the table was speechless. What are you doing, Suonryu? What on earth are you doing? Tsunade was also a little angry. This idiot, didn't he perform quite well just now? I thought he had finally come to his senses. He's usually very smart and considerate when it comes to taking care of me. How could he be so stupid when it comes to something like this? Alas, after the war, I will teach you a lesson, you stupid fool. Tsunade had beaten her Suonryu to death 800 times in her heart. After she regained her composure, she said, why else could it be? Do you think it's because of you? Humph. Suonryu scratched his head and said awkwardly, I thought. Tsunade's hope was rekindled, and her 2 big Kashran eyes stared at Suonryu, saying, say it quickly. That's what I thought. In a laboratory far away, a certain snake uncle was so angry that he bit off the corner of the table. I knew it, Tsunade felt even more upset. Yes, that's why I came here. You are right, absolutely right. Then, without waiting for Suonryu to speak, he walked out angrily. Okay, I have to work, goodbye, bye. Just as Tsunade walked to the door of the tent in disappointment, a big hand grabbed her small jade hand. The princess with super strength, who was famous in the ninja world, shook her hand angrily, but couldn't break free. Lord Suonryu was really strong. Even a fool would know that Tsunade was angry. Akimichi Genbu was a little better than a fool, so he also knew it. He said softly, I'm sorry, I'm so stupid and made you angry again. Can you forgive me this time, Tsunade? Can I call you that from now on, Tsunade? Suonryu scratched his head with one hand, mustered up his courage, and put forward what he considered to be the most extreme request. Hearing this, Tsunade stopped shaking her hands and suddenly felt happy. This guy is not bad. He will be fine after being trained slowly. Everything will be better. But he had to keep up the appearance. It's just a name, whatever you want. There was silence between the two again. Just when Suonryu was about to say something, his tent was opened by Shinichuk, followed by the head of the Inoshikacho family. Tsunade pulled her hand away at the speed of light, stood still, and did it all in one go. Suonryu quickly withdrew his hand, stepped back, and finished it with a breath. Shinichuk opened the curtain and looked at the two people's state. Tsunade, you make it difficult for us to find you. Let's go to the central camp for an emergency meeting. Suonryu, you should come with us. Nara Shikahira was so smart that he was so cunning that he could tell something was wrong at a glance. He coughed lightly and said, "Actually, we are not that anxious. Tsunade just arrived. Let them have a good rest tonight, we can discuss it tomorrow." After Lu Ping finished speaking, he poked Yamanaka Zi beside him without leaving any trace. Although Yamanaka Zi didn't understand the situation, it didn't affect his support for Shikahira. Yes, it's not too urgent. Tsunade rushed here overnight, it must be very hard for her, and it will be the same tomorrow. Shinichuk couldn't understand, how can that be possible? There are still more than 300 ninjas lying in the camp. We should get rid of them as soon as possible. Lu Ping said that he had tried his best, but there was nothing he could do since his general was a fool. The atmosphere had already been ruined, and all Tsunade could say was, "Okay, let's go to the meeting." After saying that, he was the first to walk out of the tent. It's just that when her jade feet walked past Shinichuk, they stepped hard on Shinichuk's feet. "Ah, Tsunade, you." Princess Tsunade is Princess Tsunade. In her eyes, the poison that others were helpless against was nothing but a piece of cake. It only took her 2 days to develop an antidote. However, in order to confuse the Uegakure ninjas, Shikahira deliberately concealed the fact that Tsunade had come here secretly, making the Uegakure ninjas mistakenly believe that a large number of Konoha ninjas were still poisoned. Inside the laboratory of the Konoha camp, a princess wearing an exquisite purple uniform and black-framed glasses was sitting in front of a blackboard. Her breasts were so full that they were about to burst, and her uniform was about to burst. Princess Tsunade at this moment was so beautiful that it was beyond words, noble and charming, like a blooming violet that made people want to pick it. But this violet has thorns, so it can only be viewed from a distance and not touched. Because at this moment she has turned into the high school chemistry teacher in her previous life, hitting the blackboard frantically with a ruler. Her face is flushed with excitement, and she keeps talking, madly dissing a student who is listening attentively in front of the blackboard. "Didn't I tell you this before? Why can't you remember it? I've told you the properties of this herb 800 times, how could you still get it wrong? How could you be so stupid? Lord Suonryu, Lord Suonryu, Lord Suonryu." Tsunade was sitting in front of the blackboard and talking excitedly, but the student sitting in the classroom was not listening at all. She immediately stood up angrily and walked to him, but her volume was already at the highest, and the student was still distracted. At this time, Suonryu was already in his own little world, and kept muttering, "Wow, Tsunade looks even more beautiful in this outfit. The purple uniform is a perfect match for Her Highness the Princess. If she wears black stockings and purple high heels." Tsunade put her ear close to Suonryu's mouth and finally heard what he said. Her already rosy face became even redder. What on earth is going on in the mind of this Suonryu-kun at such a young age? She put her lips close to Suonryu's ear and opened her teeth slightly. What will happen after putting on black stockings and high heels? Suonryu answered without even thinking, "I can." 10,000 words omitted here. Suonryu suddenly woke up, murderous intent. Zanlu instantly appeared in his hand. He quickly held Tsunade in his arms, activated Shave, and brought her to the outside of the tent. "Tsunade, a killer has sneaked into the camp that he is a mastered. I didn't sense his murderous intent until he was less than a centimeter away from me just now." The Byakugan in Suonryu's left eye scanned the surroundings, and the Sharingan in his right eye had turned into a kaleidoscope, but he found nothing. It was strange, how powerful the opponent's hidden skills must be. With 2 major eye techniques attacking at the same time, he couldn't find anyone. Murderous intent. "Yes, I will send you into the realm space first, you. Is it this kind?" A surge of angry murderous intent burst out from Tsunade again. Suonryu was surprised. "What's going on? Why is Tsunade doing this to me?" "Mr. Suonryu, can you tell me what you were thinking about just now?" Princess Tsunade had a face as beautiful as a peach, and her smile was captivating, but the murderous aura emanating from her was almost materializing. Suonryu secretly said, "Oh no, no way, I didn't say what I was thinking just now." He quickly put Tsunade down, stood up, and ran. "Suonryu, stop right there, I'm Shudayashin." Suonryu froze on the spot in an instant, not daring to move a step. "Go back with me." Tsunade doesn't want outsiders to see her current outfit. The reason she wears it like this today is because of Suonyu's coaxing. Since the last incident, Suonryu has become more and more courageous. Fortunately, it was night time and there was no one around, otherwise she would never let Suonryu take her out even if she was beaten to death. What followed was Tsunade's education on love. 10,000 words were omitted here again, but the result was not bad. Anyway, from then on, when Tsunade gave lectures, he never dared to lose his mind again. However, Tsunade would only take out today's outfit when giving him a lecture, and put on stockings and high heels. It's exclusive to Suonryu-kun. A week later, 1,000 reinforcements led by Heitake Sakumo secretly arrived at the Konoha camp. The central tent was crowded at this time. There was still a map of the rain country placed in the center, and the rest of the people sat on the left and right. Except for the 3 small ones, the other more than 30 ninjas present at this time are all elite jonin. This is the strength of Konoha. In an army of people, there can be more than elite jonin who can influence the situation of the war, which is the pride of the 4 countries. However, Tsunade did not attend the meeting. Shikahei did not want to expose her, and she was happy to be free, hiding in Suonyu's realm space to get a good night's sleep. Ever since arriving here, Her Royal Highness the Princess has no intention of going back to Orochimaru. Even though the third Hokage has given the order, she still refuses to leave, saying that war is not war no matter where it is. Anyway, Cho's poison has been almost cured by her, and all the information has been left to Orochimaru. He can handle the rest. Uncle Orochimaru is also a great scientist. Let's talk about the realm space. At this time, the available area of the space is 50, 50, 20. With the development of Suomyu, he can now allow the air and light of the main world to flow into the realm space, and closing and opening it only depends on Suomyu's thoughts, so now the realm space is a paradise that is completely suitable for human survival. 3, 3, 3, 1, 0, 10, 10. The time for absorption and release is also getting faster. The interval between inhalation and release of non-living things has been reduced from 5 seconds to 4 seconds, and the cooling time for entry and exit of living things has been reduced from 1 hour to 40 minutes. However, the price of all this is the loss of the Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power. In addition to developing its application, another reason why he replaced his eyes with Byakugan was that his Sharingan was recovering its eye power while lying in the positive chakra produced by the pseudo-Hashirama cells. Since it was only an analog of Hashirama's cells, the recovery power of the Yang attribute chakra it produced was naturally not comparable to that of the original owner. Therefore, his eyes had been lying in the nutrient bottle for more than 2 months, and only recovered before the war. The pseudo-Hashirama cells originated from Princess Tsunade. After obtaining her cells, Suomyu performed genetic screening, reprogramming and induced differentiation. Finally, it was discovered that a large section of gene sequence in Tsunade's genome that was adjacent to the gene position that expressed the Sharingan was completely unactivated. Suomyu tried to activate the sequence through various methods such as insertion mutation, deletion mutation and induced mutation, and finally obtained this pseudo-Hashirama cell. Currently, Suomyu is trying to fully activate this gene sequence through various means to see how far it can go. Return to reality. Suomyu, Qingshui, and you were still standing behind their respective family heads, listening carefully to the battle deployment. That night, it rained all the time and the Konoha ninjas were advancing in an orderly manner, but the reconnaissance team ahead suddenly returned. My lords, we have spotted a large number of rock ninja ahead. There are more than 6,000 of them, they should be coming out in full force. Everyone who heard the news was shocked. It's obvious that the rock ninja is planning to attack the camp. It is too late to retreat now, the other side must have discovered them. Lu Ping immediately issued an order, we will be divided into 3 groups. Shinashuk and our 3 families of Ino, Shika and Cho will lead the 2,000 people in the middle group to engage the enemy first. Chunchuan and Tiama will lead the 1,700 people on the left group as a reserve, ready to join the battlefield at any time, and then. Shikahira paused for a moment and said again, Shimizu, you 2 will lead more than 300 elite ninjas from the 3 families of Ino, Shika and Jo to assist in the attack from the side, and you will assist you. Qingshui was a little unsure, me, can I? I believe in you, and please believe in yourself. Yu was obviously still a little hesitant, but finally he was firm in his belief, I will ensure that the mission is completed. At last, Nara Shikahira looked at a certain white-haired ninja and said, Sakumo, you lead 10 elite jonin to ambush. If the other party dares to attack actively, they must have something to rely on. When the time comes, I will leave it to you. Heitake Sakumo said solemnly, it is my duty. Okay, disperse. Afterwards, Sakumo and the others disappeared, each going to carry out their own tasks, leaving only Shinashuk and the 3 heads of the Inoshikacho families. Now it's Suonryu's turn. Uncle Lu Ping, have you forgotten me? Suonryu added in his heart, and there is my Chi-En-jan, hee. You and Tsunade are of course responsible for stopping the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Needless to say, it is best to drive the Jinchuriki out of the main battlefield. The Four Tails Jinchuriki's melting jutsu has a very large destructive range. If we let him do whatever he wants, we will suffer huge losses. Suonryu was not happy. Why should he be given the dirtiest job? You can let me go if you want, but that's the Four Tails Jinchuriki. It's very dangerous. If something goes wrong, my life will be in danger, so. I know. If you can limit him, your bonus will be tripled. Akimichi Suomyu immediately stood at attention and said in a serious tone, okay, Master Lu Ping, I am willing to follow you and complete the mission even if it costs my life. Chu Dao Chu Feng put a hand on Xian Wu's shoulder and said worriedly, don't be stubborn, just hold him back. Your own life is the most important. Don't worry, Uncle Q Feng, I won last time. Just as Suonryu was about to take off to search for his target, Lu Ping stopped him and pulled him aside, isolating him from the others. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Mr. Suonryu, the number of rock ninjas has not increased, but they dared to come out in full force to fight us. In addition to feeling that a large number of our ninjas have been poisoned and their combat power has seriously declined, they must have felt that they have mastered the means to win. In my opinion, there are 3 possibilities. The first one is that they found extremely powerful external aid, possibly even a cage-level ninja, and this is the role of Sakumo and others. The second possibility is that if what I guessed is correct, the opponent's Four Tails Jinchuriki must have mastered a powerful ninjutsu that can decide the outcome with one strike, so you and Tsunade have a very heavy task, but I have no other choice but to rely on you two, master and disciple. The third, and worst, possibility is that both of the previous two possibilities become reality. After hearing this, Suonryu wanted to take back his previous bold words and run away. Shikage put his hand on Suonryu's shoulder and pleaded, "Suonryu-kun, if nothing can be done, you must bring Shinashuk back, okay?" Akimichi Genbu saw Shikade's worry. It seemed that he was not optimistic about this battle and had already made plans for the worst. Akimichi Genbu gave Nara Shikada a confident smile. "Uncle Shikada, please believe me, and please believe Tsunade, we will win." Suonryu turned around and took off into the air. As he got farther and farther away from the ground, his expression became more and more solemn. He took off his goggles. His left eye was a kaleidoscope and his right eye was a white eye, one red and one white, shining in the night sky. Just like that, the most brutal battle in the early stage of World War II suddenly broke out between the strongest ninja village in the ninja world and the ninja village with the largest number of ninjas. This will surely be a battle that goes down in history. The Konoha ninjas continued to move forward in the rain, but they were divided into 4 groups according to Shikaku's arrangement. Soon, more than 6,000 rock ninjas from the opposite side appeared in front of them. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the 2 groups of ninjas collided with each other, adding more sadness to the rain country that was always crying. Sarutobi Ninja, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, and hundreds of fire dragons flew towards the Uegakur with bared fangs and claws. 2 Tianchang Ninjas, Earth Escape, 10,000 miles Earth Flow City. The huge city wall rose up, but was smashed to pieces by the fire dragon. However, the 100 fire dragons were about to be extinguished, and they only burned a dozen ninjas to death before disappearing from the world. Mountain Ninja, Secret Technique, the technique of heart confusion, and hundreds of Uegakur began to kill each other. Nara Ninja, Secret Technique, Shadow Strangling Technique, and hundreds of shadows attacked the Rock Ninja. Those who were hit by the technique were either unable to move or had their heads twisted off. Akimichi Ninja, Secret Technique, the technique of multiplication, more than 200 huge fists pushed forward, killing or injuring the opposing Uegakur. Other Konoha families and civilian ninjas were also using their own methods to deal with the enemy. The ninjas of the Uegakur village would certainly not surrender, and they all used various Earth-style escape techniques to fight back. In particular, their bloodline limit families and mystic arts families were killing Konoha ninjas on a large scale, but their efficiency was far lower than that of Konoha. On the battlefield, shouts and screams were heard one after another. Every moment, a life was lost in an instant, and every minute, a ninja fell in a pool of blood. The ninjas on both sides risked their lives and fought with all their might. The Suonryu in the air had already found the 4 tails Jinchuriki before the 2 sides came into contact, so he flew towards the opponent quickly as soon as the fight started. Zi also noticed the hateful man in the air, but he did not rush out to fight him immediately. Instead, he began to leave the rock ninja troops and ran in other directions. A big fireball hit Zi again. After he dodged, he did not continue running. Instead, he stopped and looked at the Suonryu in the air. "Big monkey, why don't you run away? Have you chosen a grave for yourself? You are using the super light and heavy salt technique that only the direct descendants of the Tiantiancheng clan can learn. How did you get it? Guess what you think. If you guess right, you'll get a banana." What Suonryu used was indeed the super light and heavy salt technique, which came from the memory in Liamu's soul. As for what Lu Mu went through that made him tell such an important secret, learn about torture plus forced confession plus mountain secrets plus Suonryu abilities. Little guy, I'm not the big monkey, you are. Who is the big monkey talking about? Big monkey is talking to you. Zi finally reacted after he finished speaking, and he was so angry that he was fuming. "You are so good at talking, I wonder if you are a weakling." I don't know who it was, but I cut off 2 of his fingers and he was also blown up to his knees and singing "Conquer. You bastard, I'll kill you." Zi directly started to transform into the tailed beast, the tailed beast chakra attached to his whole body, and the 4 tails and 2 horns appeared again. I'm anxious, the big monkey is anxious. If you have the guts, jump up and bite me, little. Suonryu returned all the actions that Zi had used to mock him just now, raising his middle finger and slapping his butt, exactly, and even added a face. What? Huiguo Mountain. The magma on the ground suddenly surged. Lava release, the technique of burning river rock flow. Dozens of magma clumps flew out of Huiguo Mountain and shot towards Suonryu. Zanlu appeared in his hand, and the armed color domineering instantly wrapped around it, and Chidori attached to it. Thunder Blade, the black sword that controls thunder and lightning, appears again. Thunder Slash. Suonryu swung his sword continuously, and dozens of thunder slashes were shot out, splitting the magma mass into 2 and heading straight for Zi. Molten Release, Lava Gun. Dozens of lava streams shot out, which consumed Suonryu's slashing attack. Well, prepare to die, big monkey. Suonryu, who usually doesn't like to talk nonsense during a fight, said so much this time and made childish provocations. It was not because he was angry at Zi's ridicule just now, absolutely not. He just wanted to prove to this big monkey that he was the best when it came to hermaphrodites. Yes, that's it. The battle between the 2 became intense from the beginning. Suonryu made a cross seal with his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. 6 shadow clones flew in the air, bombarding Shizukuri with ninjutsu. His real body summoned Gamabunta, used the combination ninjutsu, water tornado to extinguish the flower fruit mountain, and then rushed down for close combat. At this time, Suomiyu's hands, feet and Zanla were all wrapped in armed color domineering, and they were not afraid of the magma covered by Zi on the tailed beast's coat. But what Suomiyu didn't expect was that Zi actually dared to use his claws to confront the Thunderblade head-on. He has no good memory, so Suomiyu is of course happy. It is only a matter of time before his monkey paws are chopped off. However, after 2 rounds of collision between the knife and the claws, Suomiyu discovered something wrong. Zi's claws were wearing a pair of gloves with a particularly hard texture. Is this the reason why you are so confident in fighting me? I really have to thank you for the upgrade materials for Tsunade's tactical gloves. Little devil, stop bragging. This day next year will be your death anniversary. The battle between the two escalated again, and for a moment, magma was flying and lightning was flashing. A certain blushing princess, who is yours now, not now at least. After fighting for a long time, Suomiyu suddenly burst out with all his strength. Unparalleled strange power, with a horizontal slash of the sword, Zi's right glove, after enduring dozens of slashes, could no longer withstand Suomiyu's full force attack and shattered. Zi was also chopped away by this powerful and heavy blow. Shave, Suomiyu rushed after him. Zi, who was flying in the air, spit out a large amount of magma from his mouth, trying to wrap up the rushing Suomiyu. If it hit him, it would be at least a third-degree burn. Suomiyu disappeared out of thin air, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Zi. It was the power of Realm. The huge amount of chakra transformed into Chidori's lightning all gathered on the black tip of Zanla's blade. The terrifying power seemed to tear the space around the tip of the blade apart. Suomiyu exerted his strange power and stabbed Zi's heart fiercely. This is exactly the gift Suomiyu has been preparing for Zi for more than 2 months. Thunder escape, heaven and earth penetrate. The entire attack happened in just a moment, and Zi had no time to turn around. Die, big monkey. Boiling escape, unparalleled super strength. A 2.28 meter tall strongman wearing a red hat and red armor suddenly emerged from the ground. His fist, as big as a casserole, hit Suomiyu's head. The power of this punch was no less than Tsunade's super strength. Suomiyu was knocked out 100 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. The 2-meter tall giant was none other than the Five Tails Jinchuriki of the Uegakure village. He had secretly arrived at the Uegakure camp only yesterday, and had been lurking here since the war began. In order to deceive the insight of the Suomiyu Sharinan, he remained motionless and his chakra reaction almost stopped. It was not until Suomiyu entered his attack range that Han rushed out and punched him hard on the head while all his attention was on Zi. At the same time, on the front battlefield, Konoha and Uegakure fought extremely fiercely. Both sides even sent out their reserve teams. However, although Uegakure had the advantage in numbers, Konoha ninjas were of higher quality and had better coordination. Under the small tactical planning of the Nara clan distributed throughout the battlefield, Konoha gradually gained the upper hand. However, the advantage was still limited and not enough to cause the Uegakure to be defeated. Overall, the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. But Liu Ping, who was entangled with Duanmu, always felt uneasy in his heart. Everything was going too smoothly, and all the battle situations were evolving in the direction he expected. It is impossible for the Uegakure to rush into a decisive battle with Konoha without any backup plan. Suddenly, hundreds of ninjas appeared from the side and rear of the battlefield, led by a tall green-eyed monster. Fire escape, hard work, wind escape, suppress harm, combined ninjutsu, flame wind wave. The extremely large sea of fire rushed straight towards the Konoha ninjas, and more than a dozen shinins and genins who failed to react in time were engulfed. Duanmu temporarily got rid of the entanglement of the pig, deer, and butterfly and flew above the green-eyed monster. You are late. The green-eyed monster said nonchalantly, the commission you gave me is only enough for me to appear now. The 3 people, Ino, Shika, and Cho who were chasing after them, also saw these ninjas. The other 100 or so ninjas were fine, but the green-eyed monster at the head of the group startled at Kimichi Tukao. How come he's still alive? Liu Ping rarely saw Chu Feng's expression. What's wrong? If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the rebel ninja from Takigakure who attempted to assassinate the first Hokage several decades ago, but was defeated and escaped. As Nara Shikaku expected, the Uegakure village really did invite powerful reinforcements. He secretly thanked himself. Fortunately it was not the second case, otherwise the situation would be out of control. But now it seems that everything is still within his control. If you take the money, you have to do your job well. Let's get started. Tisk, I will fulfill my agreement, but you also have to keep your promise and pay the money you owe after the war. Don't worry, the Uegakure village has never broken its promise. Kakuzu said nothing more. Go ahead, boys. He then left the court first. But just as he was about to kill everyone, a long sword attached to a hurricane broke out of the ground and hit him in the face. Kakuzu narrowly dodged the attack, and 5 elite jonin surrounded him, while another 5 elite jonin stopped the remaining 100 or so ninjas. Now it was Duanmu's turn to be surprised. The increase in the number of Konoha ninjas was enough to surprise him, but both sides were ready to shoot, and with the Uegakure's several backup plans, Dunya didn't think he would lose, so he was always fearless. But he really didn't expect that the recently famous Konoha White Fang would appear here with 10 elite jonin. Just as Dunya was about to perform ninjutsu to help Kakuzu resolve the situation as quickly as possible, the shadow and the stick stopped him. Lu Ping shouted, "Your opponent is us." The war between the two sides resumed. Han was very surprised now. The full-strength attack just now did not even smash Suonyu's head. That was boiling escape, a supernatural power. He stopped Zi, who wanted to pursue the victory. Under Zi's shocked gaze, the fallen Suonyu slowly stood up with his hands on the ground. Han's punch had already broken his goggles, and two scarlet Mangekyo Sharinan appeared in front of the two of them. Why is his Sharinan in such a strange shape? Not sure, could it be a mutation? Just now, Suonyu's attention was indeed all on Yukari, who was the four-tailed Jinchuriki who had transformed into a tailed beast. If he was not careful, he would suffer a devastating blow. Just when he was about to turn purple, his sixth sense frantically warned him that there was a great danger underground. Suonyu thought to himself that something was not good, but due to inertia, he could no longer stop in the air. A huge fist broke out of the ground at a high speed and attacked him. The Mangekyo Sharinan quickly predicted the attack position of the fist. At the critical moment, Suonyu immediately used the iron block. At the same time, the armament color on his limbs disappeared and all gathered on his head. Suonyu instantly turned into a black boiled egg. Then Han's big fist hit Suonyu's head violently, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Tsunade in the realm was almost going crazy. She frantically called out Suonyu's name over and over again, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes like a flood, flowing down her cheeks and soaking her clothes. Just when Tsunade was about to collapse, Suonyu stood up and reassured Tsunade that he was fine. "Boy, you are pretty good. You are the first person who can withstand my full-strength attack without dying." Suonyu's current condition is not very good. His head is dizzy and in great pain. The specific feelings are roughly the same as before, but the full-strength fixed-point defensive armament haki is better than the tailed beast coat, so the injury is much lighter. "Tsunade, calm down. Anger won't make you stronger. You need to come out now." Tsunade in the realm space was already on the verge of exploding. "Leave it to me, no problem at all. If you dare to hit my man, I will never let you go." What an unreasonable brat. Zi, who had transformed into 4 tails, and Han, who had transformed into 5 tails, acted at the same time, attacking Suonyu from both sides. Thunderblade, Suonyu's Zanla blocked Zi's claws. The attack from Han behind him was about to hit him. "Boy, let's see how many times you can withstand it." Seeing that the giant fist was about to hit Suonyu's back of the head again, he did not dodge. Strange strength. A fist wearing a yellow glove appeared out of nowhere and smashed towards Han's head. The armor hat on Han's head shattered and he was directly smashed more than 200 meters away. Tsunade's sudden appearance completely disrupted the cooperation between the two. Zi also retreated quickly. Where did this old tiger woman come from? She looks as beautiful as a fairy, but why is she so violent in her attacks? Tsunade did not continue to chase, but ran to Suonyu, stood on tiptoe and stroked Suonyu's head, her beautiful eyes revealing endless concern. "Are you really okay, Suonyu-kun? Why don't you take a rest first, and leave the two of them to me?" Looking at Tsunade with tears in her eyes, Suonyu suddenly felt that the injury was really worth it. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of the princess' eyes, gave her a hearty smile, and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's no problem to kill them both." Tsunade wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Suonyu. Now was not the time to talk about love, trust me, Chien-chan. Tsunade turned her head and said no more. This Suonyu-kun was becoming more and more bold. He called her that when he begged her to wear the uniform before, leaving her completely defenseless. The two of them are emitting a rotten smell, and on the other side they are also showing brotherhood. Zi had already retreated to Han's side at this time. "Han, is it okay? This woman's strange strength feels stronger than yours." "It's okay. The armor hat helped me withstand half of the damage. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous." "Should we evacuate then?" Zik didn't want to face Suonyu alone. The scene of being thrown violently before had appeared in his nightmares countless times. Also, the strange ability to cover his whole body with detonating talismans made him very afraid. Han saw that Zi was retreating, and he said, "Zi, you are the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Are you scared by a mere brat? We have 6,000 rock ninjas behind us. You must know what the consequences will be if we let these two go." Zi said stubbornly, "How is that possible? How could I be afraid of him?" He wanted to continue to quibble, but the other party didn't give him time. Break time is up, second half begins. The thunder blade reappeared and slashed towards Han fiercely. Han is too tall, and Tsunade's petite figure isn't well suited to fighting him, so it's up to Suonyu to do it. Then the two of them started a fierce battle. Zi was overjoyed when he saw this, as long as it's not Suonyu. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Suonyu, a fist came towards him. "Your opponent is me, the Four Tails Jinchuriki." Zi Shen knew that she was no match for Tsunade in Taijutsu, so she used her signature ninjutsu again. Huiduo Mountain. Tsunade couldn't get close for the moment, so she could only try to put out the fire. So the battle between the two turned into a ninjutsu showdown from the very beginning. Tsunade cannot summon a giant toad, but her water jutsu inherited from the second Hokage is equally powerful. With the assistance of Xiaoqing and Xiao Huang, the name she gave to her tactical gloves, she is not afraid of the purple magma at all. Although she could curb the spread of Flower Fruit Mountain, she could not completely extinguish it at once. The battle between the two came to a stalemate and neither could do anything to the other. The battle on Suan Yu's side was not going well either. The combat power of the five-tailed Jinchuriki is higher than that of the four-tailed Jinchuriki. Possessing the boiling release, he is already incredibly powerful, and his strength is further enhanced after he transformed into a tailed beast. Coupled with the armor covering his entire body, he is able to fight against the Suanyu Taijutsu without any disadvantage. After a long head-on fight, Han became more and more courageous. This direct collision of power was his favorite type of battle. Suanyu immediately changed his combat style, hoping to take advantage of his speed to break the deadlock. Shaving starts, he moved around Han. Han was 228.3 meters tall. His huge body gave him unparalleled strength, but his flexibility was greatly affected. Therefore, he could not catch the high-speed moving Suanyu at all. Weakling, are you just incapable of dodging? Suanyu made a cross-seal, shadow clone technique. 3 shadow clones appeared. Then the 4 Suanyu began to attack Han from all directions. Fire style, fire dragon, flame bullet, wind style, wind cutting technique, thunder escape, ground walk, all kinds of ninjutsu hit Han's huge body as if they were free. Although the damage was some minor, it could accumulate over time. The Suanyu's real body took advantage of the gaps in the ninjutsu to strike hard. The flash of lightning, Suanyu exerted his maximum speed, and his body turned into an afterimage and appeared in various directions of Han. The thunder blade slashed at various parts of Han's body at high speed, and the legs protected by armor were the special targets. Han felt a sharp pain in his calf, and the tailed beast coat could not completely defend against the dozens of slashes from the Suanyu at the same position. In desperation, he used a powerful ninjutsu that consumed a lot of chakra. Boiling escape, steam explosion, the chakra in Han's body reached boiling point at the same time and exploded in all directions, forming a powerful shock wave. Seeing that the situation was not good, Suanyu quickly withdrew to avoid the attack, but the 3 shadow clones were turned into smoke because they did not react in time. The shock wave has a very large range. With Han as the center, the entire area within 100 meters in diameter is affected, and the power decreases from the inside to the outside. The devastated earth suffered another heavy blow, the ground was shattered, and a huge round pit 5 meters deep appeared. Damn it, this brat is too fast, the shock wave can't hit him at all. Suanyu stood at the edge of the giant pit, looking at Han's masterpiece, and couldn't help asking, well, have you ever seen Dragon Ball, or do you know Kamehameha? Han was a little confused. What was going on? Looking at the other person's expression, Suanyu felt relieved. It seemed that it was not what he thought. The 5 tails Jinchuriki is much stronger than the 4 tails Jinchuriki, especially in terms of physical skills. It's not easy to deal with this big fool. The weak ninjutsu can hardly break his defense, but the powerful ninjutsu takes too long to cast, so it's impossible to hit the man who has transformed into a tailed beast. This is the only way. Thunder Blade, the Zanlu in Suanyu's hand, was once again inscribed with the color of armament, and Chidori's lightning attached itself to the black sword obediently, forming a blue-black light blade. Han gathered more of the tailed beast's chakra into his 2 claws to increase his defense. The next second, Suanyu appeared in front of Han and chopped him down vertically with Zanlu. Han clenched his right arm into a fist, and the sharp blade was blocked and stuck in the glove protected by the tailed beast's coat. Han sneered, your sword is only this good. The two of them broke out into a fierce battle again, with swords and fists clashing, bodies intertwining, chakra overflowing, their moves becoming more and more fierce, and each move contained endless power. Suddenly Suanyu retreated several meters, the art of multiplication, Zanlu grew 10 times larger and swept towards Han. Han raised his arm to block it again, and stopped after moving sideways several steps. The arm guard wrapped in chakra was finally shattered by this blow. At the same time, Heaven's Lock, 2 chains with steel spikes appeared out of nowhere around Han and shot towards him. Nani! Han swung his giant sword and used all his strength to block the incoming chains, but he was too big and the chains were too fast, so he couldn't avoid them completely. Han had no choice but to explode again. Suanyu dodged, and the chain was not shattered, but shrank back into space. Although the steam explosion has extremely strong attack power, it still consumes a lot of energy. The 5 tails has not been completely subdued yet, and his chakra is not infinite. As soon as Han's explosion ended, chains shot out from the surrounding space again, and he was unable to dodge and was eventually bound. Boiling escape, unparalleled supernatural power, how is it possible that it wasn't torn apart? Suanyu sneered. All the chains are connected to the entire space. It's a testament to your ability that you can pull them. Moreover, the chains are attached with the Uzumaki clan's reinforcement spells. How can they be torn apart so easily? Doesn't Uzumaki Mito have any face? The Suanyu, which was more than 30 meters away from him, used multiple shadow clones, and dozens of Suanyu surrounded Han. Come and greet him together. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, 10, Wind style, Wind Dragon Bullet, 10, Earth Escape, Earth Dragon Bomb, 10, Thunder Escape, Thunder Dragon Bullet, 10. The four attributes interweave to form a more powerful ninjutsu. Combined ninjutsu, 4-touch continuous bullet technique. At the same time, Suonryu's kaleidoscope spun rapidly, and his hands formed seals. A large number of detonating talismans emerged from space and stuck to the five tails Jinchuriki. Forbidden technique, mutual detonation talisman, blast you to death. Faced with the surging wave of attacks, Han, who was still bound by the chains, had no way to dodge, so he had to use boiling escape, steam explosion again. The combined ninjutsu and detonating tags collided with the shock wave, instantly causing an earth-shattering explosion. Dazzling fire and lightning shot up into the sky, violent air currents raged everywhere, and the surrounding space became distorted due to the collision of this powerful force. Zi's attention was diverted by the explosion, and Tsunade took the opportunity to get close and punched out. "Big monkey, your opponent is me." Caught off guard, Zi only had time to raise his arms to block, and then was knocked away. "Damn, this woman is really strong." Zi's arms were almost numb from Tsunade's full-strength attack. He took the opportunity to escape and quickly came to the explosion site, with Tsunade following closely behind. Suonryu's main body and shadow clone have been maintaining chakra output, so the mutual detonating talisman and 4-escape combo are still continuing. Han, who was at the center of the explosion, wanted to escape by earth escape, but the broken chain was made of something unknown and it had not broken yet. He had no choice but to explode his energy again and again to offset the attack. A lava wall 20 meters high, dozens of meters wide and 2 meters thick rose up and blocked Suonryu's way. "Han, retreat." The two Kuriki retreated quickly towards the main battlefield. Tsunade's moonsteps were not very proficient yet, so Suonryu held her in his arms like a princess. The art of salt balance, the two of them flew into the air over the wall and chased after Zi and Han. "Tsunade, use ninjutsu, look at me." Tsunade rode on Suonryu's neck and formed seals with both hands. Water escape, water breaking waves, a high-pressure water line swept out from Tsunade's mouth. Her Royal Highness's mount was also busy. The art of multiplication, the thunder blade quickly grew longer and slashed towards the two people in front. The two men in the sky attacked wantonly, and the two beasts on the ground dodged in panic. "Damn it, this haunting couple." Zi Vuninj was furious. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, but the rock ninja troops were still 10 kilometers away. For the first time, he regretted leading Suonryu so far away. "We can't go on like this, Han. Go get some help while I stop them." Han was in a very bad condition at the moment, so he didn't say anything more. He just said hold on and turned away. Huiguo Mountain reappears. Suonryu and Tsunade were blocked by the rising lava. "Big monkey, you want a 1v2? I'm not a big monkey." The magma erupted towards the two again. Wind escape, a huge breakthrough. Water escape, water burst wave. The master and the apprentice were very skilled in ninjutsu. Combined ninjutsu, wind blast, and water rush. An excessive amount of water fell from the sky, as if a sea had fallen down, extinguishing the purple magma in one blow. Zi can only jump out of the range of Huiguo Mountain to avoid the attack. Water escape, water breaking waves. The high-pressure water line attacked Zi again. As soon as Zi dodged, he was swept away by a huge horizontal sword. Once upon a time, when dealing with Kinkaku, who had transformed into the five-tailed fox, Suonryu and Tsunade tried their best but were unable to defeat him, and in the end they had to rely on poison to defeat him. But today, 2 years later, the cooperation between the two has made the four tails Jinchuriki defenseless. Zi used his four tails to insert into the ground to stabilize his body. His face was extremely solemn. "What a pair of bastards. Their cooperation is incredible." Tsunade said, "Big monkey, it's not too late to surrender now." "Bah, I will never surrender even if I die." "Then go to die." Suonryu disappeared again and suddenly appeared behind Zi. Thunder escape, piercing through heaven and earth, reappears. "Little devil, do you think I would not be prepared for your sneak attack?" The secret of molten escape, burning river and spewing fire. Behind Zi, the magma on the ground erupted like a volcano and continued, instantly engulfing the basalt. A huge magma column connected the sky and the earth. "Lord Suonryu." Tsunade rushed into the lava column in a hurry to rescue him, but she revealed her flaw in a hurry and was swept away by four tails. "Ha ha ha, little devil, the final victory belongs to me." Zi let out a long roar towards the sky, feeling relieved. "Beauty, if you surrender now, maybe I will consider sparing your life after I'm done with you." Tsunade's heart was filled with endless grief and anger at this moment, as if the whole world was collapsing at this moment. Her eyes widened, she bit her lips, and her body trembled slightly with anger. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly, her steps staggering but her eyes determined as she rushed towards Zi. She had only one thought in her mind: Zi must die today. At this moment, a golden bone hand stretched out from the lava column and grabbed the four-tailed Jinchuriki, who was staring at Tsunade's chest unscrupulously. How can it be? Now it was Zi's turn to be shocked. Why wasn't he melted into ashes? The volcanic eruption just now did hit Suamiya directly, but his sixth sense and Mangekyo Sharingan were not for show. 1 second before the magma erupted, the first form of Susanoo was formed from bottom to top to protect his whole body, and Haki was attached to it, taking all the damage for him. Zi wanted to break free from the bony hand that was holding him, but even though he tried his best, he could not move even an inch. The four-tailed beasts shot their tails towards the lava column, but it was as if they had hit a solid wall, unable to advance even a bit. At this time, Suamiya slowly walked out of the lava column. His pair of Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated, his whole body was wrapped in golden chakra, golden ribs appeared around his body, and a bony arm stretched out from the right side and grabbed Zi like a chicken. When Tsunade saw that Suamiya was safe and sound, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Just now, she really thought that she would never see Suamiya again. Suamiya grabbed Zi and walked towards Tsunade and lifted her up with one hand. Chien-chan, I'm sorry for making you worry. Tsunade cried even louder, I thought you. Don't worry, I will never die. After calming Tsunade down, Suamiya looked at Zi who was still struggling. You're worthy of praise for letting me use Susanoo. You can brag about going to the Pure Land after death. Hahaha, if you have the guts then you can really kill me. I am the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Even if I die, the third Tsuchikage will avenge me. This noisy giant monkey is still being stubborn and threatening him with the third Tsuchikage. Suamiya placed one hand on Zi's abdomen, and his Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly. The next second, he appeared in the sealed space of the Four Tails. As soon as I came in, I heard the crazy mouth-to-mouth output of the four-tailed beast that was chained in the pool, and all kinds of dirty words came out of his mouth. Akimichi Genbu walked over, completely ignoring the Four Tails. The thunder blade slashed down, with one strike, he cut off half of the four-tailed creature's tail. The Four Tails felt pain and screamed even louder. Suamiya still ignored it and disappeared in this world. The Suamiya outside pulled out half of the tail from Zi's abdomen. He produced a scroll out of thin air and sealed it, and the scroll disappeared again. The Four Tails chakra was obtained successfully. What should I do with you next? Suamiya's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Thunder escape, penetrating heaven and earth, appeared for the third time. I'm really embarrassed to have missed twice in a row. I hope no one will stop me for the third time. Unparalleled strange power. Suamiya stabbed Zi's heart with a knife. Zi, who had been noisy, opened his eyes wide and looked at the man who put away the knife in disbelief. He really didn't expect that Suamiya would dare to kill him. Susanoo disappeared, and Shizukuri, who had exited the tailed beast mode, fell to the ground powerlessly. Suamiya hugged Tsunade and turned around. Let's go to the front battlefield and eliminate the enemy as soon as possible, so that Konoha will suffer less losses. Well, it's all up to you. Tsunade let Suamiya hold her, her hands around his neck and her head resting on his chest. The one who appeared in front of Suamiya was the four-tailed one, Sun Wukong. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Suamiya's heart sank to the bottom. Damn it, he should have chopped off Zi's head just now. Why is he pretending to be so cool? He tried to control the Four Tails with his Mangekyo Sharingan, but failed due to the existence of another consciousness within it. Instead, this action attracted the Four Tails' attention. The four-tailed beast looked at the two little guys in front of it with its huge yellow eyes. It was you who wanted to control me just now, kid. Suamiya said nothing, bit his index fingers and began to make seals. Tsunade had long since regained her strong female demeanor after the Four Tails appeared. She no longer looked weak. Suamiya-kun, it's not easy to deal with you. Otherwise, I will. Suamiya interrupted Tsunade, no, you haven't fully adapted yet. If you use it rashly, it will probably ruin all your efforts. Things are not out of control at all. We don't need to fight it to the death. We just need to hold it back temporarily to give the Konoha ninjas time to evacuate. The ones who should be worried now are the Uegakur, not us. Tsunade thought it made sense and gave up the idea. Seeing that Suamiya ignored him, Saiwei became even more angry. Answer me, little brat, and it was you who cut off half of my tail. Suamiya has completed the seal at this time. You arrogant little brat, you actually ignored me, go to hell. A huge fist smashed towards Suamiya. The art of spiritualism, two giant toads over 40 meters long dropped from the sky and pressed down on the four-tailed fox, temporarily stopping its riot. It was none other than Gamabunta and Gamayoshi. After seeing the situation clearly, Wentai said helplessly, Xiao Wu, you really only come to me when you are in big trouble. Toad Yoshizawa said, brother, I will do whatever it takes to help you. Suamiya and Tsunade also took the opportunity to jump onto Bunta and Yi respectively. It was obviously not suitable for slugs to deal with the tailed beasts, so the princess could only cooperate with Game-Ae. Boss, brother Yi, we don't need to fight the four-tailed fox to death, we just need to hold him back for a while. Sorry for bothering you too, but we'll need 5 boxes of Wulianjai afterwards. Hearing the reward, Wentai immediately went all out. Oh, Xiao's business is my business as the eldest brother, Yi, let's do it together. Toad Yi was also a little excited. No problem, big brother, is the one on my head yours? Toad Yi said this and stretched out his little finger. Wentai replied, of course, so I will risk my life to protect her. Toad Yi slapped his chest loudly, it is my duty. Now it was Tsunade's turn to be confused. Suonryu-kun, what are they talking about? Why are they suddenly willing to risk their lives to protect me? Akimichi Genbyu's face turned slightly red and he coughed strategically. Ahem, don't worry about it, the battle is more important. Faced with a powerful enemy, Her Royal Highness the Princess did not think much about it. You two disgusting toads, stop relying on me. Just as when Tai's sword and Yi's mace were about to smash down, they were blown away by the four tails under them, and then the two toads fell to the ground. Boss, Yoshi GE, use oil, Tsunade, use fire. Combined ninjutsu, toad oil flame bomb, 2 seas of fire rushed straight towards the four tails. Don't underestimate me, just a flame. The four-tailed beast slammed the ground with both hands, causing a sea of magma to gush out and collide with the oil and fire. The boiling and blazing magma was like a ferocious beast that had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the vast sea of fire in one gulp, and then rushed towards Suonryu and the others in an overwhelming manner. The two toads quickly jumped away to avoid the lava sea. When Tai said solemnly, we need to get it done as soon as possible, otherwise the surrounding terrain will all change. It's okay, just keep building, this is the land of rain, let's go together. A shocking battle began. The words are divided into two parts. The already fierce frontal battlefield became even more tense and chaotic due to the participation of the powerful enemy Kakuzu. Three black monsters with masks emerged from Kakuzu's body. They were the three earth wraths of wind, fire, and thunder. They opened their mouths at the same time. Wind escape, suppress harm, fire escape, hard work, thunder escape, pseudo darkness. Three ninjutsu were formed in their mouths, and then merged into one. Combination ninjutsu, final shot, a beam of terrifying chakra cannon shot towards Heitake Sakumo and others with tremendous force. Escape, earth flow wall, 5 elite jonin performed ninjutsu at the same time, and 5 earth walls 10 meters high and 3 meters thick rose from the ground and lined up in a row to block the attack. However, Kakuzu's final shot actually penetrated 5 earth walls. 5 elite ninjas dodged it, but more than a dozen Konoha ninjas who wanted to come over to help behind them died, and the 7 unlucky guys from Iwagakure also suffered the same fate. Heitake Sakumo shouted loudly, the rest of the ninjas, stay away from this place and don't make fearless sacrifices. Afterwards, all the ninjas around them, whether from Konoha or Iwagakure, tactfully evacuated, leaving a large open space for the 7 people. Do you think you can stop me with just a few of you? Then Kakuzu used the 5 attributes of chakra and turned out his ninjutsu had a huge range and strong destructive power, which made several people cry out in pain and unable to get close to him. Not only that, he was always able to break through the encirclement and inflict certain damage to the Konoha ninjas. Several ninjas could only restrict him but could not stop him completely. Heitake Sakumo was also helpless. There was no way he could deal with this ninja who was good at large-scale ninjutsu. What made Sakumo speechless was that every time he took great pains to kill a ground grudge, Kakuzu would always generate a new one. The fighting in other directions of the battlefield was equally fierce. The battle between Shinashuk and the second prince of Akito was a close one. The battle between Inoshikacho and Duanmyo was also extremely fierce, and Lu Ping was helpless against the cunning ninja in the sky for a while. This thrilling battle has entered a white-hot stage. Whoever can hold on until the last moment will win the final victory. At this moment, the embarrassed Han came to the main battlefield, and Duanmyo, who was flying in the air, saw him at a glance. Why is there only the 5 tails Jinchuriki covered in wounds? Where is the 4 tails Jinchuriki? A bad premonition arose spontaneously. After Duanmyo got rid of the pig deer butterfly, he flew to Han's side. How's the situation? Where's Zi? Han was about to answer him when a roar that reached the sky was heard from more than 10 kilometers away. Duanmyo hurriedly flew to a high altitude to check the situation. When he saw the huge body of the 4-tailed fox, his face turned cold instantly. It's really damn it. They lost control at this very moment. Jinchuriki are only fit to be chained up and used as weapons. They shouldn't be allowed to go on missions alone. They will cause trouble at the critical moment. Looking at the tense battle on the battlefield, Duanmyo's face was uncertain, and he finally gave the order, everyone retreat. At the same time, other ninjas on the battlefield also heard the roar and felt the shaking earth. Everyone knew that some giant creatures were fighting. Who could it be? After receiving the order, the IWA ninja began to leave the battlefield. On the Konoha side, Zi used perception ninjutsu to look into the distance at the first opportunity. The huge chakra of the 4 tails could be detected by any ninja with a little perception ability, let alone Zi Yamanaka. Shikadera, Takefu, the situation is a bit serious. There is a huge chakra reaction more than 10 kilometers to the northeast. It should be the tailed beast of Iwagakure. Iwagakure could have mastered the method of taming the tailed beast. Chu Fang asked worriedly, the direction is where Suonryu and the 4 tails Jinchuriki fought, right? Is Suonryu okay? After receiving the order, Hong Tu knocked back the big stick that was sweeping over with one punch. Boy, I will remember you. I will kill you next time we meet. Shinashuk replied, big fool, it's not certain who will kill whom by then. Konoha and Iwagakure quickly collected the bodies of their own people and returned to their main camp. Hong Tu led the rock ninja to retreat. The same is true for Shinashuk. After a large number of ninjas were killed and injured in the third battle between the two sides, the tailed beast suddenly lost control and ended without a winner. On the Uega Corps side, Duanmu led all the remaining Uega Corps ninjas and began to march towards the Four Tails. The Four Tails was the property of the Uega Corps and must not be lost in the rain country. Even at any cost, they had to seal it again and bring it back to the Uega Corps. But it's different in Konoha. Nara Shikahei said, Shinashuk, you follow the plan, the three of us will go check out the situation and find a way to bring Genbukun and Tsunade back. Shinashuk said, Uncle Lu Ping, how about I go, and you take the people back first? You are not good at dealing with things like the tailed beasts. Don't worry, there won't be any big problems. The real headache is for the Uega Corps. If you want to reseal the Four Tails, it will definitely cost a huge price. Shinashuk said no more that he was not good at sealing and he really couldn't do anything with the tailed beast. Afterwards, the three chiefs, Pig, Deer, and Butterfly, separated from the main force and rushed to the location of the four-tailed fox. Where Suanryu and Saiwei fought, the terrain within a 3-kilometer radius had completely changed. Gamabunta and Gay Magi were both a little out of breath. The Four Tails was too powerful. Chakra was like it was free, and magma came and went at will. They couldn't get close to it at all. They could only rely on ninjutsu to fight it. Xiao Wu, if we continue to fight, it might not be good. Suanryu was also breathing heavily at this time. Han's heavy punch caused him to have a head injury. It was okay before, but now when fighting with the Four Tails, he needs to mobilize a large amount of chakra every time, and his domineering aura also needs to be fully covered. The armament color on his hands and feet has never disappeared, causing his head to hurt more and more. It is better to get out of the battle as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking about how to retreat, a large number of rock ninjas appeared hundreds of meters behind the Four Tails. They were ready to enter the battlefield to seal the Four Tails at any time, but they did not take any action at this time. It was obvious that the old man Duanmu wanted to use the Four Tails to kill Suanryu and Tsunade, plus the two big toads. At the same time, Yamanaka Zi's voice came from his mind, Suanryu, get out of the battle as soon as possible. Chu Feng, Suanryu, you and Tsunade retreat first, and the three of us will cover your rear. Uncle Lu Ping, Uncle Chu Feng, I have a way to leave, please retreat quickly. Chu Feng, that's the four-tailed fox, don't be so stubborn, Suanryu. I won't show off. You three are not good at speed. If you stay here, it will affect me. Well, I risked my life to help, but was despised instead, this little bastard. Qfeng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Ping. Qfeng, let's retreat first. But Suanryu is very strong, stronger than you and me, leave it to him. Chu Feng had no choice but to return along the same route. It was a complete waste of time. After the three left, Suanryu flew to Gamayoshi and picked up Princess Tsunade, and released the summons of the two toads. Tsunade, we have to prepare to retreat, and let the Four Tails be dealt with by the Uega Corps village. Okay, if I don't retreat I'm going to run out of chakra. But before I retreat, I want to give them a big gift. What do you want to do? Saiwei has been held back by us for so long, maybe he is getting impatient, so he should use it too. For what? Their tailed beast's ultimate moves. As he was speaking, Sun Wukong opened his mouth wide and said, damn little devil, go to hell. Red and blue chakra condensed on the Four Tails' mouth, and a purple-black sphere gradually formed. Tsunade hurriedly said, Suanryu-kun, let's go quickly. The power of the tailed beast ball released by the tailed beast is too strong. It is simply not something that human power can contend with. Seeing that the Four Tails was starting to use its ultimate move, Suanryu showed an ambiguous smile on his face. Don't worry, Tsunade, I have a way, you get off me first. Tsunade held Genbu tightly. I want to be with you. What are you going to do, Genbu-kun? Okay, if you don't want to go down, then don't go down. Just hold me tight. After Suanryu finished speaking, he flew towards the Four Tails at a high speed. Tailed beast ball, go to hell. Along with the Four Tails roar, the purple-black chakra ball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters on its mouth collided head-on with Suanryu and Tsunade. Tsunade could even feel the scorching heat from the tailed beast ball behind her. It's over, I've lost so much, I haven't even captured Suanryu yet, and I've already become a desperate couple with him. This is what the beautiful girl was thinking at the moment. At the last moment, the princess hugged Suanryu tightly and stood in front of him with her back to the tailed beast ball, wanting to take more damage for him. Thinking that she was going to die anyway, and in line with the principle of leaving no regrets, the Fire Nation princess closed her eyes and shouted, Suanryu-kun, I love you. Ah. The imagined explosion did not come. Tsunade opened her beautiful eyes slightly and looked back, and then she saw that the tailed beast ball that was supposed to destroy both of them was flying straight towards the rock ninja troops. Bang! A dazzling light suddenly lit up, accompanied by a deafening roar and an extremely violent shockwave. A shocking explosion occurred at the location of the rock ninja corps. Immediately afterwards, a mushroom cloud appeared. It climbed upwards at an alarming speed and continued to expand until it forcibly dispersed the layers of dark clouds in the sky. The haze that originally shrouded the Rain Kingdom was completely dispelled, and the sunlight shone through the gaps in the clouds and finally fell on the land of the Rain Kingdom. The Uega Corps ninja unit suffered heavy losses from the explosion of the tailed beast ball, which was like a nuclear bomb. Hundreds of ninjas at the center of the explosion were directly vaporized, leaving no trace of their bodies. In addition, hundreds of ninjas were injured. This was the result of Duanmu's timely warning. Otherwise, the entire army might have been destroyed by this tailed beast ball. But this has nothing to do with the instigator. The moment the tailed beast ball exploded, Suomyu held Tsunade and flew away at a high speed. I was wrong, Xian-chan, I was wrong, let go, I'll tell you. Humph, let's see if you dare to do it again in the future. Tell me now. Actually, the principle is very simple. You know my space is divided into two parts. We are using half of it, but the other half is always empty. Yeah, I wanted to put something over there but you wouldn't let me, huh? Suomyu smiled awkwardly and continued, just now, I put the tailed beast ball shot by the four tails into the half-empty space, then used the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan to redirect it, and then released it in the direction of the rock ninja. You saw the result, the effect is not bad. Oh my god, you are so talented. Your little head is full of treasures. Tsunade rubbed Suomyu's head excitedly with one hand. The man she liked was excellent. Suomyu was obviously flattered by Tsunade's praise. He was grinning foolishly, his hands unconsciously stroking Tsunade's thighs up and down, and he said proudly, no, it's just so, only third in the world. Her Royal Highness's face flushed a little. This little pervert had, but she didn't stop him. Suomyu suddenly remembered something. By the way, Tsunade, when the tailed beast ball was shooting towards us just now, what did you say to me? That monkey roared too loudly, I didn't hear it clearly. Tsunade then remembered her bold words, and her already flushed face turned even redder. Fortunately, this guy didn't hear clearly. If he heard it, how could she live? She might as well find a piece of tofu and kill herself. But why did she still feel a little disappointed in her heart? Tsunade straightened up, pressed one hand on her chest, and forced down her heart that was about to jump out of her chest. She put down her umbrella and looked up at the sky, letting the rain cool her down. Tsunade, what's wrong? Suomyu wanted to look up at Tsunade, who was silent, but her breasts were too high, so he could only see the scenery on one side and could not see the true appearance of the princess. Tsunade, who finally calmed down, pretended to be calm and said, oh, it's nothing. I thought I was going to be blown into thin air by the tailed beast ball, so I said that my life would end here. Really? But I vaguely heard my name, and then me something you. Tsunade covered Suomyu's mouth and leaned down to look into Suomyu's eyes. The threat was very obvious. No, you heard wrong, that's it. Suomyu was secretly delighted because he enjoyed the jade rabbit crawling again. Okay, you are beautiful, whatever you say is right, then let's go back too. Seeing that Suomyu no longer mentioned the matter, Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief, kicked her long legs back and forth, opened the umbrella again, then leaned over Suomyu's head and said excitedly, yeah, Suomyu is leaving, go. The two of them flew towards the Konoha camp. But what Suomyu didn't expect was that all his battles from beginning to end were seen by a half-black and half-white creature. The two of them just walked away, but it was hard for those rock ninjas. The initial battle with the Konoha ninja had already severely damaged them, and a nuclear bomb made things even worse. Of the 6,000 ninjas who set out at the start, excluding those who were dead or seriously injured, there are only about 3,000 left who can fight normally. Some civilian ninjas who did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Uegakure village defected when they saw that the situation was not good. Duanmu was in a dilemma at this moment, because he couldn't just leave the four tails alone. If it was captured by other countries, his eldest brother, the third Tsuchikage, would skin him alive. So he had no choice but to go ahead with it. Duanmu hired Kakuzu to join the battle again, and he could only swallow his anger and accept the loss caused by Kakuzu's huge price increase on the spot. A brutal battle to capture the four tails began. Duanmu flew into the air and used his line to restrict the four tails movements. Hunter led the rock ninjas to trap it with earth escape technique, and Kakuzu, the only cage-level ninja present, became the main attacker, firing one final shot after another at the four tails. If things continue to develop smoothly like this, it won't be long before the rock ninja sealing squad can seal the giant four tails monkey. But obviously this is just a wishful thinking. A single swing of the four claws could mean several lives, and madly swinging the four tails could also cause heavy casualties. Not only that, after being hurt by Kakuzu, it opened its mouth and fired a tailed beast cannon that, although its power was not as strong as the tailed beast ball that had been charging for a long time, it could still be fatal. Kakuzu was able to dodge, of course, but the Uegakure ninjas around him suffered, and were killed in droves by the four tails. Duanmu saw it all and felt pain in his heart, but he could only let the IWA ninja continue to attack and use their lives to consume the four tails' combat power. The battle lasted for more than 3 hours. After sacrificing the lives of nearly 1,000 Uegakure ninjas, they finally joined forces with the support of Hanzo of the Salamander and sealed the exhausted four tails again. The devastated land was littered with the corpses of Uegakure ninjas. Duanmu closed his eyes in pain. Akimichi Suomyu, I will remember this account with you. He immediately ordered those who were still able to stand to collect the remains and return to the Uegakure camp. But what he didn't expect was that at this time the Uegakure camp was breached by Konoha ninjas for the second time. Except for more than 200 corpses of Uegakure ninjas, all other supplies were looted. Shikahira's plan for Shinashuk was to lead the ninjas to launch a roundabout attack on the unguarded Uegakure camp as soon as they were out of the Uegakure's sight and while they were too busy to take care of other things. So when Duanmu led his men to fight the four tails, their base had already exploded. Looking at the open space in front of him, Duanmuki spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight from the air. Fortunately, Hunter reacted quickly and caught him, otherwise he would have become the first elder in the history of Iwagakure village to be angry to death. In fact, Duan should feel lucky. At this time, 3 kilometers away from them, the Hyuga clan ninjas were reporting the situation. My lords, Hanzo of the Salamander has arrived with hundreds of rain and rock ninjas led by him, and it seems that Kakuzu is also among them. Shinichuk wanted to lead his men to rush out and kill the already severely injured Iwagakure, but was stopped by Shikahei Shinosuk. Let's retreat. The title of demigod in the ninja world is not boasted. In addition, there is the traitor Kakuzu from Takigakure. The other side is 2 cage-level ninjas, and the 5 Tails ninja is also among them. Suonryu and Tsunade did not chase after Shinichuk and the others, but went straight back to the Konoha camp to enjoy some time alone. At this time, there were hardly any people in the camp except for some wounded soldiers and medical ninjas. The 2 men did not mind the heavy rain outside, and after receiving a patrol mission, they took a walk around the camp. It was indeed a walk. Suonryu was walking by himself, and Tsunade was lying on Suonryu's back, under the pretext of holding an umbrella for him. The ninjas standing on the high platform who were responsible for warning did not even look at them. Damn it, Kimichi Genbu, put Tsunade down, don't defile those 2 rabbits, let go of our goddess and let us come. Suonryu didn't care about the resentment coming from dozens of meters above, and happily carried the beautiful girl who had changed her appearance on his back. Princess Tsunade's golden hair was piled up high like a waterfall, tied up with a purple jade hairpin. The purple kimono shows off her curvy body in all its glory, and the wisteria flowers embroidered on the kimono are as sparkling as stars. Purple-pink gem earrings hung on her elf-like small ears. The red crystal is like a ripe cherry, appearing and disappearing between the twin peaks temptingly. At this moment, Tsunade was like a blooming flower, noble and beautiful, and also like a shining pearl, emitting charming light. What a great princess from the Fire Nation! But what Princess Tsunade said at this time had nothing to do with nobility and elegance. Mr. Suonryu, we have won a great victory this time, can we go back to the village and rest for a while? Almost. The losses of the Iwagakure village are too heavy to recover in a short time. We should be able to temporarily cease fighting on this front. That's great, hehe, I can finally go back and rest. I want to go gamble, drink, go shopping, buy clothes, have a big meal, sing. Suonryu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that women in any world had similar hobbies, except that Tsunade had the additional hobbies of drinking and gambling. It seems like you really hate the rain country. Of course. I don't want to stay in this lousy place called rain country any longer. Not only does it rain day and night, but supplies are also extremely scarce. During the war, you can't drink or gamble. These past few months have almost driven me crazy. Didn't I give you a lot of alcoholic drinks that should be drinkable? Tsunade was a little embarrassed. Hey, well, I finished drinking it in less than a month. Suonryu was helpless. Tsunade, I sealed a full 10 boxes for you. The princess complained, but it's not enough to drink. Suonryu was really helpless. You really make me unable to control myself. Hehe, so it's best to be with you. In fact, Tsunade didn't say something. Wherever you are, it's a good place. Suonryu smiled knowingly. Me too. What? Tsunade didn't hear clearly. I said, me too. As long as you are by my side, even if I am in this land covered by rain all day long, I still feel like I am in a beautiful world with bright sunshine and blooming spring flowers. Whether I'm walking on a muddy road like this, or sitting in a tent listening to the sound of raindrops, as long as you're by my side, my heart is always at peace. Tsunade was overjoyed listening to Suonryu's sweet words. Her pretty rosy face was pressed tightly against Suonryu's neck, and her 2 slender legs were shaking irregularly, showing her happy mood at the moment. At this moment, she felt that the rain country, a place that cries all year round, was so beautiful. Chien-chan, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Hearing this name suddenly, Tsunade felt a little embarrassed. She gently hit Suonryu with her hand that was around his chest. Don't keep calling me like this. It's so embarrassing. Also, where is the moon in this lousy weather? You are talking nonsense again. Suonryu smiled helplessly and said, oh, Tsunade, please read more books. Just when the sour smell emitted by the 2 men was about to make the people who were on high ground grit their teeth, Shinichuk and the others came back. Tsunade, who had a keen sense of perception, jumped off Suonryu's back with a whoosh, put the umbrella in Suonryu's hand, and urged him to put her into the realm space. Just a few minutes later, the pure and beautiful girl with her hair tied up and wearing a purple embroidered kimono disappeared, and in her place appeared Tsunade Haim with her golden hair casually tied into 2 ponytails and wearing a uniform ninja combat suit. Suonryu was stunned. This speed was incredible. Seeing that Suonryu was still in a daze, Tsunade urged, Suonryu-kun, come back to your senses, let's go pick them up. It turns out that the skin just returned for a limited time, and the heroic woman standing in front of him is the true appearance of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Suonryu had to accept this fact. After stabbing Shinichuk 1,000 times in his heart, he took out the combat vest from the realm space and put it on, and said dejectedly, okay, let's go. Tsunade knew why Suonryu was unhappy. She stood on tiptoe and patted Suonryu on the head, smiling and comforting him. Don't be so listless. At worst, your teacher will reluctantly wear it for you when you go back. Suonryu instantly recovered and asked excitedly, really? It depends on your performance. Tsunade opened her lips slightly and said seductively, for example, replace my original eyes with. No, this is absolutely not acceptable. It has not been fully optimized yet. It would be harmful and useless to replace it with something else now. No matter how great the temptation is, I cannot agree to this. Tsunade turned her head away angrily, her cheeks puffed up like a bullied young wife. Well, then don't even think about getting me to put on those clothes again. Suomyu walked up to her and said, Tsunade, this is also for your own good. Just be patient for a while. How about you change the conditions? Tsunade turned her back to Suomyu again and crossed her arms across her chest, indicating that this princess was very angry. Don't. Suomyu walked over to face Tsunade again. Change your conditions, Chien-chan, change one and I will definitely agree to it. All the top leaders of Konoha gathered in the central tent, but the number was reduced from more than 25 people to, accompanied by Shinishuk's violent coughing, Yamanaka reported, in this operation, we lost 1,032 ninjas. In fact, what Suomyu didn't know was that because of his arrival, Konoha knew about the alliance of Earth, Wind and Rain several years in advance, so the preparations for war were more sufficient, and World War II broke out several months earlier. However, although the war in the original time and space was delayed, Konoha's losses were even more tragic, because Yukari was able to fully transform into a tailed beast in September of this year. Almost all of their troops were wiped out in the early stages of the war. Now most people can sit here and attend the meeting peacefully, which is already a huge contribution from Suomyu, the little butterfly. The scene switches to the meeting hall of Rain Village. Compared with Uegakore's losses, Konoha's losses were nothing but a drop in the bucket. There were about 6,000 people in the Uegakure ninja unit, and nearly of them were killed in direct action, Fire and Earth War plus Suomyu's tailed beast ball plus Four-tail Ceiling War plus Konoha attack, and more than were seriously injured. The lightest of the serious injuries here are those who are missing limbs. Their ninja careers are basically over. In addition, more than 100 rock ninjas rebelled due to fear of fighting, which caused a very bad impact. In addition to casualties, the economic losses of Uegakure are incalculable, because all their combat supplies were once again robbed by Konoha. If it weren't for the mercy of Salamander Hanzo, who allowed these 2,000 people to temporarily stay in the Rain Village and provided assistance, they would still be starving in the rain. Listening to one piece of bad news after another, Duemyu almost fainted again. His heart was bleeding. Not only did he fail to rescue his brother Ryuki in this battle, but more than 4,000 rock ninjas were killed, death plus serious injuries. Not only that, after the Four Tails was sealed again, Zi reappeared. His heart had already been destroyed by Suomyu. The reason why he didn't die before was because the Four Tails had been supplying him with chakra to prolong his life for various reasons. After losing the Four Tails chakra, he was already in danger. Duemyu was forced into a corner and had to seal the Four Tails in another container before Zi died completely, and deal with them after returning to the village. The end result was that the Uegakure village lost a Jinchuriki who could immediately and completely control the tailed beasts. This blow was undoubtedly huge. One must know that a Jinchuriki who can subdue the tailed beasts is hard to come by, and it is extremely difficult to make the Four Tails form a controllable combat force again. Duemyu wished he could tear that little bastard Shu Daoshian into pieces. But from the beginning of the war to now, in just a few months, Uegakure has lost nearly 8,000 ninjas, and the casualties are more than 4 times that of Konoha. The land of Earth has only 35,000 ninjas at most, and the loss of more than 20% of them must be painful. If it was just the loss of ninjas, it would be fine. After all, there are still many at home. However, the loss of billions of materials caused by the 2 burglaries made it impossible for the already poor Uegakure village to organize another attack in a short period of time. So Duemyu could only roar helplessly at this time and had no strength to fight anymore. Since the war between the 3 kingdoms and the Fire Kingdom, Uegakure has suffered heavy losses so far. Although Tsunagakure has fought Konoha on equal terms with Cho's poison, it is only barely maintaining its position. The Rain Village was saved because of the betrayal of the alliance, and even Hanzo of the Salamander took action this time because he was afraid that the Four Tails would go completely berserk and blow up his Rain Village. After the meeting, the furious Hunter found Hanzo in the office of the leader of the Rain Village and asked, Sanzo, you are too much. When we, Uegakure and Tsunagakure, were fighting against Konoha, you just stood by and watched. Do you think you can save the Rain Village by not fighting Konoha? The old man, the 3rd Hokage, knew about our 3 kingdoms alliance several years ago. Do you think that after our 2 countries are defeated, Konoha will not turn around and deal with you? Salamander Hanzo replied, Tiantianheng, please understand the situation. That without my help, you won't be able to subdue the Four Tails, and the Rock Ninja will have to sleep on the Great Plains. That's why I have been fulfilling the covenant seriously. Bah, you are such a liar. If you had joined the war earlier, the war would not have deteriorated to the point where it is today. 2 scales, only your Uegakure's war was in tatters, while Tsunagakure and Konoha fought back and forth. Although I didn't fight directly, I also diverted Konoha's attention for you. You're holding back my ass. Izzo, who was standing behind Hanzo, couldn't help but yell, Iwa Nin, watch your words. Hong too was immediately furious. What's a kid saying when adults are talking? As he said this, he was about to teach this rude guy a lesson. That's enough, Red Earth. If you want to show off your princely majesty, go to the hidden rock village. This is the rain village, not a place for you to run wild. Hanzo's murderous aura was directed at the red soil. How could he withstand the momentum of a cage-level ninja? He was defeated immediately. At the critical moment, Duan rushed over to stop the conflict from escalating further. He slapped Hong Tu in the face. This brainless guy is always so impulsive. Go back. But, uncle. That's enough, go back. In the end, Hong Tu could only glare at Hanzo and slam the door and leave. Looking at how arrogant he is, if you don't know him, you would think he can easily destroy the demigod of the ninja world. Izang, you get out too. Hi. Afterwards, only Hanzo and Duan were left in the office. Hanzo, let's talk. After a long time, Duan left the office. Izo appeared again. Father, isn't it too reckless to agree to the Uegakure's request? After all, Konoha is in an absolute advantage now. I had no choice. Hunka said something very right. If Uegakure and Tsunagakure are defeated, we will also be held accountable. The reason why Hanzo agreed to join forces with the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind to deal with Konoha was actually very simple. He also had his eyes on the fertile land of the Land of Fire. However, the development of the war was completely beyond his expectations. He had originally planned to take advantage of the stalemate between the two major countries and Konoha to step in as the savior, but he did not expect that the Uegakure would be defeated so quickly. He was now in a difficult situation and could only move forward. Duan led the remaining rock ninjas to retreat back to the Land of Earth in disgrace. The rain ninja still stayed in the village as obediently as a quail. After receiving the news, the sand ninja also began to hide. The war then fell into a brief truce. A few days later, at the order of the third Hokage, the Konoha ninjas began a comprehensive rotation of defenses. Suonryu and Tsunade separated from the main force after entering the territory of the Land of Fire. At first Shinashuk wanted to persuade them. After all, his father Sarutobi Hiruzen had ordered Tsunade and Genbu to return to the village on time. However, Tsunade ignored the third Hokage and took Genbu to live together. But he was stopped by Nara Shikahei. Shinashuk, is the Genbu family fun? It's fun. Is the wine good? It tastes good. Then you know what to do. Shinashuk understood immediately. Tsunade, there has been unrest in the Land of Fire recently. I am sending you and Suonya to capture the enemy ninjas that are roaming around the Land of Fire. The specific time to complete the mission is decided by the two of you. That's it. So the two of them were running around on a patrol mission, and they have now gone abroad in pursuit of the enemy ninja. They came to a bustling and lively market today. Tsunade has a special liking for all kinds of snacks. While tasting the delicious food, she praised it non-stop. This tastes great. Suonryu, on the other hand, prefers to explore some new and strange things. From time to time, he picks up an object and looks at it carefully, then shows an expression of surprise or excitement. Then they walked into a traditional tea house. The store is filled with a light scent of tea, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Tsunade sipped the tea, feeling its rich flavor, while Suonryu listened to the boss's story about the tea ceremony, immersed in it. Then in the afternoon, their destination is always only one, that is, small, 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 4, 5, 6. As the dice cup was opened, Tsunade once again lost all the 200,000 gambling money given by Suonryu. Ah, I can't accept this. This lousy store must be cheating. Tsunade gritted her teeth after losing the money, and she no longer behaved like a princess of the Fire Nation. Although Damania's gambling skills are worrying and even a kid outside can make her lose everything, her gambling character is surprisingly good. No matter how much money she lost, she never dismantled the store, of course, except for cheating, but with Tsunade's Mariana Trench-like skills, no one would bother to cheat. Tsunade, who was on the verge of exploding, finally walked out of the gambling house dejectedly, with the hangman Akimichi Genbu following happily behind her. The customer lost all his money, so the casino should be very happy. But on the contrary, the owner of the gambling house also looked as if he had lost his parents. Because although the gambling house won 200,000 from Tsunade, it lost 2 million to a man who came from nowhere, so a total loss was 1.8 million. The man who came from nowhere was of course Suonryu's shadow clone. He didn't have any advanced gambling skills, but he made a fortune with just one trick, which was to do the opposite of Tsunade, and the bet he placed was 10 times that of the beautiful girl. The person in charge of shaking the dice in the gambling house was speechless. He even cheated in order to win the money from the Suonryu shadow clone. But I don't know what happened today. The dice played against him. He clearly changed the number to small, but it turned out to be big. He also clearly changed it to big in the second draw, but it turned out to be small. The owner had no choice but to replace the person shaking the dice with the store's ace, a big-breasted woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and tattoos on her arms. This woman was very fierce. She went on stage with only a piece of cloth wrapped around her upper body, but she only got Suonyu's gaze and still lost. The owner even suspected that Suonyu's shadow clone used ninjutsu and asked his own sensory ninja to stare at him, but the result was that there was no chakra fluctuation. Faced with such metaphysics, the gambling house could only admit that they were unlucky and could do nothing about it. Suonryu said, "Brother, you still haven't found the right reason. This is not the first time Tsunade has lost money. Along the way, the two have been to 8 gambling houses. As a result, Her Royal Highness the Princess's wallet is cleaner than her face, and Suomyu's assets have soared by 20 million. If you have money, you should eat well, drink well, and sleep well. In a luxurious imperial suite, Suomyu was displaying his divine power, and the whole room was filled with the aroma of various delicacies. But Tsunade, who was lying on the bed, had lifeless eyes, ghostly words, and a look of despair on her face. She lost 8 games in a row. Not only did she lose all her pitiful savings, but she also owed Suomyu 1 million. It was impossible for the beautiful girl to be in a good mood at this moment. After a long time, Suomyu finished his task. 8 dishes, 4 cold and 4 hot, were placed on the table in the living room. Since he made a lot of money today, an unopened bottle of Moutai was placed on the table as a reward for his contribution. After everything was ready, Suomyu opened Tsunade's door and called out, "Tsunade, it's time to eat." No respond? Suomyu went into the inner room to check the situation. You won't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. The soul of his princess has floated to the roof. Suomyu was also helpless. He walked to the bed and looked at Tsunade, who was now only a beautiful shell, and felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. One hand gently scratched the beauty's nose, but still no reaction. Suomyu leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Tsunade, it's time to eat. I made your favorite braised prawns, sweet and sour fish, braised spare ribs, and braised beef. There are also smashed cucumbers and peanuts as cold dishes, and a bottle of 3-year-old Moutai with soy sauce." Tsunade's spirit returned, but her eyes were still empty. She turned her back to Suomyu and said listlessly, "You go eat." "I won't eat. I'll be full just by breathing some air. It will save me some money." "Why am I so unlucky? I can't win even once." "Weeaboo." Tsunade sobbed softly, her tears falling like crazy, soon soaking the pillow. "My goodness, I cried more sadly than when I thought someone had died." But Suomyu said in his mind, "What a great acting." A box of money appeared in front of Tsunade. What does it mean to be blinded by money? At this moment, Her Royal Highness the Princess perfectly interpreted this word. Wow, little money. Tsunade's eyes had turned into marks of money, and she no longer looked pitiful at all. She threw back the quilt in an instant, without even having time to pull up her nightgown, and rushed towards the cash box. "Oh, it's pink, so cute." Suomyu was stunned for a moment, but the beautiful girl who was sitting on the bed with her back to him didn't pay any attention to this. She held the box of money, rubbed her little face back and forth, and laughed foolishly. It was not until the blood from his nose flowed into his mouth that Suomyu woke up from his why. He hurriedly took out paper from the space to wipe it clean. Fortunately, Tsunade was still immersed in the joy of recovering the lost money and did not look at him, otherwise it would be embarrassing. At this time, Tsunade had her legs wrapped around Suomyu's waist, her hands hugging his back, her little face rubbing against his muscular chest muscles, and she said happily, "Suomyu-kun is the best." Suomyu was holding her well-proportioned white thighs with both hands. Since Tsunade was only wearing a pink nightgown, the damn Suomyu was really having physical contact with Tsunade at this time. "I really want to replace him. Are you happy now? Let's go and have dinner." "Hee, okay, let's go. But you came down." Suomyu was feeling both happy and tormented, and he cried out helplessly in his heart, "Jianzhan, do you know that you are committing a crime in your current state? It's easy for my brother to lose control. I'm so hungry that I can't walk anymore. Please carry me over." Tsunade started to act like a rogue by relying on Suomyu. "Weren't you very neat when you took the money?" "I said yes." Okay, you're beautiful, whatever you say is right." "Hee, good to know. Let's set off on the Suomyu, go. Suomyu carried Tsunade to the living room, but lifted her up. "What are you doing? Why are you lifting me up?" "You'll find out later." The dinner table was a mess of cups and plates. As both were elite jonin, both of them had huge appetites, especially the one from the Akimichi clan. By the way, the only place where Suomyu would not give in to Tsunade was at the dinner table, so the two of them eating was like fighting, without any of the so-called grace that a handsome man and a beautiful woman should have. The key was to be the first to get the reward, while the slow to get the reward would be the last. The 8 dishes on the table were all served in deep bowls as big as wash basins, and there were 4 large buckets of rice. But even so, after eating, Suomyu still felt unsatisfied. After eating and drinking, a very realistic problem arises: who will wash the dishes? Previously, this problem was always left to rock paper scissors. Suomyu, who possessed the Sharingan, had an absolute advantage, winning more and losing less. Whether or not to brush it depended entirely on one's mood. But today was different. He was about to fight Tsunade for 300 rounds. But the beautiful girl said leisurely, "The blonde who was shaking the dice today was pretty good, wasn't she?" "Oops, there is murderous intent." Suomyu played dumb strategically. "Ah, the person shaking the dice is a woman. I didn't notice. Isn't it a fat uncle?" "Keep pretending, my little disciple. I'm not small." But now is obviously not the time to argue about this. Saving your life is the most important thing. "Why are you pretending? I really didn't pay attention. I always think Tsunade-sensei is the most beautiful, and the others are all mediocre and vulgar." "I don't believe you. Your face is pressed against her chest. Do you think I didn't see it?" Suomyu immediately argued, "It's unfair, teacher. The person behind me kept pushing me, so I accidentally knocked him down. Humph, look at you that you are still young but you don't learn good things that you choose to follow Jiraiya to learn lust. It seems like it's time for me, your teacher, to correct your wrong thinking. Suonryu actually wanted to say that men don't need to be taught to be lustful, but he was afraid that he would be beaten to death if he said it out loud, so he could only accept his fate and said, I was wrong, how can you forgive me? Ahem, what about the bull from now on? I was the one who did all the farming before we returned to the village. It's not a few days anyway. Then I owe you money. Okay, let's write it off. Anyway, I don't expect a poor princess like you to pay it back. You said it, I didn't force you. Then are you still going to show your teacher's authority? I'll spare you for now. Suonryu had no choice but to clean up the dishes that he was indeed pushed down by someone because he was not paying attention, and ended up bumping his head against the female technician's 36D breasts, which were no less than Tsunade's. It was really nice to have such an intimate contact with such a beautiful woman, and he even rubbed her shamelessly, but who could have thought that he would be punished later? He regretted it so much. Isn't Tsunade jealous? Isn't she angry? Of course not. Because the person who pushed Suonryu down was Her Royal Highness the Princess herself. Although she was very unhappy that someone else took advantage of Suonryu, she endured it for the sake of the bull and the money. After everything was packed up, Suonryu suggested, Tsunade, do you want to take a hot spring bath? You can have this. The two hit it off immediately and went to the hot spring. There were only 2 people in the 2 large pools because the rich man Suonryu had booked the entire place. How does the saying go, money is not everything, but without money you can do nothing. Money can solve 99% of the world's problems, and the remaining percent requires more money to solve. At this time, the 2 people who had just finished taking a hot spring bath were sitting on the stone slab. Tsunade, who was only wrapped in a white bathrobe, and Gendu were separated by a wooden board less than half a centimeter thick. Neither of them spoke, but sat quietly together across the wooden board, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. After a long while, perhaps it was this misty and quiet environment that touched Tsunade, she suddenly said, Mr. Suonryu, how long will this war last? Who knows, we'll have to fight for another 2 years at least. The land of earth and the land of wind will never admit defeat before exhausting their war potential. Oh, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so depressed? Tsunade bent her knees and hugged them with her hands, resting her pointed chin on them. The red crystal squeezed out from between her breasts, dotted between the 2 pieces of snow white. Nothing, I just suddenly remembered that the 2 very good friends who used to take a hot spring bath with me stayed in the rain country forever. War is really cruel. Suonryu didn't pay attention to anything else and blurted out, male or female? Oh, come on, I'm being sentimental here, what you think is all messed up. Sorry, so is it a boy or a girl? Tsunade was helpless, but there was also a hint of sweetness. Women, they are 2 medical ninjas I met at the Konoha hospital. Are you satisfied? This, I don't really pay attention to it. Tsunade was indignant and said, I don't believe you at all. How did they die? When we were fighting the Sand Ninja, that old womancho had no moral principles and used all kinds of poisons. One of the viruses was particularly strong and infected hundreds of people in a short period of time, with an extremely high mortality rate. Unfortunately, the 2 were infected while trying to treat patients. They didn't survive the night before I developed the antibiotics. In order to cut off the source of transmission, the 2 were cremated and buried on the spot. Nothing was left, as if they had never been in this world. Tsunade's tears were already flowing unconsciously. The 2 friends who took a hot spring bath together were just an initiation. Since the war started, Tsunade has lost much more than just them. Her madness these days is actually to cover up the sadness caused by the death of someone familiar. Having lost many of her loved ones, she had long regarded these friends as her own family, but a war ruthlessly took them away and she was powerless to do anything. Tsunade, are you okay? War is indeed cruel. Many of my people have died. They were chatting with each other 1 second, and they were gone the next. When I saw their bodies, I was also angry at my own incompetence. However, the person is gone. If we continue to hesitate and feel sad about this, our relatives and friends in heaven will not smile. Princess Tsunade smiled sweetly, like a blooming spring flower, her beautiful cheek gently resting on Suonryu's arm that was as thick as a pillar, and she said softly, I believe you. Then she closed her eyes and fell asleep. These days, although Tsunade looked happy every day, she had not had a good rest because she was worried. Now that her knot in her heart has been untied and she has received the promise she wanted, she can finally have a good sleep leaning on the person who makes her feel at ease. Listening to Tsunade's even breathing, Suonryu felt a little embarrassed. You fell into a deep sleep, what should I do? A quilt covered Tsunade's beautiful body, and then the 2 disappeared. In the realm space, Suonryu placed Tsunade on her own bed, and looked at the sleeping beauty in front of him with tenderness in his eyes. After staring intently for a long time, Suonryu finally came to his senses. After gently scratching her little upturned nose, Suonryu stood up and left, and considerately helped her close the door. When the princess was the only one left in the bedroom, she rolled around on the huge bed in agitation, kicking back and forth. What a dork! Then Princess Tsunade fell asleep with a sweet smile. Compared to the beautiful girl who was sleeping soundly, Suonryu was not so relaxed. He opened the door of the laboratory in the realm space after a long time. As a result, he was almost sprayed to death by his own shadow clones rushing towards him from all directions. You still remember to come, original body. You've been idle all day, don't you know where your livelihood lies? Hey, look at me, you bastard. You keep getting more and more cowardly that you still haven't taken down Tsunade yet. What's the point of having you? Let me do it. You're leaving all the research to us. Doesn't your conscience hurt? You don't do anything except transferring some chakra to us every day. Do you think you are a universal power bank? What use is there for this rubbish body? Akimichi Sumiyu hurriedly released the shadow clone technique. If he didn't, he was afraid that he would die here. Then an extreme feeling of exhaustion spread throughout his body, and Sumiyu felt really bad and fell to the ground. If it weren't for his abnormally high mental strength, he would have died by now. It took him a long time to recover. Shadow clone technique, more than a dozen Sumiyu appeared again. Brothers, keep working hard, a bright future lies ahead. Oh, for the future, go. The shadow clones returned to their posts and continued their research. Sumiyu let out a light breath, left the laboratory and went to his bedroom, lying on the bed to sort out the information that the shadow clones had just passed back. Since the war began, he seldom came here except to transfer chakra. In order to maintain the stability of his experimental shadow clones, he, with his extremely large chakra, could only create 100 or so shadow clones during battle. Now, several months of information flooded into his mind all at once that he was lucky to be alive. The current research results can be divided into several categories. First, the development of the Sharingan that matches the Genbu. Although Sumiyu only has a pair of Mangekyo now, he has quite a few Sharingan. That he has dozens of pairs of Sharingan differentiated from his own cells alone. He used the Sharingan gene of others as a sample to direct mutation in the gene that controls the Sharingan in his own IPS cells, and then induce differentiation to obtain a pair of eyes, which he then installed on himself. Sumiyu, who possessed powerful mental power, could easily develop it into 3 Megatama. But what happened next was quite unsuccessful. After opening, the Sharingan's exclusivity is extremely strong. Even if they have the same source, they cannot be fully compatible with the Sumiyu. This made Sumiyu speechless. It was obvious that the kaleidoscopes of both brothers could be fused, but his own eyes, which were the result of mutated and differentiated cells, had an rejection reaction after they were installed on himself. Who could he go to for justice? Currently, among the dozens of pairs of Sharingan, the best compatibility with him is only 53%. It is extremely difficult to open the Mangekyo with the Sharingan that is not fully compatible, because once Sumiyu has drastic emotional fluctuations, the special Yinten chakra formed in the brain will be injected into the eyes and directly destroy the Sharingan. Without another pair of kaleidoscopes that perfectly match them, the eternal kaleidoscope will be out of reach. He now really wanted to study how Kakashi, a foreigner, opened his eyes. Second, the immortal body. This is going quite smoothly at the moment. More and more immortal genes in Hashirama's cells are being stimulated, and the pseudo-Hashirama cells being screened out are becoming more and more pure. Not only that, during this period of time, the shadow clones grafted the genes of the pseudo-Hashirama cells with the genes of the Uzumaki clan, and screened out a new type of cell, namely the genetically modified cell. This type of cell has a strong ability to self-repair its DNA, its telomere length is 3 times that of the vortex cells, and it can produce a protein that can greatly delay the shortening of telomeres caused by cell division. Moreover, after it is transformed into a tissue structure, it has a strong self-healing ability. Although it cannot reach the level of Hashirama's cells, it is also quite terrifying. In addition, the purity of the Yang attribute chakra it produces far exceeds that of the pseudo-Hashirama cells. What Sumiyu had injected into his and Tsunade's bodies before was the positive chakra produced by the pseudo-Hashirama cells, which brought great benefits to both of them. Sumiyu's body developed better than before, and his chakra increased rapidly. Even the consumption of the Mangekyo Sharingan was reduced. Tsunade gained even more benefits than him. He plans to change to this one with better purity in the future. Tsunade's bloodline limit will definitely be closer to full awakening. The third is rolling eyes. After research, Sumiyu discovered that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan should not be its final form. Alas, I really regret not reading the original work. It would have saved me a lot of trouble if I had read it. In Sumiyu's opinion, a large section of the gene that controls the Byakugan has not been activated. The length of this unactivated sequence is dozens of times longer than the activation length of Hinata Ito's Byakugan gene. It is still a long way to go for Sumiyu's own Byakugan to activate all the genes. If we only consider the gene length, the entire Byakugan's gene sequence is more than 3 times that of the Sharingan. This discovery shocked Sumiyu. Could it be that the Byakugan was the best pupil technique in the ninja world? Was the Sharingan only fit to carry shoes for it? Tsunade brought some blood tissue from the Hyuga clan, which will speed up the development of the Byakugan even more. Fourth, cell-gene fusion. The genetic fusion of pseudo-Hashirama cells and the Uzumaki clan cells gave Sumiyu an inspiration whether he could continue to fuse other cell genes to obtain stronger cells. Then he became emo. The genetically modified cells are too domineering. No matter whether their genome is fused with the Byakugan gene or the Uchiha gene, it will only show the characteristics of genetically modified cells. Even the genes that control the Byakugan and Sharingan will be attacked and damaged by the cells themselves. After sorting out all the information in his head, more than 2 hours had passed and Suonryu's spirit had basically recovered. However, it would be better if someone had a lap pillow for him to have a good sleep at this time. Say, beautiful girl is here. Mr. Suonryu, what are you doing? I'm coming in. Before he could finish his words, Princess Tsunade had already reached Suonryu's bedside. Suonryu casually summoned a bottle filled with nutrient solution. Here, look at what this is. Tsunade looked over and stroked her lips with her hand, exclaiming, wow, such beautiful eyes. The bottle contains Tsunade's original eyes, but they are not the previous brown color, but sky blue, which makes her look more charming and beautiful. Suonryu stood up and placed his 2 big hands on Tsunade's shoulders. He pushed her away and said, go to the operating room and I'll help you change. Aha! Tsunade was already getting impatient. As the green light on Suonryu's hand disappeared, Tsunade's eye replacement surgery was completely completed. The two of them left the realm space, and Suonryu took her to the roof of the hot spring hotel and gently removed the bandage. Okay, open your eyes. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes. Those sapphire-like sky blue eyes shine brightly in the night sky, like the brightest stars. Tsunade's face looked even more beautiful against the backdrop of the pair of sapphires. Even the moon felt ashamed of itself and shyly hid in the clouds. They both had each other's reflection reflected in their eyes, Suonryu looking down at Yiren, and Tsunade looking up at June. What a nice view. Suonryu couldn't help but reach out and touched Tsunade's cheek. The beauty lowered her head shyly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Tsunade, I. Just when Suonryu was about to say something, a voice that ruined the mood sounded, hey, the man on the roof, you two haven't paid for the hot spring yet. The total is 200,000 taels. I've been looking for you for a long time. Come down and pay, don't try to default on your debt. The atmosphere between the two was completely destroyed by this shout. Suonryu even wanted to kill the waiter at this moment. He picked up Tsunade in his princess arms and lifted her into the air. At the same time, banknotes fell all over the sky, showing his rich character. The two of them rose high into the sky, and the moon became their backdrop like a huge jade plate. What a beautiful picture of a talented man and a beautiful woman under the moon. Tsunade, how do you feel? There is no discomfort at the moment. Send chakra to the eyes and see if it can be activated. Tsunade did as she was told, and after groping for a while, the blood vessels on both sides of her eye socket suddenly expanded several times. At the same time, the sky blue in her eyes disappeared, replaced by pure white. Wow, everything around me is so clear, and it's 360 degrees without blind spots. This feeling is really great. Tsunade focused her eyes on Genbu, the flow of chakra in his body fully displayed in those white eyes. What a huge amount of chakra, hundreds of times more than mine, it's totally a ton of chakra, no wonder I've never seen him lack blue. Suonryu asked softly, now, how do you feel, are you feeling uncomfortable? Tsunade said excitedly, this time the compatibility is so good, there is no rejection at all. Yes, Tsunade's eyes are exactly the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It took Suonryu 2 full years to complete the mutation by inserting all the genes of the Byakugan into every cell in Tsunade's original eyes through viral gene insertion. In order to prevent the Hyuga clan from causing trouble, Suonryu especially inserted a gene that changes the color of the Byakugan. This gene can make the Byakugan appear in other colors under normal circumstances. After careful selection, Tsunade chose sky blue, and thus she had this pair of sapphires. In fact, Tsunade had tried it before. After a period of training, she successfully opened the Byakugan, but she was always a little uncomfortable, so she kept it in the realm space for improvement. Just today, the optimization was completed, and Suonryu was immediately taken out and replaced by Tsunade. It looks quite good so far. Suonryu finally felt relieved. That's good. This way your safety will be protected. At least you won't be attacked by surprise. Lord Suonryu, okay? Suonryu looked down at Tsunade. Boom! The beautiful girl put her arms around someone's neck and kissed his cheek with her sweet lips. Thank you, my Suonryu-kun. Someone's computer is down and he forgot to use the super light and heavy rock technique. The two people who had just been with the moon in the background fell straight down. Mr. Suonryu, wake up. Tsunade was so frightened that her face turned pale. Could it be that this joy turned into sorrow and she would fall to her death? At the critical moment, Suonryu finally reacted. The super light heavy rock technique was activated to stop the downward trend. Then with a whoosh, the two of them pulled up again. Tsunade patted her big chest and said, I was so scared, I thought I was going to die. Tsunade, you just. Her Royal Highness the Princess once again started to quibble. Don't get me wrong, this is a way for our Senju clan to express their gratitude, it doesn't have any other special meaning. Suonryu just stared at Tsunade, staring at the princess until her face turned hot and her ears turned red. Tsunade, who had something to hide, immediately gave up and looked away. Lying in Suomya's arms, she pressed her chest with both hands, lowered her head and whispered softly, "Don't look at me like that, aho." Suomya said softly, "Tsunade, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight." "Yes, you are right today. The moon is big, round, and bright today. It is really beautiful. You have said this to me more than once. What does it mean?" Suomya remained silent, and Tsunade's eyes met Suomya's again, her big sky blue Kashilan eyes full of curiosity. Suomya lifted a strand of Tsunade's hair behind her ear, his eyes full of tenderness. He slowly said, "Tsunade, I saw an allusion in a book. A translator named Natsum was a foreign language teacher. He asked students to translate the 'I love you' said by the male protagonist during a walk under the moon into our language. The students directly translated it as 'I love you.' But Natsum thought that expressing love should be more subtle and tactful, so he translated this sentence into 'the moonlight tonight is so beautiful,' and explained that the meaning of this sentence is that the male protagonist thinks the moonlight is particularly beautiful because he is with his beloved. The hidden meaning of 'the moonlight tonight is so beautiful' is 'I like you.'" At this time, Her Royal Highness the Princess slightly opened her lips, her face was hot, and her brain CPU was already burned out. Today, tonight, high in the sky, under the witness of this bright moon, her disciple, her sweetheart, Aho, whom she had liked for several years, confessed to her, "Tsunade, ever since I first saw you, I have been deeply in love with you. You are like a magnet, attracting my attention so much that I can't look away. Your face and figure stimulate my nerves all the time, and all I think about in my mind is you. My heart is full of you. You are the bright moon in my heart, illuminating my life. No matter where or when, I want to be with you. No matter how long it takes, I want to live with you. Tsunade, I like you." Our princess just stared at Suomya with her sky blue eyes filled with tears. Even though she was so shy that her whole body turned red, even though she was so embarrassed that smoke came out of her head, she still did not look away, and listened carefully to every word Suomya said, as if she wanted to integrate them into her body and soul, to remember them forever and never forget them. Suomya said affectionately at last, "The end of the illusion is that if the person you confess your love to accepts it, you will say that the wind is also gentle, which means that she accepts this love. So, Chien-chan, is the wind gentle tonight?" After Suomya said all this, he stared at Tsunade closely, feeling uneasy, afraid of hearing a bad answer. For a long time, Tsunade said nothing, still staring at Suomya, her hands still on her chest, her whole body motionless, as if her soul had left her body. Suomya lowered his head in disappointment. He admitted that he was impulsive. Tsunade was so beautiful tonight that he couldn't hold back the throbbing in his heart. He confessed his feelings on the spot. It seemed that he failed. Just as Suomya was about to descend, Tsunade suddenly hugged him tightly and said loudly, "Suomya-kun, the wind is gentle tonight, the wind is very gentle, the wind is especially gentle, so I like you too. I have always liked you, just as you like me, I like you very much." The emotions that had been suppressed in her heart were finally released. In this bright night sky, Tsunade expressed her love for Suomya with all her heart. In an underground laboratory somewhere in Konoha, an unknown Orochimaru suddenly jumped up excitedly. The usually calm him actually burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Suomya-kun, I caught you." A white-haired monster who was sweating and getting beaten madly in the training ground suddenly felt a surge of sadness in his heart. At the same time, he finally felt that mysterious power. After 3 years, he finally took the first step in the domineering practice. However, he should have been extremely excited, but for some reason he was not happy at all. He seemed to have lost something that he cherished most. In another training ground, the little son who was meditating and mastering the domineering aura felt inexplicably relaxed and suddenly wondered why the world was so beautiful. Just when his whole body was extremely relaxed, a feeling came to him spontaneously, and he said in surprise, "It's done." Duan, who had just been discharged from the hospital, shed tears slowly. Why did he suddenly become so sad? And a couple in the sky were expressing their love to each other. In the Konoha Hokage's office, Danzo was extremely sad while holding a meeting of the Big Four. Because the war was going smoothly, the third Hokage had no intention of re-employing Danzo. Each piece of good news was like a death warrant, striking directly at Danzo's young and fragile heart. At first he thought that the Three Kingdoms coalition was fighting against the Fire Kingdom alone, and even if Konoha could win it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. So before and at the beginning of the war, he sat back and did not only turn a blind eye to the olive branch extended by the third Hokage, but also gave him the cold shoulder. It can be said that although Danzo did not make trouble behind his back, because he felt that it was unnecessary, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not be able to cope with it and would turn around and beg him for help humbly. It can also be said that he was useless. But when the Second World War just started, Uegakur lost 3,000 heads, which confused him. However, he still pretended to be cool and didn't care about anyone, because he felt that the third Tsuchikage would definitely find a way to get back at them. Things turned out just as he expected. The 5,000 rock ninjas once again entered the Rain Country to fight Konoha to the death, and the two sides fell into a brutal war of attrition. After receiving the news, Danzo happily went back and prepared 2 cups of wine that he had stolen from Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, news came from the first unit that due to the strangeness of Cho's poisons, Orochimaru could not win a quick victory. He could only wait for Tsunade to break all of Cho's poisons before he could wait for an opportunity to fight a decisive battle. As a result, Konoha and the Sand Ninja also fell into a war of attrition. Danzo drank a whole bottle of Wulyanjai that day and got drunk for the first time in his life. But what happened afterwards was a little out of control. On the first battlefield, Tsunade demonstrated with her strength what it means to be the god of milk descending to earth. No matter what kind of poison Cho used, Her Highness the Princess could break it in time. Not only that, Tsunade retaliated by poisoning Cho, which made her extremely anxious. As a result, more Sand Ninjas were poisoned to death. Even worse news came from the second battlefield. After more than 2 months of refueling battle, the two sides launched a fierce decisive battle. Not only was the Rock Ninja base bombed, but the Four Tails Jinchuriki were all killed, so Duinmyo had no choice but to temporarily retreat. The situation in Konoha is very good right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the Hokage's office for a meeting, was in an even better mood. Mito Kato and Utane Koharu also smiled, especially Utane Koharu, whose eyes were originally small and now they were reduced to a line. But Danzo looked as if his mother had died, his face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Utane Kohara spoke first. At present, we have the initiative in the war. Hiruzen, I still think we should not change our defense and stop the battle. That we should continue to increase our troops to expand our victory and kill the rain and sand ninjas. This old woman doesn't seem like a good person. She has a very bad heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said, forget it. If the war escalates, that Tsuchikage and Kazekage might be there in person. The Kazekage is okay, but that guy Oniki is too difficult to deal with. If Hanzo of the Salamander directly joins the battle, the Konoha ninjas will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Our ultimate goal is not to invade other countries, and there is no need to fight to the death with the 3 countries. For now, we should propose negotiations and end the war as soon as possible. After Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, Utane Kohara closed her eyes and said no more, but she still felt a little unhappy inside. Hiruzen has more and more worries as he gets older. He has completely lost the sharpness of his youth. Such a good opportunity is actually wasted. He doesn't even think about the fact that if the Uegakur joins the war again, the losses may be even greater. After all, whether the war escalates is not something that the Fire Nation can decide alone. If the second Hokage were alive today, he would definitely add insult to injury and even seal the manhole cover for you. Mitamanyan wanted to persuade them, but Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to stop him. Okay, let's do what we just discussed. Yan will prepare for the negotiations and be responsible for hosting the Four Nations Conference to see if we can reach a truce agreement. Mitamanyan nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, of course, we must also be prepared to continue fighting if the negotiations break down. You, Koharu, will be fully responsible for the subsequent mobilization of strategic materials and personnel. Utane Koharu also obeyed the order. Okay, let's break up the meeting. Danzo left the meeting room without saying a word. The third Hokage, who was secretly very happy, was left alone in the Hokage's office. In fact, since the war began, except for the first 2 meetings that Danzo attended, he skipped all the others, either because of a headache or eye pain, and was just waiting for the third Hokage to beg him humbly. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced Danzo to come to this meeting, for no other reason than to show off in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say a word to Danzo the whole time, and didn't even look at him, just embarrassed him. He used this meeting to tell Danzo not to take himself too seriously, that Konoha would be the same with or without him, he would still beat up the Sand Ninjas and the Rock Ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly drank the wine that Suinryu gave him, and he was so happy that he took off. Speaking of which, this little guy Suinryu is really capable. He actually killed the Four Tails Jinchuriki. How should I reward him when he comes back this time? After returning home, Danzo went completely berserk, transformed into a husky, and tore everything around him to pieces. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you forced me to do this. Danzo left the village overnight and rushed to the Land of Rain. In a huge secret base deep underground, the half-black, half-white unknown creature was reporting to an old man the intelligence he had collected in the past few days. At present, the Rock Ninja has completely withdrawn from the Rain Country. The third Tsuchikage was furious after receiving the news. He is gathering ninjas and once again asking the daimyo of the Land of Earth for war supplies. It is obvious that he does not want to give up. The Kazekage of the Land of Wind is afraid that Konoha will launch a large-scale war, and is also secretly increasing its troops. The number of Sand Ninjas that have entered the Land of Rain has exceeded 3,000. Hanzo of the Rain Country's Salamander is still hiding in his hole. But I don't know what the third Hokage was thinking. He didn't take the opportunity to launch a large-scale attack on the Sand and Rain Ninjas. It seems that he wants to negotiate a ceasefire. The old man sitting on the stone bench showed a deep disdain on his face and said, the Hokage of Konoha is really getting worse and worse. When Hashirama was in office, no country dared to act rashly. Although Senju Tobirama's strength is not that great, he at least has the courage to lead the troops and fight to the death. When it comes to this monkey, he is in a very advantageous position but only wants to stop the war and seek peace. He is really confused. The ninjas of Konoha are now just a bunch of ragtag people, and even a few small countries can't handle them. That's really disappointing. As he was saying this, the old man suddenly burst into a violent cough, which lasted for a long time before he stopped. He was too weak now. After the old man's breathing stabilized, the black and white creature spoke again. We also found something interesting about the Chudeo Suomyu. The old man actually showed a relieved expression for the first time in a long time. Continue to pay attention to him in the future, but remember not to expose yourself, and don't get close to him, understand? I know. You've stressed this 800 times. It's so annoying. How's the match I asked you to find? This is the most important mission you assigned to me. How could I let you down? Of course I found it. The old man couldn't stand the white creature's chatterbox and unruly manners. It was exactly like someone else. He ordered forcefully, "That's enough, White Zetsu, stop talking, let Black Zetsu speak." The old man who spoke was none other than Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world who was once as famous as the ninja god, Hashirama Senju. The black and white creature wrapped in green leaves that reported the situation to him were Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was angry, White Zetsu immediately shut up and acted like a good boy. Black Zetsu leaned over him and continued, "We found the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan in a civilian family in the Land of Rain. After testing, he is fully capable of bearing your Rinnegan." Uchiha Madara was very satisfied with the result. "Well done. Lead the way, I want to see it myself." When undercurrents were surging in all parties of the ninja world, the two inseparable people snuggled up to each other in the realm space and did shameful things. Since confirming the relationship, Princess Tsunade has become more and more unscrupulous, as if she is growing on Suomyu's body all day long. At this moment, the two of them are lying down and chatting. To be precise, Suomyu was half lying on the sofa, and Her Royal Highness the Princess used him as a cushion. Her two long beautiful legs were resting on Suomyu's long legs. Her upper body was completely nestled in his arms, and Suomyu had his arms around Tsunade's abdomen. Tsunade, who is 163.1 centimeters tall, lies on top of Suomyu, who is 185 centimeters tall. He has grown 2 centimeters in the past few months. She doesn't look out of place at all. On the contrary, because Suomyu is as strong as an ox, the princess looks particularly petite. Suomyu was talking and Tsunade was listening attentively. "My mother, Uchiha Ling, is the posthumous child of Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world who was as famous as the first Hokage. A few years before Konoha was founded, my grandfather was severely injured on the battlefield and unfortunately passed away after returning to the clan. My grandmother was so sad that she had a miscarriage and gave birth to my mother prematurely, and then she followed my grandfather. Because the pregnancy period was extremely short, my mother almost died when she was born. It was Uchiha Madara who used forbidden techniques to save my mother's life. Although the mother survived, her physique was too weak to become a qualified ninja. Originally, this was nothing, because Uchiha Madara was the clan leader, and my mother's status in the Uchiha clan was equivalent to your status in the Senju clan. No one dared to disrespect her. And although the Uchiha clan is cold to the outside world, except for a few members who value strength above all else, most other ninjas are friendly to civilians who have no ninja talent. So my mother's life was very good at the beginning. Although she felt sorry that she could not inherit the glory of my parents, at least she lived a carefree life and was loved by everyone. But everything changed after Uchiha Madara left the village. According to my mother's records, Madara realized that if the Uchiha clan continued to stay in Konoha, the final outcome would be genocide, so he planned to take his clansmen away from the village he founded. But what he didn't expect was that, except for my mother, no one in the entire Uchiha clan wanted to follow him away. It was not until this moment that he realized that he had long been abandoned by everyone and only his niece, who had been with him since childhood, was willing to believe in him unconditionally. Madara was desperate. He didn't want his brother's bloodline to be displaced with him, so he entrusted his young mother to a tribe member he thought he could trust, and left the village alone. After that, the Uchiha clan changed dynasties. Our branch, which had ruled the Uchiha clan for hundreds of years, declined, and a new leader was born. The father of the current clan leader, Uchiha Akita, successfully ascended to the throne. Unlike Uchiha Akita, he is a thorough hawk who is committed to making Uchiha the strongest in Konoha and making all other families crawl at his feet. My mother's status took a sharp turn for the worse, and Madara was entrusted with the wrong person. As the only direct relative of the former clan leader and the former princess of the Uchiha clan, she naturally became the target of suppression by all Uchiha ninjas, because all of them were betrayers of Uchiha Madara. With the tacit approval of the new clan leader and the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, my mother became the shame of the Uchiha clan and was subjected to bullying and oppression. At this point, the Sharingan in Suomyu's left eye had unconsciously turned into a kaleidoscope, and the Byakugan in his right eye also automatically opened, even tinged with a hint of red. Feeling Suomyu's extremely cold chakra, Tsunade turned around and hugged him, trying to pass on her warmth to melt his coldness. After a long time, Suomyu calmed down and hugged Tsunade tightly. The two of them hugged each other in silence, feeling each other's heartbeat, breathing, and emotions. Tsunade, who was buried in Suomyu's chest, raised her head and looked at him, and said weakly, "Suomyu-kun, can you please not be like this today in the future? Your chakra is so cold and strange, I'm scared. Suonryu touched his forehead with Tsunade's smooth forehead and said with a sly smile, okay, I will definitely meet your request, sensei. Tsunade punched Suonryu in shame and anger. Oh, I told you not to call me teacher. I always feel like I'm a bad teacher who seduces students. What next? Suonryu held her in his arms again, and Tsunade found a comfortable position to lie down again. Later, my mother met my father. She was lonely and introverted, but she was moved by my father's honesty and simplicity. My father was also attracted by my mother's beautiful appearance, and the two gradually came together. However, their union was strongly opposed by the Uchiha clan. I don't know the specific circumstances, but the final result was good after all, and the two got together. Suonryu was a little surprised. Wow, the beautiful girl's brain suddenly worked better today. He stroked Tsunade's cheek, hugged her again, and said, yes, a year and a half ago, the Uchiha clan got the information that I had awakened the Sharingan from somewhere, and when I was alone, they sent people to take me back to the Uchiha clan, saying that they wanted to investigate. I knew they were up to no good, but I also wanted to obtain more Uchiha genes, so I went with them. The place these people took me to was not the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha, but a shrine outside the village, far away from Konoha. I felt something was wrong, but I pretended nothing was wrong. Because the Uchiha who doesn't even have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan now really cannot pose a fatal threat to me. I may not be able to defeat hundreds of their ninjas if they rush at me, but it will be easy for me to escape. At worst, I can just hide in the realm space. What can they do to me? When we arrived at the destination, they forced me to abandon the Akimichi clan's name and return to Uchiha without even asking me if I had opened my eyes. Of course I rejected it outright. Unexpectedly, the old man sitting in the upper seat opened the shrine's barrier directly after hearing my answer. Uchiha flame formation, a huge fire barrier sealed off the entire shrine. That old immortal immediately ordered my execution to cleanse the shame of Uchiha. Dozens of ninjas suddenly attacked and wanted to kill me. In fact, they had already expected that I would not change my surname. Their original intention was to use this as an excuse to kill me. They brought me so far away from Konoha to make it easier to do so and avoid being disturbed by others. Later I learned from the third Hokage that one of the clauses in the agreement reached between the second Hokage and them was that if I or my descendants did not agree to change our surname to Uchiha after opening the Sharingan, they had the right to execute me without going through the Konoha high-level authorities. After that, I fought a life-and-death battle with them in the shrine, and the entire shrine was completely destroyed. Although the Uchiha people were very strong, the suppression power of the Mangekyo Sharingan over the 3 Megatama Sharingan was dominant. In less than an hour, at the cost of serious injuries, I massacred dozens of ninjas from the so-called strongest family in the ninja world. When the Uchiha clan leader and his men arrived, I was using Zanla to nail the old immortal to the wall, and the barrier also dissipated. The old dog Uchiha Akita was filled with grief and anger, but just when he was about to give the order to kill me, Uncle Tofu and almost all the ninjas of the Akimichi clan followed him. Even Aunt Sani, who had retired long ago, came. The Ino, Shika and Joe Trinity, Uncle Shikahira and Uncle Zi also brought most of the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan. In a short period of time, nearly 3,000 ninjas gathered around the ruined shrine. Although the Uchiha clan was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, most of the clan members were not afraid at all. A war between our two sides is about to break out. Just when the Akita Inu was hesitating, the third Hokage and Mito Kato arrived in time with the Umbu and Root ninjas to stop the escalation of the conflict. Dozens of ninjas from the Uchiha clan died, and Akita Inu couldn't swallow this humiliation. He didn't want to let it go, but due to pressure from the third Hokage, he didn't dare to take direct action. After negotiations, both sides decided to resolve the dispute in the Uchiha clan's way, that is, a one-on-one duel, regardless of life or death. If I die, the matter will end here and the Ino, Shika and Joe families will not be held responsible afterwards. If the Uchiha ninjas lose, they will not bother me for the time being. Uncle Kyufang strongly opposed it. He usually obeyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, but he raised objections for the first time on my behalf. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked extremely unhappy. I didn't want to cause a rift in the four alliances because of me, and it would be a good opportunity to collect more blood tissue, so I tried my best to persuade Uncle Chu Feng to agree to the duel. Under the witness of the three parties, I defeated 10 elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan in succession, because the Mangekyo Sharingan completely crushed the ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, and they could not take advantage of any bloodline limit at all. But in order to avoid a real war, I spared their lives. Akita Inu didn't expect that I was so strong, but he had no choice but to let me go as agreed. Tsunade only knew a rough idea before, and all those who knew about it kept silent about it. When she returned to the village, she wanted to cause trouble for the Uchiha, but was stopped by Akimichi Genbu. Today was the first time she knew the details of what happened that night. Of course, the beautiful girl stood on Suomyu's side unconditionally. Damn Uchiha, second grandpa is right, none of those red-eyed people are good people. That can't be said. In fact, there are rational people among the Uchiha, but they are not many. Tsunade held Suomyu's cheeks with both hands and said worriedly, "What are you going to do in the future? This matter must be resolved eventually. Suomyu-kun, can you solve it in a more gentle way? I don't want your hands to be stained with the blood of your people, and you can't wash it off." Don't worry, I won't wipe out the Uchiha. My mother's only wish is to restore the glory of our branch and lead the Uchiha to truly integrate into Konoha. As her son, I have the responsibility to fulfill her long-cherished wish. Hearing Suomyu say this, Tsunade felt relieved. She really didn't want Suomyu to continue killing his own people. Those who killed their own people would be punished by heaven, and the final outcome would not be very good. So what's your plan? You guess. Oh, you're making fun of me again, tell me now. Suomyu held Tsunade's small hand that kept beating his chest and said, you will know later. Tsunade's cheeks puffed up and she said angrily, humph, if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. You're just pretending to be mysterious. I don't want to know anymore. Angry? No. Teacher, being angry will give you wrinkles. Tsunade was successfully distracted. Akimichi Genbyu, do you want to die? You actually think I'm old? Tsunade became anxious, jumped up with her beautiful body, and suppressed Suomyu under her with one hand. Teacher, I was wrong. You're still screaming. In the office of the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, the two sat opposite each other. Danzo, you are really brave. The two countries are at war, and you dare to come to see me. Aren't you afraid that I will leave you here? Hanzo, you don't have to scare me here. I believe you are more interested in the information I have to tell you. Danzo's face rarely turned red, and he tried to defend himself. I cooperate with you for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already betrayed the wishes of his predecessors. Konoha will only go to destruction under his leadership. Only by pushing him down from the position of Hokage can Konoha have a future. Hanzo looked playful. He was a 1,000-year-old fox, so why was he playing strange stories from a Chinese studio with him? However, the current situation is indeed unfavorable to the three kingdoms. He urgently needs to obtain information from Danzo, but he cannot overly stimulate this good man who does everything for Konoha. Hanzo said, okay, but to show your sincerity, don't you want to reveal something valuable first? Then I will tell you the latest order from the third Hokage. He has asked Mightyman to contact and negotiate with the Kages of the Wind Country and the Earth Country. I believe he will come to you soon, and the content of the negotiations is to cease fire as soon as possible. Hanzo was stunned. The situation in Konoha was very good right now. If he were Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would definitely take advantage of the temporary withdrawal of the Rock Ninja to concentrate his superior forces to attack the Sand Ninja and get rid of the Rain Ninja. He had not been able to eat or sleep well these days, for fear that when he woke up, the Konoha army would have surrounded his small territory. I didn't expect that the third Hokage would want to negotiate a ceasefire. This bold move shocked him for 100 years. It also conveyed a message that the third Hokage would most likely not kill all the enemies. Even if the Rain Ninjas were defeated, they would be saved. He felt relieved after having been worried for several years. Hanzo pretended to be calm and said, the thoughts of your third Hokage are really confusing. The two had an in-depth conversation for most of the day, and it can be said that Danzo sold all the strategies and plans of the third Hokage completely and thoroughly. Hanzo was obviously very satisfied, and revealed an important information to Danzo before dying. According to the Five Tails Jinchuriki of Uegakur, there is something wrong with the brat named Akimichi Genbyu. Danzo was extremely unhappy when he suddenly heard this name. If it weren't for this brat, he wouldn't have been in such a bad relationship with the third Hokage, and the root wouldn't have been completely out of his control. He clenched his cane so tightly that it was almost deformed. Even if you don't mention it, I have to tell you that I hope you can kill him yourself. Although that guy has some strength, he is only a 3 Magatama after all. With your strength, it should be easy to kill him. Hanzo smiled playfully again. Danzo, that guy's eyes are more than just 3 Magatama. According to the Five Tails Jinchuriki, the pattern of his Sharingan is an equilateral triangle composed of 3 circles and 3 straight lines. After my analysis with Uegakur Danmu, that should be. Before Hanzo could finish his words, Danzo stood up excitedly. Mangekyo Sharingan. He finally figured it out. No wonder those Uchiha ninjas completely lost their level in front of Akimichi Genbyu a year and a half ago. He had some doubts at the time, but he didn't expect that this kid could really open the Mangekyo. Yes, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hanzo, make some conditions. This is not part of our cooperation. Duinmu and I have reached a consensus that I will personally kill Akimichi Genbyu, and they, the Rock Ninja, will be responsible for blocking the support of other ninjas. Afterwards, we will each get a Mangekyo Sharingan. But now it seems that I should find a Sand Ninja to cooperate with. Danzo hid the greed in his eyes and said, make some conditions. If you wanted to monopolize the Mangekyo, you wouldn't tell me these. After many days of sightseeing, Suomyu and Tsunade finally decided to set off back to Konoha. The gate of Konoha was right in front of them. Tsunade reluctantly got off Suomyu's back and wanted to hold his hand, but she held back and sulked there alone. The reason why Her Royal Highness the Princess was so conflicted was that after many in-depth communications between the two of them, they decided not to make their relationship public for the time being. The main reason was that Suomyu felt embarrassed for being a traitor to his master, and Tsunade felt even more embarrassed for being an old man trying to attract young girls. The two hit it off immediately, but decided not to tell anyone yet. Suomyu hugged Tsunade from behind. How about we make it public? Seeing you so conflicted, I feel a little distressed. The beautiful girl said in embarrassment, but they will laugh at me. Just as Suomyu was about to say something, a deep and hoarse voice came from not far behind him. Suomyu-kun, Tsunade, you are back. The two guilty thieves were so frightened that they almost died on the spot. Princess Tsunade immediately broke free from Suonryu, and Suonryu quickly brought His Highness the Princess. Tsunade pulled Suonryu's head down and pretended to blow. Suonryu-kun, are your eyes better? The wind was so strong just now that it blinded you. Suonryu understood immediately. Yes, that's right. I don't know why the wind is so strong, teacher. I feel much better after you blow it. Fortunately, he was no longer wearing goggles. His Mangekyo Sharinan had already been seen by Han and the Uegakure ninja, so it couldn't be covered whether he was wearing goggles or not, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to find this excuse. Tsunade stepped on Suonryu inconspicuously, and then pretended to see Orochimaru. It's Orochimaru, why are you here? Suonryu was blinded just now, let me blow on him. Suonryu endured the discomfort from his feet, turned around and said, Lord Orochimaru, your sudden appearance is so scary, did you just come back from a mission? Orochimaru said nothing the whole time, just watching the two's performance, thinking to himself, just keep acting, Snake, I'm waiting here for you. The two of them were frightened by Orochimaru's gaze. No way, could their secret love affair end before it even began? Help, let's discuss the 100 ways to cook snake soup. Just when the two were anxiously thinking about killing each other, Orochimaru finally spoke. Suonryu-kun, Tsunade, welcome back, let's go into the village together. Looks like no one noticed? The two people's tense nerves finally relaxed. The three of them walked together, and Tsunade and Genbu spontaneously sandwiched Orochimaru in the middle. Tsunade couldn't help but ask, Orochimaru, it was indeed Suonryu who was blinded just now. I was helping him blow air. Please don't misunderstand anything. Suonryu was pretending to rub his eyes, indicating that he was not well yet. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with his long tongue, and his deep voice sounded again, didn't you explain it to me just now? Why do you have to explain it again now? Are you afraid that I don't believe it? Or is there really something going on between you and your cute disciple, Tsunade? Tsunade also imitated Suonryu, scratching her head with one hand and said loudly, how is it possible? We are master and disciple, how could anything happen? You are such a joke, haha. Her attempt to hide something was almost enough to make Orochimaru lose his temper, but he managed to hold it back. Okay, you don't have to explain anything that you don't understand me yet. Apart from the experiment, I don't care about anything else. Suonryu and Tsunade tacitly slowed down their pace and lagged behind Orochimaru by one body length, and secretly started eye contact. The voices of Suonryu and Tsunade sounded at the same time. I'm back. 3 people rushed out of the house in a hurry. Welcome back. 3 Before she could finish her words, Kushina rushed towards Genbu, intending to jump on him and do a koala bear. But just as she was in the air, she was picked up by the quick-wit Tsunade. My cute little sister, I miss you so much. You want to take advantage of my man? No way. Kushina's head was buried deep between Tsunade's breasts. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get out of Tsunade's embrace. No matter how loudly she screamed, she could only make a buzzing sound. Get away, Tsunade, are you trying to suffocate me with your big breasts? Suonryu cast an envious look, as he also wanted facial cleanser. Minato walked in front of Suonryu, his signature smile reappeared. Brother, look, is this what you call the armament haki? The index finger of Minato's right hand turned black visibly, leaving Suonryu dumbfounded. He was furious and helpless. Oh my god, who is the protagonist of this book? I went through many life and death experiences to master armament haki, but this kid can do it at the age of 9. Damn it, is there any justice in the world? However, no matter how much Suonryu complained in his heart, he could not show his cowardice on the surface. He coughed tactically, put one hand on Minato's head, rubbed it vigorously, venting his dissatisfaction, and said, well done, Minato, you are worthy of being my brother, keep up the hard work. Minato scratched the back of his head and smirked, I just mastered it 2 days ago. I don't know why, but I succeeded in entanglement all of a sudden. Shang Shu was depressed. Why can't I master it? Not to mention attachment and entanglement, I can't even do the most basic sensing. Tsunade put Kushina down and walked over, punching Nagase on the head. You little idiot, you're the only man in the family who doesn't know how to be haki, and you don't focus on training all day. Minato has surpassed you. Shang Shu squatted down with his head in his hands in pain, and said aggrievedly, you are a female Tyrannosaurus that no one wants, but you don't have any control over it, Tsunade picked up Rope Tree as if he were a chicken, with a warning look in her eyes. My cute little brother, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Tsunade was about to explode with anger, her breasts heaving violently. Say it again. Just say it. A drunkard, a gambler, a female Tyrannosaurus. No one wants her if she can't get married. I have to say that Shang Shu is really brave. Relying on his identity as his younger brother, he dares to say anything. Minato and Kushina on the side were stunned. Well done to brother Noeki. Just when Tsunade was about to teach her adopted brother a lesson, Suonryu grabbed her other hand and advised, Tsunade, Noeki is still young, and children's words are innocent. Don't bother with him. Shenshu, stop arguing with your sister. After hearing this, Shengshu stopped dissing his cheap sister. Tsunade put down the rope tree. I don't want to bother with you. Shengshu quickly slipped behind Suonryu and said slyly, Brother Suonryu, why does my sister listen to you so much? Normally, she would definitely beat me up to vent her anger. The two little ones also looked at him curiously, feeling something was wrong. Suamiya couldn't help but want to beat up his brother-in-law. This little bastard not only saved you but also didn't say thank you and stabbed you in the back. Your sister is usually very gentle, isn't she? If you hadn't pissed her off, there's no way she would have beaten you for no reason. Tsunade folded her arms and nodded, agreeing with him. That's right, it's still Suamiya who understands me. I'm so gentle. Shengshu said disdainfully. She's so gentle, the tigresses in the zoo are better than her. I tell you, she. Senjin Awashu, do you want to die? I'm going to take you to see your grandmother right now. Tsunade's two long ponytails were standing up, and there was a gleam of fire in her blue eyes. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shensha put on the oil and yo-yoed his feet. Before leaving, he did not forget to add, Brother Suamiya, I will not be back today, I will stay at Dingzo's house for one night. The female Tyrannosaurus will be left to you. It must be said that Shenshu is good at shaving. Tsunade was about to chase after him, but Suamiya hugged her lower abdomen from behind. Well, there was not a trace of fat and it felt really good. Suamiya Jun, please let me go. I will make sure this brat knows today that my sister's authority cannot be violated. Suamiya held the beautiful girl in his arms with one hand and soothed her chest with the other hand to help her calm down. Don't be angry, I'll feel bad if you get sick from anger. Tsunade, we can't be like a child, I'll cook for you and make your favorite food. We won't leave any for him. Let's make him hungry to death, okay? Feeling the breath of the man behind her, Tsunade gradually calmed down. I'll spare him this time. The beautiful girl turned her head, smiled sweetly at Suamiya, and said in a coquettish voice, Mr. Suamiya, I want to eat red wine and steak today, how about it? After saying this, she did not forget to blink her sapphire eyes. Are you testing an honest person with this? An honest person cannot stand this. Suamiya scratched Tsunade's small upturned nose and readily agreed, no problem. Great, Suamiya-kun is the best. Tsunade turned around and was about to rush into Suamiya's arms, but she caught a glimpse of Minato and Kushina behind her, and instantly came to her senses. She lightly kicked Suamiya's calf and signaled behind him with her eyes. Suamiya also realized that there were two other people in the room, so he immediately let go of Tsunade and turned to the two children and said, Tsunade was too excited just now, I just stopped her. Minato replied, brother, your relationship with Tsunade-senpai is really getting better and better. Kushina didn't say anything, her eyes swept between Suamiya and Tsunade. Her woman's sixth sense told her that there was definitely something wrong with these two guys. Minato, come and help me grill the steak and decant a case of red wine. After saying this, Suamiya went straight into the kitchen and prepared to get started. Okay, big brother. Minato followed, and the little son was in an especially wonderful mood. At the dinner table, Genbu and Tsunade sat on one side, and Minato and Kushina sat on the other. Suamiya cut 6 large pieces of medium-rare steaks and gave half of them to the beautiful girl who was sitting next to him and sipping red wine. Arigato, Suamiya-kun, I'm going to start. One of them ate with his left hand and the other with his right hand. The other two hands were clasped together under the table. Tsunade's calf was also resting on Suamiya's calf. Kushina asked, Brother Suamiya, when did you start eating with your left hand? Oh, about this. Recently, the enemies I encountered always attack my left hand, which I am not good at. I plan to practice to avoid being targeted. Puffed. Tsunade, who was laughing secretly with her head down, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard the answer. Sorry, I was eating too hastily, you don't have to mind me, just continue. Suamiya patted Tsunade's back to help her calm down, handed her a tissue, and said with a sly smile, don't be too anxious when eating. It's not elegant to see a beautiful woman spitting out rice. It was obvious that Suamiya knew why she behaved inappropriately at the table. Tsunade gave him a beautiful big eye roll and kicked him lightly with her little feet hidden under the table. Kushina felt like her nose was not working properly. The steak smelled so good, but why did she smell a strong sour odor? She deliberately threw her fork on the ground and wanted to look under the table to see what the man and woman across from her were doing. But as soon as she bent down, Suamiya and Tsunade immediately spread their hands and legs and sat down, leaving her alone. Kushina stood up in confusion. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that everything in romance novels is a lie? Just when he was puzzled, a big white-haired voice sounded outside the window. Sashimai Zutan, Tsunade, do you miss me, handsome guy? At the same time, there was a loud bang at the door and Orikimura made a brilliant appearance. Tsunade ignored the white-haired guy, she really wanted to beat him to death. Suamiya said helplessly, Master Jiraiya, can't you learn from Master Orochimaru and use the main gate? Don't worry about that little thing, I'll show you something good. Jiraiya came up to Suamiya and stretched out a hand, with domineering aura attached to it, and said proudly, how about it? This genius has learned to attach in less than 3 years, isn't it amazing? Suamiya had taught everyone his domineering cultivation method a long time ago, but asked them not to spread it to others. Tsunade felt that it was not in line with her personality for a little lady like her to be beaten every day, so she didn't practice. Sakumo, Shimizu, and you gave up after practicing for several months when they couldn't sense anything. Noeki persisted longer, but after a year of practice he gained nothing, so he went to tinker with the second Hokage water jutsu. Orikimura was very interested in this power, but like Tsunade, he gave up after learning the training methods and techniques. What a joke, he is a great scientist and he is very busy every day. Okay, he has that much time but he doesn't go to peak. he is just eating sugar. After a few years, the only ones who persisted in training were Jiraiya and Might Dai. Dai hadn't gained anything yet, but Jiraiya had learned it first. In fact, he was about to give up, but for some reason 2 days ago, he suddenly became enlightened, so he was waiting every day for Suonryu to come back and show off to him. Suonryu sensed it. Although it was only in the initial stage and the coverage area was only the range of one hand, it was indeed domineering. However, he did not want to let this potential rival show off. Minato, show Master Jiraiya the results of your training. Okay. Minato walked in front of Jiraiya, and as the other party looked increasingly surprised, his whole body was filled with domineering aura. At this time, Jiraiya's jaw almost dropped to the ground, his eyes were wide open, his nostrils turned up, and he pointed at Minato, unable to say a word. Suonryu had already taken out a video camera and was recording the whole process, and Tsunade was also taking pictures with a camera. Orochimaru thought to himself, what a pair of bastards. Suonryu spoke again, Minato, don't be secretive. But, won't that be too much of a blow to Master Jiraiya? Little son is still kind-hearted. Don't worry, Master Jiraiya is a real man who can withstand Tsunade's full strength without dying. This little bit of damage is nothing. Tsunade on the side gave Suonryu another beautiful eye roll, but with so many people watching, she couldn't punish him according to the family rules. This Suonryu Jun even dared to mention her embarrassing things. It seems like she has to teach him a lesson. Humph. Minato Namikaze thought the same thing, so he stretched out a finger, and with a swishing sound, his finger turned black visibly. Seeing this, Jiraiya could no longer bear the blow and his jaw dropped completely to the ground. Click, a fresh photo is taken and time stops here. After a long time, Jiraiya finally came to his senses, rubbing his chin and sitting on the chair that he originally wanted to sit next to Tsunade to express his lovesickness, but Orochimaru had taken the seat, so he could only sit next to him reluctantly. Hey, this little Minato is really a genius. By the way, Minato, are you interested in becoming my disciple? I'm very strong. Minato brought 2 steaks to Orochimaru and Jiraiya respectively. Master Jiraiya's strength is unquestionable. It would be my honor to become your disciple. Jiraiya devoured his meal while saying, it's settled then. When you graduate in 3 years, I'll teach you personally. Hahaha. Suonryu didn't care about this matter. He didn't want to be a teacher. Not only was it exhausting, but the subsidy was also too little. Whoever wanted to be a teacher could be one. Compared to this, it would certainly be more fun to flirt with Tsunade under the table. It's so exciting to have a secret relationship under the eyes of so many people. Orochimaru, standing aside, had his back to Tsunade, and was completely absorbed in making steak, as if there was some secret in it. It's just God helping me. Tsunade immediately placed her calves on Suonryu's legs again. Suonryu was a little scared at first. If he was discovered, it would be an accident scene. But the beautiful girl was so brave, how could he be timid? He immediately took her hand, and the look in their eyes was almost tearing. Jiraiya, who was talking to Minato, suddenly sniffed, where does such a strong sour smell come from? Is the steak bad? He took another bite. It's tender and delicious. It's of high quality. Is it not bad? Kushina would find excuses to bend down and peek under the table from time to time, but still found nothing. She was furious and attacked the pair of steaks ruthlessly, as if she had a grudge against them. What a joke. Point 2 Elite Jonin are in love. How could a lowly scum like you who is not even a genin find out? As the only person who understood the situation present, Orochimaru became happier and happier the more he ate, because he could see all the little movements of Tsunade in Genbu. The next second, Orochimaru was surprised and said, wow, is Tsunade so bold? A happy dinner party ended just like that, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya went back to their respective homes and looked for their respective mothers. The 2 little ones also went to bed. At 4:30 the next morning, Princess Tsunade, who was still sleeping soundly, was secretly sent back to her bedroom upstairs by Suonryu. Facts have proved that there are not only a lot of gossips around widows, but there are also a lot of gossips around young girls. As soon as Suonryu walked out of Tsunade's bedroom and closed the door, he ran into Minato Namikaze, who had just woken up early. The 2 looked at each other and the situation became awkward in an instant. Suonryu's mind went blank. It's over. He's been discovered. It should be still in time to kill Xiao Taeyang now. At the critical moment, Namikaze Minato pretended to be puzzled and asked, brother, are you going to wake up Lady Tsunade? No wonder you are so powerful. It turns out that you have to start training so early. Minato praised his own wit. Big brother was thinking something bad about me just now, absolutely. Suonryu laughed and said, right, I was just about to wake her up. A day's plan begins in the morning. Why are you getting up so early? Oh, me, I am, by the way, Ichiraku Ramen has a limited time offer today. I have to get up early to eat, otherwise I will miss the queue if I am late. After saying this, Minato pretended to go out. He once again gave himself 2 thumbs up for his rationality. In fact, he was going to practice. He was a hard-working little son. Suonryu just wanted to get away from this place of trouble, so he quickly said, that's great, let's go together. I haven't eaten Uncle Xiaochu's ramen for a long time, and I miss it a little. Handcut, thank you for remembering my name. This was beyond Minato's control. Brother, aren't you going to practice? One day is not a big deal, let's go. The 185 centimeters tall Suamiya dragged the 135 centimeters tall Minato down the stairs quickly, not giving the confused Minato any time to react. As soon as the two of them went out, they met Shang Shu, who had not returned home all night. Without saying a word, they pulled him to go with them. The three of them walked on the quiet streets of Konoha. Suamiya was happy to have survived the disaster, and Shenshu was happy to have a free breakfast. Only Minato prayed in his heart, "Uncle Handtwister, please, please, we must open early today and hold an event. I am willing to trade Senior Rope Tree's 10 years of singleness for this chance to be saved. It will be terrible if Big Brother finds out that I know too much, he will kill me." Maybe the prayers worked, because today's hand drawing really started early, and in order to celebrate Konoha's victory in the Second War, the store really held an event. When the three arrived, Uncle Xiaochu was preparing side dishes, and his son Xiaota was learning beside him with his eyes squinted. Suamiya sat down at the table and greeted him. "Good morning, Uncle, you're having a 20% discount today." "Hey, isn't this our hero Suamiya? Welcome back safely." The good news from the front had already spread throughout the village. Under the operation of the third Hokage, the three ninjas became great heroes of Konoha. Moreover, for some unknown purpose, Sarutobi Hiruzen also emphasized Suamiya's achievements, making him second only to the three ninjas in popularity. He became the little hero of Konoha. "Suamiya, didn't you see that I'm 185 centimeters tall, and I'm big in all aspects? You're the small one, your whole family is small." Being praised like this, Suamiya felt a little embarrassed. It's not that great. I want to ask, that is, do people like me also get a 20% discount? Suamiya pointed at himself weakly. After all, the Akimichi clan had long been blacklisted from all self-service and preferential activities. Some promotional slogans even stated that the Akimichi clan was excluded, which was full of malice. Humph. His face turned serious. "Of course you won't." Suamiya fell on the stage, feeling hopeless. "I knew it. As Konoha's hero, you get a 50% discount today." Hearing this, Suamiya, who had been listless, immediately stood up and asked excitedly, "Really? More real than real gold?" Hand to hand, "Serve me 10 servings of the signature ramen first, with more famous rolls in char soup." "Okay." His hand was really twitching. Was he being too careless? Just as Suamiya was enjoying his meal, a slightly vicissitudes of life voice sounded behind him. "Xiao Suamiya, long time no see, when did you come back?" Suamiya was stunned when he heard this. What was going on? Is the Hokage so idle? He quickly stood up and turned around, and sure enough, a little old man wearing a bamboo hat and a Hokage robe was standing opposite him, followed by 4 Umbu masters. Don't think you can easily mess with this old man just because he has a kind face. In today's ninja world, in terms of combat power, if we talk about one-on-one combat, if he says he is second, no one dares to say that they are first, including the third Tsuchikage and the third Reikage. Suamiya said respectfully, "Hello, Lord Hokage, I just came back last night. I was planning to report to you this morning, but I met you here. Please take a seat." Minato also stood up with a smile, but Noeki was still eating his ramen by himself, completely ignoring the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and sat in the seat before Suamiya. The 4 Umbu did not come in, but stood outside to guard the air. Suamiya quickly cleaned up the table. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't rely on his hands because he was stunned by the sudden sight of the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was obviously in a good mood. This little Suamiya was still so sensible and polite. At this moment, a handheld ramen came out from the back kitchen. "Suamiya, your 6th bowl is here." As a result, he actually saw the third Hokage, who was the same as his father. For common people like them, it was rare to see a Hokage. Suamiya hurriedly took the ramen and placed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even handed over a pair of chopsticks considerately. "Hokage-sama, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? This is freshly baked ramen, it's really delicious, try it." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hesitate to pick up his chopsticks and started eating. "Then I'll be rude to refuse. To be honest, I'm really hungry. Roar. Then the voice of the third Hokage asking for noodles was heard. Suamiya took the opportunity to wake up the dazed Xiaota. "Hand, why are you standing there? Make another bowl. Remember to add more chili and barbecued pork. Go quickly." Oh, okay, wait a moment, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen ate and laughed. "It's rare that little Suamiya still remembers that I like spicy food. It is my honor. I am very sorry, Hokage-sama, that I should have returned with the troops, but ended up coming back so late." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the disciple who gave him a headache, shook his head, and said helplessly, "That incident can't be blamed on you. Tsunade usually doesn't even listen to my orders, and Shinosha can't control her even more." Little Suamiya is really conscious that you are very similar to one of my former teammates. That you are both pure and untainted, and your hearts are full of sunshine. "Really? Excuse me, Hokage, do I know that person?" Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be lost in reminiscence. After more than 10 seconds, he said, "That man sacrificed his life to protect Konoha when you were young. If he were still alive." Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and changed the subject again. "Let's not talk about him anymore. Your noodles are here. Let's eat first." Then the two of them ate and talked. After more than 10 minutes, the third Hokage finished eating first and prepared to leave. He was the Hokage and had a lot of work to do every day. It was already good enough for him to eat breakfast quietly. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out of the noodle shop, Suonyu chased him out. At the same time, a large pile of things appeared in front of the Forumbu Sir Sande. These are some of my newly brewed wine, and some specialty tobacco leaves bought from the land of Brest. I don't know if they suit your taste, so I'll just give them a try. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the large and small packages. This amount was enough for him to taste for a year. He clenched his right fist and put it to his mouth and coughed lightly. Suonyu, I am the Hokage. How can I take your things casually? Hokage-sama, Hokage is also a human being. He also needs to have his own hobbies, and I am your disciple, so it is only natural for me to honor you with something. Besides, this is just homemade wine, it is not worth much, please do not despise it, just accept it. Suonyu complained in his heart, you old bitch, you pretend like this every time, but you never take less. Okay, I won't do it next time. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little embarrassed, so he used the instant body jutsu to disappear. The four Umbu picked up their things and followed her. Suonyu returned to the store and continued eating ramen. Shengshu came over and said, why is the old man from the third generation so free today? He actually came to the store to eat noodles in person. Usually he would just order takeout at best. Who knows, maybe he was just passing by. Suonyu knew why Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared here. It was a test that had never changed for thousands of years. Uchiha was always the one he was wary of, even if it was someone from an outsider like him, even if this person from an outsider was his own disciple. Although the third Hokage has a good impression of Genbu and will give him certain importance, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never be completely confident in him because the Uchiha bloodline is original sin. The reason why he came to the door just after he separated from Tsunade when Suonyu returned to the village was nothing more than the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shinnosuke already knew about the strange shape of his Sharingan, so there was no way he wouldn't tell his father. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's knowledge and experience, he must have guessed that he had awakened the Mangekyo, so his heart, which had gradually let go, was lifted up again. There was nothing he could do because Uchiha Madara had given him too much fear. Although he couldn't kill Suonyu directly, he was eager to know Suonyu's attitude, Suonyu's position, and the temperature of Suonyu's chakra. Suonyu had obviously anticipated all this, so even if Minato was not there today, he would have come out alone and let the third Hokage, who had been monitoring him with the telescope technique, come to his house. Suonyu's house was set up with the Uzumaki clan's perception shielding barrier, so Sarutobi Hiruzen could not monitor him. After what happened today, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally let go of his worries. Although he didn't completely let go, he had returned to his previous position. Xiao Suonyu is still the same Xiao Suonyu, he hasn't changed at all. Other things can be faked, but the temperature of the chakra cannot be faked. It is still as warm as Jing. After all, his other half of blood comes from the Akimichi clan, so this situation makes perfect sense. It looks like the plan can still be implemented. After the third Hokage had resolved his worries and returned to the Hokage building, he looked at the pile of things and reaffirmed himself, little Suonyu was still his good disciple. Why is Suonyu so respectful to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Because he didn't want to be a rebel ninja. He had too many concerns in this village, including Uncle Tofu and Aunt Sani who raised him, the chubby little cousin, his childhood friend Shimizu Enemy, his younger brother Minato, his younger sister Kushina, his good friends Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Heitake Sakumo, and Might Dai, and his beloved Tsunade. Suonyu ate the noodles slowly, but his eyes were full of mystery. Be patient for a few more days, it's not the right time yet. When Minato becomes Hokage, everything will be better and my long-cherished wish will be fulfilled slowly. Thinking of this, Suonyu couldn't help but glance at Minato beside him. Minato, who was eating noodles, gave him a smile as bright as the sun. I'm back. The three people who strolled around for a while after dinner and then took the ramen takeaway home did not receive a response. It was already past 7 in the morning, and the room was still silent. There was no doubt that the two girls were still asleep. Shenshu was afraid that his sister would beat him, so he quickly hid in his bedroom. The wake-up service could only be done by Suonyu and Shumen. Suonyu tiptoed to Tsunade's bed and whispered, little lazy cat, it's time to get up. Tsunade didn't react at all. Suonyu could only get close to her ear. At this moment, Tsunade in pink pajamas turned over and pulled Suonyu down on the bed. She then climbed all over Suonyu and said with a wicked smile, hee, I caught a big pervert who wanted to do something indecent to me. Ever since she accidentally bumped into Suonyu's older brother one time, Tsunade never called Suonyu little again. Suonyu touched Tsunade's cheek and said helplessly, you, a beautiful girl, actually pretended to sleep and launched a sneak attack. Tsunade laid her face on Suonyu's chest and said mischievously, hee, how else can we catch a traitor like you? Tsunade-sensei is amazing. Don't call me teacher. Didn't you say you were a traitor to your master? Anyway, you are not allowed to call me teacher. You will accept this title sooner or later. Why do you say that? You'll know later. Okay, get up. I brought you your favorite tonkotsu ramen. Go wash up and eat it. It'll be time to get wet. Carry me to the bathroom. Yes, princess, your knight is willing to serve you. After Suonyu carried Tsunade to the bathroom, he left the room first. As soon as he arrived in the living room, he found that Kushina had already started eating. Facing her suspicious look, Suonyu sat down at the table pretending to be calm. The big beautiful girl's clip voice reappeared. Suonyu Jun, it would be even better if you could have a bottle of sake. No, why drink alcohol so early in the morning? Suonyu refused righteously on the surface, but he was panicking inside. Who among his family members could understand him? Tsunade with her blonde hair, blue eyes, and pure white skirt was so seductive in her coquettish voice that he could not resist it. But Tsunade just looked at Suonyu pitifully with her sapphire eyes and pouted to act cute. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, a bottle of sake-flavored drink appeared on the table. This is the only bottle, and it won't happen again. Hee, Suonyu-kun is the best, moi. Then Tsunade started to eat like a lady, wolfing down her food. Suonyu had long been lost in the beautiful girl's voice. Hee, just average, third in the world. Kushina on the side suddenly felt that her ramen was not fragrant anymore. She also wanted to act like Tsunade and act like a spoiled child, but just as she smiled sweetly at Suonyu, he suppressed her with one hand. Eat quickly, and remember to clean up. Humph, stinky brother, bad brother. Kushina poked the noodles hard, and after putting them in her mouth, she wanted to grind them into pieces, as if she were treating them as some straight man. Seeing Kushina being humiliated, Tsunade felt better. Today's breakfast is especially sweet. Smart Minato put a glass of orange juice next to Kushina. Kushina, here, your favorite orange juice. I want you to take care of it. Kushina fully demonstrated what it means to say one thing and do another. Right after she finished arguing with Minato, she took a big gulp. Minato is actually quite handsome, and he's been grinning like an idiot. Suonyu shook his head violently. Alas, this child is hopeless. He will definitely be a henpecked man for the rest of his life. Suonyu was quite busy today. He left home early and reported to the Hokage's office first, then went to Uncle Qfeng's house, then to Qingshui and Yu's house, and so on. But Tsunade's itinerary was simple. She returned to the Senju clan's mansion alone and went straight to the basement. As for reporting to the third generation, Princess Tsunade said, whoever pays attention to him is not going. What can be done? After the princess arrived at the entrance of the secret room, she bit her finger and made a seal. The art of spiritualism. Bang, a slug the size of a man was summoned. Tsunade-sama, what may I do for you? I want to look up some archival materials today. Please give me the key to the secret room. Before leaving, Uzumaki Mito placed all the important things in a secret room under the Senju mansion. The bloodline techniques of the first Hokage, various forbidden techniques of the second Hokage, and all of Uzumaki Mito's sealing techniques were all sealed in it. There were also various other escape techniques, secret techniques, summoning techniques, and forbidden techniques, and even the ninja tools used by the first Hokage could be found. The historical archives of the Senju clan are also here. Mito used an extremely powerful barrier to seal the entire secret room, then gave the key to the slug in the wet bone forest, and told Tsunade all of this in his suicide note. Tsunade rarely came here over the years. The first time I came was to get the slug's psychic axis for Suonyu. The second time he came was to get his grandfather's bloodline secret technique. The third time he came was to get some practicing axes for sealing techniques for Suonyu. And then this fourth time. It's really rare that Lady Tsunade would look up historical data one day. What is it about? Although the slug remained calm on the surface, he was praying in his heart. I hope it's not the one that Mito-sama told me to do. Tsunade said casually, just take a look, give me the key quickly. The slug spat out a scroll and handed it to her. Then Tsunade placed it in a groove, a purple light flashed, and a gap was opened in the sealing barrier. Tsunade opened the door and went straight to the archives room, starting the search mode. Half a day passed, but Her Royal Highness the Princess gained nothing. She even used multiple shadow clones to help look up information, but found nothing. Strange, how could there be no record of him? I clearly remember hearing Grandpa Tobirama mention this person when I was a child, but how could there be no record of him? This is totally unacceptable. As the younger brother of that man, how could there be no trace of him in the files of the Senju clan? Tsunade was confused. What was going on? The person she wanted to investigate was none other than Akimichi Genryu's grandfather, Uchiha Izuna. When Suonyu told him about his mother that day, Tsunade felt the name Uchiha Izuna sounded familiar. But at that time, she was outside the village and was also trying to calm Suonyu down, so she temporarily put aside the matter of looking up this person's life. On the first day after returning to the village, she didn't even go to the Hokage's office, but rushed to the secret room to check the information. The reason why Tsunade came alone and didn't even tell Suonyu was because her sixth sense told her that this man's death was related to the Senju clan. After thinking for a long time, she asked the slug who had been waiting patiently, "Slug, let me ask you something. Have you ever heard of Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara?" The slug sighed inwardly. It was indeed this person. Before his death, Uzumaki Mito deleted all records about Uchiha Izuna from the archives in the secret room, recorded them in another scroll, and placed it in the wet bone forest. She specifically told the slug that if Tsunade took the initiative to look for this person one day, it would prove that she was facing the most important decision in her life, and she must wait until Tsunade truly understood what love was before giving her the scroll. Slug currently had no way of judging Tsunade's condition, so she chose to keep it secret. Uchiha Izuna, I haven't heard of him. He shouldn't be a particularly powerful ninja, otherwise he would definitely be recorded in the files. But he is Uchiha Madara's younger brother. How could he be unknown? Tsunade-sama, I think you have fallen into a misunderstanding. The nobility of one's status is not proportional to one's own strength. In the Uchiha clan, there are many brothers who are elite jonin, but the younger brothers are mediocre ninja talents. Some brothers are even just commoners. Tsunade felt that what the slug said made some sense, but she was still confused. Could it be that she remembered it wrong? Okay, I still have something to do. Leave 2 shadow clones here. Once they are done, you can seal this place again. Hi. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hand on his forehead. Tsunade, can you knock on the door next time you come? I don't know how many doors you have broken. It doesn't matter, old man. Let me ask you something. Have you heard of Uchiha Izuna? Ninja Shura's younger brother. Why are you asking about him suddenly? Tsunade was delighted and said quickly, then do you know how he died? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to answer, Uchiha Kohara suddenly started coughing violently. The old man then thought of what Uzumaki Mito had said, and thought to himself, phew, it's a good thing I didn't speak too quickly. If I had let it slip, I would definitely die again when I see my master's wife down there in the future. The old man was so scared that he quickly wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead to calm down. Tsunade obviously didn't understand what Uchiha Kohara meant, and thought she was going to hold her responsible for breaking the door. I say, Grandma Xiaochun, it's just a door. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? At worst, I can ask Suonryu Jun to accompany you. Look at what he said, it seems so natural. Uchiha Kohara immediately wanted to stand up and refute Tsunade, but was held back by Mito Kato and, forget it, you can't win an argument with her, and you don't dare to hit her, so just bear with it. The little old lady snorted heavily and turned her head away, but she had already cursed Tsunade 800 times in her heart. Forget it, I won't bother with this big-breasted and brainless little brat who is useless except for her noble status, pretty face, and amazing body. Thinking of this, the old woman glanced at her barren hills with her squinting eyes and became even angrier. The third Hokage quickly took over the conversation. Tsunade, Kohara was your elder. You once rode on her neck when you were little. You have to respect her. I've told you so many times, but you're still so rude. Tsunade crossed her arms and said unconvincingly, Tisk, old man, don't change the subject, let's talk about Izuna. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, there's nothing much to say about that man, he's just of a more noble status. Compared to Uchiha Madara, who could tremble the ninja world with just a stomp of his feet, Izuna is just a ninja with no talent. In the year when the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan decided to join forces to build a village, he died in a foreign war. Tsunade continued to ask, which war specifically? Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to think, then said, it was so long ago that I can't remember clearly. Tsunade felt a little disappointed. She still didn't gain much, so she could only leave in disappointment. After the little witch left, Uchiha Kohara said, just as Mito-sama expected, Tsunade would ask us about this matter. Mito Kato and said, I don't know why Lord Mito asked us to hide the matter of Uchiha Izuna. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another long puff of his cigarette and fell into deep thought. Tsunade felt a little listless after returning home. After all, she had been busy all day and had gained nothing. It would be strange if she was in a good mood. The princess sank into the soft bed and murmured to herself, is this really the case? What a headache. There was a knock on the door, and then Akimichi Genbu's figure slowly appeared in Tsunade's sight. Tsunade, where have you been all day? Why do I only see you now? Nothing, I went home and looked up my grandfather's secret technique. What's wrong? I missed you after not seeing you for a day. Tsunade did not intend to ask Suonryu directly about his grandfather, so she decided to find out about it slowly later. Suonryu walked closer, bent down, and pressed his forehead against Tsunade's smooth forehead, his eyes full of love, and said seriously, yes, I missed you. This grown man makes his sister so happy. Princess Tsunade straightened up and hugged Suonryu, burying her head deeply in his chest, and greedily sucking in the breath that belonged only to this man again. Me too. Suonryu hugged her with his backhand, bent down to kiss Tsunade's golden hair, then leaned his face against her head and sniffed Tsunade's body fragrance. In the quiet bedroom, the two of them hugged each other quietly, no one spoke, enjoying the tranquility and sweetness. The corners of their mouths curled up at the same time. Where you are, there is joy. Forget it. I won't think about it for now. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's most important that Suonryu-kun and I are together. But the quiet was broken after a while. There was a sound of knocking on the door, and then the door opened. A voice came with footsteps. Sister, brother Suonryu, you two should hurry downstairs to eat. What are you dawdling for? Then the door to Tsunade's bedroom opened. You're here, then why aren't you talking? By the way, where's brother Suonryu? Didn't Kushina say he came up to see you? Genbu had disappeared and Tsunade was standing in front of the open window. Tsunade was in a very bad mood. She hadn't enjoyed the taste and embrace of Suonryu enough today, but she was interrupted by the little brat rope tree. The princess answered the question irrelevantly. Shenshu, how is your domineering training going? I gave up a long time ago. I can't feel that magical power at all. Tsunade smiled sweetly. Is that so? Then let me help you, sister. Forget it, you haven't practiced before, how can you help? Of course it is. Shave, Tsunade instantly appeared behind rope tree. Strange strength with a punch, Naoki flew out of the window with the princess's angry shout. Tsunade's words lingered in his ears, remember to knock before entering a girl's boudoir. Due to Konoha's success in the early stages of the war, the third Hokage decided to hold a commendation meeting. The war was not over yet, and if a general meeting was held, it would be suspected of adding a buffer to himself, so Sarutobi Hiruzen limited the size of the meeting to the Jonin class. In the conference hall of the Konoha Hokage's office building, dozens of elite Jonin who participated in the 2 battlefields were all present. Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing on the stage and making an impassioned speech, or you could say spitting everywhere, talking about the will of fire, the spirit of sacrifice, and everything for Konoha, all of which came out of his mouth. It should be said that this old man had not been the Hokage for more than a decade in vain. The various elite Jonin in the audience were furious, especially the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, who were all die-hard fans of their clan leader. They all acted like crazy and wished they could die for Sarutobi Hiruzen right now. Besides him, an outsider in the Naruto world who didn't listen carefully, there was also a direct descendant of the Hokage who was distracted. Of course, it's Her Royal Highness the Princess. As the direct disciple of the third Hokage, Tsunade sat on the left side of the first row. At this moment, she was looking at a heartless man on the far right of the second row with resentment. Suonryu's body shuddered, and even 800 people across from him could feel a chill. He turned his head and looked forward, meeting Tsunade's gaze, and the two of them had a seamless eye contact. "Ha, you don't even come over to keep me company. I'm so bored. I want to, but I don't have the status. There are elite Jonin all around me. I am a small Chunin. The reason I can sit in the second row is because of nepotism and the fact that I am a commendation recipient. Whatever, you just didn't sit next to me, and you just didn't want to stay with me." Alas, no matter which world the little girl in love is from, you can never guess what a woman is thinking. The sky may be clear just now, but there may be a thunderstorm the next second. Tsunade, a powerful elite Jonin, is no exception. "Sister, we should be reasonable in everything. You let me sit in the first row. Do you want me to be killed by the looks from people around me?" Tsunade's eyes were sad. "Maybe you don't love me anymore, you have to reason with me." Suonryu was helpless, it was his fault. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was getting excited, most people stood up to cheer for their Hokage, including the person behind Tsunade. The power of Realm Suonryu appeared out of nowhere in his seat. Ah! The ninja was confused at what was going on. Why was there another person behind him? His anus felt itchy. Just when the ninja was about to say something, a check for 50 taels appeared in front of him. At the same time, Suonryu whispered, "Brother, change seats, I'll sit on the far right." What a joke! He is an elite Jonin, how could he be short of money? How could he bow down for a mere 50? So, the man collected the money at the speed of light and left quickly while the commotion was going on. "If you don't make money, you are a bastard." Princess Tsunade saw everything and was filled with joy. After the man left, she turned around and smiled again. Her face was so beautiful that she was truly charming with just a glance back and a smile. The two looked into each other's eyes and barrier-free communication reappeared. "Are you satisfied?" "Yeah, Suonryu-kun is the best." Jiraiya, who was sitting next to Tsunade, suddenly found that Suonryu had actually run behind them. He turned his head and said in surprise, "Suonryu-kun, you." Before the white-haired man could finish his words, Orikimura covered his mouth and forced him to turn around. "Jiraiya, listen carefully to what teacher Sarutobi has to say." After the Hokage finished his long and boring opening statement that was as long as the Queen Mother's foot binding, he finally got to the point and commended the ninjas for their contributions. Tsunade won a reward of 2 million for breaking the poison of Choani Weigakur and her outstanding performance on 2 battlefields. She was so happy that she could have another big gamble. Jiraiya and Orikimura were not much different. Suonryu was promoted to Jonin for his great achievements such as killing the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, capturing Ryuriaki Ryaki, and defeating the Uegakur ninjas conspiracy, and was awarded a reward of 150 million. This amount of money is just average for him. With Tsunade in hand, the world is mine. But it's still good to be a Jonin. He returned to his seat, holding the huge check for 150 million taels in both hands, lowered his head, closed his eyes and kissed it fiercely. He, little money. The sound of pop, pop, pop was heard continuously. But as they were kissing, Suonryu stopped. "Ha, why does this taste so sweet? Why does this body scent look so familiar?" Suonryu opened his eyes and saw a soft touch, but the check was nowhere to be seen. "When I looked up, oh my god, why is the pretty girl's face so red?" Tsunade just wanted to take the check, but she didn't expect this big pervert to take advantage of her. The princess, who felt extremely shy when being looked at by Suonryu, immediately withdrew her hand and turned away, pretending to attend the meeting seriously. Her 2 hands were intertwined under the table, and her 2 long legs were rubbed together, giving Suonryu a beautiful pat on the back of her head. Suonryu Jun is such a fool that if you wanted to kiss her, you should have said so earlier. Besides, you have to go back no matter what for this matter. Staring at the blonde beauty in front of him, Suonryu was very excited. "Did I just kiss Tsunade's little hand for a long time? This is the first time I kissed her. It's worth the 150 million. Before, Suonryu and Tsunade only hugged each other and had not yet reached the stage of kissing. Unexpectedly, they took the first step inadvertently. In one word, awesome. After the first time, there will be a second time that I have kissed Her Royal Highness the Princess's delicate hands, so how far will her beautiful lips be? Ah ha ha! After the commendation meeting was over, everyone left one after another, and the cleaning staff discovered that there was a hole on the back of a chair. After secretly dating Tsunade in the village for half a month, Suonyu gathered all his good friends for a party at home. That he pushed the atmosphere to a climax with just one sentence: "Tonight, you can drink as much wine and drinks as you want, and you can make as much food and snacks as you want, all for free." As soon as these words were spoken, the demons started to dance in disorder. Tsunade was so excited that she almost jumped up, but she lost her temper at the look from Suonyu, the meaning of which was self-evident. "Except for you, I will keep an eye on you." But it's not the case for others. Qingshui and you really jumped up. Xu Kufeng's family was even more overjoyed. Jiraiya is the happiest, and getting something for free is always the most satisfying. Everyone else was completely immersed in the ocean of food and wine. But there is one exception, and that is Orikimura. Half of his attention is on Suonyu and Tsunade. He is eating the melon physically and wants to eat the melon mentally as well. I won't go into details about the others. Why hold this party? Because tomorrow, they will go to the battlefield again. The naive idea of the third Hokage did not become a reality. The three nations of Earth, Wind and Rain could not even sit down together for negotiations. When Mito Kato-en was sent as an envoy to the Uegakure village, if the root ninjas had not fought to protect him, he would have been kept back by the third Tsuchikage, Onaki, in exchange for his younger brother Ryaki. In the end, he was the only one who escaped, and more than 20 elite root ninjas were all blown into atoms. After Tsunade and Genbu parted ways, they stood listlessly at the meeting point. Jiraiya on her left finally seized the opportunity and began to show his courtesy in various ways. "Tsunade, are you hungry? Tsunade, are you thirsty? Tsunade, we are together again, hee. This is not a big deal." On Tsunade's right was the recovered Kato Dan. Seeing Jiraiya's obvious attack, he could no longer hold back. "Tsunade, it's an honor to team up with you. Tsunade, I brought your favorite food, afu, would you like to try it?" Faced with the noise of the two men, Her Royal Highness the Princess was extremely annoyed. Veins popped on her forehead and her fists were clenched. She was obviously trying her best to endure it. But her man told her not to lose her temper all the time, as it would make her breasts smaller. So she was the most obedient. "How about making it public? It's so noisy around here. But being with my own disciples. It's so embarrassing and shy." Just as Tsunade was in a dilemma, the atmosphere between the two dogs became more and more subtle, and the husky and the golden retriever disliked each other. The two men looked at each other, their eyes began to wrestle, for lightning bolts collided with each other, neither of them giving in. Tsunade took the opportunity to distance herself from the two of them, because she felt that if she didn't leave, they might not be able to set off on time today. The two were completely unaware of Tsunade's departure. Husky was the first to speak. "Duen, when Tsunade and I were teaming up, you were still playing with the spoon handle at home. Go somewhere cool." The golden retriever was not to be outdone. "The word fate is wonderful. This kind of thing doesn't depend on who comes first. Bah, how long have I known Tsunade? Do you think you are worthy enough to be my opponent? You two haven't gotten together after being with her for so long. It's obvious that Tsunade doesn't have feelings for you, so I advise you to give up." "What did you say? Looks like it's time for you to see my strength." "What a coincidence, I've been training hard, too." The two of them staged a real manly battle. The specific situation is: two finger Zen, pierce your eyes; Yang finger, poke your throat; Dragon claw hand, pluck your little grape. The monkey stole the peach and ate the chicken. Tsunade did not see the duel between the husky and the golden retriever because she had already arrived at the corner of the troop, holding a flower she had gotten from somewhere and was plucking the petals one by one. "Does Suonyu-kun miss me? I want to, hee. No, hum." As the last petal was plucked off, Tsunade's eyes were blank and she was about to cry. "I don't want to. I know this big pig's hoof won't miss me, will you? I'm so pitiful." Just as Tsunade was alone with tears in her eyes and feeling sad, a voice sounded in her ears. "Your Highness, what is going on? Your knight is willing to serve you." Hearing this voice, Tsunade found it a little unbelievable. Wasn't he in the second team? She turned around mechanically, and a gentle smiling face appeared in front of her. She rubbed her eyes again. Yes, it was him. The princess' eyes lit up again. She wanted to rush into Suomyu's arms, but he persuaded her. "Tsunade, I don't care. He is just a traitor. Are you mentally prepared?" Tsunade hesitated for a long time, but ultimately did not have the courage to hug Suomyu in front of so many people. However, this did not affect the princess' mood, which turned from cloudy to sunny. She curved her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, "Mr. Suomyu, why are you here?" Just as Suomyu was about to answer, Jiraiya's voice came from behind him. "Suomyu, why are you on our first team?" Suomyu turned around, and he was startled. The two people standing in front of him, how to describe them? The tall one had two big bumps on his head, his eyes were black, his nose was bleeding, and both sides of his face were swollen. The shorter one was in even worse condition than him. His clothes were disheveled, his head was swollen like a pig, his nostrils were unusually large, and he didn't look handsome at all. There were even two big footprints on his crotch. "Who are you, Jiraiya and Dan?" Suonyu said uncertainly. The tall one blew the blood from his nose and said, "Of course, it's me, the handsome guy. Mr. Suonryu, long time no see." Kato Dan thought he smiled gently, but his broken front tooth was exposed. The scene was so beautiful that I couldn't bear to look at it. Suonryu raised his hand, and a large mirror appeared in front of him. He said, "I think it would be better for you two to clean up." They both looked at themselves in the mirror and said in unison, "Damn, where did this ugly freak come from?" The two of them glanced at Tsunade at the same time, and found that she was not looking at them at all, and they felt relieved. "I have something else to do, bye." Then the two of them disappeared at an extremely fast speed. It turned out that when the two were fighting a 1v1 real man battle, Jiraiya suddenly found that Tsunade was nowhere to be seen. After punching the man he was pinning down in the face again, he began to look for Tsunade. Duen, who had recovered from his shock, discovered that his goddess was missing and joined the search team. It turned out that Tsunade was actually having a pleasant conversation with Genbu, and the smile on her Royal Highness's face never left, and she no longer had the impatience she had just shown. "Humph, you're angry. Although you two are master and disciple, your relationship is too good. So the two who were fighting each other just now united as one and came over to interrupt the two of them. Then he saw his miserable self in the mirror." After Jiraiya and Duen disappeared, Tsunade looked at Suonryu lovingly and asked in a low voice, "Tell me quickly, are you reluctant to leave me, so you changed the team, hee." Suonryu scratched his head and was about to explain the situation when the iconic voice of a snake sounded again. "He was transferred here by me. Orochimaru is truly elusive." Suonryu was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation and was still thanking Orochimaru. That's right. Thanks to Lord Orochimaru. After I arrived at the assembly point, Shinashuk told me that I had been recruited by Orochimaru to prevent the Sand Ninja's one-tailed Jinchuriki. Tsunade was a little unhappy. This scumbag just ran away after having fun. She was still being sentimental. After he left, Tsunade's eyes gradually became dangerous. "Humph, I thought you, a heartless man, finally stood up for once." It turns out that Orochimaru spent 4 elite jonin to exchange, but Her Royal Highness, who is a crazy husband protector, can't do that. Bang! There was a loud bang on the table, and the 1-to-1 terrain model of the Rain Country was shattered. Tsunade stood up suddenly. "Hey, those red-eyed ones, yes, I'm talking about you. Why are you always staring at my cute disciples? Believe it or not, I'll dig your eyes out and step on them like light bulbs." One of the elite jonin of the Uchiha clan named Ryu, who was scolded by Tsunade, could not help it. Being looked down upon by a woman like that, he immediately stood up, intending to fight Tsunade. However, as soon as he stood up, he was stopped by another Uchiha beside him, who was Uchiha Setsuna. He shook his head at Lu, and as a result, Lu never said the words, "Let's see what happens to him," in the end. "Oh, you still don't accept it? Go out, let your aunt teach you how to fight," Tsunade said as she walked out of the tent, not giving the Uchiha clan a chance to sit down again. Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief, has no way to deal with Tsunade. Her previous injuries have not yet healed, and he does not want to bring bad luck to the princess of the Fire Nation. "Since I can't stop it, I can only support it." "Oh, haha, since Her Highness Tsunade is so interested, then Ryukan will reluctantly serve as a sparring partner. It will be a good warm-up for the upcoming battle." After saying this, he led the way out of the tent. Jiraiya unconditionally stood on Tsunade's side. Although he didn't say anything, the provocative look in his eyes was quite obvious. He followed Orochimaru out. Kato Dan, who was still hesitating, saw that Jiraiya understood, and not willing to be outdone, he also stood up and left. For some reason, the two elite jonin of the Hyuga clan, who usually seemed somewhat neutral, clearly expressed their support for Princess Tsunade and left right after Jiraiya. Chief of Staff Nara Fuwa said nothing, gave Suonryu a look and walked out. The other elite jonin also looked at the Uchiha clan with amusement and stood up one after another, having long disliked this guy. Suonryu was a little confused. What was going on? Could this be the legendary "What are you looking at? What's wrong with you?" The Uchiha clan is now in a dilemma. He just wants to scold Tsunade but doesn't want to really fight with this tigress. He asks for help from his leader, but Uchiha She ignores him. He has also left the tent and has to solve the problem he has caused himself. "Damn it, isn't she just a little stronger? What can I do? I'm an elite jonin with 3 Megatama Sharingan, so why should I be afraid of her? I can just use an illusion to knock her down in close combat." After Uchiha Ryu encouraged himself, he stood up and left the tent. In the fighting arena, Tsunade and Ryu stood facing each other. Tsunade didn't even wear tactical gloves. He got close in an instant and punched out at super fast speed. Her Royal Highness's extraordinary strength had long been upgraded under Suonryu's suggestion. It was no longer just about increasing destructive power, but instead using part of the chakra to increase punching speed. Now Her Royal Highness the Princess's extraordinary power is somewhat similar to that of Tiga in Suonryu's previous life, and has 3 states. In the first state, all chakra can be used to amplify strength and maximize destructive power. Suonryu has done a test and found that the strange power at this time can easily smash even his Susanna first form. Even if he uses domineering aura, he can only withstand a few more punches. However, the price is that the speed is a bit slow and it is easy to be avoided. In the second state, all chakra can be used to increase speed, and correspondingly the strength is greatly reduced. But this is only relative. After all, speed can also increase the momentum of the fist, and the destructive power is still acceptable. Although you can't split gold and stone or split valleys and mountains with a wave of your hand, it is still very easy to kill a ninja with one punch. In the third state, part of the chakra is used to increase strength, and the other part is used to increase speed, just like the pump of liquid chromatography. The specific ratio is controlled by Tsunade herself. Although the output of chakra is quantitative, the speed and strength are completely arbitrary, which makes it difficult to resist. Although Tsunade's punches in this state cannot match the second form at full speed when using the same amount of chakra, they are still very fast. At least they are far faster than the slow-moving and powerful form in the original work that even Kabuto Yakushi cannot beat. It is said that every time Sumiyu thought of Kabuto's dirty words and breast-harassing remarks to Tsunade, he would get so angry that he wished he could tear him into pieces. Back to the topic, there is one more point. Although her punching speed is not as good as the second form with the same amount of chakra, she can increase the amount of chakra, so as long as necessary, her attack speed can still be super fast. Due to the blessing of speed, although the power of the fist is decreased, the destructive power of a single point is not inferior to the full strength. When the ratio of strength and speed is 6:4 or above, it can still break Sumiyu's Susanoo. The larger the ratio, the easier it is to break through Susanoo's defense. However, the range of destruction will be greatly reduced accordingly. It is rare to see a scene where a whole valley is destroyed by one punch in this state, unless the strength to speed ratio reaches 8:2 or above. However, the third state is equivalent to looking at the left and right at the same time, and the difficulty of control has increased significantly. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Even Tsunade, who had abnormal chakra control ability in the past, found it difficult to achieve. The third state previously only existed on paper. But everything changed when Sumiyu and Tsunade fell in love. After Tsunade put on the sapphire, the original eye that was modified, as a token of love, with the help of the Byakugan, the chakra and meridians were completely visible. Tsunade's chakra control ability was once again greatly enhanced in all aspects. After half a month of training, of course her little man was her sparring partner. Sumiyu, my baby, my life is so miserable, the third form was developed. What do you mean by looking to the left and right at the same time? Is that a problem, Your Highness? Please have a 360-degree view without blind spots, okay? However, it is only at the elementary level at present, and I cannot enter the third state with my whole body and mind. I can only use my hands to achieve several conversions of speed and strength ratios. Other areas still need to be further developed, but it is already very strong. Even so, Sumiyu was extremely envious, because his third state could only achieve a ratio of 5:5, and unlike Tsunade, he could not switch back and forth between the three states continuously and smoothly. If he wanted to switch to the first or second state, he could only disperse the chakra and readjust. Tsunade has not used the third form yet, but the second form, because there is no need for it. Nanny, why so fast? With the combined power of the movement speed of Shave and the attack speed of super strength second state, Lu was hit in the abdomen before he could react at all and flew 5 meters away. Tsunade was somewhat dissatisfied with her masterpiece. If this was the first form, it would have to be at least 50 meters away. Sumiyu, honey, that requires you to be able to hit the person. But she was quite satisfied with the speed. Tsunade did not continue to launch a second attack, but stood proudly. The Uchiha clan, who fell to the ground holding his stomach after being hit by a punch, stood up with difficulty. The punch injured his internal organs and broke 2 ribs. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with pain and said reluctantly, "The super powerful princess of Konoha is only this good. The Uchiha clan is the most stubborn in the whole body. Stop looking down on me, I'm going to let you see how powerful the Uchiha are." Blood-blooded eyes, open. 3 black Megatama were spinning rapidly in Uchiha's eyes. The surrounding ninjas were whispering as they looked at Her Royal Highness the Princess on the battlefield. Is this the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? How is it possible? How could she have that? What's going on? Has my goddess upgraded from Super Strength Princess to Super Strength White Eyes Princess? That's awesome. Hinata Kensei whispered to his fellow tribesman beside him. It is true as the clan leader said, Tsunade has awakened the Byakugan. Hinata Yoshino still couldn't accept it. But why? I still can't figure it out. I don't understand the reason given by the third generation at all. Well, no matter what the process is, the facts are in front of us. There is nothing you can do about it if I don't believe it. Then Tsunade should be allowed to join the Hyuga clan. How can our bloodline limit be leaked out like this? The clan leader has already nodded. What's the point of you telling me this? If you have the ability, go and change this established fact. Hinata Yoshino looked at the Uchiha school that was about to be dismantled on the stage, and then thought of Tsunade-sama's noble status, and he admitted that he was scared. This guy found a way out for himself. Didn't the third Hokage assure us that Tsunade's Byakugan is not hereditary? And because of the insertion of a specific gene sequence, once it leaves her body, no one else can open it. So why not just forget it? Hinata Kensei actually only said a few words. Since things had come to this, he could only accept it. After Tsunade opened her Byakugan, she didn't want to tell the Hyuga clan at first, but after much deliberation, Suonryu and she decided to tell the third Hokage first in order to avoid being harassed by these cataracts in the future, and let him settle the matter. However, they also kept a trick up their sleeve and did not tell the third Hokage everything. They only said that Tsunade's Byakugan was not perfect, her field of vision could not reach 360 degrees, and she could not see veins, etc. Even so, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a little shocked. She naturally stood on the side of her own direct disciple, but she also hinted at the origin of Tsunade's Byakugan and whether it could be mass-produced. Suonryu complained in his heart, you still want to get a lot of cold stares, you old bitch, dream on. Suonryu's explanation was that it was impossible to do so. Only the pure physique of the Senju clan could barely withstand the transformation, not the diluted ones. After a bunch of nonsense, he temporarily appeased Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Suonryu knew that this old bird would definitely not believe it and would definitely let his favorite disciple Orochimaru do the research. This is a story for later and has nothing to do with the present. Also, that old dog Danzo will definitely cause trouble in the future, and he might even use the excuse of doing everything for Konoha to force Tsunade to surrender, but who would care about him now? The three of them discussed it and came up with a reason that even they themselves couldn't convince themselves of. Finally, the third Hokage came forward to negotiate with the Hyuga clan and told them that according to the historical archives of the Senju clan, there was a history of intermarriage between the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan hundreds of years ago. Tsunade discovered this when she was looking up information, and after a series of studies, she found that a part of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan gene remained in the Senju clan, but not completely. So she specifically activated this gene in the eye and obtained a defective version of the Byakugan, in fact, purer than those of the Hyuga clan's main family, Hihi. In order to deceive the Hyuga clan, the third Hokage told him all the words that Suonryu and Tsunade had used to deceive him. He told Hinata Uchiha that Tsunade's Byakugan was the product of a local mutation and had no genetic characteristics at all. Due to gene defect, its normal state was not white. Haha, who wants to have cataracts every day? Sapphire is more advanced, okay? Not to mention, its viewing angle was only 180 degrees, and its detection range could only reach 1 kilometer, and it had no perspective function. It can be said that in order to make the Hyuga clan accept this matter, Tsunade's activation level has long exceeded that of the Hyuga clan leader's Byakugan, which has been belittled as useless. Under the deception and promises of the third Hokage, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Uchiha, accepted the fact and promised that the Hyuga clan would not cause trouble. The benefits that the Hyuga clan gained from this were undoubtedly huge. First of all, they were completely recognized by the third Hokage and truly became part of Konoha's top decision-making ranks. The number of personnel in the Umbu, an organization directly under the Hokage, was increased by 20%. Secondly, he gained the friendship of the three ninjas of Konoha. Kimichi Genbu, the rising star of Konoha who was able to kill the Four Tails Jinchuriki single-handedly, established connections with their clan, which indirectly allowed the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans to become friends with them. Third, there is an allocation of resources, with the Hyuga clan receiving 20% more supplies, etc., etc. With so many benefits in front of her, as long as it can't be inherited, what does it matter if she really transplants a pair of Byakugan eyes from the Hyuga clan to Tsunade? Tsunade, sorry, you should keep it for yourself, the purity is too low, I don't like it. The old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen also got what he wanted from this. Gaining the exploitable intelligence about the Byakugan was secondary. The most important thing was that he used this incident to make the Hyuga clan, which had always been relatively neutral, turn to the Hokage faction. His rule was once again strengthened. The scene returns to the battle scene. After Princess Tsunade's comprehensive upgrade, she has been practicing with her man these days. Not to mention a fatal blow, she would feel very distressed if Suonryu got a little injured, so she is not satisfied with the fights at all. Now there is a free sandbag, what else is there to say? As long as you can't be beaten to death, then fight to death. All the meridians and chakra flows in the Uchiha school were presented before Tsunade's eyes, so the many advantages that the Sharingan brought to him in physical duels with other ninjas, such as insight and dynamic vision, were completely non-existent in front of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Tsunade's Super Strength 3 Meteor made him complain bitterly. It was obviously the same chakra fluctuation, the same way of exerting force and the same trajectory of movement, so why were the speed and strength different? In addition, he was seriously injured due to carelessness at the beginning, so this battle that everyone thought could last for a while turned into a one-sided massacre from the beginning. The Uchiha style wanted to gain distance and release ninjutsu, but Tsunade, whose speed was so much faster than his, didn't give him any chance at all. He was beaten so badly that even Orochimaru, who already felt that he was miserable enough, couldn't bear to watch. It's so damned. The Uchiha style looked crazy. He had never been beaten so badly in his life. He took Tsunade's punch head-on without caring about his life, but the beautiful girl was kind-hearted and was afraid of beating him to death, so she held back 80% of her strength. Good chance. Illusion, hypnosis. The Uchiha clan ignored the consequences and launched the Sharingan illusion he had been planning for a long time. Tsunade remained motionless in her punching posture, and Uchiha took the opportunity to retreat several meters and breathe heavily. He thought the opponent had been subdued, so he was not in a hurry to attack. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough, what superpowered princess, what Byakugan, under the brilliance of the Sharingan, they are all dust. Go to hell, Jiraiya said as he was about to rush in to save his sweetheart. But he was stopped by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Jiraiya, calm down, Tsunade is fine. Unlike Jiraiya, he was very good at illusion and could tell at a glance that Tsunade was pretending. The Genbu beside him was not worried at all, which made him more determined. Sure enough, just as the fireball flew in front of Tsunade, Heavenly Feet Tsunade, who was 167.1 centimeters tall, lifted her 104 centimeters long leg and swept it across with an indescribably graceful and charming kick, breaking the fireball into pieces. How is this possible? How can you still move? Uchiha Lu was shocked, but his face was so swollen like a pig that it was impossible to see his expression. You want to subdue me with just a 3 Magatama Sharingan? Try it in your next life. Shaved Tsunade appeared in front of Uchiha Ryu again, and with her long legs, she turned around and kicked him sideways, sending him directly into the infirmary. Why isn't Princess Tsunade afraid of Uchiha's illusion? Because she has a good man. The principle of illusion is to use chakra to interfere with the opponent's 5 senses, causing him to fall into hallucinations. To put it bluntly, it is an attack on the enemy's spirit. 2 years ago, Sumiyu conducted an experiment by injecting Yinten chakra into clean water and rain, and found a way to painlessly absorb Yinten chakra. That is to put a person into deep hypnosis and put them into a state of suspended animation. How does the saying go? As long as I sleep deeply enough, no matter how painful it is, it won't hurt. From then on, Sumiyu and Tsunade took turns injecting Yinsuan chakra every day. After obtaining the pseudo-Hashirama cells, the Yinsuan chakra was continuously injected. The benefits of doing so are undoubtedly huge. Not to mention Sumiyu for now, Tsunade's mental strength has increased significantly, and the amount of chakra has also increased. By the way, since the injection of Yangten chakra from genetically modified cells a month ago, Suamiyu's height has reached 187, and Tsunade has also achieved reverse growth, growing 4 centimeters in just 1 month. The annoying thing is that these 167.1 centimeters are almost all in the legs, which are now, and her golden ratio figure is getting taller. The huge mental power brings extremely high resistance to illusions, so Tsunade is not too afraid of ordinary illusions. If it were just that, the beautiful girl wouldn't dare to look directly into the Sharingan. After obtaining the Byakugan, the beautiful girl's control over her own chakra was greatly strengthened again, and it is extremely difficult to disrupt her chakra. The completion of the Yin seal is her greatest reliance. A week ago, Princess Tsunade completed this ritual, and a purple diamond-shaped mark was formed on the princess' smooth forehead, making her even more charming. If other people still regard the Yin seal as just a chakra storage device, they are totally wrong. She could have mastered this S-level medical sealing technique earlier, but at Suamiyu's suggestion, Tsunade made some adjustments to this sealing technique, which was to strengthen the defense against illusions. After the Yin seal is formed, Tsunade's unused chakra will be continuously transported into it. The technique will use these chakras as energy supply to form a chakra protection shield in her brain. If one wants to disrupt Tsunade's 5 senses through illusion, one must first destroy this protection shield. However, the chakra in the Yin seal is extremely abundant, and Tsunade's chakra control is proportional to her breasts. It is a pipe dream to want to destroy this protective shield. Unless it is an illusion at the level of Tsukuyomi and Kodo Amatsukami, other illusions are really useless to Tsunade now, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan illusion is no exception. Even with Tsukuyomi, Tsunade can break free faster than anyone else. Of course, the infinite Tsukuyomi of the Rinnegan is a different matter. That thing is too powerful. With all these conditions, Tsunade was not afraid to make eye contact with the Uchiha clan. Just now, the beautiful girl was just teasing him. Tsunade, you can question my level of illusion, but you cannot doubt my ability to resist it. He easily defeated an elite Jonin from the so-called strongest clan, and everyone watching the fight was stunned. Is Tsunade that strong? It's only been a few days. Why does it feel like her strength has become even more terrifying? Do I still have a chance to conquer those huge breasts? My bunny, it just left me like that. You are worthy of being my goddess. Please give me a chance to lick your feet. Tsunade stood on the stage and said proudly, I will make it clear here today. Akimichi Genbu is my man. If anyone dares to have improper thoughts about him again, I will have a problem with him. She pointed at the medical department and continued, if anyone disagrees, please stand up. I will fight you to the end, just like that person just now, and I will send you to the ICU for free. The newly promoted White Eyes princess looked around. No one dared to speak. Uchiha Setsuna, who was standing behind Tsunade, gave her a vicious look, thinking that she was very concealed, and thought to herself, damn big-breasted girl, just wait, you'll suffer on the battlefield, sooner or later, I'll hold you under my crotch and ravage you. But unexpectedly, Tsunade turned around, looked at him with a playful look, and said contemptuously, oh, the captain of the Konoha Guard force is going to come up and try too. Uchiha Setsuna had never expected that Tsunade would be able to notice his little action. He quickly greeted her with a smile, shaking his hands like rattles, and said weakly, I won't go up and ask for trouble. Lady Tsunade is too strong, she is no match for you at all. You sinister and cunning fellow, take care of your people. Tsunade had long known from Suamiyu that she should be wary of this man, and had wanted to take the opportunity to kill him today, but this guy was so patient that he didn't even give her the chance to lose her temper. After saying this, the beautiful girl walked down from the ring and went straight to the big tent in the center to sit down, as if she was not the one fighting just now. Suonyu followed closely behind, his heart already happy to the sky, who said that finding a tigress has no benefits, she really protects her husband at the critical moment, hee. Orochimaru and the others also entered the tent one after another, and the meeting continued. Another Uchiha elite jonin said, Master Setsuna, what should we do now? Uchiha Setsuna thought for a moment and said, you go check on Ryu. I'll go in for the meeting. Also, ask the tribesmen to calm down. Otherwise, Tsunade might find trouble with them. But are we going to just swallow this loss? How is that possible? I have my own arrangements. Over the next 3 weeks, the two sides continued to test each other, and the battle seemed to have returned to its previous rhythm. Cho poisoned, Tsunade detoxified, and then Tsunade poisoned, Cho detoxified. However, the people in the big tent were still discussing fiercely. Uchiha Setsuna, we should immediately launch an attack with all our forces to inflict heavy damage on the Sand Ninja. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table and retorted, no, absolutely not. We don't know what kind of poison Cho will use. If we rush into a decisive battle, it will lead to widespread poisoning of ninjas. At that time, the tragedy of the first large-scale battle with her will definitely be repeated. What we should do now is to rely on the defense of the main camp. Uchiha Matsushita stood up to support his leader, Tsunade. Being afraid of the enemy will greatly weaken our morale. Your worry is completely unnecessary. We now have more than 2,500 ninjas, including 200 Uchiha elites. We cannot resist the 3,500 Sand ninjas. As long as we annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop, even if a large number of ninjas are poisoned, it will not be a problem. I believe that with your strength, you can easily solve the poison. Or do you not have confidence in your detoxification level? Jiraiya made a calm analysis. The enemy knows they can't win but still launches an all-out attack. They must have a backup plan. I think either the one-tailed Jinchuriki has arrived at the battlefield, just like the Uegakur, or Cho has developed some powerful poison. So I agree with Tsunade's statement. We should focus on defensive counterattacks. Uchiha Ryu, this is all your guess. Besides, we Uchiha are not afraid of any challenge. No matter what the other party has in mind, we will annihilate them as long as the war starts. What are we afraid of? Hinata Kensei, annihilate us at the beginning of the battle. Do you think you are Uchiha Madara? Or do you think the enemy is 3,500 pigs? The enemy is making a tactical retreat, and they only need to cause a large number of minor injuries to us so that they can use poison to knock down a large number of people. How do you deal with it? Uchiha Matsushita, we can divide our forces to surround them. Hinata Yoshino, 2,005 against 3,005, are you crazy? In this way, the quarrel in the big tent had been going on for a long time. Other elite jonin were also led by the rhythm and expressed their ideas. Only Orochimaru, Genbu, and the usually taciturn chief of staff Nara Fuwa did not stand up to express their opinions. Orochimaru's cold snake eyes observed everyone but he didn't speak. After a while, Orochimaru knocked on the table to stop everyone, and everyone sat back in their seats, but Tsunade was obviously still angry. A cup of warm water appeared in Suonyu's hand. Her Royal Highness the princess took it and gulped down a big gulp, but she still stared at Uchiha Setsuna with anger in her eyes. Uchiha Setsuna calmed down after sitting down, but there was amusement in his eyes. Orochimaru crossed his hands on the table and propped up his chin. He did not give a direct order, but asked Suonyu-kun, what do you think? Suonyu, who was still patting Tsunade's back to calm her down, stopped, stood up and said, I agree to leave the camp. Now it was Uchiha Setsuna's turn to be shocked at how could he agree with me. Never mind, you support Tsunade. The princess was also dissatisfied. Her man did not support her. She looked up at Suonyu, and her meaning was very clear. Explain. If you can't explain it, let me see how I will deal with you tonight. Orochimaru's eyes also turned playful. Oh, tell me what you think. Suonyu gave Tsunade a reassuring look, stood up and said, because my feeling tells me that our camp is not safe now. We should leave the camp immediately and fight a mobile war with the Sand Ninja. Is it just a feeling? Orochimaru was a little disappointed, thinking that he had also figured out something. Although Uchiha Setsuna appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Did this guy guess something? Suonyu certainly didn't just rely on his feelings, but he also didn't want to say anything that would affect unity at this time. In fact, I think we should abandon the camp and retreat, and not fight a decisive battle with the Sand Ninja. But I don't think you will agree, right, Captain Setsuna? Uchiha Setsuna was extremely shocked, but on the surface he closed his eyes. Seeing that the old bastard didn't answer, Suonyu continued, I have some antidote here. Take it every 2 hours. A black cloth bag suddenly appeared in front of everyone present, with 10 small blue pills inside. Lord Orochimaru, please assign the tasks first, and I will distribute them to the ninjas outside. Suonyu said this and walked out of the general's tent. Everyone was shocked by Suonyu's move. This guy is very powerful in space ninjutsu. Tsunade knew what was going on when she saw the antidote, and her expression was more serious than ever. Nara Fuwa also spoke up. I agree with Suonyu's point of view. Orochimaru, abandon the camp and retreat. Orochimaru gave the final order. The first rule is that from now on, except for the 3 ninjas and the Genbu, all other ninjas must obey the orders of Nara Fuwa, and those who disobey his orders will be killed. The second rule is that if they are not defeated, you lead them to retreat to the high ground at the rear in a dispersed formation. Third, all ninjas must take the antidote given by Suonyu on time, otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. Someone asked in confusion, Lord Orochimaru, what is the reason? Before Orochimaru could speak, Tsunade said solemnly, the leader of the Rain Ninja is here. Nanny, what, is that man going to join the war? This was simply bad news. Except for the three ninjas and Uchiha Setsuna, everyone else present had a worried look in their eyes. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. No matter how weak he is in old age, a demigod in the ninja world who is at the peak of his powers is still a veteran cage-level ninja with strong strength. Uchiha Setsuna closed his eyes in disappointment, but Orochimaru had still guessed it. The reason why he gave the suggestion of sending troops was to confuse Orochimaru's judgment and make him adopt Tsunade's defensive counterattack. After all, his own leader had no good feelings towards Uchiha. If the middle blooming tactic was successful, Konoha would definitely suffer heavy losses, and his great revenge could be avenged. But in the end, the plan failed. Orochimaru not only did not hide in the camp, but also made the most correct judgment, which was to evacuate first and fight a retreat mobile war. In this way, he might be suspected. But after thinking about it, Setsuna felt relieved again. What was he afraid of? The Uchiha people strongly supported sending troops for a decisive battle. Even if they suspected Tsunade, they shouldn't suspect him. Uchiha Setsuna focused his attention on the black cloth bag in front of him, took out an antidote and examined it carefully, mocking in his heart, can this little blue pill resist that person's poison? You're dreaming, no matter what, as long as we fight, you must die. The meeting ended quickly. More than 2,500 ninjas, led by team leaders, quickly packed up the camp, sealed most of the supplies and quickly evacuated. In just 10 minutes, only the three ninjas and the Genbu were left in the camp. Did Suonyu-kun guess something too? At the same time, the ground collapsed at the original central tent of the camp, and a huge 50-meter-long salamander broke out of the ground with a man standing on it. This man had dark yellow hair and wore a gas mask on his face, leaving only his nose and eyes exposed. He was wearing the Rain Country Combat Ninja uniform and a black raincoat. He was looking around with his arms folded across his chest. This person is none other than Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world. If Orochimaru chose to launch a counterattack around the camp, Hanzo would come out from underground. Not to mention anything else, the large-scale poisonous mist sprayed by the salamander would be enough to cause trouble for the Konoha ninjas. With 4,000 Sand and Rain Coalition troops outside and Salamander Hanzo acting recklessly inside, the more than 2,500 people in Konoha are really in a life-and-death dilemma. The Konoha camp was in a mess at this time. Most of the seals on the various attack devices had been removed, but there were still some parts scattered on the ground. Most of the tents were gone, but many had not been cleaned up in time. It was obvious that the evacuation was very hasty. Salamander Hanzo sighed, Orochimaru, this brat has a really quick mind. He then released the salamander from its spiritual power. The Sand Ninjas and Rain Ninjas simply gathered in one place and did not attack directly. Only a few individual ninjas entered, obviously to prevent the previous tragedy in the Land of Earth from happening again. Cho and Ebizo came to Hanzo. Cho said, it looks like the informant said that the Konoha ninjas have already evacuated. Ebizo said, let's chase after them. Orochimaru wants to fight a retreat in mobile war. We will use magnetic tactics, we just need to stick to the opponent and not fight with him. Even with the powerful weapon of the salamander, they will still lose. I don't think they really have an antidote. The three were about to lead the troops to chase after them when a voice rang out. You can't leave. Three figures rushed out from the earth. Jiraiya faced Ebizo, Tsunade faced Cho, and Orochimaru faced Hanzo of the salamander. Four voices sounded from the four corners of the camp. Ninjutsu, Uchiha flame formation, four purple-red flame barriers quickly rose up and surrounded the six people and the four Suonyu shadow clones. The shadow clones once again opened a barrier to protect themselves. A handsome guy was flying high in the sky outside the Uchiha flame array. He was not polite at all and threw all kinds of ninjutsu down to prevent the Sand Ninja and Rain Ninja from destroying the barrier. A few ignorant Rain Ninjas wanted to rush in to help their demigod, but the black tortoise flying in the air ignored these idiots and they were burned to ashes as soon as they touched the barrier. The other ninjas were about to perform large-scale ninjutsu to break the barrier, but Cho's daughter-in-law Nanami was startled. She looked ahead and shouted, a large number of ninjas appeared 2 kilometers ahead. Get ready to fight. 2 kilometers is just a matter of 1 minute for a ninja, and this is the result of saving energy. Just when the Uchiha flame array was in danger of being bombarded, Chief of Staff Nara Fuwa arrived with the Konoha ninjas and a melee broke out between the two sides. The already flickering barrier stabilized again. A large-scale melee broke out outside the barrier, and the battle inside the barrier was even more intense. After all, it was a battle between 5 Quasi Cages and a veteran cage-level ninja, so it would be strange if it wasn't intense. After using his sickle to force back Orochimaru's Thunderbolt Kusanagi sword, the one that was broken by Genbu was given to Orochimaru, who has since restored it to its original state and is quite easy to use. Salamander Hanzo did not continue to pursue. He said calmly, you little brat, you are really good at scheming. That you have already expected that there will be a spy in your own army, so you simply use the spy to pass on the false news of our evacuation. Then, while he was unable to pass on the latest intelligence in time, you formulated a new battle plan and trapped our leaders in the barrier. Then you, the Konoha ninjas, made a surprise counterattack and caught us off guard. I have to praise you for doing a great job. Compared to Hanzo's ease, Orochimaru was as serious as could be. He had not yet reached his peak and was no match for the demigod of the ninja world if he fought alone. In fact, if Tsunade and Genbu had not developed an antidote to the poison that significantly reduced Hanzo's strength, he would definitely not have chosen to fight him today. Orochimaru did not answer Hanzo's question, but took the opportunity to observe the battle situations in the other two places. Inside the barrier, Ebizo is known for his wisdom and his strength has barely reached the level of Quasi-Kage. He has been suppressed by Jiraiya in all aspects. Although Cho, currently the strongest puppeteer in Tsunagakure, is very powerful, she is unfortunately completely restrained by Tsunade. Her poison is useless, and her puppets are beaten to pieces one by one, which almost makes the old woman angry to death, so Tsunade has the upper hand for the time being. Outside the barrier, something unexpected happened to the Sand Ninja and the Rain Ninja, and the three big bosses were locked up again, leaving them leaderless. In the melee, they were hit head-on by the Konoha ninjas, whose individual qualities were much stronger, and fell into a disadvantage. Orochimaru encouraged himself in his heart, we just need to hold Hanzo back. Once the other two battles are over, it might be possible for the four of us to capture this demigod of the ninja world. Why 4 people? Because, Lord Orochimaru, am I late? Seeing that the barrier was stable, Suonyu did not stay outside to assist the Konoha ninjas, but went directly into the barrier to help Orochimaru. It's just the right time, Suonyu Jun, proceed according to the plan. Oh, the two of them sealed at the same time. Obviously you can't start with Fireball when dealing with Hanzo. Therefore, Fire Escape, extinguish the great fire. An extremely hot sea of fire was spewed out from Suonyu's mouth. Although this B-level fire jutsu could not be compared with Madara's huge sea of fire that required hundreds of water jutsu to counter, it was obviously enough within the barrier. Orochimaru's technique was also completed. Wind Escape, Large Hanging Net, combined ninjutsu, Scorching Sea style, the wind fanned the flames, and the scope of the fire expanded again. Its power also increased greatly, instantly submerging a large area. Hanzo was unable to escape as he was within the barrier, but he did not panic, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Escape from the earth, there will be a lot of earth flowing over the wall. 3 huge earth walls rose up and appeared in a staggered arrangement in front of Hanzo. The sea of fire burned down 2 earth walls, but was eventually stopped by the third one. Hanzo, who jumped onto the earth wall, was also a little surprised. These 2 brats are quite capable.